Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction, the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter and Hermione use their genius to revolutionize Hogwarts? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel, and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry and Hermione's brilliance outshines even the professors, they set out to reinvent Hogwarts itself, breaking traditions, rewriting spells, and changing the future of magic forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Professor, why is it that it's not possible to obliviate the knowledge of the secret from the secret keeper once a couple of address slips were prepared to pass on the secret? Hermione asked Professor Flitwick. It was the last day before the school closed for Christmas, and so the study group had one last dueling training session with the diminutive professor. Harry and Hermione wanted to implement their plan to put Hermione's house and later Harry's Aunt Petunia's house under some strong defenses during the upcoming Christmas holidays. They just had a few bugs to take care of and were hoping that this discussion with the charms master would give them the needed knowledge. Harry was by far the most accomplished of the lot when it came to dueling, and he was the only one who could at least cast with his offhand and hit the target. Harry and Hermione thought that they would be better prepared to defend themselves even if their natural hands were injured, and so were training to cast with their left hand too. It gave Hermione an added advantage. Once Harry would master the skill and master it he would, she need not let go of his hand, even in a tense situation. That was an added bonus for her, but so far Harry could do only a very few spells that did not need complex wand movements. His aim was improving. The problem with casting with his non-regular hand was that the wand movement was not the same as that of a natural left-handed person's. Instead, the direction of the movement was the opposite to what he was used to with his right hand, and he had to make a conscious effort to remember the direction that his wand movement had to go for the spell to work. In a pinch, that would have been disastrous for him. As they say, practice makes perfect, and they both were willing to put the effort. Their one secret weapon was the non-conventional wand that they obtained during their visit to France. Both Harry and Hermione were adamant about not revealing the research into druidical magic they were doing, and so the wands were also hidden, never to be used in company. They wanted a secret weapon in their arsenal, and besides, the druids were almost all but extinct, and what they were attempting was nothing short of a miracle, bringing a lost culture to life. It was their attempt to make an impenetrable fortress of a home that they brought up the topic of the Fidelius charm. Supposedly the safest, the charm did have its own drawbacks, a mortal and vulnerable if not easily corruptible secret keeper being the most obvious. The professor gave them a smug smile, almost as if taunting them of their foolishness. Granted, they were still children, but they did set a high benchmark. Other than the fact that the secret keeper himself could not enter the location, there are many problems with that. If it's an object or a secret that is limited to a very few people, then there is no problem, but I presume you are talking about hiding a house. Getting an affirmative response, he continued. The magic of the charm would basically not allow the obliviated secret keeper to enter. Even if he was shown the written address, the obliviation would continue to remove the knowledge from him, and so making it impossible for him to enter the house. Harry was still not convinced. We are hiding the house, right? Why not bring the person by side along apparition, or better yet by a portkey? We will come to the question of portkeys later, but the common misconception is that you are hiding the house that you live in, and so anyone who is inside the house is hidden. If that was true, then that means that anyone who could get into the house by either riding side along as you suggested, or maybe in an animagus form, could breach the secret. Once he gets inside, then the secret is revealed, then they could come and go as they choose. What you are actually hiding are the people that live inside the house, not the house as an object in itself, and so any new resident coming in after the charm was cast would not be hidden. The charm would encompass the house too in the secret, making it invisible to anyone who did not know the secret. Even if a hitchhiker were to enter the house, he would not be able to identify the people who stay inside the house, even if they are your own family, unless he was told the secret. Harry conceded the point. Okay, it's the people that live in a particular house that are hidden, and so the magic would hide the house too. Again, why does this make obliviating the knowledge from the secret keeper unworkable? We could always give him a portkey. The tiny professor frowned at the continued insistence of the two students. He was not so sure if he could actually explain the intricacies of the charm to successfully put the point across to them. Then again, Harry and Hermione were brighter than even the average fifth year. So, taking a deep breath, he tried to unravel the mystery. A portkey is created to target the exact geographical coordinates of a particular location, unlike other modes of transport which target to the physical location itself. When you create a portkey with the secret of the Fidelius, then the portkey once accepted by the traveler would act to reveal the secret. The portkey needs to be targeted into the protected property, not onto the street or some such. If you obliviate the secret keeper, then the portkey would also not work for him, just as we talked about it before. On a side note, how are you going to get the secret keeper to make a portkey if he does not have the knowledge anymore? Well, we thought about duplicating the portkey, answered a sheepish Harry. The charms professor gave him a disarming grin. Yes, portkeys can be duplicated, but for one like a Fidelius protected location, only the secret keeper could create the portkey, and that includes duplication. We could always have multiple portkeys made, Hermione suggested. That defeats the purpose of using the charm itself. Once you have so many portkeys, you will have to keep track of them all, and if you end up giving them to a lot of people, then that complicates matters more, as you will have to be careful that the person having the portkey will not lose it. Even if you make the portkey magical signature specific, you can never rule out someone inadvertently or on purpose bringing a guest with them. The professor gave them a few moments to think it over before continuing to dash their theory. All the residents of the house are to be present along with the secret keeper when the charm is cast. What if there is a new resident in the house, like a baby or a new spouse? The baby may not know the location of the house, but he knows, or rather his magic knows the location, and so has to be led into the secret even if he does not understand the words. Same as for pets or familiars, even a phoenix can be blocked by the Fidelius charm. You do know that even the residents have to be led into the secret, right? They did not know that, but it was obvious by this time, so they just nodded their heads. The professor continued, whenever significant amount of new magic is added to the house, the charm has to be adjusted to accommodate the addition. Anyone can do this, but the secret keeper has to be present. Same as for removing the charm altogether. The magic of the charm dissipates if the secret keeper dies, but if the secret is obliviated, then I am not so sure that the secret would dissipate at all. If you have no knowledge to lose, then it may even be true after the death of the secret keeper and the charm continues to hold. The property may be lost forever. There was no need to say that the property could not be handed to their descendants too, as they would not be able to enter their own house. After a brief lull in the conversation, Hermione wanted to know something that they could not really understand. Why? We read about the resident himself being unable to be the secret keeper, but all the books say was that it was not possible. No reason was given. Can you please let us know why? If you know the reason, that is really something that is complicated to understand, that we have to look into the mechanics of the charm. We talk about the charm being used to hide an object or a person, but actually it is the magic inside that person or object we are hiding. That is how the magic works. The magic that belongs to a person or a few people is hidden from any detection, whether it be detection using a tracking device or just a person's memory. All that fails is the magic itself is hidden. Here he was interrupted by two excited students. Now it makes sense. I was always thinking how a person is hidden when there is no specific way to identify a person except for the DNA or magical signature. So it means that non-magicals cannot be hidden using this charm? Harry questioned. In a sense, yes. They cannot be hidden by themselves, but if you hide the magic of the house they are hidden in, then it is possible. A non-magical house cannot be hidden. The house has to have magic imbued into it. But what about using the ambient magic? Hermione interrupted. The professor beamed at that but waved it off. We will eventually come to that. Let's talk about the resident being the secret keeper. Hermione blushed at the gentle reprimand and concentrated on the professor's explanation. Where was I? Before Harry could prompt him. Yes, when the charm is being cast, there comes a time when the magic of the secret keeper, albeit briefly, is stripped off the knowledge of the hidden location. One moment his or her magic knows the physical location of the house, and the next moment that knowledge is erased from his memory along with any other person that previously knew that location. When the charm is fully cast, The secret is now shifted into the secret keeper's magic and only he can reveal it. So, however brief it might be, the knowledge of the location of a person's magic is lost from everyone. You cannot hide the location of your own magic from yourself, can you? It was mostly a rhetorical question, but Harry chose to answer it anyway. I suppose you cannot, but even with a different secret keeper, the same thing would happen, right? The knowledge of your magic being hidden from you, that is, he elaborated. Not necessarily. When you are not the secret keeper, your magic knows that the body that it is residing in is its native body, even though it may not know the geographical location. If you are the secret keeper, though, at the moment that the knowledge of your magic is hidden from your own body, it begins to think itself as non-magical, and you know what happens when magic is lost from a wizard or a witch: they start to die. That is irreversible and disastrous. So even if you try to make yourself the secret keeper, the magic of the charm will not take hold, and therefore the secret keeper cannot cast the charm for the same reason. Hermione was quick on the uptake. So that means that the resident also cannot perform the charm, right? I mean, if the magic of the resident is hidden, then the resident would not be in a position to cast anything for that brief moment. The diminutive professor squeaked in joy. Exactly. It's such a joy to teach you too, causing the two young ones to blush in response. The charm has to know the location of everyone's magic before it could be cast. It's labeled as a charm, but in actual sense it is a ritual. The first part is used to identify the magic that has to be hidden, the second part prepares the secret keeper, and finally the secret is activated and hidden. Harry interjected here, but does that not mean that the caster also knows the secret? The professor denied it vehemently. No, the caster of the charm is just the conduit for the magic to flow. At no time during the casting is the wording used to hide the secret known to the caster. It may be discussed before the charm is cast, but once the knowledge is removed, it stays removed except for the secret keeper. You need not let the caster into the secret if you do not want. He will be disoriented, yes, but can be either side along, apparated out, or portkeyed away. A few moments of silence followed that when Harry and Hermione tried to assimilate all the information that was given to them. Professor Flitwick broke it. The best defense for a home is to layer the Fidelius charm over a set of complex defensive wards. Harry and Hermione shared a knowing look, and Harry voiced their main concern. That's the main thing, isn't it? The ward stones are not indestructible and they can be breached. The professor began nodding his head as soon as Harry started to point out the flaw in the usually used wards. It was very funny to see the head bobbing up and down almost like a bobble-head, and the professor was not human too, adding to the caricature of a figurine, but his words were nowhere comical. Yes, that's true, and not only wards, no defense is impenetrable. That is why the location of the ward stones is a closely guarded secret, and their knowledge is even obliterated from the warders. Harry and Hermione huffed in irritation. They had hoped that their talk with the charms master would give them ideas about tinkering the Fidelius charm and make it safer, but they were stymied. They now had to fall back to their original plan and use alternative methods to defend their own houses. Harry's face suddenly lit up. What about putting the ward stones themselves under Fidelius? Hermione, though, was quick to squash his enthusiasm. Not possible, Harry. What will you do if you want to add a new ward or even grant access to someone with the stones hidden? You will have to reveal the secret to the warders anyway and then create a new secret again. That's too bothersome. I assure you it's much more complex than that. Professor Flitwick dashed any chances of an argument before it could take root. Harry and Hermione had no intention of getting into an argument, rather discuss it in a civilized manner as they are used to, but the interruption was welcome indeed. What do you mean, sir? They chorused. As I said, it is the magic that you are hiding, not the physical object. Let's take an example. How many of you live in your house, Hermione? The professor asked. Not sure where this was going. 3, including me, sir, Hermione answered warily. Well, if you add Harry here. The two students gave a mock glare at the jovial professor, which did nothing to dampen his spirits. You two are the only source of magic in a non-magical house, excluding the ambient magic, which incidentally the charm does. Barring a few magical items, and if it not situated on a magical ley line, then the amount of magic to be hidden is not too much and can be easily done by a moderately powerful witch or wizard. On the other hand, Hogwarts, for example, has so much magic in its walls, and not to mention it being present on the junction of 4 magical ley lines, is almost impossible to be hidden. I very much doubt that even the castle has enough magical reserve to power the charm. Harry was a little unfocused after that and said, "She says that she does not have that much reserve, sir." The professor bowed his head in deference and continued, "Now, what are ward stones? They are non-magical by themselves but channel the ambient magic to power a ward." Harry just beat Hermione to the proverbial punch, but Hermione still had the final word in. "Since they are non-magical, does that mean the Fidelius charm does not work in this case?" Before the charm's professor could answer, Harry butted in, "Hermione, it's not the stone but the runes that actually channel the ambient magic. I am sure that the runes are magical enough for the charm to work." The professor gave a chuckle. "Yes, and therein lies the problem. Runes by nature are the physical representations of magical energy. The more complex the rune, the more energy it has. Channeling runes like the ones used on ward stones are a different story altogether. They represent the magic that is needed to be used to power the final target, like a ward, and the magic of the ward itself, but more importantly, the source of that magic that is used to power the ward." He left the words hanging, hoping that they would pick on his meaning, and they did not disappoint him. It took a moment for the comment to sink in, but Hermione blurted out, But that is the ambient magic." The professor gave them a grim smile. "More than that, my dear, it means the magic of the entire planet, and I am sure that no one is powerful enough to hide the magic of the entire planet." On the way back to their dormitory after that enlightening discussion, Harry and Hermione were immersed in the discussion regarding their future path. They missed breakfast due to the time spent taking to the professor, but were glad that they had the talk before they would break for Christmas. With her arm looped through Harry's on their walk back, Hermione began, "That means that we are back to our original plan to design a foolproof ward scheme, and now it takes precedence over everything else." Harry agreed. "Well, we were more or less convinced of that fact even before today, and given the holidays we could at least test our theories on the ward scheme. If our luck holds, we may even be able to erect the wards before we return back to school." "Yes, but it would have been nice if there was something we could change to make the Fidelius charm more powerful and safer. I know that it was close to your heart." Hermione and Harry learnt through Amelia Bones and Professor McGonagall the details of that fateful Halloween night more than 10 years ago, or as close to the truth as with the few clues available. Though many books did talk about that night, hearing from two people who were close to his parents and who definitely had concrete knowledge than hearsay was bittersweet for Harry. It was a matter of personal pride to him to try and create the ultimate defense for a house, especially for the one that Hermione was living in, and hopefully for a house that would house their family in the future. Ultimately, they learnt that a good defense was using a near impenetrable ward scheme, and maybe combine that with non-magical security. Hermione cut through his musings once inside the common room. "Meet you in half an hour after a shower." Harry looked around the common room and, finding it nearly deserted and the few occupants immersed in their own activities, gave a quick and discreet peck on her lips in acceptance. The two second years parted at the staircase and went into their respective dormitories for a leisurely soak. The Christmas holidays were meant to be used by the students to meet their family and catch their breath after a term of rigorous school. The more diligent scholars used that time to refresh their memory regarding the points raised in the end of term examination and maybe pursue the topics to be taught in the coming term. To Harry and Hermione, Christmas was strictly a time for family, and only briefly did they hit the books, as they do that pretty much all through the school year. They generally had a policy of taking a break from learning during this time, but this year they found themselves hard-pressed to keep to that unwritten rule. They were determined to get their unique warding scheme for Hermione's house up and running before the end of the break. The biggest roadblock for them was the distinct lack of any information that dealt with wards in the books on druidical magic that they sought to use for their wards and intellectually knew would be perfect for their use. Since the magic was almost lost among the modern witches and wizards, Harry and Hermione felt that it would be the best way to protect their dwellings. The stumbling block was that all the information they had was in French, and though they were well versed in the language, they had to translate them to English. Everyone knew that magic was the most powerful when cast in one's native language, and as proficient as Harry and Hermione were in French, it was not their native tongue. That meant that most of the holiday would be spent on the internet and in translating their copies on druids and their magic into English. They were doing it all through the first term but were nowhere near perfection due to the lack of language reference guides. They also had the trip to France to consider and had to meet Remus Lupin before they could do that to get a rundown on the entire procedure of importing the stones from France. Hermione's parents agreed to accompany the two on their trip to France to meet the French Foreign Minister Jean-Aimé Delacour. In addition to finalizing the deal with the Villa colony for supply of the Pierre de Wonder, the minister insisted on hosting the four of them and Mr. Lupin for lunch with his family on that day. That meant they had to schedule the meeting before Christmas and had to finalize the details of their company, Harmony and Magics, before that, and that meant meeting with the Tonks within the first week of their holidays. Watcher Harry, Nymphadora Tonks, who accompanied her parents to Hermione's house, greeted her cousin as soon as they apparated into the backyard. Harry returned her enthusiastic hug. "Good to see you, Dora." Harry, who was waiting with Hermione and her parents, was quickly introduced to Theodore, Ted, and Andromeda, Andy Tonks. In contrast to all the visions he had of a great bulking man with a smartly trimmed mustache and a daunting figure, Ted was a very simple man. Barely taller than 5 feet 7 inches, he was mild-mannered and looked more like a portly businessman rather than a daunting attorney. Madame Tonks was more imposing and definitely cut a very stern figure of a woman, added to that having a resemblance to the most feared woman in all Britain, Bellatrix Lestrange, her sister. She made an imposing figure and screamed, "Do not mess with me." However, the minute she opened her mouth, Harry and Hermione were drawn to her caring nature and a sense of family that radiated off her. The cold did not allow them to use the wonderful patio for their lunch meeting, and so moved into the dining room, which meant the strictly no business when in the dining room rule activated, and so they decided to put off the serious business until after eating. "This is delicious, Harry. I never expected that you could cook this good," Ted exclaimed after taking a bite of the lasagna that Harry made. "Thank you. I used to help my aunt in the kitchen and I rarely get the time now to do anything more than add finishing touches to the meal. I do enjoy cooking though." Harry was modest in accepting their praise even though it was well deserved. He did work on lunch right from scratch, giving Emma the time to unwind after a busy week leading up to Christmas. After a delicious lunch, they moved to the dance study they commandeered for the occasion and got down to the brass tacks. The application that you complied is enough to do the job. Barring a few minor inconsistencies that were easily taken care of, everything was conforming to the regulations. The only thing that you lacked was a board of directors. Ted riffled through the stack of parchments that went as an application for the start of a new company for Harry and Hermione. "Do we really need a board of directors?" Hermione asked for both of them. They went through all the regulations and there was a provision for that, but it was not required. They did talk about the people who could comprise the board but were short of one person, if only Harry's relatives were better tempered and in a much closer rapport with Harry. Ted stroked his chin. "Well, it's not a requirement, but you never know with the Department of Commerce and Regulations. It looks as if their main goal is to dissuade non-pure bloods to own any profitable venture rather than promote commerce. It's always good to cover all our bases and not give them any chance to scrutinize our application rather closely. Even though we may have crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's, we never know what they can come up with." Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione before he spoke. "Well, we do have 4 of us. Hermione, me, Emma and Dan." He gestured towards Hermione's parents as he said that. "We are short of one more though. I really do not want to ask my relatives, especially my uncle. Even though the board is an honorary body, I am sure that he would demand some kind of compensation which I am not prepared to give him as he already receives maintenance from my trust fund. We thought of asking either Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, but since they are a part of a non-profitable organization and may have conflict of interests, they could not serve in that capacity. I guess it would be the same for either of you." Getting a nod of agreement, Hermione continued, "If there was only someone magical alive in your family, Harry," she sighed a little wistfully. Everyone noticed the elder Tonks exchange a meaningful glance, and upon incessant prompting, Andromeda answered them. "You do have a surviving magical relative, Harry. Well, more like a guardian for all purposes, your godfather, Harry." "Godfather?" Harry exclaimed. "What godfather? Or rather, who?" Even Hermione looked shocked. She never had an inclination that there was a guardian in the magical world who could take care of Harry, but he was still left on the doorstep of his non-magical aunt. Something was not right. Now was the difficult part for the Tonks. With a daughter in the DMLE and the topic being sensitive to Harry, They were not sure about the reaction of the audience. Nothing else to do than forge ahead now, and so Andy took a deep breath before plunging in. Your godfather was your father's best friend and almost brother. He was also the one who was incarcerated in Azkaban on the suspicion of being your parents' betrayer. He was my dearest cousin and also the heir to the family, currently the lord of the family, Sirius Black. There were cries of outrage following that declaration from the three other magicals in the house, but none of them were against the prisoner. Suspicion. Hermione cried. The heir of an ancient house in Azkaban. This was from Tonks, but it was Harry's point that stood out. My magical godfather knowingly causing me harm. No way. Andy and Ted were surprised at that statement. You knew about the oath of a godfather. Harry and Hermione both nodded their heads, but it was Hermione who answered, yes, as soon as we knew about the story of the betrayal, we read everything about secret keepers and guardianship. The issue of godparents being the parents to orphans by default came up. We did not know that Sirius Black was Harry's godfather, though. Madam Bones would not put someone in Azkaban without adequate proof. That's just not done. Dora was adamant in defending her boss. Ted gave his daughter a pat on her arm to placate the metamorphagus, whose hair was a fiery red reflecting her temper. All of this happened when Amelia was just an Auror and did not have much sway in the department. She was on the same team as James Potter, Sirius with Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody as their team led. Amelia protested vehemently about his alleged betrayal as she was Sirius' girlfriend at that time, but those in power did not heed her words. Who were those responsible for his imprisonment without a trial? Harry wanted to know. The minister at that time was Bagnold and the head of DMLE was Barty Crouch Sr. Both were interested in looking good rather than taking care that justice was done. As soon as Sirius was brought in after his confrontation with Peter Pettigrew, he was thrown in prison without a trial. Frankly, there was no evidence of a body or even of serious involvement in the apparent death of Pettigrew. Everything was circumstantial at best, and the testimony of Albus Dumbledore that he was the secret keeper. Ted gave the rundown for Harry's benefit. A few moments of silence was broken by Andy, who gave a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, there was no means to know who the actual secret keeper was without a veritaserum testimony. We hope that your parents would have the name of the keeper, or at least special bequeaths to the secret keeper, which would have given us the right to demand an immediate trial, but everything comes back to Dumbledore. What do you mean? Nymphadora questioned. Like everyone of their generation, she grew up with stories of great man Dumbledore, and hearing the scorn in her parents' voice was definitely denting his image. Before the elder Tonks could speak up, Harry butted in. The castle is certainly not happy with him. Hogwarts is trying to straighten him up, but is afraid that he has been in control for so long that he has lost sight of the actual goals of being the head of the fight against Voldemort. Either that, or he has a very perverse interest in me and is desperately trying to keep me ignorant of my heritage and leaving me in his sole control to do what he likes. All the listeners except for Hermione were shocked at the revelations, none more so than Dora. The elder Tonks, however, were happy that they were vindicated in going against Dumbledore, and with the castle apparently on Harry's side, they were bolstered. Everything that was to do with Harry's guardianship goes back to the headmaster, whether it being the unlawful imprisonment of his godfather or the sealing of the Potter will, everything had the mark of Dumbledore's approval. Just like Harry said, it was either an unhealthy interest in Harry's life or something more sinister. We do not know what, Andy concluded. Believe me, Amelia tried a lot to open that can of worms, but anything pertaining to either Sirius or Potter's will would not budge. She feels as if she was banging her head against a stone wall. Unless something new and solid evidence comes up, his fate is sealed. Ted sighed. Hermione knew that Harry was devastated by that news. She could feel his excitement when he heard about a godfather, and so ignoring all the adults, she simply left her seat by his side and sat down in his lap. With her arms firmly around his neck, Hermione drew him into a hug. Don't worry, Harry. We have the head of DMLE and 2 attorneys on our side, and maybe the castle will help us too. We will think of something to get him out. Hidden in his girlfriend's embrace, Harry composed himself and turned to the Tonks. Please do not spare any expenses in following every lead that you have to get Sirius free. I will foot all the expenses. Andromeda Tonks ruffled his hair. You do not have to do anything, Harry. Sirius is after all my cousin. He was the only one who I could proudly call family. Harry just nodded his head in acceptance and let the matter drop. Ted scanned through his notes again and brought the topic back to the matter of monetary compensation to his aunt. Technically, and since he has not been formally charged, Sirius is still your guardian, and so any money that you make out of the company would go to his care. He made you his heir as soon as you were born, and I doubt that he would have changed that. So even though he was imprisoned, you have the right to his estate management, but not used till you reach your magical majority. Magical majority? Both Harry and Hermione interrupted. Ted and Andy were surprised by that question. They thought that they would have known that. Then again, anything that would free Harry out of others' control would be taboo at Hogwarts. No one really knows when a witch or wizard would reach their magical maturity. It is generally accepted that it happens after 17 years to 20 years of age, but can be earlier on many accounts. Oh, now I remember. Professor McGonagall did talk about that, Harry said, a little sheepish. Ted chuckled at that but continued, the money that would go to you under his care will now be under your control, as Sirius will not be able to manage it. The Ministry does not like its assets going into the non-magical world. So even if you name your aunt or uncle to the board, the Ministry has the right to deny them any compensation. He now got a mischievous glint in his eyes. If you want to be confrontational, you could name Sirius as your fifth member. That will force the issue of his imprisonment, and you could demand a trial for him. That brought a few laughs, and Harry immediately gave his consent. Theodore Tonks filled the form then and there and completed all the formalities related to the application process. He could now file it in the new year, as he wanted to wait until after the meeting with the French foreign minister, just in case any further legality had to be taken care of. He finally decided to accompany them on their trip to ensure that everything was above board. When the matter of Hermione's parents being able to take time out of their busy schedules came up, Emma assured them, I am going to take a few afternoons off and spend time looking over the affairs of the company. We are well assured for our own future, but the terrible conversion rate on the galleons meant that both of us had to work. She was interrupted by a quiet, sorry mum, sorry dad, by Hermione, who was immediately silenced by her father's, anything is worth for you, princess. The endearment brought a teasing grin to Harry's face, which a quick swat and a muttered, Prat, silenced. The byplay between the two brought fond smiles on the adults before switching their attention back to Emma. Now that Hermione would be earning in galleons directly, I am sure I could afford to take time off. Besides, Harry promised to cover any expenses on his future wife's behalf, she added with a sly glance at the couple who were still in their embrace. Though a slight blush spread on both Harry and Hermione's features, Harry was quick to answer with a vehement, absolutely. The talk tapered off to less strenuous topics after that, and the visit concluded with a leisurely tea. Christmas Day came and went, with the Granger household enjoying a time of family togetherness in which Harry was included, as Dan finally conceded defeat and included him in the official family. In contrast to their previous Christmas, this time Harry and Hermione did not have any free time. Not that they did not have, rather they did not want to waste the opportunity to try out their ward scheme. Since they found out the apathy directed towards Muggleborns and Muggle-raised children, they were left to look elsewhere for their safety. Protecting their respective dwellings with near-impenetrable wards therefore took top priority. Wards were the first line of defense and were designed to stop almost anything from fire to individuals with ill intent towards the occupants of the house. A well-constructed multi-layered ward scheme would provide ample time for the inhabitants to either mount a more proactive defense or escape an insurmountable attack. However, all wards have one weakness: they need an anchor, usually a ward stone that is outside the protections afforded by the wards themselves. A determined curse breaker could take down the wards, albeit with an effort and probably under heavy fire, but they could be taken down. Therefore, the Fidelius charm, even with its difficulty to cast, became a well-sought-after choice, and in combination with a superior ward scheme would provide an almost impenetrable safe house. That did not stop the death of Harry's parents though, and that was what Harry and Hermione wanted to overcome: remove the dependency on a third person for their safety. Besides, they could not hide their house with the Fidelius charm. Being mostly non-magical, they depended on utilities for their everyday living, and also magical-rich areas were known to interfere with electronics. Shielding them was not a good option, as that itself may play havoc on the instrument shielded. They needed an alternative. Their answer came from a long-forgotten way of life, The culture of druids existed many centuries before the modern-day wizards and witches began using the easy-to-use structure-based magic. Wand movements and incantations removed most of the restrictions that communicating with nature to get things done using your own magic imposed on early magic users. Magic of the druids did not use wands or any incantations, instead they used naturally available materials that represented the effect that they wanted. For example, if they needed to levitate a table, they sought the help of a feather to channel their inherent magic and directed it at the table. Same way for transfiguration, where they used materials representative of both the initial and final products to guide their magic and do its work. There were a lot of things that druids could not do, but whatever they could perform was robust and nearly everlasting with little danger. Most of their magic needed elaborate preparation, which was used as a basis for modern-day rituals, and so was time-consuming and could not be done in a pinch. Magic of the druids was never intended to go against nature and so was rarely destructive. That also meant they could not use magic for personal defense. They relied on well-protected areas as their retreats, which were nigh impenetrable, and added to that, they lived mostly in inhospitable and unapproachable places as they needed to commune with nature a lot. Surprisingly, Harry and Hermione found that the druidical way of using magic did not cause interference with modern-day technology. As most of the electronics were made with silicon dioxide, which forms a part of commonly found sand, electronics were unaffected by the use of non-conventional magic foci. Harry's overused Walkman became an involuntary participant, and despite Dan's fretting over the laws regarding use of underage magic, Hermione spent an hour putting an exhilarating display of magic for her parents' entertainment using the specialized lotus stem that was bought in France after being deemed a perfect match for her temperament, as a channel. Magic foci crafted with an aim to enable liberal magic use overcame the restriction imposed on earlier druids. With these foci engraved with specialized ideograms, there was no need for a feather to levitate or a sample of the materials for transfiguration. Unlike ancient Egyptian symbols, these diagrams etched onto the surface represent an idea or a concept. Rather than being cryptic, these were easy to understand. With the inclusion of these pictograms, the reworked natural materials became as versatile as modern-day wands without compromising power output, unlike a mismatched wand. Hermione chose a relatively young tree, one that was planted by herself when she was a 4-year-old, as the channel for their ward. Unlike boundary anchor stones, the tree would act as the source of the magic for powering the ward, and the ward would extend to a distance from the farthest root or leaf of the tree. This eliminated the chance for compromising the keystone as it was within the ward. Well, natural forces could still topple the tree, but it was a relatively young one and they hoped that it would stand for a good number of years to come. Once they get the scheme to work, they could always choose a second point of anchor. Nothing they read suggested that they could not do that. It also had the advantage that the effect would permeate into the ground too, forming a complete sphere encompassing the area to be protected, which was lacking in a normal ward. Harry and Hermione did not believe in an elaborate ward scheme. They were sure that the number of people with magic that would be visiting them was small. So they settled on a ward that would act like a notice me not charm for anyone who was not given an exception to enter the property. They also added a fire suppression ward and hoped that this, along with the newly developed non-magical security provided by a reputable firm, would be enough to keep intruders away. Drawing the pictograms for magical core, fire suppression, and notice me not was easy, but to their chagrin, Harry and Hermione did not find any reference to a ward. So they used their enormous intellect and designed their own ideogram to represent a barrier and tied it to the magical core and the notice me not charm, which was straightforward. Thankfully, there was an inclusion and an exclusion circle, represented by a fiery circle either inside or outside a pentagram respectively. Well, now that the drunes are done, all that we have to do is choose an auspicious day and time and then activate the wards, Harry exclaimed, surveying their handiwork. The base of the tree looked like a patchwork quilt. Etching on an uneven surface and with a stone knife was not easy, and it took them multiple tries on a broken branch to at least get the images to mean something. Hours of practice later they could manage a respectable collage, but putting them onto a tree that could not be positioned per your convenience was not easy. Perseverance paid off, and the Grangers were the proud owners of the only mosaic on a tree in the neighborhood. D runes. Harry, Hermione questioned in a wary tone. She knew that she would regret asking that, but she had to know. Harry did not disappoint and had a triumphant grin while answering, yeah. They have the function of runes and are druidical in origin, so druidical runes are D runes. He got a swat upside the head for his trouble and with a, "You are such a prat," Hermione scampered into the house with an indignant Harry hot on her heels. On New Year's Eve, which was a prominent day for the Druids, and at daybreak the two enthusiastic students pricked their right middle finger. Chanting the phrase that would let the magic accept the blood sacrifice, they rubbed their bleeding fingers in the inclusion circle, meaning that they were the only two magicals allowed. Taking a deep breath, they looked at each other in apprehension. This was it, the moment of truth, Hermione gritted out. With perfect synchrony honed during hours of being in each other's company, they started the long ritual of activating the magic that would transform the intent into action. A couple of minutes later, they looked around in confusion, hoping for some sign that their accomplishment, but nothing was apparent to them. "I thought that there would be at least a pulse of magic or something," Harry sounded disappointed. Hermione concurred with his assessment. "Well, there is only one way to find out. With the Tonks coming tomorrow for our family's annual gathering, we would know if our ward had worked or not. Just to be on the safe side, we could ask them not to apparate into the backyard as they normally do. We still have to learn the Patronus charm. I hope that our newest defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin, could take some time to do it." Harry and Hermione decided to learn that charm after learning about the guards of Azkaban and their effects on humans. That was the only chink in their ward scheme, as the Dementors lacked a magical core. Instead, they lived using the power of the souls they consumed. Unfortunately, there was no reference for a Dementor in the texts they perused. If they could find one, they would incorporate that into their defense, but until then, the Patronus charm was their only protection, and so were determined to master it. A lot of personal pride was riding on the success of their ward scheme. The board of directors of Harmonia Magics decided to offer the ward to potential clients. A foolproof ward scheme was always on demand, and on paper, using druidical magic for property protection looked attractive. If it was successful, a lot of people would sleep better, but on the downside, nefarious individuals would also be able to hide easily. Amelia Bones, however, had a contingency plan prepared to bring all suspected Death Eaters for questioning, using the lack of trial for her fiancé as a point of contention. Whether it would work out or not was altogether a different matter. The company also decided to protect the secret as a proprietary use of an already existing concept rather than disclosing the methods they were using. That also meant that Harry and Hermione could not publish their idea, which was almost always their first inclination whenever they hit on a novel idea. After all, what was the use of new findings if they were not made known to academia? As a compromise, they decided to compose a book brining to light the amazing culture and ideas that went into the druidical way of life. Not a book, more like a compendium, Hermione groused in contemplation at the sheer amount of information they gathered. Harry's idea was to publish translations of the original French texts, giving due credit to the original authors, thus eliminating the need for reworking already existing material. Then they could compile their own ideas of how to use the ancient ways in a modern-day setting, but that would not be a priority now, as they would have to wait for at least 10 years for the proprietary clause on their ward scheme to expire. They had to agree that with all the projects that were ongoing or planned, it may take them more than 10 years to get it ready in a comprehensive format. Harry and Hermione's effort were for naught, as the Tonks were able to enter the house without a problem. Andromeda and Ted had a few last-minute things to discuss with Harry, and so they arrived a good few hours before any non-magical guests arrived, thus eliminating the need for secrecy. If they had any reservations regarding the restriction on apparating, they did not voice it. All in all, a productive yet fun-filled holiday ended on a disappointing note for the two, but that was just a speed bump. They were determined to achieve their goals, and Hermione was already lining up the books Harry and her could refer to on the train ride back to Hogwarts. The compartment was bursting at the seams as it held all 8 friends exchanging tales about the happy season and doling out gifts that could not be sent out. Colin was happily snapping away pictures, reveling in the attention showered on him by not only Harry and Hermione but also the others, as they admired his photography skills. Even though Harry and Hermione were used to seeing moving pictures on a television, the concept of handheld moving images was entirely new to them. Taking the picture was pretty straightforward, but they learnt that it was the developing part that was tricky. The potions were difficult to brew and so expensive, and the process of developing was exacting as it contained more steps than the normal still photography. Some of them needed precise handling and exact timing, but Colin was getting used to the process to get trouble-free pictures. That, however, did not help his falling grades. Not that he was not up to the task, but the demand to take pictures by almost everyone in the castle meant that he had very few precious hours for his homework, let alone extra reading. The study group organized by Harry and Hermione was a godsend, and so he was willing to donate a spare camera to them and let them experiment on his developing setup. Anything that would make his hobby easy on him was a welcome change to him. The talk gradually waned as lunchtime came and went. The vibrant couple pulled out their listed reading as others began amusing themselves or dozing to the gentle motions of the speeding train. It was almost at the end of their journey that Hermione hit upon the answer. "Harry, we have been going at it the wrong way," she exclaimed. Harry put away his own reading and gave her all the attention. "As we already knew, there is no concept of hindrance or blocking, we can only exclude someone from entering. In the same way, there is no barrier or ward in the general sense. If done right, the magic would make the entire designated area saturated with the effect we want." Harry was not sure what she was saying, but then it hit him. "Oh. You mean like an area-wide effect?" The others, who were awake enough, were trying to pay attention to the conversation but were soon lost and so went back to their own pastimes. Hermione beamed at him. "The concept is totally different. There is no barrier or a wall that obstructs entry, rather the entire protected area is made inhospitable to those that are not invited in. The ward signature permeates the entire area starting from the central anchor, in this case the tree that we used to etch the pictograms on. That means we need to use a tree that has its roots or branches spread over a wide area, so that the effect would cover the maximum possible distance," Harry mused. Hermione conceded. "The strength of the field dampens progressively starting from the farthest tip of the root or leaf, but the effect would still be strong enough about half a kilometer away from the house provided the canopy of the tree is big. Then wouldn't the effect of such saturated magic be worse on the electronics rather than being safe?" That was the conundrum they were battling for the longest time, as both the houses they wanted to safeguard were full of modern electronics. Hermione referred to the book she was reading again. "I don't think so. Here it says that the magic is already native to the area and it is only saturated with the intent. Nowhere does it say that there is an increased amount of magic over the ambient or an effective concentration of magic. I should think that it would be safe for the electronics." They debated on the use of the specific printed words for a few moments more, but arrived at a consensus that Hermione's interpretation was probably the correct one. There was no way to confirm that rather than testing it out. The difficulty was in that there was no technology at the time when druids were more common, or at least to such an extent or complexity of modern-day appliances for them to be even referred to in the texts. "Do you think that your aunt would volunteer her precious microwave for a trial?" Hermione said flippantly. Harry was seriously considering it when she rejoined. "I was just joking, Harry. I am sure that what we gleaned points it to being safe for the appliances, so we can test it out on my parents' house. Even if it fries all the electronic equipment, I will foot the bill for replacements," Harry assured her. Hermione tightened her hold on his hand, which never left its usual place. "You need not do that, Harry. True, it would not be peanuts, but my parents could replace them without too much trouble." Harry gave her a conspiratory smile. "But imagine you could get the new fad in widescreen televisions or even the newly minted disc player." Hermione rolled her eyes at that. "Harry, our main aim is to protect the house, not to do it by destroying everything that is inside it. But your idea does have its merits. New everything in the kitchen would also be a dream come true for my mother, not to mention a new TV and disc player for my father." She became serious though. "That means that the figures we etched," she floundered a bit here and muttered not quietly enough to prevent Harry from hearing it, as she was literally in his lap. Not that she intended to hide it from him too. "I don't believe that I am saying this," and then in a louder voice continued, "that means the drones we etched would have to be changed. I am sure there would be references to the drawings somewhere now that we know what to actually look for." Harry tempered his gloating to just a smug smile. "I also came across a reference that supports our idea of using two different central anchors to ensure that the effect stays even if one of the anchor is destroyed. If the area is very large, they actually recommend using more than one and preferably those that can give us some overlap. The area that falls in the overlap apparently has better effect than the other areas. Since both our houses, or rather the houses that we live in now, are not that big, it may be better to use two nearby trees or a tree and a boulder or some such to reinforce the effect. We could use the old tree in the backyard when, or if we go home for the Easter break, otherwise we have to do it during the summer, Hermione agreed. Harry gave her a tender smile. The house that we would eventually be living in will be much bigger than both of them, and we will make sure to reinforce as much as we can, even if we have to use every tree or boulder that lies on the grounds. Hermione ed him in return. They never talked about their future in such concrete terms, and it warmed her heart that Harry was putting as much thought into it as she was. I am quite sure that I would like to live in a house that has wide grounds around it. I know for sure that Potter Manor has, and maybe the cottage that was destroyed has too, but both of them are heavily magical, and I am not so sure if I want to give up the current non-magical lifestyle entirely. We may have to buy a house in a non-magical area. How about some place near your parents? Harry had no idea what he was doing to Hermione's emotions with his words. She was fit to burst into tears. She contented herself with dotting him a little deeper than she usually would in the presence of company, and nestled herself deeper into his chest. They stayed that way till the time to board the Hogwarts Express came. That was excellent work, everyone. Professor Lupin praised them, distributing pieces of chocolate liberally among the panting students. It was late February, and the gang of 8 students was clustered in the den, and the professor, accompanied by both Professor McGonagall and Flitwick, was coaching them on the nuances of casting the Patronus charm. Even though every one of them was trying their hardest, all they could manage was a spray of what looked like mist out of their wands. The first years could not manage even that, and were devastated at their lack of progress. Professor Lupin hastened to assure them, "Don't worry, you lot. You are doing just fine. You have to remember that this is an extremely complex spell that even most adults cannot accomplish." "Well, you have to admit that it takes a lot of power, and you guys are a year lower than us," Susan interjected helpfully. Lupin gave her an appreciative smile. "While she was correct about you being a year younger and having less power and control over your magic, I have to correct her on one aspect though. Contrary to popular belief, you do not need to be extremely powerful to cast the charm. Yes, power helps, but what you do need is mental discipline, especially in the presence of a Dementor. You need to be unfazed and focused on the task." "Really?" This was from the charms professor. I was of the opinion that it was a power requirement rather than focus. Interesting. More than the chocolate they were eating, the words of both the professors did a lot to calm them down and give them the determination to master the charm. The knowledge that they were now studying occlumency, which would eventually give them the mental discipline needed, also helped a lot. Taking a break from the exercise of maintaining the taxing charm as long as they could, they all relaxed on the chairs spread around in the room. Harry saw that Luna was being particularly hard on herself, probably due to the fact that even Ginny was better than her at getting a sniff of the mist during her last attempt. In a bid to get her to loosen up, he joked, "So, Luna, any insights that you could give us?" Ignoring the tired admonishment from Hermione, Luna welcomed the interruption. "You know that it does not work like that, Harry. Still, I can see that an event would occur near the end of this school year that would make all of this superfluous." Whatever Harry expected Luna would say, this was not it. The silver lining though was that they would not be facing the dreadful creatures in the near future, and that was all good in his books, but still, bummer. Harry and Hermione exclaimed in unison. Even after that proclamation from Luna, no one was ready to leave the practice and were determined to do better to master the skill. You never know with all the bumbling fools at the ministry when you will need to defend yourself. Professor Lupin sighed. "I can't imagine what horrors Sirius is facing at that godforsaken place. I just wish there was something we could do to get the rat." No one had anything to say, and so he continued a little wistfully. "When we were students here, we designed a map that would show the location of everyone inside this castle, and that would have been a wonderful tool. At least we could rule out that Peter was hiding in the castle. Pity, it was confiscated by Filch during our final year. You are a professor now, Remus. You should go and get it," Professor McGonagall suggested. Remus Lupin gave her a smile. "Way ahead of you, Professor. I already did that during my first week here, but it was missing. I dared not ask him, lest I get an upcoming prankster in trouble. We could design a new one though, maybe with improvements. It would be a nice project for every one of us here, Harry suggested, and immediately got murmurs of assent from the assembled students. The three professors exchanged thoughtful looks, and Professor Flitwick spoke up. Right then, you are to research the spells you will need, design and execute it. Any modifications you plan to make have to be cleared by one of us. If you manage to do it, all 8 of you would earn extra credits and maybe even a commendation added to your file. That got everyone buzzing, and it was some time before Professor Lupin managed to get their attention to describe the features of the map in detail. I have to caution you though, James somehow managed to tap into the castle wards, and that was needed for us to get the map working. Don't be disappointed if you cannot get it to work in spite of getting everything correct. We would award you the credits if you can manage a credible plan and a detailed report backed with the demonstration that you could cast the spells. While the professors agreed that was enough to get them the credits, Harry however had other ideas. Don't you know how he was able to tap into the wards? He asked with a mischievous smile. Only Hermione had a grin on her face as the others looked perplexed. Harry put them out of their misery. He was the descendant of Godric Gryffindor, and so the castle allowed him to access the wards. He could not have done that if he had a malicious intent, but since this was harmless, or rather it could have been extremely beneficial if put to good use, the castle allowed it. Everyone sported looks of astonishment. While Professors McGonagall and Flitwick knew that Harry was Gryffindor's heir, still the knowledge that an heir could work with the castle wards in addition to or in absence of the headmaster, sent them reeling. Now they could understand why the castle was prepared to chuck the headmaster out. There was an equally powerful wizard who could readily take his place in controlling the wards. Do you think that it was wise to let everyone know about this, Harry? Professor Lupin asked, trying his best not to eye the other students present in the room. Harry's reply was instantaneous and confident. It's not a secret. Anyone could flesh out the links if they had the time to visit the ministry archives. I trust everyone in this room. Besides, it's not like I am royalty or something, and I do not get any superpowers or enormous wealth out of it. Wealth those days was not money but knowledge, of which there's plenty in the combined Potter Vault. Potter Vault? There are no separate vaults for the founders? Asked an intrigued McGonagall. No, as I said, there is not much money. Through the years, the founders' vaults, except for the Slytherin vault, all transferred to the last surviving descendants, the Potters. Apparently, the others did not trust Salazar, and so everything went to Gryffindor's line. When Tom Riddle aka Voldemort died, the Slytherin vault was also added to the Potter vault, which netted about 100,000 galleons, but more importantly a treasure trove of manuscripts. Those that knew the secret of the wraith form of Lord Voldemort kept quiet. What Harry said about him was the truth though. The goblins do not consider Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort to be the same man. When his body died, the ministry recorded the death of Tom Riddle. As a wraith, he would not have any appreciable amount of magic, and if he was to ever return to a body, he would have to construct a new magical core for himself. Professor Flitwick had a different question. The Potters do not have any link to Rowena Ravenclaw. You do know that there are a lot of rumors ranging from her being Gryffindor's mistress to them being married when their respective spouses died, but they did not have any issue, since they were so old. Michael the fellow Ravenclaw piped in. Harry and Hermione chuckled at the insinuation. There was nothing written about that in Hogwarts, a history. Harry still had concrete proof though. Their journals in his vault. No, I do not have any link to her. There's no indication that they were ever married. They could have just been best friends, or could very well have had a sibling-like relationship, he mused. Neville chimed in. Or maybe they just had a professional relationship, and promptly blushed a bright red when everyone focused on him. He beamed though when Padma gave his hand a quick and discreet squeeze. Professor Lupin gave him a wry grin. Sometimes the simplest explanations are the most plausible. 10 points to Gryffindor, I believe. A long silence followed that impromptu discussion and was broken by Hermione, who was desperate to start the research for the map project. Anyway, as my boyfriend was saying, we have a lot of research to do if we want to make an improved version of the map, so let's plan for that. Professor Lupin though had other ideas. Boyfriend. When did that happen? If you had not told me, I would have never guessed it. You do hold hands as always, but other than that I do not see you showing any outward signs of affection. Harry was a little offended at that. Well, Professor, sorry to say this, but what we do in private is strictly that, private. Professor Lupin gave him an apologetic smile. It's just that your father used to gloat whenever he had a date, and so I assumed and expected the same of you. As much as I would love to be compared to my father, I am not my father. The way you were portraying him, he seems to be a braggart. I have always shied away from the spotlight, and now that I found my perfect partner, I would like to think that I have nothing to prove to anyone. Harry could not believe that his father was a show-off. He was a pureblood and was raised in that environment. He would have thought that James Potter would be a little dignified. Heaven forbid he acted like a Malfoy. He did not need that image in his head. Professor McGonagall came to the defense of her erstwhile favorite student. He just did that to just get your mother's attention, Harry. Once he realized that Lily Evans was a different cup of tea, he gave up all his shenanigans and underwent an instant transformation. From that moment onwards, Lily was a lost cause and she was hooked. I think that you have a judicious combination of both their best qualities, your father's looks and determination to do what was right, and your mother's eyes, brains and attitude. Professor Lupin had a faraway look in his eyes when he said that, probably reminiscing about the times gone by. Harry took the compliment with graciousness. Finally, he felt as if a missing piece slotted right in to give a complete picture of his parents. Ginny was feeling a little ashamed, but she had to admit a dark secret. Well, my mother advised me to do the same thing to net you, Harry. Get a few boyfriends, flaunt them before you, and when you begin to show an interest in girls, dump them and get you to hook up with me. That is not cool, Hermione exclaimed while Harry turned an interesting shade of green around the gills. That night in the common room, Harry saw that his girlfriend was deep in thought. What are you thinking about, my dear? He prodded. Hermione gave him a small smile. Do you remember the Wonder Woman show? Uncertain where this was going and hoping that it was not something like a bid for woman's liberation in the magical world. Yeah. He answered warily. She looked amazing, deflecting the bullets with her gauntlets. Hermione had a dreamy smile on her face, which was rare for her, but he had to agree. As a child he was fascinated by the show, and Linda Carter made a fine figure. Now that he was relieved that it was nothing sinister, he could happily agree with Hermione. So you were thinking about something that can be used to deflect curses and look stylish at the same time too. Hermione brightened immediately. She did not consider the style statement, rather the utility to Aurors or even the ministry workers in important positions. Well, we do have truth serum, so there's no need for the unbreakable magic lasso, I guess, he joked while Hermione shot him an incredulous look. They then began discussing the things they needed to develop such an item, tentatively named as Auror Gauntlet, a very unimaginative name. Materials that would form the actual base of the gauntlet were considered and promptly discarded before finally settling on aluminum. The metal was hard enough while being extremely light. They never considered using conjuration for the base, as their experience showed that layering magic over conjured items was not only difficult but also drastically reduced life of the conjuration, thus diminishing the utility of the item. While the goblins were the best metal smiths in the magical world, they were not cheap and they rarely gave wizards the time of the day. Materials made in the non-magical world formed the best source, and by now Harry and Hermione had a couple of reliable suppliers who were already contracted for supplying materials that went in the construction of their Aura probe. Hermione took up a partitioned notebook kept aside for their projects and a fountain pen made by Schieffer, her latest Christmas gift from Harry. Turning to a fresh section, she began scribbling furiously but still in her crisp hand. We obviously need to layer it with hardening and impervious charms. It will have to be magically active though, as it has to auto-size to the wearer. Harry agreed to that and in a thoughtful voice added, how about we add a reverse channeling rune or something similar so that part of the energy of the curse is dispersed into the environment. That would not only reduce the damage to the gauntlet but also minimize the chances of hitting your partner with the deflected curse. Hermione paused in her writing and gave him a quick hug. That's brilliant, Harry. What about? And so the discussion continued for a few minutes more, after which they retired for the night. Harry and Hermione were not known for subtlety when they were working to be the best in whatever they could, and training to save their lives was no different. Now, with the addition of a competent defense teacher, they began dueling with two opponents in Professors Flitwick and Lupin. Not that they could even manage to hit any one of them, but they were getting better at evading the curses. The students could hold out for about a couple of minutes, and that too when the more experienced fighters were feeling generous. They realized that they needed an advantage and fast. Having a secondary defense like the gauntlet they were trying to develop could go a long way in helping them last long enough to gather their wits, even if as a means of escape. By now, with Madame Bones helping them, Harry and Hermione outfitted themselves with dragon hide armor, and Hermione also had a dagger with a slightly longer blade than normal added to her defensive measures. The dagger was goblin-made courtesy of a generous gesture from them at Professor Flitwick's insistence. Training with blades, Hermione with her dagger and Harry with Gryffindor's sword, was now added to their magical dueling too, and that gave them a distinct advantage over Professor Lupin, who could now be defeated under their combined assault and superior reflexes at dodging. Professor Flitwick, however, was a very different matter. He was an expert in using a sword too, and the students were no match him, but that only increased their determination to do well. What was puzzling to both the teachers and the students though was that when Harry was injured during a duel, he could still fight without much trouble, if the injury was not debilitating. They were surprised to see that his injuries were slowly healing even without any intervention. The one time he was injured in a fight and Hermione was not near him, he was quickly taken out of the fight. Something was helping him when Hermione was either holding his hand or was near him when he was injured. Her mere presence was somehow protecting him from serious blood loss or the injury itself, but for the life of them they could not understand why. Their propensity to stay near the other, whether it was started by sheer providence, coincidence, or by an unbidden act from their magic, now held a new meaning for them. Even though he was slightly inconvenienced with her holding his hand, they were now more willing not to let go, and as they say, practice makes perfect. They began to duel with that handicap in earnest so that they would not be inconvenienced when they really need to fight for their lives. Going home for the Easter break was given up for putting time into their training and also catch up to their lagging projects. For the first time in their young lives, Harry and Hermione felt as if they had taken on more than they could manage. They were really not as concerned with examinations as the others of their age were. Hermione had finally agreed that it was the O and NE that they had to really do well in. Even then, it was not as if they would do poorly in the end of the second-year exams, they just needed to brush up on the subject, and Viola they would be ready to stand at the very top of their year again. Their main aim was to introduce as many innovations or ideas as they could and leave the development of related products to the employees of their company. Yes, they were innovators, but first and foremost, they would like to think of themselves as connoisseurs of rare and long-forgotten knowledge. Come on, Hermione, we have the summer to rest, all the time if we want to. Colin is depending on us. Harry goaded a sluggish Hermione after a very intense training session on the first day into their short break. They would obviously not be able to practice magical dueling during the summer, and that would give them ample time with only physical training, a little reading and learning to wield the blades better to work on. Little did he know that their summer would not be as leisurely as he hoped for after getting to know about Professor Lupin's furry little problem, but not too busy also. Harry and Hermione wanted to help out Colin in his pursuit of photography. Taking pictures was easy, but developing them was not. And unfortunately there was no automation yet in the wizarding world, a problem that they were keen on tackling, at least when it came to developing photographs. Unfortunately, their newly discovered enthusiasm for druidical magic did not bail them out this time, as the materials they were working with were man-made and not in their natural form. The answer came in the form of ancient runes. The third years required to pick up at least 2 electives out of the 5 offered, and naturally Harry and Hermione picked up the 3 which they thought would be the most useful: arithmancy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. Runes were very versatile, and unlike the drunes had a strict structure that had to be followed. They were more like the alphabet of magic, and a combination of different runes could be used in rituals, wards, or in complex magic that could not be performed by mere incantations. The runes that were needed for a specific task are generally inscribed on a single surface and are connected by their proximity. The camera used in the magical world looked like a museum piece with a flash that was either held in the other hand or attached to the camera with a piece of pipe that would keep it a small distance away from the camera. This was necessary to ensure that the entire tableau that would last for about 10 seconds was captured in its proper setting. The flash was not for illumination, rather to signal the end of the scene. The roll of film used to capture the image, or in this case a short movie, was very similar to its non-magical counterpart, with each frame being separated by thin space for ease of separation. Colin had to wait for the entire film to be finished before he could develop the pictures, and then it was a race, sometimes lasting the whole night. We used the channeling rune and made minor modifications to the concept. Harry and Hermione were explaining their innovation called an instamatic tableau to their friends. Along with the three professors commonly seen in the den, the professor teaching ancient runes was also present on this occasion by invitation. Hermione had a schematic up in the center of the room and in front of the audience for ease of understanding. We used a combination of channeling rune and the direction rune, but instead of channeling magic in a specific direction, we modified the channeling rune to send the activate spell in a particular direction. Professor Babbling was flabbergasted. The runes are not tinkered with. How is it possible for you to modify a rune? You know that each element in a rune is meant to be for a particular action, right? Harry questioned, but this was more for the benefit of the others who were not familiar with runes rather than the professor. Getting a nod of acceptance, he continued, what was forgotten after all these years was that before taking shape, a rune could be deconstructed many times and tinkered with. That was how the alphabet was first made. It was not the work of one person but developed over many years, centuries even. The professor was ecstatic now, but that was a lost art. How on earth did you get your hands on that information? Hermione gave her boyfriend a sly grin. Being Harry Potter has its advantages. We wrote to people asking for information about lost and forgotten runes, but imagine our surprise when we got information on how to construct your own runes instead. What she did not say was that it was Nicholas Flamel who gave them that bit of training. Hedwig had done a load of flying, but in the end, Harry and Hermione were now quite knowledgeable in that field. They were nowhere near mastery or even to their teacher's standard, but they could safely tinker with existing runes. Their inquiry into that amazing art also injected some much-needed fire into the aged alchemist, who demanded the two students to let him into their company, or at least into their plans and secrets, so that he may make some meaningful contribution instead of revisiting his memories. So I guess you had runes for the spell, its activation, direction rune, and finally your modified rune to channel the spell to a target. It was monumental. They were called ancient runes for a reason, and they were unchanged for centuries since they were extensively used. Harry agreed. We partnered the direction rune with the numbering aspect, providing an order in which the target runes get activated. The target runes were of course placed at a different location, totally separated from the initial source array. We like to call these rune arrays, Hermione interjected. Once the frame was exposed, a low-powered cutting charm is activated inside the camera that separates the frame. It is then rolled up, put under stasis, and then banished to the developing unit. They did not test the range between the camera and the developing unit, but as far as they could guess, it could be put anywhere inside the castle grounds and Colin could still move around without a problem. The developing unit has another rune array that would time the process and then send it to the next stage, which included washing steps and finally printing the image on a specialized parchment before being dried and ejected out. It was funny to see the joy on Colin's face when the photograph of the group with Professor Babbling sitting in the room was spitted out unceremoniously while he was still in the process of understanding the entire process that Harry and Hermione elaborated. They even supplied the diagrams of the different rune arrays that they designed to Professor Babbling, who was still in denial. It's just not done. Runes were not meant to be distributed among different surfaces, they have to be on a single surface to work. That's how it had always been, she sputtered. Harry poured cold. Well, in this case it might have been hot water on her skepticism, but it did work, didn't it? She had no other option but to give her grudging acceptance. It was one of those occasions that a student overshadowed a professor in her own subject area. Harry and Hermione though sent their drawings and the concept to Nicholas, who not only looked at them but apparently put them through their paces before allowing them to be etched onto the camera surface. He however refrained from taking any credit in the manuscript they were planning. He was supposed to be dead to the world after all. Tell me again why you want me to teach you a subject that you apparently were well versed in, asked an exasperated professor. Harry exchanged a glance with his partner and they shrugged their shoulders in unison. It was a good point indeed, something which they had to give serious thought to. An ecstatic Colin led the 8 students out of the room clutching a newfound prize like it was the most valuable item in his possession, and maybe it was. Harry and Neville lugged the ungainly developing unit back to the Gryffindor first-year boys' dorm. If only there was a way to miniaturize it like the camera from Polaroid. Harry bought a new camera with the help of Professor Lupin and crafted the developing unit along with Hermione as a gift for the photography buff. Who knows? They might have to use his services in their future experiments to document their results. The teachers sat in the relative silence, each mulling over their own thoughts. Some were of admiration while some were disbelief towards the Potters, as Harry and Hermione have been increasingly referred to among the staff. There was a hint of concern too. Even though they were still not showing any signs, they were wondering when the two of them would reach their breaking point. Harry and Hermione were still kids and just into their teens after all, in case of Harry even not that yet. The professor, who was relatively new to Harry and Hermione's propensity to innovate, broke into the thoughts of the others. What they did was never even thought about. Never in my experience did I hear about using a channeling rune to link others from two different surfaces that do not have a common space, to do a common function. McGonagall agreed. This idea is going to revolutionize the subject. I suggest that you have them in your class for the first few weeks and then start working with them independently to see if their novel idea could be used in any other context to make lives simple. I mean, it would not be fair on other students if you have to go at the pace set by Harry and Hermione. On the other hand, holding them back is not a good idea too, Flitwick opined. Oh, don't forget to ask them to publish this concept. If I know them, they would want to and maybe even started to work on it, but you asking them would provide the legitimacy they need as they are still students here. That would ensure that they would also come to you if they have any clarifications and get it checked by you too, the deputy headmistress asked of her colleague, a request that Professor Babbling was only happy to accede to. It was many years since she had her name on a research paper, and on something this groundbreaking would look good on her. Of course, the name, Harry Potter, would obviously overshadow all others, but still. Professor Lupin began scratching his head in bewilderment. Where do they have the time to do all this? Good question, Flitwick remarked before continuing. Let's see. They spend about 2 hours in the morning alternatively on physical fitness and dueling with magic and blades, then about half an hour in the evening exclusively with each other, doing what couples do, walking around the lake or on the grounds, and catch 6 hours of sleep. Rest of the time they spend with books or teaching others. I believe that they even read in the class, after they finish the day's work, of course. I think they divide the subject matter between themselves so as to cover the most ground. They trust each other implicitly, and that might make covering a wide range of subjects easy for them, Professor McGonagall mused out loud. Lupin had a fond smile. James and Lily would be so proud. Not to mention Lily would also be fidgeting at Harry not getting enough rest or enjoying his life as a kid. Professor Flitwick chuckled. If you ask them, they would say that they are enjoying learning and discovering new things is what amuses them, not everyday kids stuff. I am sure Emma Granger would throw a fit if she knew about her daughter's schedule, Remus Lupin quipped, much to everyone's amusement. Ron, why do you want to study only when the exams are near? Ginny began ranting at him as soon as he caught up with them on their way to the library, pestering them in helping him out. Ron was his usual nonchalant self. What do you mean? You need to study only when the exams are near, otherwise you would forget what you already studied and then you need to do it again. Why bother, when you can do it before the exams? Do you mean that you study only for passing the exams, Ronald? Luna was not to be left alone. She remembered Ron from the time she used to go to the burrow and play with Ginny. Ron was never serious when it came to doing his chores. He was always for procrastination. Ron was baffled. Why else do you study? For passing the exams only, isn't it? Do you mean you forgot everything that you studied in the first year? His sister was having a ball nagging her elder brother for a change. When at home he was the one to dump all his work on her, she was now itching for some revenge. Coming from his sister, he knew that it was a tricky question. He would be in trouble either way, he answered, so tried to push his way through. All that stuff we read in the books are of no use anyway. I need to know what kind of spell I need to use when I need, and that's all there is. Harry had to intervene now. That's not how it works, Ron. RO are designed to test us on everything we learnt in the first 5 years. You need to know the theory behind each spell or the different concepts you learnt in the previous years. Ron paled at that idea, but he was undeterred. He would worry about the O when the time came. He had to pass this year first. But you are all going to the library to study, why can't you help me at the same time? Neville has had enough. We are going to research for some extra credit, Ron, not for the exams. You could tag along and help us if you want to. I am worried about the exams and you guys are thinking about extra credit, mental you all are. He exclaimed. That was the wrong this to say, and in front of Hermione too. Her scars about teasing and bullying ran deep. With Harry's help she got over it, but now anyone trying to point out her studious nature would get a blow-up in their face instead. Ginny knew these signs and so hastily cut him off. We do our work when it's assigned and study ahead and so have time to win some extra credit. Now go back to the common room and open your books. I am going to come and quiz you on the first year material. It would be a refresher for me too. Ron looked at her in shock and betrayal written on his features. You wouldn't dare. Oh, you forget that I am the sister of the twins, Ron. I can get them to help me too if needed, she threatened back. That was all it took for Ron to realize that she was serious and including the twins. He shuddered at the thought of what they could do to him if they learned that he was barely keeping up with his work. Deciding that discretion was indeed the better part of valor, he hastened to get out of sight. Hermione brought her emotions under control quickly. Thanks, Ginny. Somehow that rubbed me wrong. No problem, Hermione. It's just that Ron either has a real problem with his ability to understand things or he is way too lazy for his own good. They resumed their way to the library when Harry spoke up. You know, in the non-magical world there are people who play chess as their sole profession. Whenever they participate in a tournament they get paid, and if they win they can reap a gold mine. That was shocking to their friends who were raised only in the magical world. Not only sports but even photographers like me can sell their pictures for quite a good bit of money, Colin piped in. Sometimes the government or even private individuals fund bright young people and encourage them to pursue their passion. Doing well in their school is not for everyone. Athletes, artists, musicians, even researchers get help. It eventually becomes their livelihood, Hermione added. This was all new, an eye-opener for Neville. He expected that there are some common professions in both the worlds like artists and musicians, but getting paid to play chess was unexpected. Not that I would have regretted it, but I was almost resigned to grow potion ingredients in my greenhouse for a living before the letter came. Luna gave him a bright smile. Even though my father has a successful newspaper, he goes hunting for rare and exotic animals as a naturalist. I have even accompanied him on some of the expeditions, especially after my mother died. I may continue that after I graduate. Maybe Colin can come and take pictures for me. She batted her eyelids at the blushing boy, increasing his discomfort and causing a few subdued chuckles from their friends. They were now in the library and they dared not risk the ire of the librarian. She was usually lenient with their group, but it was not appropriate anyway. I wish there was something like that for Ron to do, something that interests him a lot and earn him money at the same time. Ginny sighed a little wistfully. Harry and Hermione exchanged their trademark look, one that spoke volumes without a need for words. Ginny, do you want to talk to your parents and maybe talk them into letting Ron play professionally in the non-magical world? That is after he finishes his Hogwarts education, of course. He still has to learn a lot about the other world so that he could at least move around passably. We could hook him up with a second who would take care of the organization and stop him from making major mistakes in that world. Ginny beamed at them. If that works, he need not worry about getting the best grades and still stand out from his brothers, which was his greatest worry. I will talk to my parents first and then to Ron during the summer. Thanks, guys. We need the locator charm for sure. Luna spoke out of the blue, drawing them back to their main focus for now. That brought everyone out of their thoughts and began the quest for research material on cartography, security charms, and advanced spellbooks in general. Looking through the details for making a functional map and its complexity, Harry wondered if the castle could provide them with one, and he was not really surprised when he got an answer in the affirmative. Well, that's a load off our work. He explained what the castle told him and added, I propose that we add the secret passages as well as the Chamber of Secrets in it so that we will be able to monitor them, not the area where the central ward stone is located, of course. Do not worry about that, young heir. It is protected by magic that is older than me. You will be told about it when you are ready. He maintained a stoic face when this was projected into his mind, so none of the others were wiser. all except for Hermione, who instinctively knew that his mind was occupied elsewhere. She did not raise the point thought, as she knew that Harry would tell her about that later. After all, there were no secrets between them. With everyone pitching in, they made quick progress on the basic design of the map and how to integrate the identification and locator charms into the map. They were relieved to learn that it was a very simple task for them to do that, as the castle wards always tracked each and every one inside the castle, and all Harry had to do was to request Hogwarts to project them onto the map parchment, their locator and identification charms doing the rest. I wish we could include a feature that would tell us if the person was in their animagus form, Padma sighed a little wistfully. That would be a problem, as we are basing our detection on the wards that are active. I am not sure that we would be allowed to change them per our convenience, Michael added a bit sarcastically. It's true that our detection is based on the wards, but we have to remember that the weight of the person changes when they shift to their animal form. Neville was quick to defend the one who was quickly becoming a close friend to him, if not more. Hermione looked excited. Everyone was waiting for some insight from her, but they were disappointed when she went off on a tangent. I always wondered how our theory on mass conservation would work when it comes to animagus transformation. Do you think that the mass to energy component comes into play? She wondered. It certainly was something to think about, but Harry took pity on their bewildered friends. Hermione, this is not the time or place for that intellectual exercise, sweetheart. I am sorry, guys. She apologized with a sheepish look on her face. Susan gave her a reassuring smile. It's quite all right, Hermione. We all know how passionate you are on what interests you, but Harry is right. Can you please keep it to when you are alone, please? Hey, I am not going to spend time discussing such serious stuff during my alone time with Hermione, Harry retorted in mock indignation. That took the heat of Hermione, while everyone had a laugh at Harry's expense, for which she was thankful, and gave his hand an extra squeeze, promising an extra special snog later. Luna brought the topic back to their work. This book says that the aura of a person undergoes a subtle change when they shift into their more primal form. The shift could be detected using either wards that are generally erected to identify a person based on their magical signature, or even using the aura probe you two designed. Harry slapped his forehead in frustration. You are correct, Luna, I totally forgot. That's why friends are for Harry, she replied without missing a beat. This depending on friends was totally new for both Harry and Hermione, not used to them while growing up, but so were the others in their group. Well, Ginny had her brothers and Susan had Hannah, but the others were just like them, growing up alone. They will have to make allowances for this new camaraderie. Well, that's what growing up was about, wasn't it? Hermione was busy scribbling everything down. We will have to assume that the aura that we detect most of the time is their human form and the change their animal form. It's not a perfect method, but that's all we got, Harry agreed. Hannah interjected. We have to make sure that even if we activate the map after the change, it would still show them as being in their animagus form. This is all fine for credits. We all know how more we want if Ravenclaw has to beat you too. What good will this be really? I know your father and his friends used it for sneaking around. Padma. Harry sighed. That was really a perversion of a very useful tool. I intend to make it a regular security feature of the castle. Hopefully, this will not lie around rolled up but displayed prominently in the head's office, or maybe with a security officer. We all know we need one, what with the teachers taking time out from their busy schedules for patrolling and Mr. Filch more interested in punishing students. What only Hermione knew was the plan for a more comprehensive one with the ability to monitor ward strength tied into it too. Then if needed, Harry could repair a weakened ward or make them more compact by removing unnecessary ones that had accumulated over the years. This would also reduce the load on the keystone and not only prolong its life but would generally strengthen the wards overall. With the power distributed over countless wards, it was a testimony to the amount of magic the castle had accumulated over the years. Any other defense that was stressed to such an extent would have crumbled long ago. He was also thinking about a feature which could tell if a student was injured or could actually alert the one who was watching the map that a student needed help just by uttering a code word. That was the long-term goal of the map. He wanted to make the castle the safest place possible on Earth, just like the professors of the school canvass it to be. When it would be the time for him to be in charge of the safety of the students, that's what he would ensure for all. Ready to dole out your promised credits, Professor? Susan had a gleam in her eyes that was mirrored by the others too. Only their refraining from rubbing their hands together gave it a more anticipatory look rather than a predatory one. Professor Lupin got into the act. Goods first, my dear. With a flourish, Harry removed a parchment roughly the size of an A4 sheet of paper, rolled and tied up neatly with a ribbon and a bow. Hermione cleared the table in the middle of their den and helped Harry untie the knot, and the map miraculously straightened itself. Self-straightening and sticking charm. She grinned at the surprised expressions on the faces of the three professors. Harry cleared his throat and began the explanation. Right, it has the usual strengthening, impervious and other protection charms. It's practically indestructible. Hermione, want to do the honors? Hermione swiped her right index finger on a small square on the center of the seemingly blank piece of parchment. It immediately got a life of its own and began to grow, covering the entire surface of the table, which was roughly 4 feet by 4. We could have gone for a much larger size, but then there would be no limit for that, so we went with the size of this table here, she explained. The parchment was bigger, yes, but the only difference they could see was that the number of small blank squares like the one Hermione used to activate the map was more in number and positioned at the bottom of the map in a line. She touched the one on the extreme left. This one activates the map to show the castle and grounds, and just like that the parchment was filled with lines showing both the grounds and the castle to scale. It was filled with names that were hardly legible due to their sheer numbers, but most of them were concentrated in a few well-known places like the library or the common rooms. As you can see, it would be difficult to see so many names, so we added a feature that will enhance a particular area. For example, only the castle. Hermione touched a different square to activate it, and the entire area was covered only by the castle. She began touching the grouped squares in order, scrolling through the different floors. Then she moved on to the library, infirmary, Great Hall, kitchen, Ravenclaw common room, Slytherin common room. Well, you get the picture. She then went through the different areas on the grounds, like the area around the Black Lake, Hagrid's hut, the Forbidden Forest, both around it and inside. The work that went into the map was more complex than the professors imagined or asked for. It's a wonderful tool now. I wonder if you did this with an eye on the castle safety, Harry. Professor McGonagall heaped praise on the 8 students who did work hard. Harry acknowledged that it was so, and the rest of them thanked her with beaming smiles on their faces. Why did you go with these boxes? I think that they recognize your magical signature. Professor Flitwick asked. Professor Lupin agreed. We used voice activation for our map. Say the password and it activates. Wrong password and it will write out insults. His voice carried a hint of pride at that. Whether it was for their accomplishment or for the insult part, it was hard to decide. Harry gave Hermione a knowing smile. I guess you used the principle of a command-activated portkey. Professor Lupin looked so gobsmacked, he could not even articulate a reply. The portkey activation is just a yes or no situation. The correct password activates it. If we had to put in voice recognition, it needed artificial intelligence, Hermione explained. When the others looked at her in confusion, Harry waved their question away with non-magical science. Really, Remus? Insults. The deputy headmistress chastised him. She got a sheepish smile in return, but a vehement, we were 15, in his own defense. And these are barely 13. Professor Flitwick came back at him as strong. He does have a point though. The boxes do not have any identification. It becomes a hassle to remember all of them. Hermione gave him a sly smile. I can see the names, Professor. The diminutive professor's non-existent eyebrows disappeared into his equally absent hairline. Amazing. Only the one who activated the map could see them. He half stated. Added security, was Harry's reply. What he did not say though was that if either Hermione or he would activate the map, both of them could use it without restriction. It was always open to both of them. In the ensuing silence, Hermione deactivated all the features, and when the map was showing the default view with the castle and the grounds, she began, we know how confusing the map could be with the different floors and everything else. In an emergency, looking for single person would be difficult and time consuming. So we added a locator feature, and the beauty of this is that if the person was located in an unmarked area, the map would guide you to that place. If the person was not present within the reach of this map, then the map would stay just the way it was now. This is the only feature that is voice activated. Just saying the given name followed by the family name is enough to start the search. They would not want the map to switch to a different person during their search just because his name was called out loud during their interaction, with the map activated. Pick a name. Harry offered it to the room in general. Professor Lupin was the first, as if he was shot out of a gun. Peter Pettigrew, he growled looking at the map but nothing happened. Harry shrugged with a barely audible, "What the heck?" nodded at Hermione who enunciated, "Peter Pettigrew." No one was prepared for the shock though, as the map suddenly began changing and rapidly shifted to the Gryffindor Tower. There, within the area prominently highlighted as Second Year Boys Dorm Gryffindor Tower, was a dot marked Peter Pettigrew. The shocked silence was broken by Neville who exclaimed, "That is Ron's bed." Ginny reacted to that and with an, "Oh." Tried to touch the map forgetting that it was keyed only to Harry and Hermione, the others declining a copy for themselves. What do we need it for? Was their reason, which was true. She got a mild stinging hex for her efforts, an added safety feature that would force the Snatcher to drop the map, and when that happens, the map would be banished to a predetermined area. Shouts of Ginny were liberally thrown at the redhead, some in sympathy while some were in exasperation. Sorry Hermione, can you check for the animagus function? Ginny did not show any reaction to the hex in her eagerness at the horrific possibility that a killer might have been living with them for some years now. Catching on quickly, Hermione touched a different square, and lo and behold, a sickly purple dot appeared beside the regular black dot. This means that the aura is not purely human, Harry elaborated for the benefit of the professors. Scabbers. Ginny breathed in disgust. Professor Lupin became a busybody all of a sudden. Come on. What are we waiting for? Let's go grab him, he exclaimed. While everyone there wanted to see justice done, Harry stopped the Dada professor from running off. Professor, wait, I want to see him captured too, but we will do this by the book. I want Madam Bones to be the one arresting him, not a bunch of us. Besides, if you rush into the boys' dorm, it may alert him, and as he is in his rat form, escape would not be much of a problem for him. But, he stuttered under the fierce glare of the deputy headmistress, but then he recovered as inspiration struck. You have James's cloak, right? I can sneak under that and grab him. Harry was adamant though. I do have it, but the answer's still a no, Professor. I want him captured by the proper authorities. We have one chance at this and I do not want to mess up. Common sense prevailed in the end as Harry refused to budge on the issue, with Hermione standing with him steadfast and the other two professors siding with him. Lupin had to admit defeat. They did not have had to wait long as the news of new evidence that would release Sirius Black gave wings to Amelia Bones' flight into the school via the flow connection in Professor McGonagall's office. She was accompanied as usual by Tonks and another Auror who was introduced as Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. Where's the fire, cousin? Tonks greeted Harry. Harry simply pointed to the map, which was still showing two dots flashing black and purple with the name Peter Pettigrew prominently displayed. The head of DMLE was shocked and simply stared at the name. She was aroused by Shacklebolt. Now you have the evidence to free your boyfriend, boss. While Tonks muttered loud enough for everyone to hear, "Gotcha. You bastard." Amelia simply pulled a gold chain that was around her neck but hidden inside her robes and showed the diamond-studded ring that was hanging from it. Fiancé, not boyfriend. That was news even to Professor Lupin, who had the unique distinction of knowing Sirius longer than anyone else. He proposed to me merely hours before Lily and James were killed, and I never laid eyes on him again. They just stared at her in sympathy as Amelia fought back the tears that were threatening to fall from her eyes, but she was back to her normal professional self in an instant. Harry led the way to the Gryffindor Tower with the Aurors and Professor McGonagall accompanying Amelia, and Hermione of course was holding his hand as usual. They were met by a harried headmaster who was forced to walk with them as Amelia refused to even slow down. My dear Amelia, what brought you here? Though I am surprised that you did not contact me for entry, Professor Dumbledore was hard-pressed to hide his irritation at her ignoring the proper protocol even though Professor McGonagall had the authority. He was even surprised that the castle wards did not alert him about the visitors. He had to get the news through the portraits that saw the three members of the DMLE exit from the deputy headmistress's office. I am here on official business, Chief Warlock, to correct a grievous miscarriage of justice that you refused to even acknowledge. Amelia was not holding back. The matter was too close to her heart to let go that easily, especially after pleading her case with 2 ministers of magic and the chief warlock. The use of his official title gave the headmaster pause. The harshness in the voice of the head of DMLE's voice and the stoic faces of 2 Aurors who he considered as better than acquaintances also did not bode well. There were very few instances where he was directly involved in miscarriage of justice, as Amelia put it, but he was realizing that when it came to Harry Potter, he was not really sure of anything anymore. He just hoped that it was something trivial, but when even his deputy was not forthcoming with answers, he knew that it was more mud on his robes. When they reached the Gryffindor Tower, Harry saw that his dorm mates were all in the common room and so assured the head of DMLE that the rat was all alone. "Harry, I want you to go up anyway and check that he is still there. Don't do anything else, just look in." Amelia did not want to take any chances with a potentially dangerous man. No one, who knew about it now, doubted that he was a Death Eater. Harry, with Hermione with him, nonchalantly entered the room, puttered around his bed and picking up a book returned almost as soon as he left them. When Amelia got a nod of his head, she sent a wide area, somnus, spell that would put anyone in the room to sleep, not that the rat was moving about. Shacklebolt darted in before his boss to ensure her safety, and picked up the truly knocked out rat to put in an unbreakable cage while disillusioning it. No one in the tower knew why the Aurors and the school heads were present and looked serious. They were equally baffled as they left without even a word being exchanged. As soon as they left the tower, Professor Dumbledore thundered, "I have indulged your fancy long enough, Amelia. I demand to know what happened." In reply, Shacklebolt simply pulled the knocked out rat out of the cage and put it on the floor. "Would you care to cast the Animagus reversal spell, Professor?" Amelia asked the resident professor for transfiguration, and she quickly obliged. The headmaster watched dumbstruck as the 2 accompanying Aurors snapped magic suppression manacles that ensured that Pettigrew could not transform back and carted him away disillusioned. Professor Dumbledore now knew that his day just got a lot worse. He had a vested interest in Sirius Black, as he was the only one who could have stopped him from interfering in the life of one Harry Potter. That was the reason why he did not pursue Black's case as diligently as he should have, especially with Amelia Bones on the DMLE force. He would not get any sympathy from that quarter. "Well, it certainly came back to bite me," he thought as he trekked tiredly back to his office. He just hoped that the Minister Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy would not get undue mileage at his expense. He should not have worried though, as things were about to get worse for the 2 of them, and soon too. Back in the den, Amelia sank wearily into a chair and, with the adrenaline ebbing off, promptly burst into tears, startling the students. Professor McGonagall, in what was quickly becoming her normal behavior around the 8 students, immediately embraced the distraught woman. Susan sat on the arm of the chair and began comforting her aunt, and rubbing her back while the rest fidgeted around awkwardly before slowly taking their leave, with only Harry, Hermione, Susan and the deputy headmistress staying with Amelia. Getting her composure back, she took a grateful sip of the tea that Harry offered her. "I am not going to give him any break. I will get him before the Wizengamot within a few days and push for a death sentence. I do not want him to escape. What with Lucius Malfoy around and the prospect of Lord Voldemort returning back to life, I do not want to take any chances." No one was inclined to disagree with her assessment. Harry certainly did not feel any sympathy to the one who was responsible for his being an orphan, and anything that was hurtful to Harry was not welcome to Hermione. "Well, I should get back and get the paperwork through. It would take at least a week for me to call the meeting, and that is if Dumbledore and Fudge cooperate," Amelia huffed. Professor McGonagall tried to soothe her. "I will make sure that Albus would not create any problems for you, even though I think that he had already resigned himself for a guilty verdict against Pettigrew." "Oh, Amelia, before you go." Harry pulled out 2 pairs of the gauntlets they developed and passed them to Amelia. He described their use to her and got an enthusiastic nod of approval from her. Hermione elaborated the safety features they put in. "We inscribed hardening and comfort runes on the inside. Hopefully those, along with the reverse channeling rune, should reduce the impact on the wearer. These are brilliant. Thank you. You too. You have done more good to the entire department in the entire time after its inception than anyone else." Harry and Hermione were now used to accepting praise with graciousness, especially when it was from their well-wishers. We tested it out with Professor Lupin and Flitwick's help. We thought of absorbing the energy of the curse using the Wonder Stone, rather than deflecting it away to reduce friendly fire, but it would be a logistical nightmare, not to mention a waste as they are not so common, Harry explained. That happens in a fight irrespective of all the precautions we take. Even a shield charm could deflect the curse onto your partner, Amelia agreed. Aurors are trained to look out for that. The only thing we do not know is if they can survive a killing curse. Our fear is that they would shatter on impact, Hermione apologized. Amelia scoffed at them. I would always prefer a broken arm to being dead, still my department can test these out. We also thought about using the Pierre de Wonder to constantly emit the shield charm. Aurors can fix it to their equipment or even their robe. Harry was trying to explain their ideas to someone who could really appreciate them, but then we realized that having the shield up constantly would also prevent you from casting anything in return. See if you can develop them. Amelia looked really hyped up. They would be of immense use in a pinch if the force is overwhelmed by superior numbers and they have to make a quick getaway. Hermione agreed. That would not be a problem. It's very simple really. The shield could hold up to an hour, giving plenty of time for them to retreat. Professor McGonagall had a pensive look. How about having the gauntlets conjure something solid to intercept a killing curse? The object would obviously shatter like any other when hit with the curse, but it would be away from the body. She trailed off and then immediately realized that would mean that the gauntlets have to not only anticipate the curse being cast but also identify the kind of curse. Not sure if that is possible. With the discussion done, Amelia took her leave. Peter Pettigrew was unceremoniously given the Dementor's key, eliciting a rant from Harry and Hermione about the inhumane way of executions used in the magical world. That was the only objection they had to the deed, and only satisfaction that justice finally prevailed. With only a few days before their exams were to start, Harry and Hermione were hard-pressed to get permission from the headmaster to leave the castle and be there for Sirius Black's release. They were saved by both Amelia and Professor McGonagall coming hard on him. The prisoners were usually brought into a specially warded room at the DMLE, given a cursory check before being taken to St. Mungo's for rehabilitation. Harry was not enthusiastic in facing the horde of reporters and photographers waiting for the man who unwittingly created a sensation, and so was waiting with Hermione and Amelia in her personal office to where Sirius was escorted by Tonks and Shacklebolt. The man was gaunt, almost skin and bones, and even with a fresh set of clothes looked sickly. His eyes lacked luster but immediately brightened upon seeing Harry standing with his hand entwined with that of a pretty girl. The sheen grew to nearly match the one that the diamond on the finger and in a ring that he himself presented to Amelia was throwing in the enclosed space. Ignoring his godson for now, Sirius locked his eyes for the longest time with what he was now sure was his wife-to-be, a myriad of emotions playing on his pallid features. The rest of the party kept their peace, letting them find their own common ground. Finally Amelia moved in swiftly and slapped him. "You moron," she gritted out. Though the hit was not hard, Sirius struggled to stay upright and had to be steadied by his cousin Dora Tonks. That softened Amelia and she spoke in a voice filled with warmth. "At least you could have taken me as backup when you decided to confront the rat." Taking it as a tacit forgiveness for the blunder which cost the both of them their happiness and spend nearly 12 long years in their own personal hell, he looked at his godson for if not some support, at least a gesture of forgiveness from him. Harry was never angry at his godfather. He even did not have had enough time to process everything that happened on that Halloween night. Not only was the information sketchy, it was secondhand at best, and he rarely trusted that without watertight evidence. It was this habit that stood him in good stead in his education and in his research too, a trait which was wholeheartedly supported by the girl beside him, and that was all that mattered to him. Harry looked back at the man, if not for his lapse of judgment would have raised him as his own son. "Don't look at me," he quipped. "I do not go anywhere without my girlfriend Hermione." He pointed at the girl, who gave Sirius a shy smile and a fleeting wave of her hand. That did not last for long though, as she came back as strongly. "Not entirely true. He goes to the loo without me." After a very long time Sirius' full-blown, deep-throated laughter was heard once more, and so her muttered, "For now," went unheard by all except Harry. Harry and Hermione now had less than a month before they could take a well-earned break and get acquainted with the new addition to their family. Now all they had was to get done with the end-of-year examinations. The very first thing that Harry and Hermione did after their return from Hogwarts was to ward both the houses they would spend the majority of their time during the summer. Harry's uncle was a little reluctant to allow their pristine garden to be defiled by Harry's unnaturalness, though he did not say that in front of Dan, fearing reprisal from the mild-mannered dentist. Harry had the last laugh though as he dangled a carrot in front of him. Look at it this way, if we do this none of the other unnaturals will ever bother you. Uncle Vernon had a gleam in his eyes. How many are you thinking of allowing into this house? In addition to the both of us, 3, my godfather and his fiancée. The other one is my father's friend. You might know him, Aunt Remus Lupin. Harry and Hermione debated on this issue and finally settled on the 3, as the main reason to even have a need for any one of them to go to Privet Drive was to get Harry and Hermione to safety in case of trouble and needed a quick getaway. Sirius and Remus were oars once and Amelia was now in a position of authority. If anyone else needed to meet Harry or Hermione for that matter, they could do that at Hermione's house or better yet, the new house that Harry was proposing to buy a few blocks away from the Grangers' residence. He already had tacit approval from Sirius. Though Sirius protested vehemently at first, Harry won out at the end. Hermione and he did not want to lose their non-magical roots completely, and with the idea of Sirius and Amelia tying the knot pretty soon being tossed around, he did not feel comfortable with the thought of intruding into their privacy. He certainly would not want anyone to look into his activities with Hermione, however innocent they might have been. When the time came to settle down with Hermione, he wanted a few years for them before thinking about expanding their family, and the proposed house was an investment for their future too. Harry was too used to his independence, and making Hermione a part of everything in his life was the only exception he was willing to make for now. The thought of depending on an adult day to day for his needs was all new to him and frankly a little scary. He was not sure if he could make that transition to everyone's satisfaction and more importantly, to his own. Aunt Petunia acknowledged the name. Yes, he was the quiet one, the best of all the lot I should say, and a dear friend to Lily. She sighed. Fine. Only those 3 though until we give permission for more. Harry happily agreed to that, but his uncle still had to say something. Your godfather's fiancée too. Harry sighed. Why did he have to be so difficult? One minute he was warming up to the Grangers and then the next he began fretting over the others. He did not have any problem in agreeing to go on a trip to the United States with the Grangers and him later that month, he thought. It was almost as if he was programmed to grumble against anything magical that did not have even a little connection to the non-magical world. Harry would have been worried over that, but Amelia assured him that she did a discreet scan on the Dursleys, and did not find any traces of curses or other influence. Both his aunt and uncle were born that way. It was against the law to charm non-magicals except when they were, talk about the irony, obliviating them to preserve the statute of secrecy, and no one would dare to charm someone to be inherently bad to their own relation, she argued. In addition to being family, she is also the head of the law enforcement. Wouldn't you like to have her in your corner? Harry tempted him, and just like that all protests disappeared. After spending a fortnight at Privet Drive, the 2 friends went to Hermione's house to not only spend the week before their planned trip to the States but also to get the ward up. They already tested out the effectiveness of the ward at Privet Drive when Remus was able to gain entrance but not Dora. But here at Hermione's house they planned to allow a much larger number, including the 3 Tonks and Professor McGonagall. Did you ever get around finding how this works out? I mean, it really is a wonder to think that the effect is so widespread without any visible connection. Dan was watching with fascination as Harry and Hermione began etching the required ideograms, or like Harry called them, drunes onto the oldest tree on the property. Hermione took a moment to answer her father. Well, all we have is an educated guess, putting things together from 2 different sources. We do know that the magic in Earth is spread across the globe due to the presence of what are called ley lines, and unlike the latitude and longitude, these are not imaginary and they can actually be mapped. The farther you go from these lines, the weaker the magic gets. Well, that was the theory at least. Most of the magic on Earth is concentrated around nodes where these lines intersect, Harry supplied. Hermione took up the explanation, but that would mean that there could theoretically be places that do not have any ambient magic at all, and we think that the ley lines are far apart to at least have a few if not too many of those. We also know that is not true, so how is that? That magic is spread throughout the world and believe it or not into the atmosphere to some distance. Harry provided the explanation. The answer amazingly was suggested quite a few centuries ago but was not conclusively proven. The Druids believed that anything natural or born from earth had magic permeated in them. Trees, blades of grass, and even stones have some inherent magic in them, but more importantly have the ability to conduct magic. We learned about a process called anastomose in our herbology class. The roots of trees generally form a network that joins them together, and supplies water and nutrients equally to both the trees with minimum effort. Sometimes, they even form such a network with other species like fungi or even the algal growth that happens on rocks or other hard surfaces. Harry went a little off tangent, but it was this remarkable and little known feature of trees that helped them formulate their own hypothesis. Like lichens, I suppose, Dan wondered. They were biologists after all and knew a little about plants and their associations with other life forms. The lichens were of special interest to him as he was fascinated by their ability to colonize even barren lands and make them hospitable for higher plants. They were truly pioneers. Exactly. Harry enthused. We think that this network is used to a large extent but just not restricted to living things only. When they come in contact with rocks, the magical strength is reduced quite considerably but is still transmitted through the rocks and onwards from them. Emma made the intuitive leap, so the signal from the tree that has the message is carried by everything around it that is not man-made, she half stated. Hermione beamed at her mother. Exactly. Even though they are not physically linked, these two trees, she pointed to the one in their garden and another on the other side of the road, are connected by anything that is in between them, even tar that is in the asphalt of the road. Naturally, some are more efficient at conducting magic than the others, and rocks fall at the bottommost rung of magically conductive materials. But that means there is some bleeding out if the effect tapers off with distance. Dan did not want to be outpaced by his wife. Yes, Harry acknowledged. That's true for any conductor. There's nothing on Earth that can conduct without loss, be it electricity or magic. Dan was still in his thinking mode. Then wouldn't it be better if all the trees in the area are marked to allow the maximum effect possible? Harry and Hermione shared a chuckle at that. It was the very first thing they thought when they worked out how the druidical ward concept worked. Their quest took them to information they never even thought to look up. That would be the most logical thing. But there is a downside to it. Harry began but was interrupted by Emma and Dan exclaiming, "That does not make sense." Oh. The downside is neither in the implementation nor in the magic of the ward but something more practical, Hermione interrupted, earning a playful glare from Harry. Getting the go-ahead to give the explanation from Hermione, who sported a look of superiority, he continued, the Ministry of Magic monitors drastic changes in the ambient magic using a magical grid that is tied into the magical ley line distribution, and that is how they monitor underage magic or bursts of accidental magic. It is not very efficient, and so places where there is too much magic use, like in Diagon Alley, the Ministry building, or houses where known magic users reside, are difficult to monitor, but places like these that have only one or two known users and the two underage are easy. I sometimes think that they concentrate on such places purposefully just to annoy the students from non-magical background. Hermione groused, and she did not get any objection from her boyfriend or her parents to that assessment. The Ministry was notorious for spreading discrimination. Anyway, the area-wide effect we are creating also has a side effect in that it blocks all monitoring, as it nullifies any excluded magic use, and that includes the Ministry's monitoring grid. The wider the area the ward covers, the greater is the block on the monitoring grid, and that may stand out like a sore thumb. We think that if such areas are specifically monitored, a large enough area of blackout may rat out the location, which is against our very need to remain hidden if it was to trump the Fidelius charm. Even though it's not illegal, we fear that the nutcases at the Ministry may ban it or something, Harry elaborated. Hermione snorted. Anything they cannot understand or feel gives an undue advantage over their chokehold would be feared like the plague itself. This time it was Emma who snorted. Yeah. Those rules go down the drain when it comes to the purebloods. There are a lot of things we really do not know when it comes to this concept, and we are hindered by the lack of a way to test our theories on how the signal, as Emma said, would travel to the ward's edge. We want to work on that aspect badly, but do not have the means to measure or even detect magical output without trespassing on the ministry's monopoly of the magic monitoring system. In fact, we are not sure if it is even within the law. Harry's tone showed the disappointment he felt. The ministry's policies were really not conducive to any real progress in the field of magical research, and there were several areas that no one really knows anything about. One of the ways they wanted to circumvent this problem was to use the ministry's grid itself and then conduct the research. Harry and Hermione were hoping that they could convince Amelia, who in turn could work on the minister. Unfortunately, the minister Cornelius Fudge was not known for his progressive thoughts. Well, they may have to wait till Harry takes control of Hogwarts and develop their own monitoring grid over the lands administered by the castle. The ministry would not have any power over that, but then it was a long time away and both of them wanted to find the answers to fine-tune their ward scheme. We still plan to use at least 4 trees roughly in the 4 corners of the garden and maybe even get a couple of statues cut out of stone to decorate. This will make sure that the ward stays even if there was something like a lightning strike or a fire that would bring down a tree, Hermione reassured her father. Emma had to ask just for her own peace of mind, so now we are invisible to almost all magical folks, whether it be a wizard, goblin or a house elf, except for a few of our friends. Yeah, pretty much. Harry agreed, while Hermione was more pragmatic, except for ghosts and dementors, that is. Ghosts. You did not tell me about ghosts, do you know of any? Dan cried, brimming with excitement. Though the forthcoming trip to the U.S., specifically to the eastern coast centering at Boston, had the 3 Dursleys accompanying the Grangers and Harry, it was not strictly for pleasure. Harry and Hermione, in their effort to help Remus and werewolves in general, decided to start a systematic study about the werewolf affliction. Their interest was not only academic, but they felt that unless they knew what the root of the problem was, they could not really find a cure, or at least modify the wolfsbane potion to make the transformation as painless as possible. For that, they decided to collect both tissue and blood samples from Remus before and after the transformation. Their problem was getting the samples analyzed, and they were quite sure that there would be no one knowledgeable enough in electron microscopy and also know about the magical world, at least in Britain. Harry and Hermione were disheartened that their ambitious project would not even take off, but Professor Flitwick came to their rescue when they were discussing the difficulty with their mentors Flitwick and McGonagall. During my time on the dueling circuit, I had a good friend who once told me that his squib son worked at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at Boston doing some newfangled microscopy or something. I could contact him and get the details. Harry and Hermione could not keep a lid on their excitement, and it spilled out as laughter as their nervousness and disappointment left them. Harry thanked the professor profusely before saying, "Oh, and professor, it's called microscopy. The newfangled version is what we need for our study. Maybe you could give him the contact address for my parents' house and their telephone number too. It would be easy for us if we could talk to him directly, that is if he was willing to spare some time on this idea of ours," Hermione added. The diminutive professor agreed that it was the best way to do, as he would probably not understand half of what was going on. Now all they needed was a way to start their experiments on improving the potion. They were given a huge break when Professor Snape approached them and asked for their help. Harry and Hermione were worried that they would have to go with their project independently, as they feared that the potion's master would be unapproachable due to his notoriety, but he turned out to be a thorough professional. Whatever distaste he had for dunderheads, he thankfully did not have against Harry and Hermione, as they clearly were anything but dunderheads. Professor Snape apparently admitted to Professor McGonagall that he had to get off his high horse and talk to the 2 students, if he was to make any progress in his attempts to improve existing potions or create new ones. As he was wont to say, potion making was an art rather than a science, and he was correct to an extent, as currently, creating new potions was mostly a trial and error basis based on the properties of the ingredients, and more often than not, the ingredients did not go well together and spoiled the potion or caused an unstable reaction. The potion master had to develop an instinct as to the ingredients that could go together and those that could not be used in a potion. That was usually passed down from the master to his apprentice, but had a limit when it came to developing new potions or improving existing ones. Severus Snape found it the hard way that there was indeed a need for science in the art of potion making, and apparently admitted as much to the deputy headmistress, who took pity on her colleague and directed him to talk to the 2 brightest students at Hogwarts. So swallowing his pride, the potions professor came to the den before the end of term exams and then posed the question, was there a way to isolate the active compound from a potion ingredient and then use it in a specific potion to improve it? Harry and Hermione were not so well versed in the subject of chemistry but knew enough to tell him that it was possible. It was not easy, but they could at least fractionate the chemical extract from a particular ingredient into different parts and then test out which one of the fractions would provide the active ingredient required to improve a potion. They could always hope that the fractionation would also remove the compound that was detrimental to the reaction process and prevent catastrophic reactions. If we really want to isolate the active compound, that could be done too, but I am not sure if we are capable of that. Hermione and I are limited in not only the knowledge required to do that, but it would also require a complex set of instruments that are not only expensive but need further expertise, Harry reasoned. That was more than what Professor Snape expected. It would have been wonderful if only the active compound, as you called it, was used in the potion, but I would take any improvement over the current method of going in blindly. If we could categorize and catalog the procedure and the fractions obtained, we could make it a guide to other potion makers. Harry and Hermione were delighted. That tied up neatly into their own plans to solve the mystery of the werewolf transformation and maybe find a cure for the affliction. Professor Snape was acknowledged to be one of the very best in the trade after all, and he also admitted that Wolfsbane was one of the potions he was trying to improve and so struck a bargain with them. Harry and Hermione could concentrate on that one while helping him out with the process of fractionating the extracts and some ideas for new potions he had, while he worked on other important potions. Together they would share the academic and financial benefits, if any, equally between the three of them. The students wasted no time in shaking on that. Anything for the benefit of the general public was all right with them, and if they could enjoy the perks of a royalty on their discoveries, who were they to refuse it? Harry volunteered to foot the initial bill and hoped that it would not be too expensive for him. Hermione offered to give up her share of any profits they get out of the venture if needed. Professor Snape scoffed at that. Do you have any idea of the amount of money sitting idle in the main Potter vault? Yes, Professor. I do know, but unfortunately the headmaster ensured that it remained just that way until I gained the status of the head of House Potter upon my 17th birthday. Remus protested about taking a sample from him when he was transformed, but Harry and Hermione wore him down with their logic. He would take the Wolfsbane potion, so would not be much of a danger, and when Sirius and Dora volunteered to keep the werewolf under control, he agreed reluctantly. He also volunteered to contact other like-minded werewolves and try and talk them into donating some samples for the study. Offer them monetary compensation for their trouble. I am sure that they would need the money and it will get our job done, Harry offered. Remus gave him an indulgent smile. I do not think we need to do that, Harry. I do have some friends in the smaller packs which are not under Greyback's control. I could easily persuade them into it. No, Remus, you do not understand. In the non-magical world it is usually the accepted practice to take informed consent from the participants and also give them some benefit, either it be monetary or food, clothing, or some such needs. We do not want them to think that we were exploiting them. They get that often enough, Hermione argued. Remus did get a good ribbing from Sirius about agreeing after Dora volunteered to be with him when he transformed, much to the embarrassment of the two. If there was anything brewing between Remus and Dora, everyone else was oblivious. Sirius was happy for his longtime friend though, and really hoped that he would find some happiness in his life, and if his cousin was the one to give him that, he would do his utmost not to interfere. When they were out of earshot later, Hermione whispered to Harry. He did not deny that he agreed after Dora volunteered though. Sirius was released from St. Mungo's after their regular treatment regimen that mainly consisted of filling him up with nutrient and restorative potions accompanied with good food and plenty of rest. They had a mind healer check him out, but the effects of the Dementors could not be totally removed. He still had uncontrollable spasms at odd times that left him a nervous wreck. Everyone was worried about him, especially Amelia, and Sirius found some comfort only in her presence. Even the sight of his godson happy among people who loved him did nothing to improve his spirits. He feared that the damage to his nerves was permanent, and that did nothing to improve his general mood. He wanted to settle down with Amelia and have a few kids before they both crossed the childbearing age. Thankfully, Padma came through for them. She wrote to Harry and Hermione about a traditional clinic near her grandmother's village in the state of Kerala, which was situated in the southern part of India. The clinic specialized in treating patients with nerve and muscle damage, and with accompanying sessions of meditation and yoga exercises, was designed to rejuvenate the spirit too. The clinic was actually run by a magical couple who touted it as herbal medicine, and the Indian government was lenient when the statute of secrecy was maintained while using magical treatments for non-magicals too. Amelia took a month off from her work in order to keep Sirius company and reconnect with him without any of the others looking on. She could use some of the rejuvenation therapy for herself too. Susan elected to stay with Hannah, and so the party consisted of 3 Grangers, 3 Dursleys, Harry and Remus accompanying them as a magical guardian cum bodyguard for Harry. "You never know when you need one," was Sirius' quip when Harry protested against the bodyguard tag. Hermione and he were more interested in getting Remus up to date with special requirements or precautions that may be needed to be taken for the use of his tissue. The flight to Boston was uneventful, and after a day's rest to get rid of jet lag, Harry and Hermione led the way to MIT and meet Professor Frederick Musser. Dan and Emma wanted a look at the world-famous institute and so accompanied the Magicals on the visit while Harry's relations elected to stay in bed. "This is a holiday. I do not want to spend it in a school," was all that Harry got, and that was from Dudley when he asked his aunt if they were interested. Yes. The newfangled device was a scanning tunneling electron microscope, STEM, or scanning tunneling microscope as it was being increasingly called, specifically designed to be used as a high-resolution surface scanner as well as imaging the fine structure inside cells. Professor Musser specialized in using electron microscopy for studying tissue and cellular biology. The details of the study were quickly hashed out, and the requirements for tissue handling sorted out in quick time. Professor Musser obliged them as he was excited to do something that was never attempted before. They would continue the detailed discussions via telephone or regular mail, once they have the MO and confidentiality agreement signed, and so did not bother to go into too much detail. "I will send you a detailed protocol about the collection method and its preservation to you at a later stage," Professor Musser promised. Harry was genuinely confused. Wouldn't a stasis charm be the best option? Professor flashed them a grin. "I forget that you all can wave a piece of wood and achieve in minutes what we do in hours." "Yes, a stasis charm would do nicely." Hermione looked contrite. "We are sorry, Professor. We never intended to flaunt our magic or depreciate you." The jovial professor, however, waved her off. "Oh, don't worry. This was the first time that I was talking science with a magic user and not have had to pull my hair out. I honestly forgot that you were magical. I had the feeling that I was talking to a couple of my colleagues and not a wizard and a witch, and you are not even of university age." That was high praise coming from a professor in the world's leading research institute, and they accepted it gratefully while Dan and Emma looked on proudly at their daughter and future son. So Professor Musser exhaled loudly. "I am not sure if I can put Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as one of the participants on the MOU. The administration would put me in the psychiatry wing of Harvard Medical School here, and not to mention blow a hole in the statute of secrecy." That was something that the 2 students did not even think about, but as usual a simple glance at each other gave them the way out. The study is actually not a part of Hogwarts at all. A concomitant project to develop a better form of Wolfsbane potion has a professor from Hogwarts working in it. Even then, both of these studies are funded by the Lily Potter Foundation. "Please put that as the partner in your MO," Harry answered. "Lily Potter Foundation." Remus was surprised. "Yeah, named after Harry's mother." Hermione replied, "For the benefit of Professor Musser, the foundation is meant to supply the potion free of cost to all needy werewolves, provide shelter for the night if needed, and we are even thinking about employment opportunities and help the children with schooling." Remus' eyes glistened with moisture, while the professor was seriously impressed at the commitment shown by the 2. When his father contacted him regarding the proposal from Harry Potter, he was not really impressed, assuming it to be a publicity stunt at the worst, or at best a half-hearted attempt to garner the werewolves' support. Meeting Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, though, he had to revise his opinion. Hell, he would do his part of the study without any cost to them, bearing the reagent costs from his own ongoing projects. "You will have to pay the institute the rent for using the equipment, and I will get it downgraded to the amount we charge for institutions," It is for a charitable cause after all. The professor stoically waved off all their protests and to get him to accept an honorarium for his time. The foundation is not up yet. We are still sorting out the legalese of that, but it will be registered before the end of the summer, Harry promised. That's all I need. Even if it's not established, you can send me a copy of the documents you submit to the Ministry of Magic. I can attach that to the MO from my end here. Don't worry, I can get the concerned magical department here to give a properly modified and attested document saying that the Lily Potter Foundation does indeed exist, the professor assured them. After the meeting, they had lunch in the cafeteria and the professor led them on a tour of the campus, much to the delight of the 4 science enthusiasts. Before they were to depart, however, the professor had another piece of good news for Harry and Hermione. Denver in Colorado State is hosting a powwow between the Native American tribes. It is currently underway. It is a meeting of all the chiefs of the various tribes and a cultural fete of sort. It is a wonderful spectacle open to all, but what is known only to a few of us is that there is also a camp for Spirit Quest, under the auspices of the powwow. Though the meeting is quite regularly organized, this event, however, is conducted only when there was a need and usually allows outside witches and wizards who were interested to attend too. The Native Americans, along with the Inca, Aztec, Australian Aborigines, British and Gaulish Druids, Maori warriors, and Indian Hindu Pandits, were known to be some of the oldest practitioners of magic. Unfortunately, their culture was mostly hidden away from the modern-day magic users, as more often than not it was branded as black magic, and in some cases, like the Druids, was lost to the modern age of magic. Harry and Hermione wanted to make a serious effort in bringing them to light, and this was a golden opportunity. Padma was helping them in this by talking to a few of the Hindu Pandits that her grandmother knew of in her native country. Spirit Quest? Remus asked. Harry and Hermione were interested in hearing the answer too. If it was what they thought it was, then there was no way they were going to miss it. New York could be visited anytime in the future, but something like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, they hoped that they would get answers to some serious questions they had. Yes, it's a Native American tradition where young warriors look into themselves and try to connect to their magic at a more intimate level. It is said that if you can do it, it will boost your magic, making you more powerful and also makes spell casting easy. Harry and his girlfriend were a little disappointed hearing that, but brightened considerably at his next words. More importantly, it awakens your true spirit, the spiritual essence of the witch or wizard. Not aware of the beaming smiles on the faces of the 2 students, he continued, it is said that every human being, even non-magicals, are defined what they were by their spirit. Their character is molded by their inherent spirit, but in magicals it is more prominent, and when worked on and strengthened, could give special abilities to the witch or wizard. Like an animagus? Remus asked. It was known that there was an animal inside all of us, even though most of them could not transform due to the distinct lack of application or talent. Professor Musser stuttered a bit, trying to find the best way to put his point across. For Harry and Hermione, though the meaning was crystal clear, they discussed about it in their first year after the encounter with Lord Voldemort in his wraith form, and even found a few references. When the professor was struggling to answer, Hermione dived in. No, Remus, though you can transform into the form of the animal that the spirit represents, the spiritual essence, in much more than that. It pretty much defines who you really are, your reaction to a particular situation, your courage, ingenuity, or even your cowardice and cunning nature. That was the best description that Professor Musser himself heard, and so agreed with Hermione's description. Dan and Emma knew that Harry and Hermione were bound to Denver now. Though Harry and Hermione projected an air of interest, they were actually thrilled, and their hearts were likely doing cartwheels at the prospect. They exchanged a glance that meant, now we can get some answers to the question of how Harry survived that night and why we seem to do better together. Remus accompanied Harry and Hermione to Denver, while the elder Grangers and the 3 Dursleys traveled to New York to see the sights. The plan was for the 3 Magicals to join the main party at New York after their visit to Denver, and after celebrating Harry's birthday on Times Square, everyone would return home on the 3rd of August. Harry, Hermione, and Remus arrived at the Denver Coliseum, the venue for the powwow, on the last day, and so could not really enjoy the cultural experience. They, however, had a blast listening to the peculiar sounds of traditional drums and string instruments. The arena was a sea of colors and the crowd was giving their enthusiastic support to not only the dancers and musicians but also to the competitors who were vying for glory in various sporting and cultural events. Harry and Hermione had a taste of varied cultures around the world either on the TV or in person, but they could honestly say that this was an out-of-the-world experience. It was not only a wonderful blend of traditional values and the old times but had an underlying theme of respect mixed with it. Respect to the elders and the dearly departed, to nature but most importantly to oneself. The way that was enacted through their performances without the use of words was simply breathtaking. There were a number of stalls selling the traditional hand-woven blankets, headdresses of multicolored feathers and prayer beads on strings which were used not only by the shamans for meditation purposes but also by non-magicals for what they were meant for, as a way to count the number of times you sang a particular hymn or said a prayer. Harry and Hermione were really not interested in any of the wares that were on display as there was nothing magical to catch their fancy, but they did buy some souvenirs for their families. The books that detailed the culture of the Native Americans, however, were lapped up. They were probably the biggest buyers of the books at the venue as there were several tribes to learn about, each having their own differences in culture and way of life. One of the goals the two students had was to collect as much information as they could about ancient cultures and preserve them for posterity. Harry and Hermione felt that they had a duty to the coming generations and to keep the knowledge alive and were prepared to do that to the best of their ability. At least money was not a problem to them. They were hoping to understand the way magic was used in the different ancient cultures spread around the world, and even if they could not use it themselves, as they did with the druidical magic, they could at least preserve the references to the different ways by which magic was used in those cultures. Even though the books they bought had nothing about the magic of the Native Americans, as the event was open to even non-magicals, Harry and Hermione still bought them as a means to understand the differences between not only the various ancient cultures but also between the tribes themselves. They were, however, impatient to leave the arena and go to the site of the camp for the spirit quest. There was a small process of registration they had to undergo and surrender their wands, but as they were told that Remus could not enter the medicine grounds due to his affliction, they gave them to Remus instead. You are a good spirit, but it is overridden by the wolf. You should exercise more control over the perversion of the noble wolf, man wolf. Only then will you have peace in your life, was the advice of a shaman to Remus, which he accepted gratefully. Maybe it was better that he could not go to the camp, as the shaman gave him a lot to think, and with his heart fluttering at the sight of a young witch, he better get his act together if he wanted some happiness. The medicine grounds, as they were called by the Native Americans, were actually the areas where the magical nodes were situated. Whenever the shaman, who was the priest or medicine man of the tribe, wanted to do some magic, it was usually done at these grounds to achieve the maximum effect. It was amazing to Harry and Hermione how even without the benefit of a well-mapped ley line distribution, the ancient magicals could still identify the areas of higher concentration of ambient magic. It was true for the Druids too, a perfect example of unity in diversity. The group, consisting mostly of witches and wizards from different parts of the United States, all of them were older than Harry and Hermione by at least a year or two, and a few uninitiated braves, as the Native American warriors were called, were accompanied by only a few of the fully trained warriors who were the organizers of the camp. They traveled through the Loveland Pass and stopped at a specifically protected area on Independence Mountain near the Continental Divide. The Continental Divide area was one of the highest and wildest mountain regions of Colorado, comprising of the San Juan Mountains and the Sawatch Range, and where they went, there was not even a trail laid out for those on foot, and those who used the area for its magic apparently took pains to keep it that way. The area definitely had some magic to it, as peace and tranquility reigned everywhere. The couple felt the tension that had accumulated through the last couple of years leave them. They were not even aware that they were stressed out until they arrived at the sacred grounds situated beside a lake in the clearance within a modest-sized forest. Please be aware that grizzly bears are common in this area, but they are generally docile when entering these grounds. Leave them alone and they will leave you alone, the leader of the Spirit Quest camp, Tendo from the Navajo tribe, told them. It was expressly drilled into them that the place they were going to was blessed by the spirits, and they did not tolerate any conflicts, especially with the plants and animals that had a prior right to that place, much before humans invaded them. They were housed in several two-man wickiups, or wigwams, and a few eyebrows were raised among the other magicals who were in attendance, when they saw Harry and Hermione choosing to stay in one, crossing the unspoken division of lodging with the same say. No one objected though, as one of the medicine men, or shaman, who was the elder of the Mojave tribe, gave them a toothless grin which was accepted as a blessing by the others. Next day, even before the sky turned gray, they were roused, and after a dip in the cold waters of the lake, that jolted even the laziest of them awake, the participants, numbering about 25, were ushered into a circle made with stones. They were taught to clear their mind and meditate. They were to successfully master keeping their minds clear of any thoughts for at least a minute if they wanted to have a chance at finding their true spirit. The participants were forced to do this on empty stomachs. You cannot think on an empty stomach, and so you would have your minds emptied faster, was the reason for the lack of breakfast. Harry and Hermione were a part of a select few who were already accomplished in occlumency, and when they were able to demonstrate their meditative state, were allowed to have breakfast. They were left to amuse themselves until nightfall, when the actual spirit quest would start, and were asked to make sure they had plenty of sleep, as they might not get to have any that night. Harry and Hermione used the time to take small walks, enjoying the natural beauty of the Rockies, but always stayed within sight of the camp. Reading the books they bought at the powwow miraculously took a back seat before the pristine beauty of the peaks. They of course duly took their naps after breakfast and lunch, as they were sure that they could not catch a wink after the evening in anticipation of the quest. Nightfall brought the much anticipated event, and after a wash in the lake, the participants congregated again inside the stone circle. Harry and Hermione have been entering their trance state on and off during the day, and probably the magic of the place also helped them, and so they were able to find the spiritual manifestation of their physical selves quite easily. Even though it felt like a few minutes for them, they realized that it took them more than an hour for the entire process to come to an end. Those who found their spirit guide were advised to continue the meditation technique if they wanted to achieve physical transformation. The easy way to achieve animagus transformation, and the one that was being taught all over, was to envision the features of the animal and transfigure each part of body either with or without a wand into a likeness of that animal. This method was the easiest, but apparently was not the way the Native Americans recommend. They were of the belief that the transformation cannot be forced but achieved by the body when it was ready. Achieving and maintaining the state of meditative trance was apparently the only way to achieve that, in their opinion. There were a couple of much older wizards who could not even find their spirit guide, but the rest of them had, and called out the different animals or birds which they found. All of them were animals that were known to everyone and were definitely non-magical. Magical beings were possible but were apparently uncommon. Only a few animagus were ever known to have a magical form. Finally, only Harry and Hermione were left. We did find our spirit guide, but we have no idea what the animal is. We are not even sure if what we saw was our spirit guide, Harry told the expectant audience. Well then, why don't we let the others find their sleep and move to my lodge to find out? Tendo dismissed the gathering. The chief's lodge was larger than any of the others, and it could easily accommodate most of the organizers of the camp and the 5 medicine men. The rest were on guard duty or needed elsewhere. During the time of registration, only an eyebrow was raised in response to the name Harry Potter, which was a refreshing change to Harry, but here in the privacy of the Wiki-up, all pretenses were lost. Harry Potter, your survival of the killing curse is legendary even here, Tendo addressed him without preamble. Harry grimaced. Yes, that's what we were interested in finding out actually. Was it something that my mother did, or was it something inherent to me that saved me, something to do with my nature or spirit? There were nods of acceptance all around. And who is this young lady that you absolutely refuse to go anywhere without? One of the shamans asked. Harry grinned at Hermione before replying, this is Hermione Granger, my best friend. The shaman was adamant, however, she is more than your best friend, isn't she? Yes, she is more than my friend. She is my other half, the one who compliments me. She is my future wife, Harry replied, giving her a tender smile. Tendo chastised him. Then accept it without inhibitions or fear. Be proud of your chosen mate. Oh, I am proud of her, and that's why I do not go anywhere without her. We just felt it was irrelevant here. It's private to us after all, Harry replied as forcefully while Hermione looked on defiantly. When talking about your spiritual essence, nothing is irrelevant, Tendo said. His tone softened though when he acknowledged, I am sorry if I came across as harsh, we just wanted to be sure that you knew the depth of your feelings for each other. Harry and Hermione accepted that explanation gratefully before Tendo brought the subject back on track. Let's find out what stumped you both and maybe unravel some mysteries. Harry went first. His confusion showed on his face when he began to explain the characteristics of the animal he saw in his trance. It is a big animal about 6 or 7 feet tall, with a tough skin resembling that of a rhino. It had a body and a tail like that of a lion but had stubby legs which were a little longer than that of an average lion, ending in paws. The neck and face was like that of a horse with an approximately 2 feet, 6-sided and serrated horn situated on the snout. If it was a spiral horn, the face might have been that of a unicorn. There were 2 wings on either side of the backbone almost as if they had a common point of origin and they were whitish in color contrasting with the body which was mostly black with occasional irregular patches of cream or white. Silence greeted his rendition as the picture Harry painted was like a caricature or a mix and match of many animals. It certainly was not like anything they ever heard about and so could understand why he was hesitant to even say for sure if it was truly his spiritual essence. The silence was however broken by the elder from the Mojave tribe, who gave Harry and Hermione tacit approval to share one lodge the previous night, when he began a chant which sounded beautiful to the unaccustomed ears. One of the other shamans began drumming a soft beat on the hard floor in front of him to accompany the chant. Every one of the natives present in the wickiup began clapping at specific points during the chant and shouted, Pilamaya, thank you. It was almost 5 minutes before they all fell silent. Tendo explained to Harry and Hermione, he was thanking the spirits for keeping him alive to witness this unrivaled event. I am not sure what that was for. We have to wait for him to explain. It looked like the elder who began the chant was the only one who even remotely had understood what the spiritual manifestation that Harry saw was, as the other shamans also turned to him. He began speaking in their own dialect which Tendo translated for Harry and Hermione's benefit. He does not know what the English word is but in our native tongue the animal, yes apparently it was real, was called Kuahee Wahi. Harry and Hermione brightened at that, at least it was not a mirage or a delusion. His astonishment knows no bounds apparently, as what you saw was thought to be a myth. It was supposed to be the common ancestor of both the griffin and the unicorn, both of them evolved from the Kuahee hence the chimeric body. It cannot fly and not very agile due to its armor-like body but can run very fast, with the wings acting just like paddles in water to give it extra thrust and balance. The horn can be used to spear or for parrying away enemies' thrusts. Here Tendo hesitated but after a prompt from the elder he sighed before continuing, it is said to be of strong heart, unafraid to head into danger to protect those they hold dear and it is pure of spirit with a surprisingly long life. What I was reluctant to say was that legend says that the Kuahee is very resilient and difficult to kill. Harry exchanged a look with Hermione and almost ignoring the others present began to toss ideas with her. Hermione was sure that it was this spirit in him that came forth on that Halloween night to protect him from the killing curse. Harry had to agree that all evidence or at least hearsay pointed to the mythical animal unseen by any living eyes, and only passed in legends. Could he really be this Kuahee, and so was able to survive the killing curse just because it was in his very nature? Could he turn into one after enough practice? It certainly was an exciting prospect. Hermione cut into his thoughts. Even if the resistance to the killing curse was not real, she was interrupted by the elder speak again, which Tendo duly translated. He says, and I quote, these young bucks do not know when to trust the elders, but he emphasizes that the legend is based on written anecdotes that he himself saw when he was just knee-high to a turkey. Harry and Hermione bowed their heads to the elder, accepting his words, while Hermione had one final thing to say to her boyfriend. At least the strong of heart and pure of spirit part are true to your character, Harry. I am convinced that it is this manifestation of your spirit animal during extreme danger was what saved you that night. I am not discounting your mother's sacrifice, of course, she added hurriedly. It could well have been awakened after seeing your mother give up her life to protect you. Tendo translated all of this to the elder, who supported their theory. It is very much possible. The qualities of the animal do indeed manifest in their physical form in extreme danger or life-threatening situations. The wizard or witch need not achieve physical transformation for that. Harry gave her hand a squeeze and gathered Hermione into his embrace, thanking her for the unrelenting support and also giving his mother due respect for her selfless sacrifice, not that he thought Hermione meant anything other than what she said. It also gave him an opportunity to get his high-strung emotions under control. He always thought that he was nothing special and strived to be the best, and whatever he achieved was through hard work aided by his intelligence. Was this one facet of that hard work and willingness to battle it out till the end? In one way, it was humbling to know that what he thought as his propensity to achieve his goal, however hard it may have been, was actually his deep-rooted spiritual essence, but on the other hand, he was also afraid that this might lead him to take unnecessary risks with his life. He hoped fervently that if such an occasion arises, Hermione would beat some sense into him. I only wish I could fly, to make a quick getaway if needed, but I guess having a tough skin negates flying. Well, if it allows me to survive a killing curse, all the better. Does it have any unique powers? Harry asked. The shaman replied, unfortunately not much is known about it. I just remember vaguely what my great-grandfather told me all those years ago. Kuahea is a true warrior, ready to defend its friends and family, and a noble animal which can resist most hardships and dangers. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and grinned. Good. The attention turned to Hermione, and she was also in the same boat as Harry. What she saw was totally new. She took courage in the fact that Harry's spirit animal existed at least a very long time ago, and hopefully hers will be too. It's a small animal, maybe about 2 to 3 feet tall, and looks like a fox or a jackal maybe. The fur is beautiful with red, orange or gold highlights depending on the angle you look at it, and has a shimmering appearance when it moves. It appears to be very agile and has a snout that is similar to that of a dog, so it's definitely a canine. Everyone look at the elder, who gave them a grin. Just like the Kuahea, this is also a legendary animal, called Wishuk, is true, I think. A strictly terrestrial animal who likes to live in burrows, and yes, it's particularly agile, especially when on a mission. Harry smirked at Hermione and murmured, fear of flying, interrupting the elder. Hermione struck her tongue out at him and proceeded to shush him, and looked at the elder with an apology written on her features. It is thought to be a very intelligent animal and considered to be the epitome of beauty, poise and grace, but it is also fiercely protective of its young and can battle animals bigger than itself when needed. Harry Key. Edher, tenderly unmindful of the watchers, describes UTAT. The elder gave a negative shake upon enquiry regarding the Wishuk's abilities, but Hermione had a sudden thought. I think that it has a healing ability, and then described the event that happened when she was young and was able to heal her cuts by just blowing onto it. Yeah, Harry agreed. When she holds my hand, or even if she is near me, my injuries tend to heal faster without anything being done, or at least the milder ones. Tendo gave them a bright smile. If nothing else gave you the clue, these incidents should have told you that she was the ideal life partner for you, and your magic wanted you two to be together always. All joviality, whoever left when the elder gave them a shock. Your spirit, Harry, is not in complete control of your body, as it is constantly fighting the darkness in you. I am not sure what the darkness is or how it came to reside in you, but it should be removed as soon as possible. Harry and Hermione gasped at the revelation. They knew about it but were shocked that someone who only just met them was able to point it out to them. All the more evidence to believe that there indeed was a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul inside Harry. They explained about the soul pieces of Lord Voldemort and why they think that one such piece might have accidentally lodged inside Harry. The elder turned grave. For now your spirit is strong and is able to fight with it and keep it at bay. But if the one who this piece belongs to was to get stronger and get a physical body, then the darkness would consume you. Choking back a sob but with tears streaming out of her eyes, Hermione launched herself at Harry and straddled him to grab him in a fierce hug. Harry was barely able to keep it together, but with his focus on the distraught girl in his lap, he was able to manage it better than Hermione. He began dotting her forehead and whispered soothing words to calm her down. Fortunately, the elder came to their rescue. You, young Kuahea, are a very resilient one, and with your chosen mate, your Wishuk helping you, healing you, you will drive it out of you. You cannot accept any other fate than the removal of the soul piece from within you. If you are willing to do this, we will help both of you to awaken your spiritual animals and then fight the darkness. Hermione beat Harry to reply, anything to help Harry, we can do it tomorrow. It was decided as Harry whispered to Hermione, We will triumph. With you by my side, there's no other alternative but win. The next morning, Harry and Hermione were in no hurry to wake up, even with them snuggling into each other for support. They did not have a restful slumber. The forthcoming events weighed heavily on their minds, and even though it was not spoken aloud, they both knew that the risk of Harry not making it alive was very much present. The only consolation they could draw was that they were in the presence of people who could be called experts at dealing with awakening your true nature, and besides, the event was inevitable. They had to destroy all the soul pieces if they had to bury Lord Voldemort forever. Harry was finally resigned to his fate. If he had to die, he had to die, but by Merlin. He was not going to go quietly. It was not in his nature. Even without the knowledge that he had the spirit of a legendary Kuaheye in him, he knew that he would not give up without a fight. His only regret at the possibility of his death was the devastation the witch in his arms would feel, but then if his death would end the threat of the Dark Lord and keeps her safe, he would do it with a smile on his face. With those thoughts in his mind, Harry finally fell asleep. Hermione was a different matter though. She dreaded the thought of going through her life without the boy she was cuddling into. During her childhood, she never thought that she would come to like or even love someone as much as she did Harry. She understood the inevitability of her falling in love and getting married, but she never thought that she would come to love someone much more than her own life. Now that she found Harry, she never wanted to let him go, for go he would if it meant keeping her safe, and that was her greatest fear. She prayed as fervently as she had never done before. She pleaded with all the deities she knew or read before, to keep her love alive, if not, at least not to let her wake up from the trance she would go into the next day in a few hours' time. After every one of the other participants of the camp were taken back to Denver, only Tendo and the 5 shamans were left to help Harry and Hermione inside the medicine grounds. They were called to meet the elder again, and he blessed them both in the strange tongue which lasted for about a minute, accompanied by vigorous waving of his hands. Finally, at the end, he presented them with a necklace of prayer beads each, strung together on a thin rawhide strip. The beads were carved out of juniper and cottonwood twigs with a few feathers of bald eagle and turkey buzzard, or turkey vulture as it was called, interspersed at equal intervals except for a small stretch that would probably be in contact with their neck. Tendo explained to them that it was a blessed necklace made out of the hide from a great American bison which was revered by them. He asked you to wear the prayer beads always, taking them off only when you sleep. They were blessed by his grandfather, one who was considered to be a very powerful medicine man, and would protect you from evil spirits and mortals with evil intentions. The feathers are from a male for you, Harry, and from a female for Hermione. The bald eagle is a representation for keen intellect, while the turkey buzzard is for patience and perseverance, qualities that he said are needed in you if you were to succeed in your chosen path. They were certainly beautiful, and even if the two were skeptical about the power of the necklace, they did not voice it. The couple learnt that some of the things were meant to be taken on faith. Besides, anything that would help Harry survive was bound to be given the respect it deserved in Hermione's opinion. They thanked the elder and the other shamans for everything they have done and were going to do to get the soul piece out of Harry. Harry felt a certain finality in doing that, but he did thank them with grace. They were led into a cupboard, wickiup, and told to clean themselves up. Inside the lodge was a roaring fire. A kind of scented wood was used to generate the fire and heat water, producing a thick pall of steam. Harry and Hermione quickly undressed and began their steam bath. They had more important things on their minds than worry about being in the other's presence without clothes. Besides, the steam was thick enough to obscure their BPD-ness, and if Hermione caught Harry checking her out, she did not say anything. Harry did see Hermione in all her glory, but it was just a glimpse as the steam quickly fogged up his glasses. But if he was to die, it was a very happy picture to take with him to his grave. After 15 minutes, a dry and squeaky clean Harry and Hermione emerged from the lodge dressed in a cloth made from the bark of the same scented tree that was used in the fire. Harry was given only a loin cloth while Hermione had a bustier too. They were led into the center of a ritual circle filled with numerous drawings and instructed to lie on their back in the center. Hermione never let his hand go, and to her relief no one disapproved. Instead, the elder looked at her with pride in his eyes. The air was thick with mist generated by heated oil which was hot enough to evaporate and was used to aid them achieve the trance-like state much easily and also aid their spirits to connect with each other. In his mindscape, Harry, with Hermione holding onto his hand, could clearly see the impurity in his soul, and they turned just in time to greet the Kuahea that trotted into the clearing with Wishuk trailing behind him. The Kuahea, which appeared as a physical manifestation of Harry's true spirit, roared the deep-throated roar of a lion and pawed the ground just like a stallion would do before its charge. With his head bowed low, the Kuahea charged and speared the piece of soul that belonged to Lord Voldemort, with its serrated horn. Outside, in real world, Harry began to whimper, and the 5 shamans, with the Elder in the lead, increased the pace and intensity of their chant, pleading with the ancient souls to help the young warrior to fight the wrongdoer and reclaim what was rightfully his. It also included an entreaty not to let a young mate live a life of grief without her partner and bless them with as many young bucks as they aspired. The couple would have been both touched and embarrassed at the request they were making had they heard it, but as it was, they were totally oblivious to what was going outside, totally engrossed in fighting a powerful evil. Lord Voldemort was much more powerful magically than Harry or Hermione, and even though it was just a piece of his soul against Harry's very spiritual essence, Harry watched helplessly as his Kuahea form was beginning to get tired. Voldemort's magical power slowly but surely began to overwhelm his spirit, but Harry had something that Voldemort never had. The unconditional love of the woman who he intended to spend his life with, his best friend and girlfriend. One look into those brown eyes, which were gradually filling up with tears, gave the impetus for his spiritual representative to charge forward in an attempt to tear the offending piece of soul away. Harry never wanted to see Hermione cry, at least not because of him. They had dreams to fulfill, and he could not be the cause of those dreams being shattered. Seeing Harry gain a second wind, Hermione immediately began calling forth her own spirit to join the battle. With her healing ability, the Wishuk was quickly able to banish some of Harry's fatigue and lend him a much-needed breath of fresh air. With Hermione's love for him firmly in his heart, her tear-stained but hopeful face in his eyes, and sheer force of his will which refused to bow down before the man who cost him his family, Harry forced the soul piece out of his own soul, a scream of pure agony tearing out of his throat. Unfortunately, the split in the soul and the removal of the squatter which was feeding on Harry's magic began draining out Harry's magical core. Seeing her mate, the Kuahea, which now merged with Harry's magical essence, in mortal peril, the Wishuk sprang into action. Keeping her wits about her, Hermione, who by now became one with her spiritual representative, instinctively knew what to do, and gently blowing onto the gaping wound in Harry's soul where the foreign piece used to reside, began stitching the gap and mend Harry's soul, magic, and body back together. Harry woke up to realize that he was on a bed in a tastefully decorated room, one he never saw before, but more importantly, his angel was resting her head on his chest in a peaceful slumber. He continued gazing at her, marveling at the understated beauty of his best friend, one which was never blemished by makeup or other cosmetics. He was glad now more than ever to have found such a woman so early in his life. His musings were cut short very soon as Hermione began stirring. Harry gently stroked her cheek. "Hey, beautiful. Good morning," he whispered. "Good morning, Harry," Hermione replied, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, and suddenly gasped, whirling around to stare at him. Suddenly and without any warning, she threw herself at the still stretched out Harry and peppered his face with quick kisses. Finally, drawing a shuddering breath, she latched onto Harry's lips with her own in a deep kiss. Ending the kiss, Hermione cuddled into him again and in a strained voice whispered to Harry, "I thought that I lost you, Harry. I was freaking out when you did not wake up after banishing Voldemort's soul piece." Harry tightened his arms around Hermione, drawing her further into him. "For a moment I thought that I lost you too, sweetheart. It was your love and the thought of leaving you alone in this world that gave me the strength to fight back," Harry sighed. Hermione gave him a tremulous smile. "I am glad." Harry reached for her lips again, and this time the kiss was tender and full of love for each other. They were, however, interrupted by a throat clearing not far away from them. "You gave us quite a scare there, Harry," Emma greeted him. Harry was surprised at seeing both Emma and Dan stretching themselves after getting up from the couch they were clearly sleeping on. They were supposed to be in New York. He was not out for long, was he? Harry, though. Interpreting his thoughts correctly, Hermione explained, "Tendo brought us back to Denver the same afternoon. You were out for more than 2 days, Harry. It's your birthday today," and immediately pounced on him to resume their interrupted kiss. with an excited, "Happy birthday, my love," thrown in for good measure. Harry's near brush with death finally broke all barriers in her. She wanted to tell him, show him how much she loved him and was not going to be deterred by her parents' presence. They did agree that they would wait till their wedding for physical intimacy, and for now was limited to doing it through her words and keys only, but she was not going to restrain herself anymore. Hermione's parents added in their own wishes for Harry and with a warning to get ready for breakfast, separately. Dan threw in for good measure. They left to the next room to give Remus the good news. With the plan to celebrate his birthday in Times Square now been blown, the Grangers, Harry and Remus spent the evening watching a live performance by John Denver at the open-air, Red Rocks Amphitheater. This would be their last night in the Mile High City, as they planned to return to New York the next day, just a day before they were to return back home. With all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed from their side, Harry and Hermione along with all the well-wishers in their lives were waiting for the day the registration of Harmony and Magics, as a private corporation would go through and they could start selling their wares. As things were used to in the wizarding world, nothing that was good was about to happen so quickly and they hit the first stumbling block even before they got their first client. The ministry sent a letter addressed to Harry stating that the company they were proposing to establish was in serious breach of various legislation either already present or were going to be formalized in the coming session of the Wizengamot. Harry and Hermione were incensed. They rarely were angered, but giving the rules of legislation that were still not in effect was beyond fair. It was almost as if they studied the application for Harmony and Magics, and then came up with new legislation. When they asked to meet with the concerned department dealing with the application, they were directed to the Minister of Magic instead. Harry, Hermione, Ted and Andy Tonks were met with the minister and a lady that looked amazingly like a toad wearing a pink cardigan. Harry and Hermione were advised by Ted that he would handle the matter as he was the attorney and they had the upper hand when it concerned the legalese. The present legislation said that their company was legitimate and that was what they were going to stress on. Who cares or would know about the new legislation the ministry was going to bring about just to stop one company? All of them knew that it was probably an attempt in response to the popularity of the boy who lived, and nothing to do with the company itself. Harry and Hermione also could not shake the lingering feeling that Dumbledore was somehow behind all of this. In his misguided attempt to control Harry, driven to the brink, the Potters were not going to let the matter slide. They would take out the big guns if needed, and that included using Harry's popularity, the one that he hated, to bring down the government if needed. They hoped that it would not go that far, as that would mean that Amelia Bones, soon to be Black, would have to take up the mantle, which she was not so willing to do. Everyone felt that keeping Fudge at the top job would allow them to manipulate him to not only their advantage but also to what was truly the best interests of the wizarding world as a whole. Minister, can you tell us why we were meeting you rather than the head of the registrations and magical contracts, and why the communications sent to my client instead of to me? I am the registered attorney to Mr. Potter, and so I should have been contacted. Were you wishing that he would drop the matter altogether? Ted asked in a no-nonsense manner. Harry was watching the minister to try and gauge his emotions but was more than disturbed by the gleam in the woman's eyes. If he was a suspicious man, and he was beginning to turn into, the emotion in the woman was enough to tell him that the ministry's stance was aimed at him rather than the company he was proposing to establish, and that raised his hackles. Now that he was ridden of the Horcrux in him and his latent animal awakened, Harry was beginning to feel belligerent against the pro-discriminatory attitude prevalent in the ministry and was itching to take them head on. Only the presence of Hermione and the confidence in the astute strategy they worked out with the adults in their lives was holding him back. The woman answered in her sickly sweet voice instead of the minister. The ministry had found irregularities in your application, but before she could say anything more, Harry butted in. And who are you? Harry could detect an undercurrent of anger which she hid well, but not well enough for Harry and Hermione to miss. I am Madam Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. That's all well and good, but what business do you have here? Not only were we directed away from the correct department, but then we have to meet someone who obviously does not have any role in the proceedings. Harry did not give her time to ramble on in an obvious attempt to either intimidate or impress them. Harry and Hermione, though, had meetings with much more politically and magically powerful individuals and were not impressed or intimidated in the least. Umbridge bristled but successfully kept her temper in check. I am the undersecretary to the minister, and of course I have the right to be here. Really? Are you here in your capacity to advise the minister? Are you well versed in contracts and the regulations needed to establish a company? Harry needled her. You insolent whelp. I am a pureblood. I know a lot about contracts, she sputtered indignantly. Even the minister knew that she crossed a line when she resorted to name-calling and therefore gave Harry a legitimate opening to call her up on her insolence. You may be a pureblood, but I am the heir to an ancient and noble house. You are nothing, not even a minor house. I am well within my rights to censure you for your foul language. The Potters may be a noble house, but you are tainted with impure blood, consorting with creatures, and now you are allowing muggles to profit from the wizarding world, she ranted with her face going red with exertion. Harry wanted to lash out and really cause some pain to the woman, but knew that they had the upper hand. Now that the meeting was exposed to what it was, a bullying tactic, Harry was ready with his response. There was nothing wrong with my application, was it? You are nothing but a bully minister. With you keeping silent even when the one who admits to be your advisor was using foul language against the heir of a noble house, you come across as nothing but a weakling. Do not think that I am going to drop this matter. I am going to show your impertinence to the entire world. Even though this was delivered with calm assurance, there was an inherent power in Harry's voice that should have been a warning to the minister and his lackey. The assurance in their own power and blind prejudice in the dominance of their blood, however, goaded them on. Umbridge, however, was not done, and do not think that we are going to let you off scot-free. Your attitude against the minister and your willingness to employ filthy creatures will be brought up in the Wizengamot. You will be punished severely, and with your magic bound, you will be sent back to the same muggles your mother came from and you yourself love so much. This was said with a sneer towards Hermione, and that was the last straw for Harry. With his aura flashing outward, Harry's stare turned icy when he fixed the two with his glare. Very well, let's see who would have the last laugh. With that he strode out of the office purposefully, with Hermione and the Tonks barely a second late. They ignored the sputtering call of the minister and Umbridge calling them back amid threats and name-calling, which was duly ignored. That could have gone well. Hermione sighed as soon as they left the ministry building and entered Diagon Alley. She understood the thinly veiled threats directed at her too, but was able to ignore most of them. Andy rebuffed her immediately. No, Hermione, that was exactly how it should have been. It would have been much better if Fudge said something rather than leaving the name-calling to his toady. I am not sure I understand. Hermione was genuinely puzzled. She was of the opinion that they would have been better off without going at it hammer and tongs with the ministry, but she was definitely ticked off with their bigotry. We proved to them that we would not take their attempt to intimidate us lightly. We threatened to go to the Wizengamot against them if they continue their high-handedness or arm-twisting. That would certainly give them pause, Ted opined. Andy, who knew more about pureblood politics, however, had more direct cause for celebration. Harry is the heir to the noble house of Potter. He has every right to do what he wants, and the other ancient and noble houses would be incensed if they knew how the minister was trying to roughshod over him. His attempt at bringing new ideas for defense of houses and also making the lives of every other witch and wizard safer should be welcomed with open arms, not with scathing comments. Hermione was still unable to understand why that was important. Harry never discussed pureblood politics with her, as they were both averse to the caste system that was prevalent in the wizarding world. But now it seemed as if they were going to be immersed in it, and if they wanted to make a change, they would have to be leaders too. Hermione would also have to learn the intricacies and the politicking, as she was going to be the next Lady Potter whether she admitted it or not, and so it was left to Harry to explain it to her. What you have to understand, Hermione, is that the ancient and noble houses have their own pride of place. Whether their status was earned and was it relevant today is immaterial. Anyone trying to undermine such a house would unite all other noble houses against them. An insult to one house and any attempts to undermine its authority would be construed as an attack against all of them. Ted understood that Hermione had no grounding in the pureblood politics and so elaborated, the fact that Harry has not reached his majority and is not a head of houses yet does not make any difference. They would all see it as an attempt to take advantage of a gullible future head, and that would ruffle quite a few feathers with the traditionalists. There are only 12 ancient houses, and almost half of them are already aligned or friendly with House Potter. Black, Bones, Longbottom, Abbott, while houses like Greengrass, McKinnon and Macmillan are neutral but will immediately side with Harry if they felt threatened. What about Malfoy? Wouldn't he oppose Harry? Hermione wanted to know. Harry chuckled and was joined by the two Tonks, though Andy's was of a darker shade and she was the one who provided the answer. The Malfoy family is not an ancient house. They were not even English noble. They got into the Wizengamot by buying a seat after one of the original holding families died out. It was rumored that a Malfoy actually murdered the last living member of the family just to get into the lawmaking body. No, if Malfoy tries anything against Harry, he would be trodden down by the other noble families, and that is why he never brings forth a resolution or even seconds it. He likes to stay behind the scenes, doling out money like confetti and play people like Umbridge and Fudge for fools. Harry nicely summed it up for them. This attempt was probably a ploy by Malfoy to try and stump me. I am afraid that this was just a prelude to something serious, something to do with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. I know it in my bones, he sighed regretfully. Just how serious the situation was evident a few days later. Sirius got a summons for the Wizengamot session that was to discuss the introduction of a new bill, and that was to declare werewolves as creatures and impose restrictions on them. Though there was no indication on who was proposing the bill, it would only be known in the session once it was tabled. It definitely had Dolores Umbridge written all over it. That fact was blatantly obvious when Harry, as an heir to the Potter family, did not get one, and that meant either it was an attempt to exclude him or that there was someone else holding the seat in proxy. Amelia told him that Dumbledore indeed had the voting rights for the Potter seat in proxy, a situation that Harry was eager to rectify. So for the first time, a congregation of all those related to Harry and Hermione either by friendship, family, or by business association was taking place in the Grangers' backyard. They made it a picnic, inviting even the youngsters, though only Susan was the one not directly involved, and by association, her best friend Hannah. Surprisingly, once the word got out regarding the discussion, the elder Abbotts also invited themselves, as did Neville and his grandmother, the formidable Augusta Longbottom. Susan, Hannah, and Neville were encouraged to participate in the discussion as they were the next in line to be the head of their respective houses, and this would turn out to be a good training for them. Most of them were hoping that it would be some more time before that, but for Susan it would be sooner than later, as she would be the next Lady Bones as soon as Amelia would be a Black at the end of the year. The discussion was mainly centered on the way to counter the legislation, as there was no other thought but to repel it. Though everyone knew that Remus would be directly affected by the law if it came through, Harry was more concerned about the long-term implications. Harry and Hermione were quite sure that they could get Remus to accept an unofficial position in their company, or even in taking care of the vast number of Black and Potter properties, and thus keep him employed, but just the thought of bowing down to injustice was unacceptable to them. This is not about Remus, Harry nearly shouted at Sirius when the discussion began going out of hand and was turning into a show of favoritism. Thankfully Remus was not present, as he was busy with contacting a few of the werewolves that were blasé about their affliction and not keen on hurting others. It was an attempt to get them donating blood and if possible some tissue samples for their impending study on werewolf physiology and improving the Wolfsbane potion. Everyone was hoping that the news of the possible legislation would not have reached the different werewolf clans, making things difficult for them. Everyone was quite perplexed at that, but still unable to comprehend his thoughts, and so Hermione elaborated, "Why doesn't everyone accept that the legislation was not in the best interests of the progress of the wizarding world? Why do you have to think that it was meant to be only against Harry or our company? Can't you see that if this law comes into force, peace in this world is going to be very difficult to achieve?" Hermione ranted, much to the amusement of her parents. "I for one am convinced that the legislation was not the idea of the Umbridge woman, but more an attempt to undermine the light side, so to speak." Harry spoke with conviction that was hard to miss. Amelia was still not convinced though. Why would say someone like Lucius Malfoy have to do anything to ban werewolves from holding jobs? Harry and Hermione shared a look that would have meant, "How thick can these get?" but refrained from showing any other emotion on their face. They were exasperated that the adults in their lives were still allowing things to take their course rather than doing something constructive. Even Amelia, the head of the law enforcement, was content to let sleeping dogs lie rather than calling up Minister Fudge and Umbridge on their blatant disregard for those who were not purebloods. In a tone that would not have been missed even by a toddler, Harry asked, "What would be the first inclination of anyone that has been backed into a corner be?" Thankfully, Susan caught on very quickly. "They would rebel," she exclaimed with wide eyes. Hermione thanked her with a grateful smile. "And who do we know that is a definite threat to peace and stability and has been more or less active these past 2 years after more than 10 years of being silent? That was like being fed with a spoon and hard to miss by anyone. Do you think that some of you know whose followers were behind this?" Neville asked with palpable fear in his voice. Voldemort. Ignoring the flinch at the name, Harry forged ahead, was the one to offer the werewolves a chance to fill their feral appetites by giving a free run on non-magicals and muggleborns. If I am not mistaken, the last time he was nearly in power was the time when the number of newly bitten people increased astronomically. Their activities almost came to a halt after Halloween 1981, telling us that it was the influence of Voldemort that caused a massive surge in attacks. At present, almost no one is willing to believe that the threat of his return still exists. Hermione took up the explanation, and if the werewolves are pushed to desperation and Voldemort comes along promising them free rein or even retribution against those who forced them into hiding, so to speak, wouldn't they flock to his banner immediately? Madame Longbottom sighed and summed up everyone's thoughts. "We all know that Lucius Malfoy is a staunch supporter of you-know-who, and if he knew that his master was trying to get back, he would do everything in his power to ensure that." Though Harry loathed going before the public, especially those who he considered were spineless and unwilling to bring forth stricter rules to curb the Death Eater menace, he had to go to the Wizengamot to name Sirius as the proxy for the Potter's seat. His anxiousness was increased by the fact that Hermione would not be beside him for this, she would only be able to watch the proceedings from the public gallery. Both the Black and Potter seats were being held by Dumbledore, and unsurprisingly, he used those votes to almost always stalemate the session before any meaningful laws could be passed. No major changes in the legislation was able to take place in more than 10 years that Sirius was incarcerated, and that was almost always due to the fact that Dumbledore was not proactive in bringing about a change. That was also the reason why the Auror Force was struggling with budget issues and why the Death Eaters and their sympathizers were allowed to go scot-free with their discriminatory attitude. One upside of the stalemate, though, was that nothing that was detrimental to the general population was also passed, but that was going to change due to the anti-werewolf bill that was being brought forward by Madame Umbridge. Even though the proposed bill was just a proclamation, or rather an intent of change in the existing laws for now, it was already being touted as a surefire law guaranteed to curtail the freedom of werewolves, even before ratification by the Wizengamot. Most of the supporters of the Dark Lord Voldemort were openly supportive, while the Traditionalists, who formed a large bloc, were undecided. The Traditionalists, led by Dumbledore and often supported by Madame Longbottom, did not want gross changes in the way of life and saw any revolutionary bills as detrimental to their values. Even though some of the laws would be for the benefit of the general public, they usually remained silent or helped pass the less drastic changes through. It was clearly evident that there were two major groups in the Wizengamot, and since both comprised a large section of votes, the small number of voices that actively sought progress and change were usually drowned out. That was all about to change, though, as one boy sought to bring forth a much-needed revolution in the way of life to the wizarding world, and even managed to change the stance of the staunchest of Dumbledore's supporters, Madame Longbottom. With her lead, the rest of the Traditionalists could be made to see reason and bring about much-needed modernization to the stagnant world. But first, the ulterior motives of people like Fudge, Umbridge, and Malfoy that could play into the hands of Voldemort should be repelled, and quickly. As members began shifting in, many cast curious glances at not only Sirius but also at Harry. The presence of Sirius was easily explained, but the presence of a minor raised a few eyebrows. But sitting among a group consisting of Madame Bones, Madame Longbottom, Lord Abbot, and Lord Black, no one dared to protest. The only one who even came close to raise an objection was Madame Umbridge, but a quick whispered word from Minister Fudge shut her up, and she only resorted to sneering at Harry. As the court scribe began calling roll, it was clearly evident to Dumbledore and the others that a major shift in the political scene was about to take place. Sirius was duly admitted without a peep and administered the oath, but the real ruckus started when the Potter seat was called. Dumbledore announced himself as the proxy to the seat, and Harry stood to contradict the claim and named Sirius as the proxy to his family seat. As Harry rose to speak, Dumbledore tried to steamroll through the names of the members present, but none of the other members were prepared to respond to the roll call and were themselves waiting for Harry to be acknowledged. Some of them were really sympathetic to the werewolves and against the general bigotry in their world, while the others were enamored by the fame of the boy who lived, yet others were merely waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Not getting the responses he wanted, Dumbledore finally acknowledged defeat and had to allow Harry to speak. Harry rose with his knees almost shaking with the weight of not making a fool of himself heavily on his mind. He took a deep breath, but one glance at the eyes of his best friend and future wife that were full of pride for him was enough to steady him. Putting his best foot forward, figuratively speaking, and standing tall, Harry intoned in a formal tone, "My name is Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter." He was interrupted by loud gasps coming from almost everyone in the chamber. Harry was a little perplexed at that reaction. Surely they knew that, he thought, but he was distracted by the awe of Hermione's face and her subtle nod of head that meant for him to look at himself. Harry looked down and was shocked to see that he was glowing a bright golden in color, and it lasted for about 10 seconds. When the glow ended, he was startled to feel the weight of a solid gold ring with what he knew as the Potter crest settle on his left ring finger. And looking up, he caught Hermione furtively covering her left ring finger too, but with an amused and a little mischievous smile. Though he could not guess what happened and how Hermione was affected by the events that happened, he guessed that some such ring which identified her as his intended appeared on her finger too. Magic was strange sometimes. Though it was shocking to say the least, no one was prepared to voice their displeasure. It was old magic choosing to declare Harry James Potter as the head of the House Potter instead of its heir. Glancing at Sirius, Harry could see his beaming smile, which was the same expression on Amelia's face, which was in contrast to Dumbledore, Fudge, and a few people like Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Dumbledore was not a happy camper, and if Harry had to describe the emotion on his face, it was like that of a petulant child. The most amusing to look at, however, was that of Umbridge, who looked as if she swallowed a particularly distasteful bug. Before anyone could say anything, the court scribe read out of the parchment that appeared on her desk, "I have the duty to inform this august body that there is a new addition to the members of the Wizengamot. Lord Harry James Potter has been accepted by the magic of his house as the head of the house and emancipated fully as a recognized adult." This time the murmurs were subdued, as most of the members recognized this as ancient magic at work. They neither had the right to contest the choice nor the inclination to do so. That proclamation alone allowed some of the fence-sitters to sit up and take notice of Harry Potter in a favorable light. Most of them now had a chance to form an alliance with House Potter if they could entice him to marry the daughters in their house, not that they would succeed, as most of them still considered Hermione to be his friend only. Neither the couple concerned nor the adults in their lives tried to correct their mistake, but those who caught or would catch a glimpse of the ring on Hermione's finger would understand how futile those attempts would be. Hearing the confirmation of what he gathered by the appearance of the head of house ring on his finger, Harry let out a frustrated sigh. Why was his life so complicated? He thought. But on the bright side, he was deliriously happy that the magic of his ancestors accepted Hermione as his future wife, and now they were betrothed, he supposed. Gathering his thoughts, and since he was still expected to speak, Harry continued where he led off. "I thank you all for recognizing me as the head of the House Potter, but I would like to announce that since I am still at school, I would not be able to attend the sessions of this august body. I therefore appoint my godfather, the Lord Black, as my proxy for voting." At Harry's gesture, which was his cue, Sirius stood up and intoned, "I, Sirius Black, head of the ancient and noble House of Black, accept the responsibility bestowed by Lord Potter. I also solemnly state that I would dispense my duties to the best of my abilities and be truthful to House Potter." Dumbledore was frustrated. This was not how the events were supposed to go, and he was losing more and more control of Harry. Till date he at least had the proxy for voting, but now he had lost that vote too. On the bright side, Lucius Malfoy, who was hoping that the anti-werewolf bill would be passed without contest, now lost control of the Wizengamot, and judging by the reactions of a few of the neutral members in the House, Dumbledore expected them to side with House Potter, and maybe this was the impetus needed to wrest control of the Wizengamot toward the light side. He banged the gravel, which demanded the attention of the House. "Thank you, Lord Black and Lord Potter. Your declarations have been noted. Now if you would take your seats, we will move on to the topic of today's discussion." He then turned to the person sitting beside the Minister of Magic and addressed her, Madam Umbridge, as the one who wished to introduce the bill. The onus is on you to convince the members to vote on your behalf. As this is a bill and not a law, there need not be a unanimous vote, just a majority would do. With that, Dumbledore gestured for the woman to take the floor. In response to Dumbledore's summons, Umbridge took the stage, figuratively of course, as she did not move from her position, but Harry could see the cleverly disguised venom in her eyes that was directed at him. He could guess that the fact that he was now recognized as the head of house for an ancient and noble house might have put a bee in her bonnet. As her attitude against anyone that was not a pureblood was evident during their meeting with the minister, Harry could guess that now that he was elevated to a position of authority far above her own station, Umbridge had to bite her tongue rather than risk sanction against her for bad-mouthing the head of House Potter, even if he was a half-blood. The moment Umbridge started her speech painting werewolves as monsters, she lost most of the support from lesser-known houses, and it was evident from their reactions that they considered the tactic as one directed against those who she considered to be lesser than her. It was really unsurprising to Harry or to Hermione sitting in the public gallery, that the rhetoric that Madame Umbridge displayed was nothing new. As she was wont to, her speech was mostly centered on the fact that they were beasts and were not allowed to work or even lead a respectable life. She portrayed them as a menace to the society and that they have to be exterminated rather than corrupt the society with their stench. Funnily enough, her vitriol actually helped sway some of the more tolerant members away from supporting the bill. They were also keenly aware that the presence of Harry Potter in the house suggested that he was dead set against the bill, and that was something for them to digest. Quite a few of them remembered the association of Remus Lupin, a known werewolf, with House Potter and also his role as a professor at Hogwarts. Members who had children in the school and were taught by him had to recognize that their kids were never in danger even during the full moon period. After about 30 minutes of beating a dead horse, Madame Umbridge ran out of fresh material to spew against the werewolves in her allotted time too. Much like in a school debate, now was the time for anyone who opposed the bill to put forward their views, and amazingly quite a few were ready to, maybe in an attempt to impress the boy who lived, or out of genuine concern for the society as a whole. No one knew. Even before some of the members could put in a request for a chance to speak, the chief warlock banged his gravel again and announced, House Potter put in a formal request to be given a chance to let the Wizengamot know about their position in a public way, and I could not find any reason not to grant their request. Dumbledore directed his gaze at Harry. I yield the floor to Lord Harry James Potter. After many discussions, Harry and Hermione decided to steer clear of both Voldemort and also their intention of employing Remus in their company. They were more interested in enlightening the members of the real concern and danger to the society as a whole if the potentially dangerous werewolves were pushed into a corner. There was a big chance for them to retaliate, and in a way that would tear their world apart in a deadly way. Harry grabbed the chance to get on the soapbox with eager hands, and surprisingly for someone who never wanted to be in the limelight, he felt that it was a chance to change the society for the better. He did not feel nervous or particularly bold either, but stood with confidence in his eyes and moved to the cleared area that was at the center of the chambers and used mostly for trying prisoners rather than as a stage for a speech. This was a conscious move, as Harry felt that he wanted everyone to see that he was not afraid to stand up for his views, and also intended it as a snub to Umbridge, who remained standing at her position. He also felt that moving around was a better way to quell his nervousness, and drawing a deep breath began countering Madame Umbridge's bill point for point. Midway through his counter-argument, Harry gained momentum and launched into the defense of the werewolves with exuberance. These are not born to their fate, unlike someone we know who was born ugly. He was interrupted by gales of laughter at his obvious dig at Umbridge. She was glowering at him but unable to speak anything at the moment. Most of the members were already swayed by Harry's remarks, but this added a new dimension to his argument. Yes, werewolves were dangerous, but they did not choose to be turned. Dumbledore, in an attempt to reprimand Harry, inadvertently flamed the fire. Lord Potter, please refrain from personal remarks. This increased the shouts of mirth in the chamber, much to the consternation of Umbridge and Fudge. Harry immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I am sorry. I am sorry. I did not mean to offend anyone, but what I wanted to highlight was that werewolves were born normal witches or wizards. Some of them could have even been purebloods. Murmurs of agreement swept through the assembly. Harry did not want to bring up blood status in his arguments, but Umbridge's adamant use of purebloods in almost each of her statements prompted him to counter her using her own arguments. Sensing the positive mood of the assembly, he continued, "It is readily apparent that most of them are pushed away by the society and then forced to seek shelter with other people like them. They are almost always shunned and forced to resort to petty crimes or even rent out as troublemakers and assassins. Is that what we want? Is it our intent to drive them to desperation and then lament at their crimes, some of which I would like to point out were of our own forcing?" Harry saw that most of the people in the gallery and most of the members of the Wizengamot were vigorously nodding their heads at his passionate dialogue. "I would not go out on a limb and say that it is the responsibility of the ministry to see that the werewolves, at least those that are prepared to go into a decent line of work, are properly employed. I know and agree that it would be virtually impossible for them to coerce each and every werewolf into employment, but it is our responsibility as citizens to actually encourage them to find jobs, and if we are in a position to offer them decent work, should we not? That is the only way to take them off the streets, and that would also reduce crime and resentment among the werewolves. I believe that they would be more than willing to have a peaceful life, if given a chance. I mean, no one is bloodthirsty by nature. Nurture does play a major role in that." Drawing a heavy breath, Harry shifted gears. The Potter family had always supported means to alleviate the needs of the society. But even though a binding will was enacted, it was sealed, and because of that most of the donations from the Potter Foundation have dried up. Harry gave a sharp glance at Dumbledore, who was the one that sealed his parents' wills away. His subtle anger at the chief warlock also drew the attention of most of the neutral families who had a knack of making donations when needed and so stay away from conflict. More and more people began to realize how far their inactivity to oppose constricting laws actually led to a society that was mired in anarchy and nepotism. It is the duty of the ministry to ensure that every citizen lives free and without persecution, but I am willing to take up the costs of providing the Wolfsbane potion to every werewolf. His announcement was unprecedented, as most of the rich were only interested in amassing their wealth or use it to further their own agenda, but nevertheless, was met with thunderous applause. They were ashamed by the selfless acts of a teenager who was willing to take up the cause of the downtrodden and try to make a positive impact on the society. Harry continued speaking, which forced the assembly to quieten down quickly. As a means to do this, I am proud to announce the start of Lily Potter Foundation, to not only meet the costs of brewing the potion but also to fund research for a permanent cure, or at the least a better treatment option. This was met with more applause, and even the attempts of Dumbledore pleading for silence were ignored. Harry was thankful that the applause allowed him to regain his seat, but was also heartened that even though the adulation was more from the public gallery, some of the more traditional members of the Wizengamot were praising his initiative. He just hoped that some of them would actually set an example by breaking down the barriers against not only the werewolves but other races like the goblins and house elves. Not that he believed in it, but he could only look forward to it. Up in the visitors' gallery, Hermione was unobtrusively able to concentrate on the expressions of the few who were known to be Death Eaters. Their idea that the bill was an attempt to drive the werewolves to desperation and then provide them an avenue by asking them to join Voldemort's ranks proved to be an astute one. Lucius Malfoy, who was the one to propose the bill and got Umbridge and Fudge to put it up in the Wizengamot, along with the other Death Eaters, were practically seething at the turn-around led mostly by neutral members like Lords Greengrass, Davies, and Macmillan. Needless to say, their reactions proved beyond doubt that most of the Death Eaters were aware that Voldemort was not dead but was just biding his time to take over the wizarding world. Hermione made sure to focus on each and every one of their targets so that the others could view her memories. It was time to take the offensive to the organization that was the bane of peace in the wizarding world. Whether its leader was active or not was immaterial at this point. Needless to say, the bill died a premature and horrible death with a ringing majority repealing it. Malfoy and his cronies though abstained to vote, which was telling in itself. Harry's presence and his passionate condemnation of the injustices in their world was so groundbreaking that Lady Longbottom managed to gather enough support to censure Madame Umbridge, which was a way to prevent her attendance to the Wizengamot in the near future. Luna Lovegood was in the wilderness of Scandinavia with her father, the editor of the weekly magazine Quibbler. The man had been called eccentric in polite company and downright barmy whenever tongues loosened, but one thing was certain: the man prided himself in the unnatural even in the wizarding world. His magazine usually carried news that bordered on that unnaturalness and more often than not was seen with disdain among the more cultured members of the society. Luna was naturally tarred with the same brush, as her father had a large part in her upbringing since her mother died when Luna was at the tender age of 8. Zeno Lovegood was well known not for his brilliant journalism but for his fanciful tales of creatures that have never been seen. His favorite creatures were the crumple-horned snarkak, nargle, and bumbling humdingers which Luna used quite frequently in her own recitals of events that no one could comprehend about their actual meaning or implications. If someone were to actually ask Zeno Lovegood what these creatures were, he would laugh at you, since in his mind, these were not creatures or some such, but they were the oddities in nature that could not be explained, even by magic. Luna was in one such place with her father, who was trying to investigate one such oddity or freak of nature. The mountain regions of Scandinavia were well known for being pristine wilderness where the touch of human modernization had not reached yet. Snow was common in winter, and with copious amounts of rain, the lush green vegetation thrived like no other place in the world. The valley that the Lovegoods were camping, however, was devoid of any snow in the winter. There was frost on the ground, no doubt, but never did it snow. Zeno was convinced that there was some undocumented magic that was at work, and therefore was determined to find the snarkak. Scientists, naturalists, and other scholars sometimes do come around such bizarre incidents around the world, and they chalk it up to nature's desire for some change. An explanation was never to be found for such incidents. Even magic could not explain such behavior of nature, and into one such oddity, Zeno dragged his daughter, determined to find the elusive crumple-horned snarkak. No one would say that Zeno Lovegood was stupid. In fact, he was incredibly smart, and the same could be said about Luna Lovegood. She was uncommonly intelligent but was prone to spacing out, and usually after such episodes, she would mutter incoherent ramblings that were amusing to anyone within earshot, and thus earned her the name, Loony. Luna could not tell you at what age such episodes of incoherence had started, but she could identify that the frequency of such instances became more after the death of her mother, Celeste Lovegood. Celeste was known to be a brilliant spell creator, but what was not known was that she was an unawakened seer. She did not have the ability to decipher the meaning of the flashes of the future she was wont to see, and after every such episode she was prone to have fits of unconsciousness without any knowledge of what caused it. It was during one such episode that Celeste, hunched over a particularly nasty potion that she was brewing, lost consciousness and fell into the open cauldron, which resulted in a massive explosion, killing her instantly. Thankfully, neither Luna nor her father was inside the house at that moment, but unfortunately, Luna lost her mother. In the magical world, certain skills were known to manifest in a particular family, and having the ability to see the future was one such. The skill was very sought after by the rulers of a country or any other powerful members of the society for their benefit, oftentimes not for the good of the world. This misuse of a powerful gift was frowned upon by most people, and so seers were either coveted or were discriminated against, regardless of the wishes of the seer. Being passed down to Luna from her mother, who herself did not have the full abilities to be a true seer, the gift manifested within Luna in yet a different way. Luna could see the future events as they were bound to happen, but incredibly, she could see all the different possibilities that could happen due to the recent event that had taken place. Even though she was far away from Britain, Luna's magic and her unique ability told her about the event that would have a profound impact on the wizarding world at the precise moment it had happened. It was an accepted fact that Harry would be the Lord Potter, and to the few true friends Harry had, that Hermione would be the Lady Potter. The only factor undecided was when that would happen. The Potter family magic accepting Hermione as the betrothed to the next Potter at the age of 14 was certainly a surprise to Luna, a pleasant one to say, but surprise nonetheless. The many pathways that the future could take after this unprecedented event hit Luna like a tropical storm and nearly overwhelmed the young witch. If anyone was near her at that time, they would have heard her mutter, "So many possibilities, so many of them," and her personality of a loony would have been strengthened further. Thankfully, no one heard her, as her father was quite a distance away inside the nearly enclosed valley, and this gave Luna the chance to let go of her emotions, which were in turmoil. The visions of the future showed her that the key to a peaceful world was amazingly not in the hands of Harry Potter, or Lord Voldemort, or even Albus Dumbledore, but in Lucius Malfoy. Luna knew that Harry and Hermione were hatching a plan to move against the Death Eaters, and if she had to go by her latest visualization, she had to guess that they would start with the Malfoy patriarch. Two different paths opened up based on Harry's choice of Lucius Malfoy's treatment in the coming few months. If Harry was to go ahead with his plan to eliminate Malfoy from the equation, then the wizard known as Lord Voldemort would not rise in Harry's lifetime, but there was a distinct possibility that he could still get a body and take over the world after Harry Potter's death, plunging it into chaos. If Malafie was not a target, then there was a very good chance for the Dark Lord to get a body again, but his threat can be removed once and for all, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. The choices were certainly daunting for little Luna, with the threat to their very lives thrown in for good measure. She had complete faith in Lord and Lady Potter, and especially now that their lives were inexplicably interwoven much before the normal time, that they would take the decision based on what was good to the entire world and not just them, even if it meant that they would face great odds. Luna knew that she would have to give them the information needed to take the correct decision, and she had to do it before it was too late. She could only hope that her news would not push them away from her friendship. If that was to happen, Luna was not sure she would survive the heartbreak. Then again, her mother taught her that she had to do what was right and not what was easy. A shout of, "Luna dear, we have to go to the other end of the valley," from her father brought her out of her musings. She flashed him a smile. I can only hope for the best, Luna thought while getting up from the ground where she sat. But first they had to find the crumple-horned Snarkack. No, we are not married. Hermione was blushing furiously along with Harry while the other magicals were sniggering at the discomfort of the two teenagers. Dan and Emma were naturally disturbed when they heard about the appearance of the Potter ring on their daughter's finger. Sirius, as Harry's godfather, took the opportunity to explain, "This is ancient magic at its finest." The Potter family recognized the emotional attachment these two have for each other and decided that Hermione was the best option for being the Lady Potter. It also helped that Harry was aware and considered Hermione as not only his girlfriend but as his future wife. As soon as he became the head of the Potter family, magic recognized Hermione as Lady Potter to be. This was done mainly to give them both a modicum of protection from others who wanted to set up their daughters up for marriage with the head of House Potter. That explanation calmed their fears, not that they had any objection to Harry being married to their daughter, but any parent would wish for their children to wait at least until they were at a responsible age before taking that step. Okay, that does not seem to be much of a problem. Does that mean they are considered engaged? A relieved Dan wanted to know. Amelia nodded her head. Yeah, betrothed actually. While her parents were getting used to the idea that their not fully 14-year-old daughter was engaged, Hermione was concerned with making it official. Do we have to set up a contract or something? Do we actually need to make it public? Serious booming laughter rang out in the late evening air. Betrothal contracts are registered in the ministry, but yours is a totally different case. As I said, this is old magic. Potter family magic chose you as its next lady, and no one could dispute that except for Harry and you. If someone takes exception, all you have to do is flash her or him your ring. You could even prosecute them for trying to break up your engagement. No contracts or endless parchment can deny your right. It's your wish if you want to keep it a secret or let the world know. That actually brought a smile to Harry and Hermione. They were worried about making the information generally known, as that may endanger her. Everyone knew that Hermione was his best friend and maybe even girlfriend, but announcing that she was his betrothed may actually see schemes being hatched to put her in danger for the sake of their daughters. Hermione refused to take the back seat when it came to putting an end to the threat of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Harry was not foolish enough to think that he did not need her help, but if they could take unnecessary pressure off their relationship by keeping it hidden from the public, then it was well and good. With that discussion out of the way, the talk turned to speeding up the launch of Harmony and Magics. The dinner at number 12 Grimmauld Place, which was the ancestral home of the Blacks, would be the first board meeting. Since the roadblock in the form of Umbridge was well and truly removed, Ted brought the happy news that their application was immediately passed through. It obviously was a thinly veiled attempt to curry the favor of the latest Lord Potter. Being the head of House Potter, Harry was considered as an adult by magic if not by law, and with Hermione elevated to the position of his betrothed, the final concern for them being minors was also removed. Now, with all objections removed, the company could be officially started, and even the space they bought on the outskirts of London was already hooked up to the Flow network. Harry and Hermione would naturally be the directors and CEO, and the various positions of importance have already been decided by Hermione and him, but Harry was not sure how his proposition would be received, but there was nothing to it but take up the matter with those involved. Dora, would you mind leaving the Auror Corps and join us? We especially need versatile minds who are capable of not only casting spells but also capable of research. Dora was frankly amazed that they even considered her, as she was only a year out of Hogwarts and still in her training. Her first interest, though, was in protecting the society, and that was the reason she joined the Aurors. Harry, Hermione, I thank you guys, but I want to be an Auror. Before she could continue, however, she was interrupted by Amelia. Dora, I know that you wanted to be an Auror, but frankly your greatest problem is in stealth. She raised her hand to stall any protests, but her face took a tender look. I know that your metamorph skills are a great asset in undercover work, but at the same time they are a cruse when it comes to working in the field. I hate to say this, but through no fault of yours, you are clumsy and that could cost you your life. Ted and Andy were looking a little apprehensive at their daughter. They knew that she wanted to make a difference to their society, and that was the reason they supported her enthusiasm to be an Auror. They could not deny that they have lost quite a few nights of sleep in worry, but this was a golden opportunity to have a risk-free career, and there definitely was a challenge in research, especially of the kind that Harry and Hermione were keen to develop. Dora wanted to rant and rave. This was her first love, and she worked hard to make it to the academy despite the obstacles. Her father was a Muggle-born and her mother a pureblood, and she was a metamorphagus, a talent that was considered weird at best and a freak at the worst. I admit that my talent makes me clumsy. Due to the rapid changes that occur in my body, I have a hard time controlling and maintaining the form that I take. Sirius took her hands in his and with a gentle voice spoke from his own experience. Dora, you know the bigotry in this world, and I am also sure you know that they will make your life difficult. As Amelia said, getting through the training with your problem might be difficult, and needless to say, seeing you in a less risky job would also give me some peace of mind. Remus kept quiet throughout the discussion, but if asked he would be compelled to say that the proposition of seeing the woman, who very quickly became quite important to him, in a safe working environment was looking good to him. Dora glanced at him, and Remus could not help but give her a subtle nod of his head. Besides, he could not help but be happy at the thought of seeing her and working with her day in and day out. Harry and Hermione wisely kept out of the discussion, but when Dora looked at them, Harry gave her a bright smile. I will not lie to you, cousin, but we want you with us. The first few years will undoubtedly be difficult, and we need people who can be trusted. Besides, you know about the Horcruxes, right? Dora's eyes immediately lighted up at the prospect of doing something far more important than patrolling to keep the public safe. Hermione continued from where Harry led off. We have no idea what they are, let alone how many did he make. We need all the help we could to take him down, and with as little risk to us all as possible. We need you, Dora, she implored her. What she thought would be a very boring research work suddenly turned out to be not only interesting but also of utmost importance to their survival. If she felt that she still wanted to be an Auror, she could do that after Voldemort had been taken down. She knew that she needed time to allow her magical core to stabilize, and that was a year or so away. She could only hope that her clumsiness would also go away when she could gain more control of her talent once her core stabilizes. There was no way she was going to reject such a prospect, and agreed immediately. Besides, as Harry said, this was family she was trying to keep safe, and that was all good in her books. The atmosphere turned very light almost immediately after Dora's wholehearted acceptance, and none was happier than Harry. Great, you will be a part of the Research and Development Division that will be headed by Mr. Jonathan Kent, a Muggle-born. Officially, you will be helping in not only improving the existing designs but also expand their range, but your main aim will be to try and find the possible Horcruxes, their locations, and means to destroy them safely. Mr. Kent knows that you are on a very important mission, but not what that was. He promised to give you the leeway you need. Only Harry and Hermione knew that Mr. Kent was none other than the famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Through his correspondence with the two teens, Nicholas grew to appreciate the ideas that Harry and Hermione brought forward, and that also reignited his own thirst. With the liberal application of long-lasting glamour charms and suppression of his magical signature, the Muggle-born alter ego Jonathan Kent was born. Through the years he perfected the personality-altering charms, and even the goblins were unable to breach the disguise, and since Nicholas was Muggle-born, there really was no lie in their subterfuge. His wife Purnell, who would go by the name Martha, also used the same charms to become the new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts for the coming year. Hermione and Magix would initially cater to the aura force of the ministries worldwide. They have already had standing orders from French, American, Indian, and Australian ministries. A lot of the other countries were in negotiations and would probably confirm their own orders once the company goes public. They would concentrate on the gauntlets, evidence boxes, and protective armor reinforced using druidical magic. Amelia's design of Shield Always, which would be an accessory attached to the uniform of an aura and when activated would maintain a shield for an hour, was in the planning stage. The other clientele would be curse breakers for the aura probe. Naturally, Gringotts would be a major buyer, not for the goblin but for the humans who work for them. Several private firms also offer such services, maintaining their own team of curse breakers, and Hermione and Magix would also cater to them. Harry and Hermione hoped that they could lure the freelancers to enter into a mutually beneficial agreement, in which case they would equip them free of cost and then hire them out on their behalf. Harry and Hermione felt that the existing product range would give them a proper introduction to the ministries worldwide and hopefully help them monopolize the market. There will be a warding section which would be headed by a 100-year-old former Gringotts employee who apparently has roots in both Native American culture as well as the Druids. He would be working closely with Mr. Kent in developing new ways to set up wards and also to improve existing ones. The company would offer both the traditional runic wards as well as the Droon-based druidical wards. Hopefully the ward scheme that Harry and Hermione developed would eventually be so popular that it would be the exclusive offering. Sirius would be the chairman overseeing the company, while Remus would be the operational manager who would be the main presence every day. Hermione explained to the board members, and that though the idea was initially Harry and hers, what they expected to see was a distinct lack of hierarchy in the company, at least at the management levels. The two teenagers had already earmarked a 10-member team to begin their work immediately, and Sirius would also be tasked with employing people as and when required. I realized that most of the employees are Muggleborns. Was that a conscious choice? Andy, who was mostly silent till now, asked. She was actually not a part of the company but rather was in attendance in her role as personal attorney for Harry and Hermione. Yes, Harry admitted with a wry grin. Our initial thought was to try and provide a viable employment opportunity to the Muggleborns and other classes like the werewolves, or maybe those of goblin descent, half-giants like Hagrid. When we looked into the test results, we found out that most of the Muggleborns represented the top 10% of the NEWT scores. It was a win-win situation for us. Shoots the pureblood dominance theory right out of the water, Dan commented. The discussion veered off into legal issues, and Ted Tonks already had a legal team assembled to take care of Hermione and Magix. They also hired a private auditing company run by a bunch of squibs and those who knew about the magical world to take care of the accounting and other financial needs. This was to ensure an additional level of security for their bookkeeping and also take away the headache involved with taxation, not to mention to soundly rebuff any hints of fraud, as the company was mostly a family business. The same group would also manage the finances for the Lily Potter Foundation, ensuring a smooth running, and though Harry was not averse to put in his own finances, they were hoping a massive fallout from the Death Eaters once they implement the plan that Harry and Hermione hatched up to curtail their influence on the society. With only a couple of days for the start of the new school year, the 10 friends, Neville, Padma, Susan, Hannah, Luna, Colin, Ginny, Michael, including the vibrant couple, Harry and Hermione, who were a part of the study group started by Harry and Hermione, met in the Grangers' backyard for a going-away party. They initially wanted to invite their guardians or parents too, but most of them declined as the other members of the family were not invited. That would have been a little too many people, and besides, they were not really acquainted. The two professors who took time to mentor the group were also invited as a thank you gesture from Dan and Emma Granger. Lunch was lively, and it was after lunch that the fireworks started. What do you mean you do not want to continue learning? Sirius nearly had a heart attack after hearing that. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in unison. Harry answered his godfather, "We did not say that we were quitting school. We only want to quit structured learning. Emma placed a hand on Dan's shoulder while Amelia did the same to Sirius, and the two of them had no other option but to calm themselves lest they had to sleep on the couch. You mean to say that you do not want to sit in classes? Professor McGonagall wanted to confirm the intentions of the two who were the nearest to grandchildren she had. Hermione explained their plan and the reasons for their decision. We rarely participate in the class mostly due to our extremely fast pace of learning. We are usually much above the standards of most of the students. I mean, let's face it, we are almost at the 5th year level. We just sit in the class having already done whatever is assigned for the day. The teachers rarely ask us any questions as they know that it would only mean that the others in the class do not get a chance to win points. Because of that, the house cup is irrelevant to us. We won it 2 years straight mainly due to our extra credits, Harry elaborated. Professor McGonagall tried to clarify the position of the teachers. We do not ask you any questions because we want others to participate. That may be true and we do understand. But you have to admit that we look foolish sitting and staring as if we are an extension of the class, not really a part of it, Hermione pointed out, and both Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had no other option but to agree with their assessment. Harry tried to ease the professors' and Hermione's parents' minds. We will take our OWL and NEWT exams, but it's just that we will not be a part of the regular classes. Instead, we would work on the different projects that we have in the pipeline. This is unprecedented, Professor McGonagall exclaimed with no little amount of awe. Even Dumbledore had to finish 7 years of education before he even thought of independent research like you were doing right from the first year. Professor Flitwick was more pragmatic. I am sure that he would not allow it that easily. He wants to assert his control over you as he believes that only he could guide you in a confrontation with Lord Voldemort. He then grinned, not to mention a serious hit to his pride that 2 13-year-olds would eclipse his fame. That brought forth a few chuckles, and with their get-together coming to an end, most of the guests began to depart. Harry wanted to quip that Hermione and he did not want to even be bracketed with Dumbledore but held his peace. The couple was sure even before they broached the subject, that the headmaster would do his level best to block their attempts, but were also confident that they could convince him to let them work at their own pace. Harry was also not averse to use his rights as an heir to one of the founders of the school, and with Hermione being his betrothed, the headmaster had no legal ground to reject their petition. Harry and Hermione's intention of concentrating on their research in lieu of regular school got a massive boost almost as soon as they sat awaiting the opening feast inside the Great Hall. Harry was startled when the voice of Hogwarts spoke in his mind even as the sorting of the new students was being undertaken. I welcome you to your school, my Lord Potter. The momentary surprise and the lack of awareness to his surroundings caught Hermione's attention, and she was seriously worried, but her attempts to interrogate her boyfriend were thwarted when Harry increased the pressure on her hand, which was intertwined with his. The subtle shake of his head told her that it was something of importance and needed secrecy too, so instead of badgering him, Hermione turned her attention to the sorting, confident that Harry would tell her at a later time. Thank you, my lady, Harry replied mentally. What do you mean by my school? Am I now in control of the school? Harry felt as if Lady Hogwarts was nodding her head. There are currently only 2 heirs to the 4 founders, and you are one of the 2. As you know, Tom Riddle is the other, but what you do not know is that the founders' charter would not allow anyone with evil intentions to take control of the school. Lady Hogwarts grimaced. Until the last month you yourself had some darkness in you. Harry was stunned and a little angry too. How can the castle think that he was dark? But almost immediately he understood. You mean the piece of Voldemort's soul that was lodged in me? Yes, my lord. Lady Hogwarts was relieved. I could not give you the control of the wards as there was a chance that the Dark Lord could take over your body, but now that you have been cleansed of the darkness, I will revert some of the control to you. I cannot obviously leave the headmaster without any control, but you would have the final say in any modifications made to the wards or to decide who would be allowed to reside inside the castle. Once you reach 21 years of age, which is when your magical core finally stabilizes, you will have the sole control of the school. Harry knew that he would have to finally take care of the school, which was his legacy as the heir of Godric Gryffindor, but he thought that it would only happen when he finished school. Was he ready to take the responsibility? His honest answer was that he was not ready, but then again he had Hermione at his side. Thank you, my lady, for your trust in me. I will do my best to look after the interests of the students. Lady Hogwarts grinned. I know my heir, and that was the reason why I took an interest in you. The process of integrating the wards into your magical core is quite a painful process, and so will be done on the Friday night once you go to sleep. You will then have 2 days to not only recover but also get used to the wards. Harry grimaced at the mention of the discomfort, but he was confident that he could bear it. He might have to forego his exercise regimen for the 2 days, but he was ready to take the responsibility to safeguard the school's safety. Once the discourse with the castle ended, he started to eat his dinner, and that gave him the time to get his betrothed up to date with his new responsibility in a whisper. He was quite sure that they should not share it with even their close friends, and so limited it to Hermione only, and as usual she was quick to promise to always be at his side. After the feast, Harry and Hermione were escorted to the headmaster's office by their head of house, and as expected he nearly blew his top at the mention of independent study with emphasis on research rather than just the curriculum. The two students persevered though, and they managed to convince the professor that it was in the best interests of their classmates that they be excused from the classes. As it is we do most of our reading out of the curriculum, the only subjects that are new to us are arithmancy and care of magical creatures. We are confident that we could study arithmancy on our own, but care is something that we have no other option but to attend the class, as it is mostly practical portion. For the other subjects we are willing to take a practice test for the OWL if only to convince you. Dumbledore knew that Harry and Hermione usually spend most of their time reading texts that were far more advanced than the other students, and they do it in the regular class too. Even Professor Snape joined McGonagall and Flitwick in recommending that Harry and Hermione be allowed to work separately under supervision of the professors of the particular subject. If Snape was convinced, then Dumbledore felt that he really could not hold them back. He was frustrated that two students were able to overshadow his own accomplishments, and so was sorely tempted to deny them their request. He was also sure that he would be outvoted if it came to that, and might lose some of the control he had not only on Snape but on the other three heads of houses. Only the possibility of Lord Potter and his betrothed leaving the school as they were entitled to if needed, stayed his hand. There was no way he was ready to lose the boy who lived from his clutches. He still believed that he was the only one that knew what it would take to destroy the Dark Lord Voldemort once and for all. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, the metaphorical rug was pulled from under him, and not only two of the Horcruxes were in Harry's possession, but the soul piece within him was also destroyed, and if the headmaster was to force Harry and Hermione to leave the school, then he would probably not even know that Voldemort was vanquished when it was to pass. Happen it would, as Harry and Hermione would not accept any other option. Harry interrupted his musings and attempted to sweeten the pot. After discussion with the professors, we agreed to take over the instruction for the first and second year classes in transfiguration, charms, and potions. This would free the professors to spend their extra time with us in our projects. With all his reasons and objections overrode, Headmaster Dumbledore had no other option but to give in to Harry's demands. He even waived their willingness to take a practice exam. Harry and Hermione, however, went ahead and took the test during the next 10 days and were given the questionnaire from the year 1990. Their performance in ancient runes, astronomy, charms, dada, herbology, potions, and transfiguration was by no means stellar, but they managed to score between high, acceptable, and low, exceeds expectations. The fact that they had only 2 years of formal education before that certainly meant that they could score outstanding. When they actually take their O at the end of their 5th year, they aced the exam in Muggle studies though. For the first time in his life, Severus Snape was at a crossroad. He was never troubled to this extent even when he was faced with the decision of following Lord Voldemort. He could not miss the irony that his current dilemma was a result of his decision to get Katakuri Ked with the Dark Mark, and that the reason why he renounced the ways of the Dark Lord was the one causing the problem. No one really knew the relationship he had with the late Lily Evans Potter. She was his best friend and frankly only friend during his childhood, and he may have harbored a small crush during their pre-Hogwarts days. All that changed, and not for the better, once they entered the school. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin House and then being sorted into the rival houses put a strain on their friendship, not to mention the arguments between the students of the two houses, which almost always bordered on fights. From a best friend, Lily Evans was put into the category of see but do not touch. Snape was of the opinion that she was far above his class. 2. Takatakasa. 2. Thatcha. Saw. Yao. Otakasala Valatakaratatajakatasala Valarakatahadabwibahagata s and his own insecurities and not so rosy childhood cast serious doubts in his own mind about courting Lily Evans. His rival for her affections James Potter certainly knew how to woo her and had the proper fortitude to correct his own brash behavior to finally win her hand. Snape on the other hand not only insulted Lily Evans during a moment of weakness but went further to take the dark mark, swearing his allegiance to someone who was known to exterminate witches and wizards who had similar background to his dear friend. He could not even use the excuse of being lured into being a follower of the Dark Lord. Snape was tempted using false promises by Lucius Malfoy, true, but he should have done what James Potter was known to have in spades, show his courage and stick to his principles even if it meant death. And death it was, but not to him. There was not even a single night that he did not regret his foolishness that led to the death of his only friend and her husband. Even his pathological hatred for James Potter was forgotten when he came to know about the death of James and Lily Potter, and all due to his own fault. That day, Snape swore to do everything to protect their son. He even considered the death of Lord Voldemort as incidental in his effort. That was the reason why he joined hands with Albus Dumbledore, to avenge the death of Lily Potter. Unfortunately, Snape found out that there was not much difference between the leader of the light and the leader of the dark. Both were prone to secrecy and expected no opposition to their wishes. In fact, the only difference was that Lord Voldemort preached total annihilation of his foes while Dumbledore did not even want murderers to pay for their crimes. Under either of his masters, Severus Snape was not given a choice. He was expected to follow his orders blindly and sometimes even leave his conscience behind. Thankfully, he was a Death Eater for only a couple of months, and that allowed him to have a conscience, otherwise he would have been a willing follower of the doctrine of torture, murder, and beep. Now after all these years, and that too due to the one whose life he swore to protect, Severus Snape found that he had a choice. When Harry came to him asking for help, he willingly chose to help and follow Harry Potter, even if it finally led him to his death. The incantation, Mors Mordra, was a spell that was created by Lord Voldemort and can be cast by anyone that has a tendency towards the doctrine of crime and causing pain. Like the Pa 3 Ow I 8 Haba 7 Iaa Wawabaha 8 Ba 6 Ui 5 A 4 Iwai Bahagabia 4 I 3 Ow Karahabia Iao Bahagaba 6 Uiao Iao Baao Panamuo Ziup Upavanamam Zio Tronus Charm. This charm needs emotion to fuel it, and it is just the opposite to that of the above spell. When cast, the spell Cr Ka eats a thick smoke. The color can be decided by the caster, and the cloud of smoke can be willed into a particular shape after casting. For Voldemort, the color was so dark green that it was nearly black, and that was what he thought was the favorite color of Salazar Slytherin, his many times grandfather. The shape that Voldemort gave to it though was more sinister. It took the shape of a skull with a serpent crawling through the space that would be the mouth and come out of the socket of the left eye. It was truly a macabre depiction of the philosophy of rendering their enemies into nothing more than bones through their twisted ways. Though the spell could theoretically be molded into any shape depending on the caster's will, once the witch or wizard was bound to Voldemort as his follower, the spell would always give shape to the dark mark. Only those bonded to Voldemort would now be able to use the spell to cast the dark mark, while anyone trying to do so would experience pain similar to that of a Cruciatus curse. When cast by his followers, the shape was nothing more than a mark, a representation of their evil ways, and to inspire fear in the masses due to the destruction they left in their wake. When Voldemort would cast the mark in the sky, however, it would be a beacon which would call his followers to his side, and that would not be limited to just the Death Eaters but to any other witch or wizard that was not marked but willing to follow his lead. In addition, any other magical races or creatures that was of a darker nature or that sided with Voldemort would be attracted to it like a moth to a flame. Though the spell in itself could not be classified as dark magic, it could theoretically be called only as a branding spell after all, but its intended use by Voldemort certainly made it the darkest of the spells known to the wizarding world. When Voldemort cast it on bare skin, the mark would solidify onto it much like that of a brand on livestock, but unlike that of a normal brand. The mark on the skin would connect to the magical core of the witch or wizard bearing the mark. This allowed the Dark Lord to Tadakata, Sala Yakaga, Onyar Jadagaralava not only summon the Witcher wizard in question to him but also to impose his will on them. Voldemort did not deign to have the mark on himself, instead he used the brand on the nearest follower to call those he needed to, and the beauty of such a connection was that no distance was great. The speed of response of the one called was only determined by the distance. In extreme cases, and if he was in physical contact with the Dark Mark, Voldemort could access the magical core of any one of his follower and draw power from him or her, giving a temporary boost to his own core. Though not permanent. 1324AOZO.m. Muli. Mayui Z1 Uio Zo Z Oawaya 30 Eaawaya 2 Z Omavalakado. Dajatatajikata. Otakatakado. Takajatakatakatao. Tadakajatadaka. Okatataya he drain on the follower's magic, if not limited, could eventually kill the follower. Fortunately for the followers and unfortunately to Voldemort, the physical contact, mainly by pressing his hand onto the Dark Mark, could only be maintained with two followers at the same time. The Dark Mark was like a drug to those branded by Voldemort. The longer they were bound to him, the willing the Death Eaters would be to do anything that Voldemort asked them to do. Only those with a strong will or an overbearing loyalty to others, prominently family, could fight the impulse to submit to the Dark Lord's will, but they would have to have the need to fight against him in the first place. Being magically stronger than Voldemort or powerful occlumency shields could hold out longer, but then those who took the Dark Mark would never fight against the doctrine of Voldemort. That itself would mean that the marked followers, with a few exceptions like Snape who were brought into the fold more due to their particular skills, were anything but model citizens. Then there was the diary that belonged to Tom Marvolo Riddle when he was not more than 16 years of age. The diary was initially meant to be a chronicle of the exploits of the tough and often subtle young man before he became the evil incarnate, as he renamed himself. I am Lord Voldemort. The diary was a beautiful work of advanced charms, which not only held his secrets but with the right password would let the seeker assimilate the knowledge that Lord Voldemort was prepared to impart. The diary was meant to be a tool for teaching spells of the darker nature without the actual presence of an instructor and without being caught. All his plans for world domination changed when Tom Riddle had an interesting conversation with his then head of House and Potions Professor Horace Slughorn. The gift of immortality now seemed within the grasp of a determined Tom Riddle, and after a tough beat and murder of his fellow classmate, a girl from Hufflepuff, split his soul and put a part of that soul inside his diary and took upon the persona of Lord Voldemort. His goal of being the most powerful wizard alive and ruling over the entire world got a big boost with his first Horcrux, now made .1431 1 234,564,321 134565543 Q2 QWAERTEWQ1 Q34321 1 Q3W4EWQ Cosdria ASA DASDA ZX ZSX DCFX XDZS, AXZ, ZXZC, Raka. With a part of his soul now embedded in a diary that was meant to be part pensieve and part teaching tool, naturally the diary gained a modicum of intelligence. The piece of Lord Voldemort in the diary would respond to anyone writing in the diary as if he was conversing with the man himself, and if found worthy would be taught all that a 16-year-old Voldemort was to offer. The part of the soul would not only have the memories, but the diary would now carry his magical signature. The only thing it would lack in order to make the diary another Voldemort in the eyes of magic was having active magic. If someone was to infuse it with magic even temporarily, then for all means and purposes, the diary was Lord Voldemort. Even at that age Tom Riddle was well versed with dark curses and knew where to find the most potent of them. His most important reason for making the diary near sentient even without the soul piece was to impart his philosophy of wizard supremacy over non-magicals and other magical creatures. Tom Riddle knew of his own heritage as a half-blood and then as the last of the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Riding on the misinformation about the disdain Slytherin had for those of impure blood, Lord Voldemort altered his own philosophy to lure purebloods with a promise of domination over the others. His usage of the title, Lord, also helped in laying the foundation of a cult that would rise on the shoulders of the elite purebloods of the Wizarding Society and later on wreak havoc on peace. Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters were born. Now, after nearly 50 years of splitting his soul for the first time, the same piece of soul Tom Riddle A.K. Lord Voldemort would be used to begin the offensive against his Death Eaters. Nathaniel Isaacs was always proud to be a pureblood. He could trace his lineage where both the parents were purebloods back to 7 generations, something which only a handful could truly say. He could only say they were purebloods until that time because there were no record of any Isaacs before that, and rumor was that they were a bastard line. If anyone would bring up that matter, Nathaniel would do his best to stomp the rumor very quickly, or if that was not possible, then stomp the witch or wizard fanning the rumor. Their family prided themselves in being ruthless when dealing with their enemies, and the only thing they did not have to assert their dominance was magical power and ability, something that they were loath to admit. The thought there were others that were of lesser origins, like the Potters or Bones, who had more than one Muggleborn in their heritage as a mother needled the previous heads of house, and Nathaniel was no different. The fact that at least the Potters could trace their family to Godric Gryffindor and then later on changed their name to Potter to escape the witch hunts was conveniently forgotten. The only saving grace in his mind was that many of such families were at the brink of extinction, mostly due to the efforts of pureblood fanatics like himself. Sorted into Slytherin, Nathaniel was proud of his house's traits, which he felt he had in spades. Cunning and ambition made him the second best in his year at Hogwarts. He was a little below average when it came to magical power, but what made him stand out from his forefathers was his intelligence, which he used to great advantage when needed. His natural talents were inadequate to give him the coveted top position during his stay at Hogwarts, and so used the traits that were trumped up by a perverted Slytherin house, killing a Muggleborn witch after toughly raping her. If allowed to flourish, she would have met her match only in Lily Evans more than 20 years later and Hermione Granger much later, but at that time was untouched and naturally was at the very top of that year. After taking over the family business, Nathaniel used his intellect and more often than not his unscrupulous traits to eliminate most of the competition without raising any suspicions with the law enforcement. He grew to be the only trader with a reputation to supply anything that was either a potion's ingredient or enchanted object for the right price. More importantly, he was the go-to man for any black market items, so much so that no one opposed his inclusion into the Death Eater ranks, mostly for his wealth and connections. On a bright September morning in 1993, and on his way to his warehouse, Nathaniel suddenly found his dark mark flaring in pain, asking him to report to his master. That was a shock to the wizard, as everyone in the wizarding world knew that the Dark Lord was vanquished by the boy who lived, and not even the Death Eaters knew about the whereabouts of Lord Voldemort, whether he was alive or not. There was only one cardinal rule among the Death Eaters, and that was, when their master called, you better not delay in answering his call lest you earn his wrath. Even though Nathaniel did not know if his master was alive, he had no other option but to answer the call of his master. Concentrating on the connection between his dark mark and the other dark mark which was being used to call him, Nathaniel apparated blindly, only using the signal from the other dark mark to guide him. There was no way he was going to remove his wand from the holster. Pointing a wand at the Dark Lord was a death sentence, and so with his hand on the end of the wand that was sticking out of the holster, Nathaniel willed his magic. Apparition was the only magic he could do without really using his wand, and that was necessitated by the need not to have his wand in his hand when facing Lord Voldemort. Landing in a room that was shrouded in darkness, Nathaniel saw a single wizard in one corner of the room, trapped in what looked like a cage. He was perplexed but recognized the wizard who was apparently held captive. Nathaniel knew that only the Dark Lord could call him there. He might have used the dark mark on this wizard's forearm to call him, which was the usual practice, but Lord Voldemort was nowhere to be seen. The momentary confusion was enough to give the wizard in the cage to get a drop on him, and the next thing that Nathaniel saw was a bright red curse streaking towards him, and he could do nothing but get stunned. Inside the cage, Severus Snape gave a satisfied smirk after casting the stunner. He reminisced about the events that brought him to this day. Even he loved it when a plan came through flawlessly. Flashback. After another session of combined study, the 10 students were relaxing in the den that was commandeered by Harry and Hermione. The couple was still assembling the equipment they needed for their potions research, and so the room was very different from what they were used to. What no one knew was that Harry and Hermione also had another room that was connected to their den, and that would be a private office due to Harry gaining part control of the castle's wards. Harry and Hermione wanted to keep that room a total secret and use it as a command center to oversee the security of the castle, but that was still in a planning stage as it was only about 15 days since the start of the term and most of the time was spent in taking their practice O. Their rest was disturbed by the arrival of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. This was not surprising, but the arrival of Professor Snape was. The other 8 students sensed that it was going to be a private meeting and began gathering their books and parchment to take their leave. One by one Neville, Padma, Susan, Hannah, Colin, Ginny, and Michael wished the professors and made their way out of the room, but Luna did not budge. Harry and Hermione exchanged bemused looks before Harry decided to address their friend, Luna. All those that were present in the room were unnerved by the intense stare that Luna targeted Harry and Hermione with. For once Luna lost all levity and with her eyes boring into Harry, spoke in a solemn tone. I do not know what you were planning, Harry, but I do know that you should not start with Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy should be left free to contact Lord Voldemort, which is the only way to save your friends and loved ones and end his menace once and for all. The 2 students have stopped wondering how Luna was able to give these nuggets of information long ago, but for the 3 professors in the room it was still a bit shocking. Harry and Hermione exchanged resigned looks before Harry asked their friend, "Can we at least bankrupt him?" The blonde girl cocked her head to one side and held it for a few seconds before brightening up. Oh. There is no problem with making him a pauper. In fact, I am sure you should not leave him with any means to influence the ministry. That would force him to take steps that he would not normally do, and that would play right into your hands. By now, even the professors stopped wondering how Luna was able to do that. Instead, they began to think of ways to do just that. They were, however, drawn back to reality when Harry proclaimed that plans were already underway with serious help to strip Malfoy of all his finances. That brought a bright smile onto Luna's face and she immediately grabbed Harry in a tight hug, barely restraining her squeal of delight. She drew back to key Harry on his cheek and did the same to Hermione before skipping out of the room without giving a thought to her teachers present in the room. Well, Snape drawled, bringing everyone out of their stupor. That was entertaining. Harry smiled wryly at the retreating girl. It's her secret to say, but I can tell you that if she says something, then it would be foolish not to take that into account. So are we going to shelve the plan? Hermione wanted to know. Harry shook his head vigorously. Oh, number. We are going ahead with that, but we will change targets to include every one of the Death Eaters except for Lucius Malfoy. Hermione accepted that with a smile. After all, it took the both of them quite some time to come up with the plan. Hopefully it would work and remove the threat of the Death Eaters once and for all. They discussed it with Sirius and Amelia, but there was no way to ascertain that the plan would work. It was never done before. They could see that the 3 professors were intrigued, but none more than Professor Snape. He had the most to gain if any plan to get rid of Voldemort or his Death Eaters would work. Harry brought the black diary that was once just a diary but now something much more, out of his moleskin pouch. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick knew what it really was and so were a little wary, but Professor Snape was confused. Thankfully he kept quiet. Do you know who Tom Riddle is, Professor? Harry asked the potions professor. Getting an answer in the negative, Hermione took out the piece of parchment that was charmed to rearrange the letters in the Dark Lord's original name to spell out the anagram. I am Lord Voldemort. Snape was shocked to learn from Harry and the others that the tag, Lord, was really not a deserved addition or even an honorific bestowed by someone in authority. It was just an anagram of his Muggle father's name. That actually made his stomach queasy, to know that he willingly joined a madman on a convoluted idea of superiority over others. Snape finally understood that the pureblood rhetoric that Lord Voldemort came up with was to actually disguise his original plan of subverting even the Muggles and rule the world. One has to only replace the references to purebloods with magicals and the meaning was clear. Lord Voldemort wanted the magical world, preferably with him at the helm, to rule over the non-magical world. It was genocide at its most savage. Snape thanked the stars that he woke up after only a few months under the banner of the Dark Lord and was firmly entrenched as a supporter of Albus Dumbledore, otherwise he might have been a willing participant in mass murders. He silently reiterated his promise to Lily Potter that he would do his best to help her son to not only survive the war but also to put Lord Voldemort firmly where he belonged, 6 feet under. Raising the diary, Harry started to explain what it was. This is in essence a representation of Voldemort. It has his magical signature, his memories until he was 16, and has a piece of his soul in it. Though Snape was surprised at that, he could not honestly say that he was not expecting that. The only way that the Dark Lord survived more than one disembodiment meant that there was something like a Horcrux to fall back on. You do not look surprised, Professor. Hermione asked. Snape grimaced. I suspected something like that, and having dwelt in the dark arts myself, I knew about Horcruxes. The headmaster also suspected something like this, but he had no proof. There was no need to say that the headmaster did not share his suspicions with anyone. It was well known that Dumbledore liked to play the cards close to his chest. It was probably fortuitous that Harry and Hermione got the diary and not Dumbledore. If that happened, there was no way that any other living soul would have known that Voldemort relied upon a Horcrux to prevent his death. Well then, Harry's voice cut through the silence that followed Professor Snape's declaration, this diary, true to its name, can be written into. We suspect that was how the soul piece was able to influence Ginny to open the Chamber of Secrets. With that, Harry took a quill and wrote, "How are you doing, Tom?" As the three professors and two students watched, the writing disappeared to be replaced by, "Is that you, Ginny? Why did you not come to me earlier?" It took about 2 seconds for the writing to disappear, Hermione supplied. Harry nodded his head in acknowledgement. As you can see, the diary responded like in any normal conversation, and that means that it can be classified as intelligence. What we are trying to stress here is that if it was a person, then the written word would have been processed like normal speech. What we think is that when anything is written in the diary, Voldemort's magical signature would be all over it, and the only thing stopping it to be Voldemort is the absence of active magic, Hermione supplied. The three professors, however, were totally bewildered by that explanation, and added to that they were not really sure where this was going. Professor Snape had a thoughtful look, and before either Harry or Hermione could try and elaborate, he interjected, "Let me see if I understood what you are trying to say. If we write something on the parchment, the Dark Lord," here he used his fingers to mimic quotes, "actually thinks the written word." The two students had looks of relief on their faces, and it turned to smiles when the professor finished. Say, for example, if we write a spell on it, all that prevents the spell from working is active magic. As the Dark Lord was proficient in wandless magic, if we could supply the active magic, then the spell might actually work. Hermione was nodding her head while Harry tried to clarify. Well, not sure about the spells that have to be cast, but say like the Protean charm. No way. Professor Snape exclaimed in amazement. He now knew why he was asked to help. He was the only one among the forces of the light side that could do the job. Harry and Hermione were ecstatic that their idea at least had some merit. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, however, were looking at the other three as if they grew an extra head, but before they could question them, Professor Snape explained the idea. The Dark Lord calls his followers through his dark mark. No one knows for sure how it works, but we think that it has a Protean charm component. The Dark Lord pushes his magic into the dark mark while thinking. The professor again used air quotes to emphasize the point, the name of the follower he wanted to call. That was a huge surprise to the two professors, and the realization of what Harry and Hermione were planning slowly dawned on them. They could only gape at the two students who had the audacity to think that they could turn the tables on Voldemort by using his own creations to strip him of his following. No one paid any attention to the diary, which was still trying to demand attention, and the written word began to turn into what could be rage-filled sputtering rather than polite inquiries. "I demand you reply this instant. What is going on, Ginny?" And so on. We feel that the actual method of calling could be replicated if we transfer the dark mark and the name of the follower at the same time. Since it takes about 2 seconds for the writing to disappear, there would be enough time to activate the dark mark by pushing in some magic, Hermione reasoned. Snape, though, had a better idea. Casting the dark mark itself would act as an activation step. With that, he took his wand and pointing it at the open diary intoned, Mors Mordre. Unlike the hazy mark that appears when cast into the air, the mark was very well defined and had a dark green, nearly black color on the parchment. Snape rubbed his own dark mark surreptitiously but was seen by Harry. The professor gave a rueful smile. The dark mark heats up whenever the spell is cast or is activated, and that is how every one of the Dark Lord's followers know to be aware of any activity. As soon as the dark mark on the parchment dissipated, Tom Riddle was back with a vengeance. Who is that? I demand to know who of my follower that is. I am Lord Voldemort. I demand compliance. Well, it certainly works, Professor Flitwick deadpanned. Since the wards at Hogwarts or any other magical home would prevent apparition, they could not call the Death Eaters into any such a dwelling. There was no way to even test the idea out other than call a Death Eater using the diary. Harry and Hermione reasoned that if using a wand to cast the spell is not enough to activate it, then they might have to use a channeling rune in conjunction. That could complicate things, but hopefully it would still work out. There was nothing else to do but to actually do the deed. For that reason, Harry decided to speed up the purchase of a house that he was planning to. That would be where the Death Eaters would be lured and then worked upon. The house that Harry wanted was in the same neighborhood as that of Hermione's house, and later on it would be the home that Harry and Hermione planned to live in. None of the professors, especially Snape, would know that the house was near Hermione's. Only Snape would be given the information that was required to reach the house, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick would be kept in the dark about the location of the house. This was to ensure that there was no way that the Grangers' home could be compromised, even though the druidic wards that were around their home would ensure total safety. Once their use of the new house as a trap for the Death Eaters was done, Harry and Hermione would then set up the druid wards on their future home and then furnish it to their heart's content. Only then they would reveal the location to the professors, or at least that was the plan. So here, a week after Hermione's birthday, Snape was glad that the plan worked. Inside the house, one of the largest rooms was stripped bare of furnishings and anything that would show that the house was non-magical. Towards one of the walls, a square cage that was 3 feet wide on either side and about 6 feet high was erected. The opposite wall was removed to be replaced by a glass partition that was charmed to allow spells to go into the room but not out of it. On the other side of the wall, Sirius, Amelia and Dora were there to provide backup in case it was needed. Inside the cage, Snape copied the name Nathaniel Isaacs from a spare piece of parchment onto one of the pages in the diary and immediately cast the Mors Mordra spell. As soon as the spell was cast, he felt a burning sensation on his arm and immediately dropped the diary to the ground, freeing his hand that was not holding the wand. The confusion of apparating into an unknown place and the distinct absence of the Dark Lord was enough for Snape to stun the materialized wizard. As soon as the Death Eater hit the floor, the 3 watchers rushed into the room to secure the unconscious man. Sirius opened the cage to allow Snape to exit. By now the 2 wizards were at least civil to each other, united by the need to protect Harry and Hermione, and so even though there were no pleasantries exchanged, at least there were no hexes flying. Thank you, Severus. Amelia thanked the potions professor. We will take care of the rest. Why don't you go back to Hogwarts, lest you are missed? Oh, can you please let the others know that the plan worked without a hitch? Severus Snape, greasy git and once Death Eater, was barely able to contain his glee at striking out against the Dark Lord's followers. His reputation would be torn to shreds if he did cartwheels as his heart was urging him to, and so he schooled his features to only a smile that was threatening to split his face. With a curt nod at his school-age tormentor, the head of the DMLE, and Dora, Snape exited the house with a spring in his step. He had to deliver Tom Riddle's diary, which was now secured inside the protective glass evidence box that would soon be a standard issue to the members of DMLE, back to Harry Potter before he could celebrate in the confines of his quarters. The 3 occupants left with the still stunned Nathaniel Isaacs, exchanged wry grins at the obvious pleasure on the dour man's face and began to reconfigure the room. Nathaniel Isaacs woke up to the harsh glare from an overhead lamp that he was sure was of Muggle origin. The lamp was the only source of illumination, and it was low enough to not only hide the identity of the 3 occupants currently only a couple of feet away from him, but also was harsh enough to make it difficult for him to open his eyes. He was strapped insecurely into a chair and the clearly magical ropes were biting into his skin, making movement impossible. Then he remembered. Snape. He growled out, "You traitor. Wait till I get free, you are dead meat," he would have continued but was silenced. Snape is not the one who is in control here, a woman's voice spoke. Nathaniel began sweating. He recognized that voice. It was that of Amelia Bones. Not only was she the head of DMLE but also held a grudge against all Death Eaters. She lost her brother and sister-in-law to one such raid, and it was rumored that she swore retribution. He could see two more people in what looked like aura robes but had no idea as to who they were. One thing was sure, he was in deep trouble. He wanted to rant and rave but could do nothing due to being spelled silent. Amelia continued where she left off. We do not like Death Eaters. You know and I know that you do not deserve to be free. It took us a long time but we finally identified the secret behind the dark mark. Technically it was not a lie as it was Harry and Hermione who deciphered it and made it possible to summon him, but she was deliberately letting him think that it was the ministry that was involved. We know that the mark has to be taken voluntarily and this, I was under the imperious curse, ruse does not hold water. Nathaniel gulped. He was not really a frontline wizard. He mainly worked behind the scenes and supplied whatever was needed for his master. He did take part in the occasional raid but only when there were enough numbers to overwhelm any opposition. He did not relish being under the wand of a very pissed off woman and two other Aurors who most likely hated Death Eaters, and not to mention being trussed up like a turkey. You have two options before you and your fate will be decided on your own choice. Even though Nathaniel could not see her face, the voice was hard enough to cut through rock. Unfortunately, the law states that once you were acquitted of any wrongdoing, we cannot charge you under the same crime. So, we decided that we would not charge you in a court but take matters in our own hands. The momentary elation that he had after hearing the legal tangle died as soon as he heard what was going to happen. If the ropes were not holding him upright, he would have slumped to the floor in a dead faint. As it is, he was having a hard time not to let go of his bladder. Amelia had a sadistic smile in her voice. You can either cooperate with us and take your punishment or rot in here for the rest of your life, without anyone knowing about your fate. Since the silencing spell was lifted, Nathaniel tried to bluster. You cannot do that. You have no legal right to apprehend me. I will take the matter to the minister and the Wizengamot. I will have your job, he raged. Amelia flicked her wand to silence him again and continued in a bored tone. The only way you are going to see daylight is if you are going to cooperate with us. I am going to give you 24 hours to think. She began to exit and turned to him. And you can do that thinking on an empty stomach. With that she cast a spell that would take care of his body wastes. There was no way that the three of them were going to talk to him in a stink. Nathaniel was left tied up and under the lamp that was almost in his face. He was sure that he would not even be able to sleep, what with the harsh glare and the heat that the light was giving off. He did not even have the benefit of a good rant as the head of DMLE left him silenced. The lack of sleep, food, and not to mention the parched throat forced Nathaniel to actually think about his options seriously. He was sure that Amelia Bones would carry out her threat and literally leave him to rot. It was outside the law for sure, but then she had the backing of the entire law enforcement department. There were quite a few in that department who had one or more bones to pick with the Death Eaters, and they would not even blink against Madame Bones. Besides, he was sure that no one would know that he was even under the tender mercies of the DMLE. His wife and kids would be looking for him for sure, but they would have to come to the same department for help, and that would be the final nail in his coffin. Nathaniel was not a very brave man. He was more of a schemer and, like a model member of the Slytherin house, preferred to use guile to get his way. Even in the ranks of the Death Eaters he was regarded as a little more than a coward and would equate him with the very people they sought to dominate. He was barely tolerated only due to his vast connections, wealth, and to procure what was needed. He enjoyed being part of the rampaging raids and reveled at the power to put others under the Cruciatus curse. He was even subjected to that curse by his master and felt that was painful, but his current predicament beat the pain of the torture curse hands down. This was pure agony. He could not even move his hand to scratch an itch, let alone writhe on the floor to relieve some of the pain as those put under the Cruciatus were seen to do. Having never felt them, the pangs of hunger and parched throat began driving him to despair. As he feared, the glare of the lamp did not allow him to sleep a wink, and the sleep-deprived state of his body added to his desperation. He had heard about different methods of making people talk and often scoffed at the weakness of the mind that would capitulate under persistent enquiry. Now that he was at the receiving end, he could only pray that the 24 hours would end soon so that he could accept the demands of Amelia Bones and obtain salvation from the current torture. The next day, as soon as he was allowed to speak, he rasped out, "Please, I accept whatever demands you have. Let me go," he nearly groveled. Unseen by him, Amelia exchanged a look with Sirius and Dora that clearly meant, well, that was easy, and tried to hide her satisfaction. All the three of them heaved great sighs of relief as what they were doing was not strictly lawful. She was the head of the law enforcement, but that did not mean she should turn vigilante, not to mention Sirius and Dora were breaking the law. Composing herself, Amelia commanded, "You are going to swear a magical oath that you are not going to break the laws of the land." Seeing the terrified look on his face, she tried to placate him. "Oh, don't worry. I am not going to ask you not to lie or anything like that. You are to take an oath that from now on to not be a part of the mayhem that goes along with being a follower of Lord Voldemort. You are going to do your business and then go home to your family. I am even going to overlook any shady dealings with the stipulation that you will stop your dealings with the Death Eaters." Nathaniel was in a bind. He had a flourishing business, and frankly, the dealings with the Dark Lord and his followers were actually few and far in between. More often than not, he was needed only due to his vast information network and sources for hard to get items. With the fall of the Dark Lord, his business never suffered, unlike a few of them who relied mostly on the hand-wringing done by the Death Eaters for their profit. Could he really give up the ways of the Death Eaters and live an honest life? That was the burning question. Nathaniel knew that if the Death Eaters ever got wind of his defection, his life would be forfeit. Then again, there was no way that the others would openly go against him now that the Dark Lord was no more. Yes, if the rumors of him being immortal were really true, then his goose was cooked. Magic was able to do a lot of things, but immortality was not one. There were ways to live a long life. The Philosopher's Stone was a prime example, but the magic of that stone would burn anyone with a black heart. Then there were certain rituals that could do the same thing, but was the Dark Lord so twisted that he would resort to the darkest of the magic to keep himself alive? One thing was sure, the Dark Lord was not around, and there was no guarantee that he even survived that Halloween night or that he would rise again. Right now his priority was to escape this hell, and to do that he had to swear to be a model citizen. Nathaniel immediately swore an oath on his magic. He swore never to break the law, and also not to reveal whatever happened to him under Amelia Bones' tender mercies, to change his tune. He was perplexed when Amelia added a bit where he had to swear never to join the Dark Lord if and when he returned. He did not know why that bit was included, but he dutifully agreed to that too. He felt that he had the better of the deals, as all he had to do was rein in his more primal tendencies, which he felt that he could afford to do owing to his older age. If needed, his son could take his place behind the Dark Lord and save their family if the Dark Lord was not really dead and was to come back to life. His elation was short-lived though when the penny finally dropped. "You managed to worm your way out of your just punishment, and you are lucky that we cannot prosecute you properly. Still, you have to pay the price for your misdeeds." Amelia had him on a tether now, and it was the time to lead him around. Nathaniel had no option but to agree on losing 50% of his liquid assets. As fines go, it was a big amount, but since it was only his liquid assets, it was not too big a chunk out of his finances. He was one of the very few of the Death Eaters who held his finances as material goods in his warehouses or as properties, and that actually saved him from going bankrupt. Still, as far as he was concerned, it was a fair trade for being cooped up under arrest or worse, losing his life. Harry and Hermione, along with the adults in their lives, decided to hurt the Death Eaters where it hurts the most, on their finances. Though, legally they were not fines, they would be shown as donations, and since the Death Eaters were forced to keep it a secret, they could not challenge their loss of money. The donations were anonymous, and so Harry was safe from public scrutiny as well as from law enforcement department. The money collected in that way would be distributed among the Lily Potter Foundation, orphanages in both the magical and non-magical world, St. Mungo's Fund for War Widows administered by Madame Augusta Longbottom, scholarships for children attending Hogwarts or other primary schools who could not afford the costs, and finally held in trust to help out legitimate businesses or startups that genuinely needed a leg up. Unfortunately, neither the DMLE, nor the Auror Force, nor the Ministry of Magic could benefit from the monetary influx, but the magical oaths would see that there would be a sharp decline in crime, which in a way would benefit the general population, and so indirectly the three of them would reap the benefits too. Even though legally only the Lily Potter Foundation was administered by Harry and Hermione, in reality they would control where most of the funds would go. They were determined to do the best for the wizarding world, and this was the way they chose to do. It may not have been legal or even ethical, but they considered that it was moral. As soon as he was released, Nathaniel Isaacs made the fastest apparition he ever did and was out of the room in a flash. His magical oath also prevented him from ever coming back to that place, not that he would willingly seek to enter the lion's den. He did not know, nor did he stay around to find out, that he was sequestered in a non-magical house in an upscale Muggle neighborhood. For all intents and purposes, he was jailed inside the ministry's holding cells, and that was a deterrent enough for him to willingly stick to the magical oath that was wrung out of him. Magic would enforce his oath, but there was always a price to pay if he did not willingly go with the oath. He resolved to do his best to stick true to his word. He may not turn out to be a model citizen, but he would at least not go back to a life of crime. "We actually did it," Dora exclaimed, more in relief than in disbelief. Amelia and Sirius celebrated the first blow to Lord Voldemort with an over-the-top display of lip lock, totally unmindful of the pretended gagging sounds coming from Dora. The perfectly executed plan made a devastating start to what would be a cleanup of the streets of magical Britain, and the head of DMLE could genuinely say that she was doing her best to keep the public safe. With the help of their brilliant teamwork, they could very well deal a blow to the Death Eaters without a curse being fired, something that the Ministry and the Wizengamot failed to do. It was a pity that the public would not know that Harry Potter and his wife-to-be Hermione Granger were indeed their saviors. "Those two really are geniuses." Sirius was awed and full of praise for his godson and his betrothed. Dora and Amelia could not agree more, and the head of DMLE had only one thing to say: one down, many more to go. The future never looked brighter. Halloween was never a happy time for Harry Potter. That was the day he was tagged with a moniker that made him world famous, but ask him, and he would say that was the day he lost his parents and left to live a life devoid of love. Yes, he lived with his aunt and uncle, and yes, they were cordial to him, but they did not love him, at least not like a mother or a father would love their son. When he was able to understand the concept of parents, he was told that they were murdered by a terrorist on Halloween night, and so that night was devoid of any festivities for him. When the other children he knew and even his cousin would go around the block for treats, Harry would spend the night remembering his parents and basking in their imaginary love. His aunt tried to make up for the loss, but even she knew that her heart was not in it, and Harry stopped trying to expect her love. 13 years after that harrowing day, Harry had found what he always wanted: a family. It was said that friends can be chosen but not family, and Harry was thankful that he had a family that he built himself by choosing those who he loved and wanted to be a part of the family, unlike those that had to be tolerated just because they were born into the family. His aunt, uncle, and cousin fell into the latter category, but those like his girlfriend, Hermione, and her parents, his godfather and his soon-to-be wife, the Tonks, all fell into the former and much more loved part of his family. He would always feel the void left by the death of his parents, but he could forget the pain when Hermione held his hand or when Sirius ruffled his hair in affection. Their family had grown in stature due mainly to their efforts in cultivating friends in unlikely places. From Vila to the French foreign minister, to Native American shamans, people belonging to every section of the society knew Harry Potter for who he really was, and Harry could not be happier. Right now, one of their members was with the creatures that were notorious for their feral habits, the werewolves of Russia. Remus Lupin, a werewolf himself, took it upon himself to court the friendship of the more neutral werewolves. The Leningrad clan, as they were called, were known to be the only one that permitted open mingling with humans, both magical and non-magical alike. Anyone meeting the members knew that they were werewolves, but still kept the friendship going due to their open and welcoming nature. It was this willingness not to turn feral and maim or kill humans that prompted Harry, Hermione, and their family to try and get to establish a formal friendship between Harmony and Magix and the Leningrad clan. There was also a bit of prudence in trying to befriend one of the largest werewolf clans. Lord Voldemort was known to offer anything to get his allies to do his bidding. In the last war, though they were very few in number, the Wers led by Greyback wreaked havoc, and it's this that Harry and his family wanted to prevent. In addition, the offer to provide a better wolfsbane, if not a cure, would hopefully put the Leningrad werewolf clan firmly on their side. The clan was better equipped to live a life away from the magical world if needed, and it was this ability that Remus wanted to get help in from them and do his best to apply their techings to help willing werewolves back in England. Remus would hopefully also convince them to provide blood, skin, and hair samples for Harry and Hermione's research into deciphering the condition properly. They could also be willing volunteers for any cure that they could come up with. All in all, if the situation was resolved to their satisfaction, a great obstacle to the future peace in England could very well be removed. Much would depend on the Leningrad werewolves keeping away from Lord Voldemort. Even if nothing else was agreed upon in his visit, that was the one thing that Remus was determined to achieve. At home, on the other hand, quite a few Death Eaters were entrapped in a non-violence oath by Amelia and Sirius. Tom Riddle's diary turned out to be invaluable to ferret out the ones who were either coerced or joined the ranks reluctantly. Given a choice of a better life and a little protection from the DMLE, already 10 of the lower-ranked Death Eaters turned their backs to their former lives and were now willing and contributing members of the society. This more than anything pleased Harry. If they could cripple the ranks of the Death Eaters, the battle was already half won. Out of the 70 or so confirmed Death Eaters, about 1/3 of them were targeted. Harry knew that it was risky, and also many of them would probably not be ready to renounce their master, but they had a good start and he was confident that Voldemort would be crippled at least financially. Besides, Harry vowed that he would not sit and let things happen. He was determined to keep his family, especially his best friend and now betrothed, safe. He was willing to take the battle to the enemy rather than wait for things to happen, and if in the process he had to eliminate a few obstacles, the major one being Lord Voldemort, he would be willing to do so. Yes, Harry Potter was definitely happy with how things turned out for him. Even though Halloween was a painful day for him, this year was very different. He had a family to support him, a close circle of friends willing to follow his lead, but most of all a girl he adored and who loved him in return. It was time to put his past behind and look to the future, and so Harry could not help the smile that erupted on his face after seeing the Great Hall all laid out for the feast on this day. During the time of Lord Voldemort's rise to power, the hidden basement inside Malfoy Manor was filled to the brim with psychotic men and women straining at the bit to unleash their own brand of terror on innocents. Now, during the time of peace, however, only a few of the more loyal followers of the once powerful Dark Lord were congregated. The followers of Voldemort have a blind loyalty to their master, but when it comes to sharing among themselves, they are like coyotes fighting over a carcass. "So Malfoy, I heard your son was left screaming like a little girl," McNair taunted. Walden Neil McNair himself did not have any children. Who would want a psychopath as a husband? And the fact that the future Malfoy turned out to be a coward while being a knucklehead too was a laughing matter, and he intended to take full advantage of it. It was a very long time since he had any victory, however small it might have been, over the aristocratic faction of the Death Eaters, and for this victory to be due to Malfoy's son was a sweet one. Moreover, he would get a small amount of victory over the leader of the Light, Albus Dumbledore. In the process was an added bonus. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy was seething. His son was injured. Oh. He knew that it was just a scratch, but the fact was that an heir to a great house was injured under the care of the greatest wizard after Merlin, and Malfoy dreamed of milking it to the fullest and get brownie points with Minister Fudge. As a fly in the ointment, McNair jumped in, and as it was his duty to take care of any unruly magical creatures, he claimed victory over Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was known to be a very shrewd man, and even though he lost a chance to run Dumbledore's nose into the ground, it was still a victory to Lord Voldemort, and so a victory to him. The head of House Malfoy gritted his teeth in frustration and anger. Yes, he was angry with the way his son reacted to the situation that he put himself in, but he did not want McNair to point it out. It was an inadvertent chance that Lucius Malfoy wanted to exploit to the fullest, but it now seemed that he lost that chance to McNair, and there was nothing he could do to regain his lost footing. The unacknowledged fact was that the Death Eaters were divided into two rival factions. One was considered to be schemers and who liked to work their influence subtly and behind the scenes. This group was also the most influential in terms of money and was led by Lucius Malfoy and ably supported by Nott, Parkinson among others, and his two trustworthy henchmen Crabbe and Goyle. These were the aristocratic face of the Death Eaters, with an ear to the politics of the land and a hand reaching to the pockets of the ministry employees. Malfoy was so ingrained into the good books of the Minister Fudge that he could do nothing wrong and so had a major role in the formulation of laws that were beneficial to the cause of the purebloods. The rival faction was led by McNair, who was the head of the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures, and were the more bloodthirsty of the Death Eaters. They were of the opinion that the only way to establish their superiority was to subdue all of the rest of the magical world thorough force. They were the mercenaries of the Death Eater force, relying on brash and bold moves to shock their opponents into submission. Many of the most ruthless killers of the magical world, like the Lestrange brothers and Bellatrix Lestrange, the Caro's siblings, and Avery, belonged to this faction and terrorized the population in the name of Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, being the shrewd wizard he was, never openly favored one group over the other, but at the same time allowed both the groups to simmer in their own perceived differences, though he did not let the two groups to show open hostility. This more than anything else led to the underlying feelings of hatred between the rival factions, and with most of the Death Eaters with mercenary tendencies incarcerated to Azkaban after the downfall of Lord Voldemort, the power base shifted to Malfoy, who became the unacknowledged leader of the remaining Death Eaters. McNair never liked the shift in power, but he was mostly powerless to do anything. There was no news about the fate of their leader, and if Lord Voldemort was indeed killed, McNair could not risk open hostilities with the magical world. He loathed the fact that Malfoy not only escaped prosecution by claiming that he was controlled by the Imperious Curse, but also gained popularity and wealth among the purebloods. McNair could do nothing to challenge his rival for domination, and so bit his tongue, curbed his murderous intentions, and consolidated his foothold in the Ministry of Magic. He was reduced to taking his frustrations out on hapless creatures that were found to be risk to the magical population. If he managed to make a tidy profit by selling the remains of the more exotic animals on the sly, no one was the wiser. McNair was always jealous of the opulence on display at the Malfoy Manor, whenever Lord Voldemort called his minions for a debriefing or just to gloat. With the first sign of their lord not being dead appearing more than a year ago, every one of Lord Voldemort's followers began to mobilize their resources, but at the same time also feared for their very lives due to their transgressions when they should have been consolidating their position rather than sleeping on their laurels. The demands for an operations meeting finally led to the current setting, with Malfoy still sitting at the place of honor next to their master's seat. To an untrained eye, the splendor of the Malfoy Manor looked undiminished, but unknown to even the lady of the house, the self-styled nobles were far from rolling in money. His black market business in potions taking a huge hit, with Nathaniel Isaacs and Betty Russell defecting to the light side by deciding to market their wares in the open market through Harry Potter's Harmony and Magics. The Malfoys did not have many properties or estates that could provide a sustained source of income, and any loss of unaccountable money would make their lives difficult. "Well, Lucius, you made a mess of the Lord's trust in you," McNair continued to taunt, his enjoyment increasing due to the lack of any response from his blonde rival. McNair did not really know what was in the diary that Lucius Malfoy apparently lost, but it definitely was very important, and the fact that Malfoy would risk such an important object did not sit well with him. On the other hand, McNair was also not sure if whatever steps Malfoy took were on the orders of their master. McNair was not known for his subtlety, but the obvious lack of trust in him hurt McNair more than any pain from the Cruciatus curse that his master was wont to dole out. With the incident of Lord Voldemort's shade possessing Coriel at Hogwarts common news, the more aggressive Death Eaters hoped that they could now start to satiate their thirst for violence. Lucius Malfoy bristled at the comment. He knew that he made a mistake. He did not know what the diary was about, but he was given specific orders that the object should be kept safe. He made a gamble in trying to unleash terror inside Hogwarts, but it did not pay off. But he surely was not going to allow somebody to poke fun at him. He did not know what happened to the diary, and he also did not know what effect it would have on his master, but he was not willing to take the blame alone. If Malfoy was good at one thing, it was of maintaining a facade even in times of trouble. Oozing a calmness he did not feel, he replied, "Every one of you knew that the Lord was in his spirit form inside the castle, but no one tried to approach him or help him out. I was in a position to do so and did it. The diary was something that was made by the Dark Lord himself to strengthen him. I merely tried to use it for his benefit only. Besides, we do not know if the plan failed. At least I do not know how the diary was meant to bring him back to life, or how long was it to take. For all we know, Lord Voldemort is already in the process of getting his body back. Murmurs spread through the assembled group, which numbered about 10, including the master of the house. They could not deny the truth in the statement, as no one even knew before Malfoy took action, that there was an object like the diary that was meant to bring their master back to life. Most of them feared for their continued health if their master knew that they did nothing when the Dark Lord was incapacitated, where Malfoy succeeded. McNair was seething as he realized that his attempt to make a fool of the blonde aristocrat only strengthened Malfoy's position. The thought of what would happen to him if the Dark Lord did indeed revive due to Lucius Malfoy's efforts sent a chill down his spine. What do we do about Snape? Dolohov nearly spat the name out. Again, Lucius Malfoy was in a quandary. He had an insight into the potion master's orders, and they were to keep tabs on the light side from inside Hogwarts. Looking at the way things were going, Snape was doing just that. Only that there was no one to take care of the reports that the spy may send, even if he did send them. Reports from his son, though, told him that the potions master was taking a shine to the boy who lived. Then again, that could all be an act just to get close to Potter and set him up on a platter when their master needs him. There really was no way to truly know what Severus Snape was up to, short of demanding an explanation from him, something which Malfoy was not ready to do yet. Ideas were tossed back and forth, but no one was able to form any firm opinion on a course of action against not only the potions professor at Hogwarts but also the Isaacs and Russell, who turned out to be traitors in their midst. The overwhelming fact was that even if they defected from the service of the Dark Lord, the remaining Death Eaters were powerless to do anything, as not only they were currently under heavy protection, but they could very well claim that they were doing what Lord Voldemort ordered them to do. The sobering fact was that Malfoy could no longer rely on his ability to bribe the Ministry officials to do his bidding. He was thankful that none of the other Death Eaters knew about the true state of his finances. With the lost business in rare potion ingredients, he had no ready cash, and the only reserve of cash was due, thankfully, to the unanticipated price he got for the shares he was forced to sell. What was strange was that several of the businesses that he had minor shares in or owed favors from were bought outright from right under his nose. No one, either the Ministry or the Death Eaters themselves, knew who the buyer was. The only thing that came out of it was that he, she or they were very wealthy. As for Malfoy, he was nearly broke, as Gringotts annexed most of the ready cash as the dues to his outstanding debts. For the first time in his memory, he was forced to sell some of his family inheritance and some of the more valuable jewelry. Lucius Malfoy was annoyed. He did not have any proof, but he was sure that it was the damned Black and his godson Harry Potter that were the cause of his misery. The suspicion was further enhanced when his house elf, Dobby, was confiscated as part of Black property. Apparently the house elf was a goodwill gesture by the late Mrs. Black to Narcissa when she came into the Malfoy family, but now, since she was dead and the new Lord Black did not have any gumption to make the Malfoys suffer, promptly claimed the house elf back into his family. The immaculate Lucius Malfoy could only cringe when he was forced to wear the same robe twice in a week. Oh, the horrors. Through all this, there was one glaring fact. He realized that since the day Harry Potter came back to the magical world, things started to change, and it was not for the better for the followers of the Dark Lord. Malfoy, in his arrogance, did not believe that a mere child could enact such cunning plans to cause a massive setback to Lord Voldemort's followers. Even if the Dark Lord was to return at this point, he would find a severely strengthened law and order situation while his own forces were depleted. Malfoy shook his head of the morbid thoughts. It has to be a coincidence. He placated himself as he looked at 10 of his fellow Death Eaters demolish the sumptuous spread on the table, a spread which cost him some pretty gold. Draco Malfoy made no attempt to hide his glee at the current situation he found himself in. With a little luck and a small scratch, he was able to raise a ruckus and put the current professor for magical creatures, the half-giant Rubeus Hagrid, on probation, and if things went according to plan, shipped to Azkaban very soon. In hindsight, Draco realized that he was very lucky in escaping with just a bloodied hand rather than losing his head to the hippogriff he insulted. It was only after he looked into the nature of the proud creatures that he understood how gross a mistake he made that day. Thankfully, he was able to use the incident to his advantage, and now things looked to be very rosy for him. The blonde Slytherin was really a coward, though he desperately tried to project an air of confidence and arrogance around him. He learnt from his father very early in his life that the first and most important thing for the Malfoy family was self-preservation, and they would do anything for that. Draco realized the truth in those sentiments the moment he tried to assert his supremacy by calling a very ferocious animal, "dumb beast." The threatening call and the intent to pierce his heart using his beak was all evident in the fraction of a second before Draco was pushed away by Harry Potter. It was at that moment that Draco realized that his pride would be his downfall, even though nothing would come out of that realization. Then again, the Malfoys were a very rich and though not noble in the sense of some families like Longbottom, Black, and Potter, were still a very old family. Draco never intended to continue the obvious charade of nearly losing his hand to the Hippogriff's attack. It was no more than a scratch in the first place. He was deathly afraid when Buckbeak took those steps to impale him, but after the adrenaline rush died down, his vanity did not allow him to be considered to be a cripple, even if it was an act. Then he got the message from his father forcing him to continue the act so that the half-giant Hagrid could get the boot and also stick it to the headmaster Dumbledore. He was very vexed at the order from his father. The first Quidditch match of the year was to start in a few days, and it was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Draco wanted to prove himself as a very good seeker, and who better than against the Lions. The buzz was about the Gryffindor team's newest seeker, the youngest and only female Weasley, who was nothing more than a chit of a girl. Everyone was praising her as the one to replace her brother Charlie as the most successful seeker in Hogwarts. Apparently the girl was super talented. Draco scoffed at the idea of a little girl being better than a Malfoy, but he could do nothing to either prove or disprove his point. Draco was seething at the injustice of it all. He wanted to put the girl in her place and show that he was the best, maybe literally rub her face in the dirt too during the course of the game. Now though, their match had to be postponed just because his father and his friend, that McNair, wanted the head of a dumb hippogriff. He wanted to blow off some steam by knocking some of the new first years on their butts, but even that was proving to be difficult. His godfather and the head of their house was not allowing the Slytherins to bait the other houses as they used to previously. Draco Malfoy detected a subtle shift in the preference of the potions professor towards Potter and his chick. He was angry but was also sure that his father would take full advantage of the current situation to not only humiliate the headmaster of Hogwarts and at the same time get rid of the oaf Hagrid, but also to bring his wayward godfather back to heel. With these thoughts going through his mind, he was about to enter the Great Hall for his breakfast and enjoy the entertainment that was sure to follow with his father, when he spied the Gryffindor group coming down the stairs. A sinister smile made its way on his face. He could not touch Ginny Weasley without getting suspended from Quidditch altogether, as it was an offense to injure or maim the players away from the pitch. Besides, even though she was part of a Muggle-loving family, she was still a pure blood and he was afraid to take on a powerful family like the Weasleys. Draco could not touch Harry Potter because of the enormous following he had, not to mention the fact that he was now the darling of the teachers and the head of DMLE. Whatever else he might be, Draco Malfoy was not stupid. He knew that his lifespan would be seriously shortened if he as much as spit in the direction of the boy who lived, with the current backing he had. There were other ways though, and Draco finally laid his eyes on the buck-toothed, bushy-haired girl on the arm of Harry Potter. Now, she was fair game. With that thought he moved to intercept the group, making sure that his own entourage was with him. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was feeling extremely frustrated. First, the blonde-haired heir of Malfoy House got injured due to his own stupidity, but then to turn around and take advantage of that incident to punish the noble beast was pushing it too far. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, without a doubt riding high on the bribes from Lucius Malfoy, immediately ordered the execution of the hippogriff without even the benefit of a trial. What really angered him though was that the newly promoted professor for magical creatures, Rubeus Hagrid, was himself being charged as an accessory to fatally injure Draco Malfoy. Harry knew that the Ministry of Magic did not have any jurisdiction over whoever is appointed as staff in the school. Just using an incident that, in case of any other student, would have been brushed under the proverbial carpet as it should have been, to try and get a foothold inside the school appointments rankled Harry. He did not have any love for either Dumbledore or Hagrid, but that did not mean he would use that against them to remove them from the school. If Harry did not love Dumbledore, he hated the ministry officials that were forcing their agenda just because they perceived themselves to be above the others. Harry could see it that today it was a hippogriff, but tomorrow it could be a student and in the hands of a ministry employee in the name of magical purity. He was determined to stop this at all costs, but unfortunately, neither Dumbledore as the headmaster of the school nor Amelia as the head of DMLE could do anything to prevent the inspired move by Lucius Malfoy and McNair. As the one who was going to be the headmaster and overall owner of the school for a very long time to come, Harry was determined not to allow such prejudice and bigotry into the hallowed halls. He prayed for a miracle. Entering the Great Hall for breakfast with Hermione on his arm and his usual group of friends around him, Harry saw Draco Malfoy with his hand in a sling coming towards them with a smirk on his face. Maybe his prayer was answered. As if on cue, Draco began spewing off his mouth. The half-breed is getting his due today. You will NDE the next one, Mudblood, he sneered impressively. Harry and Hermione have been ignoring the taunts thrown by the Malfoy heir. Their enormous self-control aided by a strong set of occlumency shields, and not to mention their own superiority in terms of behavior, intellect, and plain old position in society. Hermione is the one betrothed to the head of an ancient and noble house, actually ranked higher than the heir of an ancient house. His own status as the head of House Potter was known only to the members of the Wizengamot, and since his privacy was protected by the laws of that body itself, Harry's status was not generally known. On top of that, their status as a betrothed couple was totally unknown, except for their few friends, but now if they have to put the arrogant heir in his place, they may have to end the secrecy. Just as this was going on, there was a commotion at the entrance of the Great Hall again as the ministry delegation led by the Minister of Magic, Fudge, sauntered in. Accompanying the minister were Lucius Malfoy and McNair, confident in their victory, and behind them a little tense, Amelia with a contingent of oars to prevent any unsavory incidents. Most of the attention has been taken away from the confrontation between Draco and Harry with the new arrivals. If things were allowed to continue this way, Harry was sure that the minister would take the center stage and get the farce going. He was not sure if anyone in the ministerial party heard what Draco had to say, but Harry was not bothered about it. He wanted to tear down the pedestal the purebloods put themselves on, and now he was given this chance in front of the whole school, which essentially would be in front of the whole magical world, and the presence of the DMLE would give it the legitimacy required. With his own smirk threatening to break free, Harry retorted, "And you wonder why a noble beast like a hippogriff nearly bit your hand of?" Harry knew that he had to phrase his words carefully, otherwise, they could be used to incriminate both Hagrid and Buckbeak. However, he need not have worried as the Malfoy heir rose to the bait immediately. "Shut up, Scarhead!" Draco bellowed, gaining the attention of not only the ministry delegation but also that of his father, who began to pale rapidly at the way his son was digging his own grave. "I am taking to your buy.ch, not to you," he continued, totally unaware of the gestures from his father desperately wishing him to stop. Though totally unintentional, Draco gave Harry the very opening he needed and not one to let an opportunity let go. Swiftly turned to his one ally in the ministerial party, Madame Bones, he started in a very respectful tone, bowing to her, as one of the witness to the blatant disregard to the head of an ancient and noble house, not to mention the death threat to the future lady of the house. "I request you to officiate the honored duel against Mr. Draco Malfoy, heir to a lesser house to the Potters." Draco immediately paled at the thought of an honor duel. He initially tried to psyche himself with the thought that Potter was only trying to intimidate him. He was sure that one who was of the same age as him could not go on to become the head of a house. Granted, Harry Potter was the only one left, but still there were rules that prevented any underage heir to take up the mantle as the head of house. What Draco did not know was that the magic surrounding the noble houses was way different from that of others. Magic did not determine a person's worth by age, but rather by their competency and by their ability to let the house grow and prosper. Harry was acknowledged as mature enough right in front of the Wizengamot, and at the same time Hermione became his betrothed. Amelia saw the varying emotions on Draco's face and fought to temper her glee, but made no effort to play with the blonde Slytherin's mind. "Are you sure, Mr. Potter? Can you hold yourself up against someone of Mr. Malfoy's stature?" Everyone around the action could see that the color began to return to the Malfoy heir, as his confidence began to grow, and it received a further boost with Harry's reply. "I don't want to, Madame Bones," he sighed and continued, "but as the head of a house, I have to follow certain traditions if I want to be accepted by my peers. Mr. Malfoy insulted me and my wife to be, and I cannot let that be ignored even if I have to face someone superior. Laying it on a bit thick, the tone that conveyed reluctance, resignation, and also a hint of fear returned the smirk back to Draco Malfoy. Surprisingly, McNair spoke up. The challenge has been issued, Madam Bones, and there is no going back now. Whether he bought Harry's act or McNair was genuinely interested in the humiliation of the Malfoy heir was anybody's guess, but for the first time after learning about the Death Eaters, Harry felt that he might have made a mistake in garnering McNair's attention. There was nothing that they could do now but to proceed with the impromptu plan and ensure that the Ministry never had any influence over Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy, though, was not convinced. He saw with his own eyes the confident way that Harry Potter took on the entire Wizengamot and won. It showed that he was not one to be trifled with. Lucius did not know what Potter was up to, but the way that his son was eating up the display rang warning bells in his mind. "My son is injured. He cannot take part in this duel," Lucius cried in panic. He suspected that the boy who lived was not as incompetent as he was portraying himself to be, and to his horror, Draco fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Lucius had a very bad feeling that his attempt to gain foothold inside the administration of Hogwarts through the hippogriff incident backfired spectacularly, and now was afraid for the life of his heir. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to stop it short of taking part in the duel himself. If he won, Lucius was not so sure that he could. He would be branded as a big bully taking his anger out on a child, and if he lost, he could be turned into a pauper. Talk about being between a rock and a hard place. Madam Bones seized the opportunity with glee. "Well, it's either that or a stay in Azkaban," she smirked at the terrified Malfoy heir and turned the screw a little tighter. "For 20 years, she finished." Draco was on the verge of fainting in pure terror. He looked beseechingly at his father, the one who bailed him out for countless situations, most of them due to his own stupidity, looked defeated himself. For once Draco knew that he had to lie in the bed he made. It was better to take his chances against the half-blood. Even if he was Harry Potter, at least against him he had a chance of winning, something which he didn't have against a Dementor. Fearing the safety of his main financier, heir, best friend's son's life, Fudge came out of his shocked stupor. But, he sputtered, "I cannot allow it. I am the Minister of Magic." "You cannot do anything about it, Minister," McNair answered. "This is beyond the Ministry. The dispute is between two ancient houses, one of which clearly has a higher standing in the society and was in existence even before the Ministry as a noble house." Fudge was adamant, though. He should get a chance to defend himself against the allegations. Harry was ready to explode, but it was not in his nature to wear his emotions on his sleeve, and so even if he was seething at the injustice, he was able to retort with incredible calmness, "Oh, he will get a chance all right," he exclaimed. "The same chance that Hagrid and Buckbeak got, and in front of all these witnesses." Everyone who knew the history of the incident with the hippogriff and the aftermath understood that, in other words, practically none. In fact, according to the laws that were enacted by the same purebloods, Harry had a right to challenge the Malfoy heir for the threat against Hermione. The hippogriff also retaliated to an insult in the same way as Harry. Unfortunately, it did not have the protection of an ancient and noble house, even though it is considered to be a noble animal. With no further objections being made, or the few objections being ruthlessly suppressed, an area was cleared in the middle of the Great Hall. Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick immediately erected a raised platform and barriers around it to prevent stray curses from hitting the audience. Draco Malfoy had no choice but to remove the makeshift cast. Madame Pomfrey healed the slight gash in his forearm and allowed him to leave the hospital wing without even a bandage on, but with his father's orders and the help of Pansy Parkinson, Draco fashioned the cast in order to continue the charade. Cries of outrage and gasps of incredulity were heard all around the Great Hall after being confronted with the healed arm of Draco. The emotions on the Ministry delegation were mixed. Fudge paled immediately. He understood that he was seriously misled, but he was so ingrained in the habit of receiving gifts from the head of House Malfoy that he could not comprehend that there was any malicious intention. He simply wrote it off as a silly mistake by the young Draco Malfoy trying to get out of attending a few classes. Amelia, on the other hand, was anxious to get back to her office so that she could slap a few hefty fines on Lucius Malfoy. Not only did he go around the DMLE and took matters into his own hands to deliver justice, She could not forgive the fact that they wanted to execute an animal just because it was intelligent enough to respond to a threat from Draco Malfoy. In addition, there was proof to show that it was a false accusation, and so it meant that she had free rein to charge Lucius Malfoy for fraudulent complaint, not that anything would come out of it. Amelia would be satisfied by seeing the Malfoy coffers dip lower. McNair was the one that worried Harry and Hermione the most. The man was intent on beheading Buckbeak, but when the tables turned on Draco and Lucius Malfoy, he immediately extricated himself from any and all blame. His thoughtful expression as he tried to assess the danger posed by the not-so-meek boy who lived, and his entourage was disconcerting to the same entourage. Lucius Malfoy on the other hand looked stoic, but if one was to look closely, they could see the tightening of his facial muscles and even hear the gnashing of his teeth in rage. So angry was he at the situation that he did not even go to his son's aid but instead stayed away from everyone, even the Minister of Magic. Harry meanwhile removed his school robes and handed them to Hermione, but did not reveal the armor he was wearing under his uniform shirt. He was confident in his abilities. Grueling sparring sessions with not only his girlfriend and other friends but also Professor Flitwick, Sirius, Remus, Dora, and even Amelia ensured that he was in top shape and his skills sharpened. Before he could get onto the dueling platform, Hermione gave him a quick squeeze of his arm and with a whispered, "Don't dilly-dally, take him out fast," sent him to the duel. Harry clambered up onto the platform without ceremony and waited for his rival to enter the fray. Draco on the other hand regained some of his lost courage and was eagerly soaking up the words of encouragement from most of the Slytherin house. Even though his father chose not to help him out, he had no dearth of advice from the older students who had an affiliation with the Death Eaters. With his smirk back on, Draco sauntered into position on the opposite side of Harry. Both the contestants agreed to the rules of the duel and bowed to each other when ordered to do so by Professor Flitwick. The combatants were ready and anticipating that the order to begin the duel was about to be given. Draco Malfoy moved. By sheer coincidence or dumb luck, Draco did indeed move right at the time that Professor Flitwick began the duel. Even as the first few syllabi of the spell that began with serpent were out of Draco's mouth, Harry was moving lightning fast away from the line of fire. His own combination of Stupefy, Expelliarmus, rang out one after the other and connected with precision. Harry and his friends knew that even a friendly spark could turn dangerous due to an ill-timed or ill-aimed spell, which could result in a loss of limbs or worse even life. Their teachers drilled the fact that every duel should be taken seriously without giving the opponent any chance to get their own spells off. With the many sparring sessions against a dueling champion under his belt, Harry ensured that Draco Malfoy did not have a chance. It did not take as long as the time taken to get the arena ready for Draco Malfoy to be rendered unconscious by Harry's barrage. While almost the entire arena was cheering for the victor, Lucius Malfoy stormed away in humiliation and anger. He knew that he was beaten soundly and his reputation was bound to take a nosedive. He did not know this, but his finances were also about to take a nosedive as Amelia would start the process of recovering a few fines from the blonde aristocrat. Hermione was the first to reach Harry and grabbed him in a tight hug. Their friends quickly surrounded them while their teachers looked on proudly. Amelia could not keep the grin of her face. She knew how hard the 10 friends trained, and it really showed in the way Harry decimated the lackluster challenge from Draco Malfoy. With his own popularity on the wane, Fudge began making an attempt to divert the attention back to the hippogriff that was waiting execution. McNair, however, shot down the idea. No point in it, Minister, he argued. It is clear that young Mr. Malfoy was not injured by the beast, at least not as seriously as Mr. Potter did. The oars accompanying Amelia and the minister immediately acknowledged the prowess shown by the head of House Potter. The tumultuous applause interspersed by shouts of, "You showed the cheater." Harry made it clear even to the minister that any attempt to go against the populace would be disastrous. Besides, he had no choice but to agree that Draco was indeed uninjured by the hippogriff's actions, and if he was to believe the murmurs among the students, it was Draco's own foolishness that led to his injury. Fudge could do nothing but order the oars and McNair back to the ministry, and he himself turned to leave the castle. It was not all roses though, as the calculating look on McNair's face as he began to leave the school warned Harry and Hermione that the battle lines have been drawn. McNair was one of the most ferocious of the Death Eaters, only just below Bellatrix Lestrange in terms of ruthlessness. While she was more likely to cackle in glee while killing, McNair was cold-hearted and tough, making him that fearsome an enemy. Harry and Hermione exchanged a worried glance with Amelia, fearing the repercussions of the challenge that they have unwittingly thrown to the Death Eaters. They were able to keep Hogwarts safe, but at what cost? Only time would tell. In a spacious room adjacent to what was affectionately known as the Den, Hermione was reviewing their notes on their ongoing project with Professor Snape, waiting patiently for Harry to arrive. The room was set up as an office for Harry and Hermione, who used it mainly for learning the duties involved in being the headmaster or an administrator of Hogwarts. It was where the young couple spent most of their time nowadays. It was their private space used strictly for business purpose, and all gatherings that did not involve school affairs or anything to do with Lord Voldemort or his Death Eaters were conducted in their usual place inside the den. Their office was mostly taken up by a huge desk with cushioned chairs able to seat up to 10 people comfortably. The back of the room was entirely occupied by a wall-to-wall bookshelf, most of which was empty. Hermione had high hopes that by the time Harry would take up the leadership of the school and they settle inside the castle, the bookshelf would be full. One wall had the pride of the group's efforts, a detailed map of the castle, capable of identifying a person by their magical signature tied into the wards of the castle. Harry and Hermione insisted on adding it as a security feature. Anyone who could enter their room could keep a vigil, but only 4 others, Professors McGonagall and Snape, Sirius, and Amelia, were capable of activating the advanced search features of the map. The only flaw in the map was that it was unable to penetrate disguises effectively. It could naturally identify a person, but if he was disguised as someone else by any means, whether known or unknown to anyone, then they were at a loss. With the help of Hermione, and working with the castle, Harry was determined to even cover the obvious loophole. What was the point in knowing that there was an intruder if you cannot identify or uncover the intruder? There was a discussion on hiring a permanent security force, but was discarded as the castle was considered to be one of the safest locations in the British Isles, if not the world. With the modifications Harry made to the castle's wards, and the sentient nature of the castle itself, the general consensus was to vote against hiring a security force. The idea could be visited at a later date if needed. Hermione realized that it was pretty much the first time that Harry was doing something important without her. Madame Pomfrey did not take kindly to Hermione's request to being present in the class when the boys of her age were given the dreaded talk. What was commonly called as birds and bees for non-magicals, or even wand and holster, as a crude metaphor in the magical world. Even now her ears would ring when she thought about the vehemence in the matron's voice at denying the blasphemous idea. The brightest witch of the generation, never though herself to be a romantic during her prepubescent years, but all that changed with the entrance of one boy in her life. Hermione would sometimes be amazed at the ease with which Harry slotted into her life and vice versa, almost as if they were a couple married for a lifetime. It was strange for a 14-year-old girl to have such thoughts, but she could not help but imagining her married life with Harry and the great pleasure it was bound to bring them both. Her happy state was interrupted by the very object of her thoughts at the entrance of their private sanctuary. Harry was clearly discomfited with whatever took place in the class, and Hermione could not help but grin at her boyfriend. Seeing the teasing look on her face, Harry groaned, "Hermione." He whined. Hermione could not contain her mirth any longer and burst into laughter, so much so that tears appeared in her eyes. All the while, Harry could see the humor in the situation, but he could not bring himself to laugh, especially when he could see the effect the merriment was causing on some of her body parts. The couple was always comfortable with hugging and snuggling, but the newfound knowledge and the recently awakening hormones were wreaking a havoc in Harry. Sensing that Harry was approaching the state of true distress, Hermione ceased making fun of her betrothed. Getting up from the settee she was lounging on, she approached and embraced her longtime and best friend. Harry stiffened a bit in the hug, but his natural ease around Hermione took over quickly and he relaxed into the hug. If he found a new appreciation to the soft contours of his wife-to-be, he remained a gentleman and did not bring any attention to them. The couple returned to the sofa and Hermione promptly snuggled into him. "Come on, Harry." She addressed Harry, intent on preventing the awkwardness that might arise in the aftermath of what was bound to be a very detailed and a very awkward discussion with the school healer. Hermione was certain that there were a few visual aids too and could definitely understand the embarrassment that Harry could feel upon being in close contact with her. We talked about this in Marseille and I thought that we left all the awkwardness behind us. Harry could not deny that taking care of Hermione through the uncomfortable and by her own admission a painful time of the month, should have felt much more awkward than what he was feeling now. I was intent on taking care of you at that time, Hermione, and my concern did not allow me to think about anything else. Now he sighed. Now I have a face to go with the graphic images and commentary from Madame Pomfrey. Feeling that Hermione was about to interrupt him, Harry tightened his hold on her and continued, I love you and enjoy being with you. The thought of marriage and having kids with you, that is a dream I am looking forward to fulfill many times over. Harry paused to focus his thoughts away from Madame Pomfrey's lecture and looked at the beautiful young woman in his arms. Please give me some time, dear. I promise you that I will behave. Hermione let him off the hook but still could not resist teasing him. Just remember this feeling you have when it's my turn to get the lecture. The couple shared a quiet chuckle and just relaxed in the contentment offered by their chosen partner. A few minutes later, Harry gently pushed his girlfriend off him and gestured towards the notes on the table in front of them. What do you have for me? That more than anything else brought their minds out of the proverbial gutter. Hermione let out a frustrated huff. I've been going round and round in circles that I am beginning to feel dizzy, she groaned while Harry patted her back in commiseration. Things were going on so smoothly that I thought it was going to be a cakewalk. We even managed to identify most of the components in the pain-relieving and the muscle restoration potions with the help of our friends at Oxford and Cambridge. Hermione trailed off trying to control her vexation. She was not used to failure. And with Harry's involvement, they managed to succeed in most of the things that they set out to do, but convoluting the components of a potion to identify the one active and most essential ingredient was turning out to be extremely elusive. I know, sweetheart. I looked at all the notes too. From every angle possible. Harry gathered her into his arms and began rubbing her back in a soothing gesture to calm her clear agitation. Hermione could not remain cross with such ministrations and calmed down enough to disentangle herself from her comfortable position and pick up her cheat sheet to go through it once again. Harry lost his line of thought while observing the intense concentration on his betrothed face and began losing himself in her angelic face and had to rouse himself forcibly for some serious discussion. With his own suspicion taking a much firmer root, Harry gently pushed the sheet down back onto the table. Hermione, I am beginning to think that we are going about it the wrong way. Hermione wrinkled her brow cutely and Harry had to key his adorable girlfriend. We know that the allopathic way of treatment that we were used to is more of a modern medicine. More often than not, a single compound is used to target a specific or a set of similar targets. However, there are many traditional ways of treatments, many ancient ways. He then began listing them on his fingers: Chinese medicine, Ayurveda from India, Unani, and we do know about the herbalists of Regency era. The ancient texts of Roman Greek traditional medicine, Hermione agreed. Harry nodded his head in acquiescence. He did not know much about the traditional medicine, but all those ways of treatment were very well known and even accepted in England and America. These forms of medicine treat the entire body and not just the malady. Harry and Hermione sat in silence trying to think of the ways that this new realization would fit into the scheme of things. It does look as if the art of potion making does have some similarity to the traditional medicine, Hermione mused. It's more than that, dear, he interjected with sudden realization. They are the same, if not diverged at some point, at least derived from a common source. Magic might have just added, he shrugged. I don't know, some magic. Hermione shared an amused grin with her husband to be agreed to that. Yeah, Hermione worried her lower lip and tried to rationalize the fact, even though potion making is not an exact science, there are always rules to follow. Harry agreed to the fact that was drilled into every student that crossed the threshold into Professor Snape's class: maybe we are better of finding a common ground in each pair of potions. I am fairly convinced that even if it was possible, going after the chemical composition of the potions may not be a good idea. The couple began drawing out fresh plans for their project. Generally speaking, potion making did not change much from almost the time it first began. In addition to the actual making, the components also did not undergo much change. There was a flurry of new potions right at the start, most of them made by Merlin himself and then by Helga Hufflepuff. As time passed, those potions were accepted as they were, with only a few potion masters making an attempt to modify them based on locally available materials instead of exotic ingredients that had to be imported. It was mostly an effort in convenience rather than any real need or drive to develop, enhance even, existing potions. In the modern era, circumstances and greed forced the unchecked hunting of magical creatures like unicorns, dragons, hippogriffs and many others for their parts which are invaluable components in potions. The dearth in the availability of such rare components and also supported by black marketing pushed the supply down and the prices up, forcing many magical ministries and individual potion masters to search for alternatives. Spurred on by the need and the availability of talent, Snape, acknowledged as the foremost expert in potions after Hufflepuff took up the task of deconstructing the potions made with ingredients that are irreplaceable but expensive and with low availability. If it was possible to identify the main compound, then the inexhaustible repertoire of purified compounds available in the non-magical world could probably be used with the potion base successfully. More than 3 months of hard work from Harry and Hermione, however, led to the undeniable conclusion that potions can never be broken down into individual compounds that make up the final mixture. Maybe it was the magic, or just the nature of the preparation and the ingredients. The best that the couple could do was to fractionate the potion and identify the one part that contained the appropriate environment to provide a cure. If we can remove the portion that can interfere with the activity of another potion, then it is possible to mix them, Hermione mused. Her eyes lit up in playful excitement, kind of like, one potion a day keeps the healer away. She giggled in excitement and probably a measure of relief too. Harry rolled his eyes at the antics of his girlfriend. They were not naive to think that there would be a miracle cure for everything. Newton rightly said that, to every reaction, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Even if they were to manage to mix two contrasting potions to obtain the benefit of the both of them in one, which otherwise would have hindered the action of each other or worse cancel out the other, they could never predict if the newly derived one would bring its own share of complications. At least if nothing beneficial came out of such an exercise, Harry and Hermione were determined to eliminate the scourge of all medicines, horrible taste. Even though the work they were doing was mostly routine and monotonous, the couple were thankful for one thing. Such an undertaking in the non-magical world would have required enormous capital and years, a decade even, of painstaking work. More often than not they involved testing the compounds on animals, after inducing the injury or the disease in the first place. Here at Hogwarts, and with the help of a little transfiguration to make a realistic model of a human and a selection of runes to mimic the disease or injury, they were able to cut down the expenses and time by an incredible amount. They still had a very long way to go, but it was a start and a very good one too. Adrian Jones, a member of the British delegation to the French Ministry of Magic, was fuming. The Jones family was not a noble or a revered family, but it was quite ancient. There were only purebloods in their heritage, and if they had to even marry their cousins, they did just that to maintain their blood purity. His wife herself was his second cousin and grew up with him in his father's house. Now she gave him their only child, a daughter. Adrian could not love his daughter any more than he did now, but he was still saddened with the fact that their long history was going to end with him due to the lack of a male heir to take their name forward. If he was to look closely at the members of the previous generations, he would have seen that there was a disturbing trend to the diminishing numbers of progeny. Almost all the previous generations had only one child. Thankfully there was at least one male child, and so the lack of any other children was ignored. Ask any of the more liberal-thinking families, and they would say that it was due to the lack of any new blood bringing in much-needed vitality. Many other ancient families like Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, MacArthur, and the ever-chivalrous Potter, never had a pureblood as the lady of the house for more than 3 generations continuously. They would probably not acknowledge it, or perhaps even not know it, but this infusion of new genes was what kept the intelligence, strength, and magical power higher than most other families. They were also the very few of the most successful families and rose to the position of a noble house. It was this magical prowess that probably prompted the Dark Lord Voldemort to target such families first and eliminate most of the members, even with their very rich history and qualities needed for the magical world to flourish. It was pretty much an unspoken rule among the ancient families not to poach onto the other's skills or if they shared the same traits, onto the other's territory of financial operations. This arrangement ensured that everyone had their fair share of work and were dependent on the others for everyday things. The economy as a whole prospered due to this arrangement and there were minimal disputes. As the British Magical Society preferred to be segregated and was mostly exclusive of people from other countries, such an agreement was paramount for continued survival. This structured if not rigid way of life remained unchallenged for high onto a century, and if the more traditionalists of the ancient houses strayed from their preordained areas of expertise, they were largely forgiven by the others. The traditionalists honored the commitment in words only and not entirely in its spirit. They always coveted money and power more than a good name, which was the one aspect that elevated some of the families to the status of an ancient and noble house, and therefore left the traditionalists to privately fume at the injustice. The men of houses of Knott, Parkinson, McNair, older but poorer than Malfoy, did not restrain themselves to help from others' coffers if the chance was offered to them. Nowadays it could be said that their primary livelihood was earned that way, supported by a thriving black market and blackmail. Sometimes the material used was years old even. The successive ministers looked the other way rather than trying to curb such unethical practices, since the culprits were part of the ministry themselves. The noble families never bothered to confront such subtle and oftentimes blatant misdeeds, as they were loath to impose their will on the others, not that it stopped the traditionalists. As long as their own families upheld their beliefs, the noble families were content with the peace offered by the times. The lack of any repercussions to their deeds drove the traditionalists further, but they took care not to overdo it and incur the wrath of the world in general. Such were the strings attached to the continued peace of the magical world, but everything changed, with the arrival of one man, Lord Voldemort. With his claims of being a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin and a forked but sweet tongue, he was able to mobilize traditionalists against the rest of the wizarding world using the age-old fall guy for all strife, the next meal on the table. The increase in the Muggle-born population during the 50s began the slide in fortunes for those who would not adapt themselves to the inevitable change. With their innovative thinking and, more often than not, their superior intelligence, the Muggle-borns began making their mark on the magical world, diminishing the popularity and coffers of the long-entrenched families. A sizable chunk of the British wizarding world, led by the noble families, embraced the change, welcoming the new additions. It was the hard-line traditionalists who found themselves on the receiving end of empty till boxes, and they flocked to the banner of Lord Voldemort. Adrian Jones came from a family of master enchanters. Their skill in making items that were very artistic and of high value as collector items was well known. The unique and tasteful presentation made such items quite pricey, however subpar their actual usefulness was. As with most pieces of art, the items made by the Jones family were not durable enough for daily use and therefore forced their customers to buy more than what was needed. This had the happy side effect of raking in profits for them. The increase in the influx of Muggleborns into the wizarding world also meant that they brought with them a much-needed practicality and innovation into whatever they did. Businesses or skills that were once limited to only a few families were no longer exclusive. The serious competition and, more importantly, the lower price and durability of most enchanted items threatened the rule of many old pureblood families like the Jones, who were stubborn enough to resist change. Unfortunately, that was the time when one man, Lord Voldemort, determined that the wizarding world was meant to be his pawn and spread his brand of genocide. The current head of House Jones, Adrian, came to his legacy on a night of bloodshed. His grandfather, who was the head at that time, and his father, the heir, were killed in an attack on a Muggle establishment meant to be a place for ambush under the Dark Lord's orders. The attacking party was caught unawares by a strong police presence preparing their barricades for the royal family to pass on that route the next day, and eliminated the Death Eaters with extreme prejudice. Being the head of the family and lacking any male heirs allowed Adrian the privilege of missing the Death Eater raids that came after the failed raid, and if everyone knew that his distinct lack of fighting ability was the main reason, they were polite enough not to take offense. That was also the reason why he was content to remain in the sidelines and equip his master with all the required enchanted objects like illegal untraceable portkeys, and whenever needed, cursed objects. That resentment against Muggles extended to Muggleborns too, as the new arrivals into the magical world quickly broke down the unacknowledged embargo on mastering more than one skill. With their vivid imagination and inspiration from the non-magical world, the Muggleborns dominated the small manufacturing sector, earning the wrath of people like Adrian Jones. This was compounded by the fact that Adrian was not clever enough to improvise and adapt to the changing environment and bring novelty and innovation into his own trade. Even though he still managed a comfortable income from his lifelong patrons, the threat of a drastic reduction was beginning to become a reality. Adrian relied mainly on the age-old designs and etching techniques perfected by his ancestors, and his own mediocre knowledge about the subject prompted him to stick to them. That was the reason that it was a shock to him when he heard about the popularity of The Boy Who Lived, and his Hermione and magics. Lucius Malfoy and the others brushed it off as just a publicity stunt by Harry Potter. Whether it was just that or something more substantial, Adrian never wanted to know. The only thing that mattered to him was that the new venture was cutting into his pocket, and quite deeply too. He began investing heavily in the black marketing of rare items to offset the loss of business. Added to that, he was somehow caught by Madame Bones and then forced to swear an oath never to break the law or to support the Dark Lord. He knew that Lord Voldemort was dead, and so he was only happy to take an oath on his magic, but the deal not to break the law broke the back of his business instead. He was sure that Hermione and magics was responsible for making the artifact that summoned him to the head of DMLE. It literally ripped him away from his home, and the two using his dark mark. Adrian could not prevent the ice-cold terror he still felt thinking about the advantage the light side, especially a formidable woman like Amelia Bones and Dumbledore with his association with the Potter brat, had. If this was allowed to continue, he feared his very existence. He had to do something to get rid of them all, but at the same time he could do nothing about it, as his very magic counteracted his will. Then, a miracle happened and conveniently landed in his lap. His contact in the Death Eaters and longtime friend McNair heard about the ministerial delegation that was to meet the French Oars and even recommended him to be a part of the delegation, expounding his expertise on whatever they were to review. Adrian did not even know what he was going there for, except that his friend needed his help in renting some muscle, and he was glad to do that. Adrian was excessively mindful of the nature of the oath that was forced on him by Madame Bones, and so when McNair approached him for the help he needed, Adrian took care not to show any interest in why the men were needed nor the type of men that were needed. Helping out a friend by hiring a few men to do his work was not against the law, and he intended to keep his own involvement in the scheme to a minimum. Deep down he hoped that the men were being hired to get rid of either both Madame Bones and his fiancée Sirius Black, or Harry Potter and his betrothed Hermione Granger. He took care not to allow those thoughts to really register in his mind with his mediocre Occlumeny skills, and was thankful that he was successful. Adrian's understandably lowered spirits were dealt a severe blow when he learnt that the top-notch protective equipment that the French Oars were boasting about was in fact designed by Harry Potter and his betrothed Hermione Granger personally. Even the incensed Death Eater had to admit, however grudgingly it might have been, that they were of top quality, and anything less than a fatal curse would protect the Oars and allow them the freedom to retaliate appropriately to the threat. His admiration turned to anger quickly with the knowledge that the only reason for the visit was to evaluate the goods and their utility for the British Oar force. One thing was clear to Adrian Jones: if the Death Eaters or their friends were to live, then the boy who lived, and his entourage cannot. He was even more determined to complete the task given to him by McNair. Sitting in the non-magical side of a seedy bar in the heart of Paris, Adrian Jones contemplated the man he was to meet in a few minutes. Henry Byron was his classmate at Hogwarts, and though he was a half-blood with a Muggle father, was one of the very few unmarked Death Eaters. His ease in the non-magical world and the connections he had to prominent people in the Prime Minister's office endeared the man to Lord Voldemort. Initially, Henry was flattered at the unique distinction he was shown by the fearsome Dark Lord. He was quite enthusiastic to do his bidding too, but as reality quickly set in, Henry was dismayed. The attack that claimed the lives of the elder Jones was primarily to remove the Prime Minister while he was escorting the Queen to the opening of an exhibit inside the British Museum. Though the Queen was not included in the plan, her death would have been no less welcoming to the Dark Lord. Horrified by the realization that he played a major part in the attempt to destabilize the British non-magical world, Henry tried his best to distance himself from the Death Eaters. Thankfully, he was unmarked, which gave him the freedom to move as he chose, and when he was offered to go to France to garner support to the Dark Lord, Henry grasped it eagerly. It was probably to his benefit that Lord Voldemort was killed within a few days of him setting foot in France. That was all he needed to get on with his life quietly, and he was successful up until now. Adrian looked at the surprisingly mild-mannered giant of a man sitting across from him. This was the first time he was meeting his near-constant companion during the time at Hogwarts. The years have been good to you, Henry. Henry Byron was worried about meeting his old friend. He was sure that there could be nothing good about this meeting. He wanted to be left in peace to live out the remaining years of his life with his wife. Yeah. He agreed. Living away from England has been surprisingly good to me. They spent some time reacquainting themselves with their lives, and Henry could not miss the undercurrent of acute resentment against the incursion of Muggleborns into the business side of the magical world. More importantly, Adrian could not keep the simmering anger at his own degrading livelihood, all because of an upstart. The boy who lived did defeat their lord, but every one of the Death Eaters believed that it was a miscalculation by Lord Voldemort rather than any greatness of either the boy or his parents. Perhaps it was, but the reality was that the same boy was now threatening the purebloods, either with the oath Adrian was sure that most of the offending Death Eaters were forced into, or with a direct blow on their stomachs. It was time to finish what their master was unable to, and the first step was going to be tonight. Adrian favored his friend with a grim smile. Henry, it's time for you to fulfill our master's need. Henry Byron's eyes widened for just a fraction, but quickly schooled himself into a mask of perfect indifference, which was a sure sign among the Death Eaters that he was eager. In his mind, though, Henry was terrified and his heart clenched at the idea of being thrown back into the war, he prayed for a way out of the mess. As the master returned. Not yet. Adrian sighed. We are paving the way for him. Henry took it mean that there was no way that Lord Voldemort will be back to terrorizing the world as long as Harry Potter and his supporters were around. Henry was not sure if this was something to deal with the Dark Lord or simply some really angry Death Eater getting a little bit of revenge for his lost resources. It could only mean that there will be an attempt at the life of the boy who lived, or at someone close to him. How many will you need? He asked. Adrian was pleased. He was inclined to be pleased by his friend after all. 10 for now. I will let you know where to when the time comes. Henry dipped his head in acknowledgement. If he did not know where the men to go, then warning the British authorities or even the head of DMLE was out of the option. He could never stop himself from ruining the day that he was lured by the honey-sweet but forked tongue of Lord Voldemort, but now it was much more poignant. It will take me time to be discreet, Henry tried subtly. Adrian obliged without a thought. You have time until a week before Christmas. This time Henry's eyes lit up with pleasure, but it was not for the reason that Adrian expected or hoped. There was only one major event that was happening during that time, and his own superior in the French Foreign Office was scheduled to attend that. He now had something to go on. Early next day, Henry Bryan discharged the one debt of honor that tied him down. He went to lighten his burden with the man who gave him sanctuary when he needed the most, all those years ago, Pierre Delacour. Professor McGonagall was sitting in the office that was commandeered by two of the brightest students she had the privilege to teach. It was probably poetic that one of the two was the son of the two best students that came before him. More than the miracle that many considered him to be, and that probably allowed him to survive the night of Lord Voldemort's attack, McGonagall found that Harry was a very good-natured young man. As most of the things go, the reality was very different from the legend of the boy who lived. The legend was a prince among the masses due to the ecstasy of the masses, while the reality was also a prince, but it was due to his ability to really affect a change to the world he was living in. Right at the moment, Harry and Hermione were under the careful watch of the woman who was acknowledged to be the best in transfiguration. Even to her, the situation she found herself in was utterly confounding. From the time of Godric Gryffindor, who was credited for being the first animagus, the process involved painstaking and painful transfiguration of individual body parts. The witch or wizard takes a potion to identify their animal form, and then under the watchful eye of one skilled in transfiguration begin the process to attain the animagus form. The process of animagus transformation was listed as a very gray art and tightly regulated by the ministry, not due to its difficult or potential for misuse but for the serious dangers the process afforded. If not done properly and without adequate precautions, the witch or wizard may seriously and even irreversibly damage their body. Anyone struck in the middle of such a transformation may be forced to lose the body part. But such was the process generally accepted in the magical communities all over Europe and many other countries. Since the time of their spirit awakening at the medicine grounds of the Navajo tribe in Colorado, Harry and Hermione were keen on achieving their animagus form. Their daily meditation routine allowed them to obtain the state of calmness that was prerequisite to achieve their spiritual form. They still had a very long way to go to bodily transform, but they were far ahead enough that any loss of concentration could lead to accidental transformation. Unlike in the process followed in the modern times, accidental transformation during mediation was not harmful and can be very easily reversed. It may make the subsequent transformation more difficult but not impossible. All these reasons make the process of animagus transformation using the Native American method that much difficult but at the same time extremely risk-free and assured of a result. It just took time and required extreme concentration achieved through months or even years of meditation. McGonagall was not ready to accept that the process that Harry and Hermione learnt during their trip to the US would give better results than the tried and tested method by which not only she but James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew successfully achieved their animagus forms. She was intrigued though when the two teens described their unique forms and the process by which they touched them. McGonagall vividly remembered the confrontation that took place when she offered to supervise their attempts to achieve their animal forms. But this is how it was supposed to be done. It is the way I achieved my form, the Transfiguration professor argued. Hermione had a very well thought out counter argument. If it was the way it was meant to be, then why was it dangerous? Why should someone be at risk? McGonagall had no answer for that, and yet the couple was relentless. Animagus form is said to be inherent to a witch or wizard, is it not? Harry asked, and it was clearly a redundant question as he continued. That is why you do not need to force someone into their form. Let the inherent magic guide you to achieve your animal form. The professor could not deny the logic behind the argument. All the rules of such a transformation say that the first time has to be a forced transformation, and then the latent magic of the wizard or witch takes over to make the subsequent transformations possible and easier. But the potion that we take does not make any changes, it only gives you a vision of what your form looks like, the professor countered. Hermione shrugged. I do not deny that the potion is wrong. I only say that the forced transfiguration of each body part may be wrong. We accept that transfiguration does not change the mass of an object. Then how do you explain a very large cat's paw when in actuality a cat is much smaller? Harry wanted to know. Professor McGonagall recognized that the discussion was not to criticize the technique, but it was to genuinely understand the principle and the working of the animagus transformation. That realization allowed her to let go of the small amount of resentment she harbored upon starting the argument. Now that she was able to really focus all her training as a teacher to analyze the animagus transformation, she found that the logic put forward by the teenaged couple was undeniable. Yes, it is generally disconcerting to see that your hand had turned into a paw with fur and all. But the real shocker is when you are struck in the middle of the transformation and find that you have a large leg on a cat's body. The professor could not repress a shudder that went through her. She had to experience it herself when learning the animagus transformation from Professor Dumbledore. That does beg the question as to why the size of the witch or a wizard does not remain the same when they transform into their animal form, Harry mused. Hermione agreed. Yes, even our own forms are totally disproportionate to our natural bodies. So, forcing a person's body into an animal form, which may or may not be their true form, cannot be the cause for the differences in the sizes, Harry conceded. Maybe it's the magic of the person that makes a difference, McGonagall mused. Harry and Hermione looked as if they had a brainwave and just muttered a distracted, maybe already deep in thought. Even though she had no clue as to what direction the thoughts of her two students were taking, Minerva McGonagall enjoyed her triumph for a short time. Harry and Hermione may have agreed to her suggestion, but she was also convinced that the answer to the dilemma would be something totally other than what she would think. So here they were in the room going about their training. Harry and Hermione were mostly immobile on the floor and in their meditative poses while McGonagall sat on a chair fidgeting. She was not sure how something like meditation could go wrong, in order to justify her constant presence. By their own admission, the Native American method of attaining the animagus form was much safer. Her alter ego was a cat for crying out loud. She could not tolerate being ignored or staying in one place. A promise was a promise, and so with another huff of frustration, the professor continued her vigil and wait for the two teens to come out of their trance. December brought with it its own share of delights and vexations. As soon as Harry and Hermione arrived home for the Christmas break, they were immediately inundated with various business deals that they has to look into and finalize. Remus turned out to be a very good manager for everyday operations and to keep Harmony and Magix meet the demands of the fledgling business. Sirius, Dan, Emma, and even Dora were able to keep the paperwork up to date. However, the major decisions pertaining to alliances and cooperation between the ministries of various countries and their company was the burden left to the teenaged couple. Though they were almost always ahead of their studies, the third year turned out to be a little too packed for time. Harry and Hermione had only planned on tackling the problem of new formulations of potions, but it did turn out into a far greater problem than they anticipated. The lure of leaving things for nearly a month and spend it in the company of family and friends was certainly enticing, not to mention the event that the whole family was looking forward to, the joining of the houses of Bones and Black through the wedding of Amelia Bones and Sirius Black. The first week of their Christmas holidays were spent in completing all the formalities to satisfy the business obligations for a variety of bulk orders. One major deal was with the French Ministry of Magic, and Hermione's parents, Sirius, Remus, and Dora were also actively involved in clearing the way for supplying the French Ors with Harmony and Magic's protective gear. The French Minister for Foreign Affairs, Pierre Delacour, was to come and finalize the deal with Harry and Hermione and then stay back until the wedding. The deal with the French ministry and the arrival of their delegation also had the happy outcome of bringing the entire Delacour family for the celebration. Harry and Hermione were happy that they could spend a considerable amount of time with their good friend Fleur Delacour. The last time they met her at their residence, the couple took an instant liking to the pretty and intelligent young woman. Though she was of Avila heritage, there was no attempt to use her potent allure against Harry. She graciously accepted him for what he was, a boy trying to make his way in the world and not the celebrity that the wizarding world projected him as. More to the advantage of the two teens, Fleur was ahead of them at school and in France too. Harry and Hermione had the distinct pleasure of hashing out the differences and similarities in the education system of the two countries. Now that the Delacour family would stay with them for a 10-day period, before leaving to their home for Christmas, Harry and Hermione were determined to enjoy their time with Fleur. For two of the party, the arrival of the Delacour family brought a much serious discussion. One night after dinner, and when the rest of the house retired early following a night of excursion to the shopping mall, Remus and Pierre Delacour sequestered themselves in the library at the Grangers' home. "So what have you been able to find out, Remus?" Pierre asked, taking a sip of his fire whiskey. Remus sighed unhappily. "You were right. There are undercurrents of anxiety and tension growing. The unsavory elements of the society have noticed a marked increase in attention to them, and not by the law enforcement or by the ministry. There was no need to say that the only ones left that could be interested in such lawless people are those interested in less than peaceful intentions. That was the favorite tactic of the Death Eaters: throw a few galleons around and you would get blameless mayhem and death. Almost all of those hired were not pure bloods or even magicals. Such considerations could never bother the Death Eaters when they were doing their master's bidding. Even the statute of secrecy would sometimes be ignored, but they were pure bloods and could do anything they want and escape censure of the law." "I hope the sources are reliable," Pierre voiced. "Yeah," Remus replied, sipping his nearly empty drink. "The work done by the Lily Potter Foundation really made a difference. People have hope now, and they are not willing to lose that by succumbing to the lure of easy money. Not to mention, now that Harry Potter is in the limelight, they are not willing to do anything to endanger him, and if that would lead to a better life for themselves, they are more than happy to do so." Pierre hid his smile behind the glass. He was happy to do Harry Potter's bidding too. Even though the wizarding world in France was a much more tolerant society, the people there were prone to England's influence too. After all, quite a few of the ancient houses in England had one or more members of the French aristocracy. During the last war led by Lord Voldemort, France managed to remain out of the conflict. Pierre was certain that it was due to the fortuitous circumstances involving baby Harry and the man Henry Byron. Now, the fragile peace was about to be disturbed once more, and it looked as if money was able to talk louder. The onus was now on France to tighten their borders to prevent French nationals to cross into England to cause destruction. He owed at least that much to Harry Potter and his betrothed. Do we know who's in charge? Remus sighed. Not really, he shrugged. It's definitely not Lucius Malfoy or his cronies. Their fortunes have dipped significantly due to a spate of takeovers. Pierre gave him an understanding gaze and acknowledged the implication that Harry and Sirius were somehow involved in that too. Remus played with his now empty tumbler and looked into the distance, while Pierre was left to his own ruminations. A few moments later, Remus collected himself and asked, "How certain is the information from your side?" "I was the one who gave a chance for Henry to establish himself in France and away from the influence of his old comrades, when he was sent to amass people to support Lord Voldemort. He considered it as a debt on his honor, and even though I asked nothing in return, he gave the information willingly. I can only assume that it is quite accurate," Pierre stated with a hard look in his eyes emphasizing his conviction. Remus ran his hands tiredly over his face and let out a shaky breath. The last time that there was a conflict involving the Death Eaters, he lost everything. It took more than 10 years for him to find his way back into happiness, and Remus was disturbed that it would be the only chance for him to have a family he always wanted. And now that he found the one woman who he sensed cared nothing about his illness and who he felt comfortable enough to open himself to, the threat of war was looming again. Remus was determined not to allow things to proceed like last time and threaten the lives of his friends, especially that of Harry and Hermione. They gave him a chance to live his life to the fullest, and he vowed to himself that he would do everything in his power to ensure that they lived to their old age. None of them know about this, Remus ventured. Seeing the look of confusion on Pierre's face, he elaborated, "I did not tell Sirius, Amelia, or the kids about our suspicions." Pierre agreed to that decision with a nod of his head. Sirius and Amelia have enough on their plate already with the wedding coming up in just about a week. And if Harry or Hermione even catch a hint of this, then they would do anything to keep their family safe." "Yes," Remus agreed instantly. The two men drifted into their own thoughts, quite alone in the Granger's library as it was late into the night. Suddenly Pierre perked up. "This place is well protected, isn't it?" At a tentative nod from Remus he continued, "At the same time no one knows about it." Remus was still confused about the matter, and so Pierre took pity on him. "We should lure them here and then set up an ambush." The plan was not as surprising to Remus as Pierre thought. I admit that Dora and I, the light blush on the werewolf's face which could not be concealed, did not go unnoticed by his partner, but he kept his merriment to a well-concealed smile. Remus cleared his throat and continued, "Miss Tonks told me that she observed one man loitering around the neighborhood. He cannot see or even approach the house but takes note of any comings or goings of the party." Pierre admitted that there was a good possibility that whoever wanted to attack the party was well and truly into the conviction that the non-magical house would be the most vulnerable. Bones Manor or 12 Grimmauld Place are very well protected, making any surprise attack on them nearly impossible. What they did not know, however, was that the Granger's house was probably the best protected in all the magical world except for the house that belonged to Harry's aunt. He shared his views with Remus, and the only comment that the man had was, "They sure are making it easy for us. We know from Henry that there would be about a dozen of them, 10 French nationals and probably 2 or 3 English," Pierre surmised. "Any more would attract unwanted attention even with concealing charms or wards," Remus agreed. The two men discussed the many possibilities that needed to be taken care of during such an attack. The attackers definitely would not dare to come out into the open. If they could pinpoint and reach the house, they could get away with as much secrecy as possible. However, that was not possible due to the powerful protections set up by Harry and Hermione, which left the time when the members of their family would be moving on the road as the only window for any hostile action. One thing was undecided though, who the target of any possible attack could be: Sirius, Amelia, Harry, or all three of them. "We will need help," Remus admitted reluctantly. "Even if we know the precise time of attack, Just the two of us are with Miss Tonks, the three of us cannot contain 12 or even 10 of them. Pierre agreed with that assessment. If we have enough people on our side, a reverse ambush would give us enough advantage. We may even take them out before our family is exposed to danger. That certainly was a very attractive option for Remus, who was not at all comfortable putting not only Sirius and his bride-to-be but the glue that brought the family together, Harry and his betrothed, Hermione, in even a hint of danger. Mad Eye would have been the best man for the job, Remus mused wistfully. Since the man retired from the Auror Force, it apparently has been impossible to trace him. Pierre was surprised at the prodigious care that Remus took in accounting for all possibilities in repelling any possible attack. Henry Byron was only able to confirm the departure of 10 French wizards to England just a few days ago. In the short time available, Remus was able to not only dissect the situation but also think about a counter-strike. One thing struck the Frenchman: the familiarity that Remus exhibited about Miss Nymphadora Tonks might indicate something more intimate than just a discussion of the grave situation they were in. Then there was the telltale blush on Remus' face. Pierre mused. Possibilities, possibilities. Miss Tonks might have suggested alternatives, Pierre asked. Remus was startled at the stress on the appellation but decided to ignore it for now, unfortunately to his detriment, not that he knew. She suggested Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt as a very competent wizard, Remus supplied. Pierre nodded his head decisively. We should meet him and chart a plan. Should we hint about the possibility of an attack to the family? Remus wanted to know. Pierre gave it the due consideration that it needed. If anything went wrong, his own family would be in the middle of a fight. He had utmost confidence in his wife Apolline and daughter Fleur. Not to mention, Sirius, Amelia, Harry, and Hermione have proven themselves to be ferocious fighters when pushed. It was not an easy decision to put them in danger, but it had to be done. No, he replied. Remus nodded his head in resignation. After discussion with Dora, both of them agreed on the same thing too. The two men sat in companionable silence before Remus recollected that it was quite late into the night. He slapped his knees, bringing Pierre back into the present and bidding a good night. Moved to exit the room. With a wicked grin, Pierre stopped him. So, Dora he teased. Remus blushed instantly and huffed in irritation at the same time. Throwing his hands up in defeat, he exited the room, leaving a chortling Pierre Delacour behind. The wizard known as Mole, due to the prominence of the blemish on his forehead, looked impassively towards the area where the Muggle contraption known as an automobile materialized from. Today it looked bigger and different than what he had seen the family move in, for the past couple of days. It would be upon their hiding spot in just a few seconds, and as he got ready to intercept it, he could not stop the thoughts that tumbled through his mind. He knew that there was no point in really thinking about how that happened, even though he was staring at the same spot for the past 1 hour. How could something so big come out of thin air? Even though he did not know much about Muggles or their way of living, he knew that even magic could not do something like that, and everyone knew that magic could do the impossible. Moreover, he did not see anyone in the vicinity brandishing a wand. He was a pure blood for many generations, but he could not conjure objects like an automobile. The only thing he could think of was that there was a very powerful ward protecting the house of the Mudblood Granger. It was not really a surprise, as Black was known to frequent the house. With that conclusion in mind, Mole tried to identify the perimeter of the ward coverage so as to look for the ward stones a few days ago. His intent was to disable them, or at least mark their places so that they could be removed at a very short notice. Unfortunately for him, he was forced to loiter around to find the anchor stones that were not there in the first place, and was easily spotted by Nymphadora Tonks. What baffled him though was that he could not remember searching for the ward stones when he came back to stake out the neighborhood the next day. Every night his memory was wiped clean, making him an easy target for Tonks' own surveillance on him. Mole did not know that the powerful magic invoked by Harry and Hermione was intent on keeping them safe and secure. With only 2 days left for the wedding and another 5 before Christmas, Mole was forced to abandon the plan to attack the house. The man who hired him to complete the job was getting restless and threatened to replace him. The result of the ultimatum was that Mole had to devise a new plan to attack the entire family when they would be traveling in their automobile, and this was the day that he would carry out the deed. The man called Mole cast his eye over his hidden accomplices. He marveled at the stealth displayed by the French wizards as they began their wait for the attack. Unknown to him and to the rest of the attacking party, a contingent of French oars specifically requested by Pierre Delacour were able to teach their English counterparts a few tricks to neutralize the threat of the mercenaries. A group of English oars numbering 15 under the command of Kingsley Shacklebolt positioned themselves behind the 10 French and 2 English wizards with their wands ready. All they had to do was to lean forward and press the tip of the wands to their opponents' necks, and hopefully, there would be no blood shed. Every wizard in the area, attackers and defenders alike, straightened themselves when they spied the minivan suddenly appear in front of them seemingly from nothing. The automobile cruised down the empty street towards the waiting party, but with a wand sticking into his neck uncomfortably, Mole and his party were forced to allow the family and friends of Harry Potter to go their way unharmed. Earlier, the interior of the minivan that the Grangers hired was almost full, with only space enough to seat just one more. Remus seized the perfect excuse to stay behind. "It's quite all right, I'll walk to the secluded part of the park and then apparate from there." Even though Harry and Hermione tried to protest such an action, everyone realized that there was no way that the 3 remaining adults, Remus, Dora, and Pierre, could be accommodated into the already cramped vehicle. The plan was agreed to without much fuss, and when Pierre offered to accompany Remus so that Dora could avail the last seat in the car, the woman in question, who came out of the house in time to hear this exchange and immediately protested. "Please take this old man with you." Dora pointed to Pierre and struck her tongue out to much laughter from the group. She did not allow any time for the teased man to retaliate and continued, "Besides, I have an errand to run for my mother at Diagon Alley. I may even be a little late for dinner," she apologized. Remus acted the gallant gentleman. "I will accompany you to the apparition site, if you will allow me." Before Dora could continue the charade or the others could comment on this, Pierre butted in to divert their thoughts to a completely different, albeit very much possible scenario, "and I will chaperone them," he declared with an unrepentant smirk. The bright red faces of the 2 adults and the uproarious laughter of the rest of the company continued until the minivan pulled away from the driveway of the Grangers' house and continued down the road. The 3 remaining adults were brought back to the seriousness of the situation they were in. With a nod of their heads and a grim look on their faces, Remus, Dora, and Pierre ran behind the cruising vehicle. They were thankfully far behind not to alert the occupants, and as soon as the minivan crossed the ward line and turned a corner, the 3 combatants began to sprint. The absence of any confrontation soothed their frazzled nerves, but even then Remus, Dora, and Pierre did not relax. Reaching the site, where the ambushers would have hid themselves, the 3 were relieved to find that Master Oar Shacklebolt and a contingent of 15 English oars were rounding up the French mercenaries, who numbered 10. A few of the ward masters were quickly setting up muggle-repelling charms, while the rest of the oars were frisking the captured wizards. With a few well-placed Accio charms, any and all belongings of the French wizards were safely deposited in the evidence boxes supplied by Harmonian Magics, that were now mandatory for every oar team to carry. Seeing that all the foreign wizards were being safely secured, Shacklebolt turned his attention to the 2 local wizards who looked to be the leaders of the motley group. "Tell me who your target was. Who sent you?" the dark-skinned oar demanded. The grizzly and hunched-over wizard turned to his partner, terror in his eyes clearly showing. It did not take a genius to realize that the man who was known to the oars simply as the Mole was the leader of the party, and he simply glowered in return. Shacklebolt simply shook his head. "Oh, don't you worry. I have all the time in the world. Once I am done with you, you will be begging me for death. I will have my answers." He then turned to his second in command and barked an order to take the 2 away. After ensuring that the French mercenaries were safely secured, Shacklebolt turned to see Pierre approach. After conferring for a few moments, Pierre gestured to the sole French ministry official and gestured his approval. The French ministry official tapped the rope that was binding the French wizards and converted it into a portkey, which whisked the arrested suspects and the ministry official away to a secure holding facility in Paris. It took some persuasion from Pierre to finally get Shacklebolt to agree for the French to take custody of their citizens, but the fear of an international incident that would bring undue attention to a probable increase in Death Eater activity placated the Master Oar. The assurance from Pierre in his capacity as the French foreign minister in magical government, that the perpetrators will be punished accordingly also helped ease Shacklebolt's mind. Dismissing the remaining Aurors, Shacklebolt turned to greet Dora and Remus. Thanks for the warning, Tonks. He was gracious in his gratitude. Dora quickly waved away the gratitude while stressing that it was Remus and Pierre who were the real brains behind the operation. Remus was a little jealous at the obvious camaraderie displayed between Dora and Shacklebolt. He recalled that the Master Auror was Dora's mentor, and even though he knew that their relationship was solely that of friends, Remus could not help but curse his own reluctance in openly displaying his affections to the vivacious young woman. It did not help that he was very introvert, and added to that his infliction of being a werewolf never helped him be at ease with the fairer say. But then he remembered the incident on the last full moon day, where his enforced primal form seemed to accept Dora Tonks and was in turn accepted by her, just about 20 days ago. Flashback. Remus was able to get a few samples of tissue from his contacts in a werewolf clan on Harry and Hermione's request. The samples were from cadavers, and though they would not be the best for identifying differences in a transformed werewolf and a wizard, there was no way that any werewolf would allow someone to take a skin or blood sample during the time they would be forced to spend as werewolves. On this particular day, and with the new moon about to rise, Sirius volunteered to try and get a skin sample from Moony. The many times that Sirius, in his dog form, spent with Moony, and not to mention their deep friendship, could make him the best one to try. Amelia, with her limited training as a field medic, which was a must for all Aurors, was able to take some hair, blood, nail, and skin samples from Remus before his transformation. The unoccupied house bought for Harry, and which was used to skillfully trap Death Eaters after luring them using Lord Voldemort's Horcrux diary, was selected as the best site for Remus' transformation. The sturdy cage that was used to trap the Death Eaters would form an ideal entrapment for Moony. Dora, who happened to invite herself to not only witness the transformation, but also act in case of any emergency, also went with them. Though she professed a curiosity to see a werewolf transformation, her heart desired to be there during this tough time and lend every possible comfort to the man she was falling in love with. Professor Musser of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology urged Remus to take the Wolfsbane potion before the transformation. Theoretically, the best comparison should be before and after the transformation without the use of any agents that could render the werewolf form more docile or less primal. However, there was no feasible way that any werewolf, even someone like Remus, would allow sampling in such a state. Therefore, common sense prevailed, and if needed another attempt would be made, but with other safeguards in place. Despite all his bravado, Sirius was never in Moony's company as a human. He was able to get samples of hair and nails, but when he tried to get some skin sample, Sirius barely managed to escape serious injury from a flashing paw with claws extended. With a snarling werewolf after him, Sirius hightailed out of the cage, and Dora managed to shut the door firmly, thankfully without any injury to either Moony or to Sirius. That was a very close call. Amelia quickly embraced her fiancé. "Are you all right?" she asked, managing to keep the terror out of her voice. Sirius quickly assured her of his well-being. "It's a pity though," he sighed. "I was hopeful that Moony would cooperate enough to get the required samples." "Yeah," Amelia commiserated. The kids were very excited at the prospect of unlocking the secret to a werewolf transformation. If anyone could find a cure for the affliction, Harry and Hermione would be the ones. While the couple were basking in their embrace, Dora looked at the trapped Moony. Unlike any werewolf that she encountered, Dora could see that Moony was perfectly lucid to what was going on around him. It was only his instincts in face of a threat that prompted him to chase his best friend away. Being an Auror, Dora could sense that Sirius was not totally comfortable being in the presence of Moony, without the benefit of his animagus form. That might have put the werewolf under fear of bodily harm. Yes, all they wanted was a small skin sample and if possible some blood, but still they were going to injure him. When Moony's eyes caught hers, Dora noticed the soft glow in his eyes. Even as a ferocious beast, Remus could not hide his tender regard towards the young lady, and Dora was entrapped. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerve, Dora moved towards the latch that secured the cage. "What are you doing?" Sirius nearly screamed in fear, holding onto Dora's arm and stopping her. Dora faced him. "I believe that I can manage to get a sample," she stammered in face of Sirius' severe countenance. "Oh, young lady." Sirius shook his head vehemently. I was friends with him for a very long time and I was chased away. I absolutely forbid you to go in there. I have a feeling that Mooney will allow me, Dora replied with conviction. I've spent a lot of time in his company and trained with Remus. He knows that I mean no harm. Both Sirius and Amelia were surprised at Dora's declaration that she was spending a lot of time in Remus' company. They knew that the two of them were involved in harmony and magics, but Sirius never imagined that Remus and Dora could harbor deeper feelings for each other. Dora met his scrutiny squarely and refused to blush. That may be true, Dora. Amelia interjected gently. You were with Remus, not Mooney. Dora acknowledged that with a nod. Sure, with my aura training, I can anticipate danger. Even though it has been a while that I have been in active duty, since I've taken up a research role for Harry and Hermione, Remus and I duel whenever we have spare time. Sirius and Amelia were still not ready to let the argument go, but before they could renew their objections, Dora pushed forward. I am considered as the unofficial chief security officer and charged with not only your and Harry's security but also of harmony and magics. As such, I may face even this eventuality someday, and it may not be Mooney at that time. She took a deep breath to calm herself and looked beseechingly at her cousin. Sirius, please trust me. It's not a matter of trust, cousin Sirius sighed. I don't want to face Harry if something happens to you. Amelia always liked the bubbly young woman when Dora was under her command in the Aura Force. The head of DMLE was well aware of her skills and amazing reflexes, but still it was dangerous to go in front of a werewolf, even if he was under the sedate influence of the potion. On the other hand, Amelia recognized the budding relationship between Remus and Dora, which her soon-to-be cousin inadvertently revealed. Magic works in mysterious ways, and if there was a bond forming between the two, then their magic might recognize its counterpart. It was worth a try. Amelia simply extended her hand towards Dora and pulled her into a strong embrace. With Sirius watching slack-jawed, she whispered for Dora's ears only, "Be careful as to what your heart wishes, Dora." With that, Amelia gently pushed her towards the cage and took Sirius' arm, not only to prevent him from stopping Dora but also to steady herself. Dora struggled to control her blush, and it actually helped her in not feeling nervous while approaching a wary Mooney. As a shocked Sirius looked on, Dora began petting the werewolf, all the while locking her gaze with the yellow eyes of the man who occupied her thoughts day and night. With nary a twitch, Mooney allowed Dora to take a skin sample with a punch biopsy, all the while gazing into Dora's eyes, trusting her. With Dora's hands caressing Mooney, Amelia was even able to withdraw a blood sample, much to their relief. End of flashback. The recollection brought a fond smile to Remus' face. The budding jealousy was ruthlessly suppressed due to the confidence in his feelings being reciprocated by Dora. The conference between the Master Auror and his one-time student was short and ended with a warm handshake. Shacklebolt collapsed the repelling wards, and with a nod towards Remus, Dora, and Pierre activated his own portkey to go to the DMLE. Breathing a sigh of relief at the smooth conclusion to a potentially dangerous situation, Remus offered his arm to Dora. With a shy smile and genuine pleasure evident on her face, Dora threaded her arm through his and allowed Remus to lead her away. A beaming Remus, who was nearly propelled into the clouds, began moving towards the nearby park, which was used as a point for apparition by the Magicals visiting the Granger home. His pleasure did not diminish even after being subjected to a pointed and not so subtle eye roll from their chaperone. The trio made their way to the restaurant to join their families for a dinner hosted to congratulate the bride and groom on their upcoming nuptials. They were able to make it just on time, and so were spared from any explanations or excuses that would have been uncomfortable while hiding the real reason for their excursion. Meanwhile, in another part of London, Adrian Jones was sitting down to a dinner with his wife and daughter. The joviality that was so liberally sprinkled at the table graced by the Delacours, Grangers, Amelia and Susan Bones, Remus Lupin, Dora Tonks, and Harry Potter was sorely lacking in their home. The pure blood etiquette demanded comportment of utmost restraint, and that was the prevalent emotion at the Jones table. Just as they started on the first course, the family had to rise from their table due to the presence of a team of Aurors led by Shacklebolt. The Master Auror dispensed with formalities and addressed the head of the family. "Mr. Jones, you are under arrest on suspicion of an assassination attempt." Before Shacklebolt could elaborate the details as to who was the purported target or how they traced the origin to him, Adrian's mind connected the dots and came to the conclusion that the French wizards he hired on behalf of McNair failed in their attempt. He did not know who the target was, but it was enough that he was instrumental in helping someone break the law. Magic demanded a high price from oath breakers, and as soon as Adrian Jones realized that he did indeed break the oath he gave to Madame Bones, his magic took the payment. He may have taken the oath not to break the law under the watchful eye of the head of DMLE, but everyone knew that such oaths on one's magic could never be forced. There has to be a commitment from the witch or wizard towards the action demanded by the oath on some level, even if it was subconscious, for the magic of the oath to be binding. Given the alternative by Madame Bones, the chance of getting away from the Death Eaters might have looked attractive to Adrian Jones. Even if taking the oath was to his detriment, Adrian took the oath with his free will on some level and was thus enforced by his own magic. Watched helplessly by his wife and daughter, and by the Aurors, Adrian Jones' magic took the payment for his transgression, resulting in his death. As she desperately tried to console her distraught mother, the new head of House Jones was selfish in her joy. She never liked the arrogance and the thinly veiled disdain towards anyone not of pure blood, by her father. The dictates of the head of house meant that she could never voice her displeasure lest the magic of the house enforce some form of punishment on her. Now, with no such restraint, her joy was increased by the realization that there was nothing to stop her from marrying her Muggle-born boyfriend. Christmas was a very calm day at the Granger house, unlike the previous year. The newlyweds left to spend the time between their wedding and the New Year in France, and especially Christmas Day in Paris at the Eiffel Tower. This left the Grangers and Harry to their own devices. With Susan bunking with her best friend Hannah and Dora taking time off to go on a holiday with her parents, Harry and Hermione were free to use what was left of their break to meet Professor Frederick Musser. There was not much time to pack a trip across the Atlantic in such a short time, but ironically, the two teens did not have any other opportunity and enough time to do it. The Easter break was very short, which made it impossible for Harry and Hermione to even think of leaving Hogwarts, and that meant that they would have to wait until the summer. It would be a bit too late if the two teens had to wait that long, not to mention that their summer was already full with a visit to South America. They were determined to complete their goal of improving the Wolfsbane potion within this school year. Besides, the professor was badgering them to meet him as soon as they could. Apparently, there has been a couple of breakthroughs, and that was keeping him giddy. If he had to keep the information to himself any longer, he would be ready to burst. Therefore, Remus, Dan, and Emma were ready to accompany Harry and Hermione to the MIT at Boston. The plan was to start on Boxing Day and spend 2 days in Boston, one full day probably to meet the professor, and then end their trip by welcoming the new year at Times Square in New York. The following Monday, the 3rd, was the day that classes would start at Hogwarts. This meant that Harry and Hermione did not have any time to spend at the Grangers' house on their return. They would probably have to sleep on the plane and Hogwarts Express. It was not quite jet-setting, but the 2 teens and 3 adults would be living out of their suitcase for the whole week, but it was all fine in the name of science. The journey going into Boston was uneventful, and meeting the professor in his lab was positively eye-opening. The usually even-minded professor was literally bouncing on his feet. Such was his excitement at meeting the 2 teens who made big strides in revolutionizing the understanding of magical theory. Though they were merely teenagers, Harry and Hermione could be called his employers. Greetings were exchanged in good spirit, and the visitors convened in Professor Musser's office over cups of coffee and tea. He looked earnestly at Harry and Hermione before starting. The idea that you approached me with was so novel that I was very happy to work on it. I have to admit, though, that I did not believe that we could get something meaningful out of it. Still, being a researcher, working for the cause of science was not new to me. More often than not, that is the fate of scientific inquiry. Only in rare cases does something tangible come out of exhaustive experimentation and research. A lot of money goes into a better understanding of a natural phenomenon, and little by little, usually over many years, the truth is unraveled. The lure of the unknown, the desire for better knowledge, is what spurs research, and a little knowledge goes a long way. Professor, Harry interjected, we discussed this before. We can fund your research. Professor Musser waved the protestations away, but Hermione could not leave without saying her piece. The Lily Potter Foundation was established to help understand the condition better, Professor. We would be happy to fund your research. It felt so natural for Hermione to think about herself as a part of the Potter family, that she did not think how others would perceive her offer to fund a mammoth research project from money that did not belong to her. Even though the others knew about the understanding between Harry and Hermione, the professor did not. Thankfully, he did not think twice about the matter of Hermione giving him leave to use the funds that still did not belong to her lawfully. He could only think with gratitude the way the two teens were willing to promote science and welfare of their fellow beings. Still, it's your money, the professor pointed out, and then waved his hand in a gesture of banishing their protests away. The results of my study have been so intriguing that I am sure I will be able to get some funding from the National Institutes of Health. Moreover, I am positive that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration is also interested in my discoveries. The two teens exchanged a look and decided that they would allow the professor to look for his own funding. If the attempts did not yield any significant results, then they could pitch in. Judging by the professor's enthusiasm, though, Harry and Hermione were cautiously optimistic that whatever the new insights were, they would be novel enough to warrant a widespread interest. Their main goal, however, was to benefit werewolves, and so were willing to fund any research that could better their chances of being accepted in the wizarding world. Professor Musser began his discourse on the reason that brought Harry and Hermione to his lab. There are two important aspects that I found out while looking for the effect of the moon on a werewolf actually. One is the change that occurs to the moonlight on a full moon night that is different from other nights. The other is the effect of the change in moon's radiation on the human body with me so far. A row of bobbleheads greeted that question, eliciting a small chuckle from the professor. He continued with his explanation. As we all know, the moon does not have any source of energy. It is true for any celestial body that is not a star. If the moon only reflects the light from the sun, then why does the radiation that comes from it different than the sun's? It's only natural that some of it is absorbed or converted into different forms of radiation. We see that every day, Emma opined. The others, including the professor, readily agreed to her explanation. After all, what we see as white light can be broken down into its constituent colors just by moisture in the air. This only means that the surface composition of the moon is such that some of the incoming radiation is either absorbed or reflected back at a totally different wavelength, Harry reasoned. Judging by what the professor was hinting at, this was the logical explanation, and the thought intrigued the two teens. That was how NASA was involved, they thought. The expedition to the moon was undertaken as an exploration of science, but who knows what secrets were unearthed that would also provide a substantial financial gain. Professor Musser beamed at the teen. He had his share of misgivings when Harry and Hermione came to him with the idea of studying the affliction of werewolves. According to the man who introduced the topic to him, the two teens were supposed to be prodigies, and that was a description which made the professor wary. He knew that parents were too apt to give the name to a kid, however undeserving they may be. Added to the fact that Harry Potter was rich enough to fund a research project increased his suspicion. Professor Musser was ready to convince himself that the two teens were nothing more than windbags who thrived in their self-belief of superiority. He, however, could never let go of an opportunity for discovering exciting facets of biology, and so took up the job despite his misgivings. He was now thankful that he did. The research was throwing up exciting discoveries that was sure to get him not only a few coveted publications, but hopefully help the two brilliant teens to ease the pain of a werewolf transformation. Yes. After only a few minutes of interaction, Professor Musser was able to acknowledge that his initial assessment of Harry and Hermione was wrong. They were indeed intelligent without any arrogance. What was more important was that they were eager to learn new things, and all for the larger benefit of the society. Exactly. Professor Musser crowed. Astronomers have identified what could be dust from the lunar surface being streamed out and cause an effect similar to the aurora borealis. Strange and colorful lights seen on the horizon in the upper latitudes, right? Remus asked. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement to what Remus voiced. They did not even want to divert their attention from the compelling tale that the professor was weaving. This is especially prominent during the full moon, the professor baited with a sly grin. Harry and Hermione drew in a sharp breath as the realization set in. Whatever the phenomenon was, it was causing the werewolf transformation. They hoped that the professor had the answer as to the nature of the glow. He did not disappoint. The surface of the moon has a unique combination of the elements boron, magnesium, silicon, and copper which has not been seen on Earth. NASA has not been able to replicate the exact conditions that exist on Moon and so are not sure about the alloy that is formed by the four elements. Professor Musser knitted his eyebrows together contemplating about the matter that he was going to reveal. The discovery was not published yet and so was wary about revealing it, but it was essential for Harry and Hermione to understand the phenomenon properly. It was an essential part of their research and his findings after all. He could always request for a confidentiality agreement or a magical vow not to reveal the contents without express permission. With that decision made, he decided on complete disclosure. One of my friends involved in studying the properties of the radiation reflected from Moon's surface revealed in confidence to me that the unique combination of the alloy and the freezing temperatures render the Moon dust charged, and that is what is expelled from the surface. This sounds suspiciously like the superconductors that we hear about. Dan mused with surprise written on his face. Professor Musser nodded his head appreciatively. He should have guessed that his guests are far too intelligent. Yes, the composition of the lunar rocks suggests that the solar radiation is somehow being converted into electrical charge at the extremely low temperatures. The charged particles then rise several miles above the surface, giving a distinctive glow that can be seen on clear nights, but especially on full moon nights. Harry and Hermione wore thoughtful looks, but it was Hermione that voiced the question. But the streamer-like phenomenon you mentioned cannot affect here on Earth, can it? I mean, you said just few miles, and she trailed off in contemplation. Professor Musser was impressed about the intelligence shown by those who could effectively be called his employers. Even though they were very young, judging by their professionalism, he was confident that they would keep his secrets. Please remember that I am breaking my friend's confidence here. He was interrupted by Harry, who immediately assured the professor of maintaining secrecy. Thanking them, Professor Musser launched into the explanation. It's not just a matter of charging the lunar dust but also the increase in what is known as vacuum ultraviolet radiation. This band of radiation is not usually seen on Earth from the Sun due to its low penetrability. Even the presence of clouds can stop the radiation from reaching the Earth. Yes, sometimes during the full moon, if there is a thick cloud cover, the change is delayed. I know from my own experience that as soon as the moon comes out from behind the clouds, the change to a werewolf takes place, Remus interjected helpfully. He was astounded by the changes in him after meeting Harry and Hermione. Even during the time with James, Lily, and Sirius, he would not talk about his condition that freely. With the two teens, however, it was almost as if his reticence has been removed. They treated it as just another disease that should be cured and not as an exotic condition that was adventurous, as James and Sirius felt. He was thankful for their companionship during his time at Hogwarts, but even then he felt as if they were either pitying him or relishing a sense of fantasy. Now, though, there was only objectivity and with it the hope for a future for him without the curse. His musings were interrupted by Harry. That is a very interesting point, he opined. Yes, and something that adds credence to our observations that this high-frequency radiation may be responsible for the werewolf transformation, Professor Musser agreed. Do you not have a source for this radiation and prove it without doubt? Hermione inquired. Professor Musser grimaced. I know nothing about that aspect beyond what I gleaned from my discussions with my friend, and according to him it is just not found on Earth. Or it is present in such low amounts that it is not identifiable. There is the other aspect of detecting it at trace levels, Emma supplied helpfully. A few minutes were lost in silent contemplation. Nature is very complicated, and it was never more evident than when science could not explain away things easily. Harry and Hermione had to accept that some things were beyond human understanding or intervention. Their recent setback when it came to potions also reiterated this fact. They had to bow to the inevitable and think about other ways to achieve the results that they wanted or hoped would solve the problem they were facing. The two teens were usually not accustomed to admitting defeat but were slowly learning that life had a way of thwarting the best laid plans. It was something that the two teens were beginning to realize and giving their grudging acceptance. That's one aspect. What about the actual changes that cause the werewolf transformation? Could you get any insights into the problem? Harry wondered. The despondent look on the professor's face was quickly wiped out to be replaced by a beaming grin. Now we are talking. He exclaimed. This is my area, and I am happy to say that I have very good clues that could solve the riddle. There was silence for a short time, with the professor shifting his gaze from one to the other, and finally Remus snapped, "Are you going to tell us or not?" Professor Musser pouted comically and raised his hands in surrender. "Calm down, I was messing with you. I rarely get the chance to joke around." As the others continued to look at him incredulously, the professor sighed heavily and, conceding defeat, turned serious. "Before I started the actual investigation, I looked around the available literature and talking to various healers, mostly in the US but some in the UK too. All of them agreed on one thing. For the infection to occur, the infective material, in this case the saliva of a werewolf, has to be fresh. Dried or even a few hours old material does not work." "Someone actually worked on that," Remus blurted out in surprise. "Yeah, I am shocked too," Harry added while Hermione was nodding her head. The reticence of magicals to change was well known, and investigations into magical diseases that were incurable was relatively unknown in the UK. Then again, the professor did include the USA. Mildly amused at what they were likely thinking, the professor retorted, "You may be surprised, but the Native Americans and the ways of the ancient English and French held the best answers." To his surprise, not only Harry and Hermione, but the three adults accompanying them also relaxed. Seeing his confusion, Hermione elaborated, "We have had a very good grounding in druidical magic. We can very well believe that they did extensive research into the werewolf problem." Professor Musser considered that and then simply shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, the most popular and most convincing opinion is the involvement of some kind of virus." "Yeah," Harry agreed, "that's what we also thought. Judging by the way you phrased it, I believe it's not. Everything about the way that the inoculum behaved leads to the assumption that a virus was involved, except for one thing." He paused to see if any of his listeners would be able to infer it. Though the three adults and two teens had looks of intense concentration, they could not. The professor decided to oblige. "Viruses are alive only inside a living host. Outside of it, they still survive, but they are not alive. However, they retain their ability to infect new hosts." The two teens remembered the professor's earlier words that the saliva of the werewolf loses its infectivity after a couple of hours, or more importantly, when it dries. "So it cannot be a virus," Harry stated. The professor nodded his head in acquiescence and pulled out a binder from his desk drawer and began. Many others already ruled out the usual culprits like bacteria, fungi, etc. And that only left the unconventional agents. One example is the DNA itself. Usually, BPD DNA is easily degraded in a foreign host, but where magic was involved, we could not really discount the possibility. Moreover, the act of biting a victim may put the DNA directly into the blood, helping it to disseminate all over the body and cause the changes during full moon. But Hermione trailed off. The professor waited for a few moments with an encouraging smile on his face, but when Hermione did not continue, "I am sure you are on the right track," he offered. Bolstered by the professor's kind words and a subtle widening of Harry's eyes, an indication that he also stumbled upon the answer, Hermione squared her shoulders and offered, "Usually any change to the DNA of a person would make the subsequent changes permanent. I am not sure that they could be turned off or on when needed." Then she gave a wry smile and offered, "Unless you want to use magic as a reason." The others chuckled while Harry added his own opinion. "The process of integrating any foreign DNA into the genome is a very tricky process. As far as I remember my biology, no two such events could give rise to exactly the same results." "All of the above," the professor crowed, while Dan and Emma puffed themselves up like the proud parents they were. A short round of exaggerated congratulations by the professor brought some merriment. Going off on a tangent, Professor Musser took up the explanation. "While a scanning electron microscope is used to study the surface detail, a transmission electron microscope is a very powerful tool to study the fine detail of a cellular structure." He pulled out a few 8x10 glossy prints and distributed them among his audience. Like any microscopy technique, electron microscopy also gives a snapshot of a particular event, and if it is a very transient change, it may be very difficult to capture. Luckily, a werewolf's transformation lasts for a few hours, and so is a perfect candidate for such an observation. Harry held a print labeled "Control" in his hand, while on his right, Hermione held a print labeled "Test." With their heads together, Hermione resting hers on Harry's shoulder, they perused the evidence before them. To their limited skills, The control print showed what looked like a normal human cell under very high magnification, what is called as an ultra-structure photomicrograph. The various internal organelles of the cell were conveniently labeled, making a comparison of the two structures easy to the two teens even with their limited training. In contrast to the nearly empty area that characterized the cytoplasm of the control cell, the test cell showed what seemed to be very ordered and structured tiles. They were compact and spread haphazardly all throughout the cell but had a fixed structure wherever they were within the cell. The seemingly random positioning but precise organization within the structures, a contradiction within itself, baffled the teens. The dentist couple meanwhile had little problem deciphering what was in front of them. Dan mused out loud. These look like crystalline structures, and the ordered structure means that they are not incidental. They have been forced to form such a structure. If someone looked at the professor at that moment, they would have seen a comical widening of his eyes and a mouth gaping like a fish. No one was privy to such a sight, however, and Dan continued, if this was not external, then they could be crystalline salts within the cytoplasm. Emma disagreed immediately. They are too big to be crystallized salts. We know that a mixture of salts, like what we see inside a cell, usually have difficulty in forming a crystal. A perfect crystalline structure is formed with only a single salt. She stared at the photograph with an intense look of concentration before exclaiming, unless, protein. She breathed in shock. HMPF, the professor grunted in exasperation, what a way to steal my thunder. Emma was unapologetic as she was still staring holes at the photograph. I've heard one of my researcher friends talking about protein infectious or something like that. With that she met Professor Musser's eyes silently asking him for details. The professor gave in graciously. Prions, they are called prions, and though technically not correct, they are called protein infectious, colloquially. The most common example is bovine spongiform encephalopathy or mad cow disease. At that the visitors to the laboratory said in their breath in unison. The infliction known as mad cow disease was especially rampant in the UK, with losses to livestock accumulating to a few £100,000. The aggressive behavior in cows that accompanies the disease now struck the magicals as being eerily similar to that of a werewolf during full moon. Before anyone could voice their awe, Professor Musser continued his explanation. One reason for his haste was the lingering suspicion that the group of intellectuals before him could very well decipher the results of his experiments without his aid. The professor was not vain, but he still wanted recognition for his work and the ability to present it before those who could provide money for further research. Prions do not replicate in the normal way that we come to expect. This is evident due to their lack of any DNA or RNA. What is not easily evident is that the prion infection cannot take place if the host does not have the normal versions of the infecting protein. Can you please elaborate that, Professor? A bewildered Remus implored. The professor looked chagrined. Sorry about that, let me step back a little. As the two doctors suspected, these crystallized proteins are a part of the normal human cell. We really do not know what they are or what they do, but we suspect that these form part of the skeletal structure of the cells, the cytoskeleton. Are there any efforts to identify the nature and role of the protein, Professor? Hermione interjected into the monologue. Harry answered instead, I am sure that is an ongoing project, Hermione. Professor Musser grinned at the teens and nodded his head decisively. Anyway, coming back to the explanation, all proteins have a precise three-dimensional structure for their proper functioning. Some proteins have a propensity to misfold due to their inherent composition, but there are many ways by which they are maintained in their normal structure. Most of the times, the misfolded proteins can be reverted to their normal form or they are degraded to be recycled. With me so far. The two teens and the two dentists nodded their heads resolutely as they were familiar with the biology of proteins, while Remus nodded his head a little dubiously. The acceptance was encouraging enough for the professor to continue. The proteins that comprise of prions are notorious for their failure to fold properly. However, they need one important factor for that to happen. Harry preempted the professor, a nucleus for the other proteins to aggregate onto. Something that has been infected from another source. A werewolf bite that transmits the misfolded proteins, Hermione agreed. The professor was no longer surprised by the astuteness of the two teens. He was saddened that he did not have them as his own students. They would indeed have been a joy to teach. However, he was happy that at least his own interpretation of the results were not that far-fetched. a third-party observer was able to reach similar conclusions without any bias. There are many ways by which prions are formed. The most common explanation is that certain mutations accumulate in a susceptible protein to such an extent that they spontaneously misfold when enough of such proteins occupy a limited space. Rarely though, sporadic cases do occur, where a perfectly normal protein does turn into its prion counterpart. This is helped by a stimulus, which is unfortunately unknown, and the presence of a misfolded version of the normal protein. You believe that the werewolf transformation is a sporadic event? Emma inquired. Yes, Professor Musser agreed. My hypothesis is that the unidentified cytoskeletal protein is the culprit. It is abundant in the human cells, and is already arranged in an ordered fashion. In a werewolf, the newly synthesized protein stays in its normal form until there is a stimulus for the protein to misfold into its prion form. The presence of the misfolded protein inside the cells, as a result of an infection from a werewolf, sort of guides the native proteins to misfold and also to aggregate. This stimulus is the vacuum ultraviolet radiation. Dan's interruption was more like a statement than a question. The professor agreed. This is an educated guess, but I can see that the only difference between the other nights and a full moon night is the increased amount of the vacuum ultraviolet radiation. Usually the amount of this radiation is not enough to penetrate the Earth's atmosphere, but during full moon nights, it crosses a threshold level. This is needed to stimulate the cytoskeletal protein to lose its stable configuration and begin aggregating around the prion proteins that are already present. The hypothesis looked more like conjecture than any scientific analysis, but based on the evidence that was presented to them, Harry and Hermione had to concede that it looked to be the most logical conclusion. However, the thought of a prion protein being controlled by external stimulus did not sit well with them. After all, the mad cow disease was a perfect example where the uncontrolled proliferation of the prion proteins causes holes in the tissue. On the other hand, the disease takes more than a year to accumulate to such an extent that it causes the symptoms. That was when magic was not involved. It was common knowledge that a witch or a wizard does not usually fall sick except to those diseases where magic itself was involved, like a wizard's flu and not the common influenza. It was not a stretch to imagine that the magic in an untransformed werewolf would keep the errant proteins under regulation. It would probably require an external stimulus to overwhelm the innate magic and for the prions to accumulate in such large numbers that would force a structural transformation of the human body and the mind. Hermione concluded the explanation. The misfolded prion proteins from a werewolf are transferred to a new host through the saliva in the bite. In the new host they are unable to actually do anything other than acting as a nucleus for the newly formed prion protein under an external stimulus, and the loss of the stimulus would allow the body to recover back to the original state. The two teens could not suppress the small sense of triumph and pride at their analysis, and they were quite sure that it would explain the professor's hypothesis. Harry and Hermione built up the theory on the fly while reanalyzing the data that the professor generated and also managed to explain it to the adults in the room. The four adults were surprised that the two teens were able to arrive at such a rational explanation in just a few minutes of deliberation and without the aid of hard proof. Even Professor Musser had to acknowledge that their theory does pass cursory examination. Do you think that the mad cow disease was actually infected by a werewolf? Harry pondered. It was actually a very good suggestion, but something that no one could probably answer, and so the professor restricted himself to comment. We do suspect that humans can contract prion disease from infected meat. There was a lull in the conversation, but was broken by Emma, who exclaimed in a fake cheerful voice, "Now all you have to do is get experimental proof for your theory and you would have found the secret of a werewolf transformation." Harry, Hermione, and Professor Musser could not hide their grimace at that, which intrigued Remus. He could not stop himself from voicing the question. It should be a straightforward thing, right? Hermione answered him in the same false cheerful voice as her mother. All you have to do is find the correct size of a lunar rock which will generate just the right amount of radiation. Harry took it up. And you will have to simulate the exact conditions on the moon. The freezing cold, the lack of atmosphere, not to mention the right amount of gravity. Remus was fidgeting, but the professor did not leave it at that. Find a way to bring the natural sunlight to shine onto the rock specimen without the Earth's atmosphere impeding it. All right. Remus threw his hands up in abject surrender, but it did nothing to stem the flow from Emma. then positioning the tissue sample for it to be exposed to the radiation for just the right time and the right distance from the lunar rock. Dan delivered the final blow, all the while assuming that the sample we get from a volunteer would behave just like it would do normally in the body. Remus realized that it was not just the presence of the prion proteins but also the accompanying magic of a wizard or a witch was needed for a werewolf transformation to take place. There was no evidence that a tissue sample taken from a magical would retain its magic when outside the body. If it does, then this would also be the first time that such an observation was made. It did open up exciting possibilities, but that was for another day. At the present time, he was very depressed as a result of the realization of the difficulties it would take to prove for certain the reason for a werewolf infliction. So he would not be able to solve the riddle completely. The dejection was very evident in his tone. "Don't worry, my boy," the 50-something professor slapped Remus' shoulder. "There are many ways to do it. I will ask my friend at NASA about a way to replicate the radiation that comes off the lunar surface and then project it onto a test subject under controlled conditions." The professor was staring at the werewolf when he said that, and Remus understood the unasked question. "Yes, I am willing to be a test subject for this," he assured. "Excellent." Professor Musser grinned. Then his smile dimmed and looked at Harry apologetically. "I will be unable to get funding for this." Harry simply waved away the objection, willing to foot the bill himself. "If we know for sure that prions are involved, is there a cure for this?" he asked instead. The professor sighed in resignation. "Remember, these are not foreign particles like bacteria, virus, or any other infectious agent. These are an integral part of the cell, and that makes them more dangerous than the other infectious agents. So, there's no cure." Hermione voiced the thoughts of those listening to the professor. Professor Musser shook his head in resignation. Until now, the only way to limit the spread of the disease was to slaughter all the infected animals. They do die in a matter of a couple of years anyway, but slaughtering them prevents their transmission to new animals or even to people. Unfortunately, there is not much hope of finding a cure. There was not much to do after that other than digest the information given to them. After fidgeting for a few minutes, Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, and after getting a look of acceptance from her parents, Hermione started to take their leave from Professor Musser's lab. The professor himself was in a reverie, running the theory that the two teens put forward and deciding on its veracity. It did look to be the closest to the truth they could get without hard evidence. Professor Musser was more than convinced that it was the way to go, and just maybe they could give relief to countless werewolves. "So, how goes your search for a cure?" he queried, unaware of the visitor's actions. Harry and Hermione slumped back, both physically and mentally. Hermione took up the burden of answering. "We too thought that it was a viral infection, and so began by adding antiviral compounds to simple potions. It was a disaster though. Any purified chemical that is spiked into a potion is destroyed as soon as it is put in," Harry added. Professor Musser's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" he exclaimed, but then turned thoughtful. "And I cannot really doubt that." "Yeah," Harry commiserated. "It does not matter. Irrespective of what the chemical or the potion was, the magic in the potion probably removes the contaminant. That's going to be difficult to tame the field of potion making," Professor Musser agreed. Hermione added her own 2 nuts. "The only option we have is to create a bank of several potion distillates and then try mixing and matching." Then she sighed deeply. "But that's going to take a long time." "So magic and mundane really do not mix," the professor mused. "At least in this case," Harry agreed. "Mundane?" Remus mused as an aside. "I like that word." Professor looked at the werewolf bemused but turned to Harry and Hermione in earnest. "I hope that you are not going to give up." And when the two teens shook their heads vehemently, gave them a thumbs up. "Perseverance pays. Please do not lose hope," he advised. The start of the new term almost looked like a vacation for Harry and Hermione. After the hectic time during Christmas, which included a wedding and a transatlantic dash, the routine of going to classes and then working on their projects seemed to be more relaxing to the couple than the holiday they just came from. They had one little problem though. Their plan of dissecting the potions into their components, identify the active ingredient and then spike a different potion with the active ingredient was not going according to their plan. Frustrated from their efforts, Harry and Hermione decided that they needed a fresh perspective and so put the project on the back burner. Instead, they caved into the increased demands for tutoring from the new first years. This also paved the way for helping out their friends who wanted to learn more than what was taught at Hogwarts, like magic of the Native Americans, Druids, and other older cultures. Thus began an unofficial class in the curriculum, and was open to anyone who was interested irrespective of their age or house. Harry being the owner of the school and very likely its next headmaster, there was no need for any teacher sponsorship, though there were at least 3 professors ready to do the job. Like with anything new, there were proponents and opponents. The class was a hit in whichever way you see, both in terms of popularity and also in scorn. The children of diehard purebloods heaped the later emotion. Most of the others were merely there to gawk at the boy who lived, or to see what the heck all was about. On the other hand, there were those who wanted to learn something new and really experience the magic of a different culture. Among the minority, Harry and Hermione were ecstatic to find a few more friends to add to their circle. 2 of those interested in learning what the teenaged couple were teaching were also the first students from Slytherin House who managed to intrigue the group of 10 friends: Harry, Hermione, Neville, Padma, Susan, Hannah, Colin, Luna, Ginny, and finally Michael. The 2 third years from Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davies, added a unique flair to their motley crew. Both being from staunch pureblood families, their acceptance was neither smooth nor total. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin houses was never friendly, but during the reign of Lord Voldemort, the tensions heightened to alarming proportions. It was a known fact that a large chunk of the followers of the Dark Lord were from Slytherin House, but what most conveniently forgot was that there were Death Eaters from the other houses too, and they were equally vicious, if not more. The cycle of hatred was perpetuated with the headmasters of Hogwarts doing nothing to curb it. The school was not only a seat of learning but also a confluence of power, with the so-called light side almost entirely composed of the staff at Hogwarts. The addition of the 2 Slytherins to their tight-knit group was not easy. Harry and Hermione were reluctant to mistrust Daphne and Tracy based just on their house affiliation or the sins of their fathers, if there were any. Those who suffered under the Death Eaters like Neville, Susan, Hannah, and even Ginny were not so easy to convince, but finally Harry and Hermione prevailed. They were quick to point out that the same prejudice that they heaped on Slytherin House was also present against them, but the few Slytherins were willing to look at the brighter side of things and trust the group of friends. The realization that they were also looked at with mistrust and as the aggressors was what compelled Harry's friends to accept the 2 girls from Slytherin. The sight of the 2 green-clad students interacting friendly with the color-clad Gryffindors caused not only a few raised eyebrows but also thinly veiled hostility among the rest of the population. The Gryffindor and Slytherin upper years were the most vocal in their protests, but thankfully, Harry's friends closed ranks before the 2 heads of houses intervened. The upper years never tried to mix with the other houses, but at the same time were also set in their opinions. Thankfully, they were too busy and too focused on their upcoming examinations to really put a strong resistance against change. One conversation among the group of 10 friends and the 2 new entrants, Daphne and Tracy, changed a lot of opinions, at least among those who were privy to the conversation, which was almost all of the participants in the class that Harry and Hermione were teaching. "I am a pureblood only on a technicality," Daphne revealed. "My grandmother on my mother's side was a Muggleborn. And as I am not completely a half-blood, I am a pureblood." "It's the same for me," Tracy added. Hermione took offense to that. "Typical," she snorted. "I mean, come on. Does everyone think that your blood becomes purer as you marry into a pureblood family?" Everyone around the table agreed to that observation, but Tracy had more to add. "It's all a matter of perception really, and not all of it to do with how pure your line is." Of all the group of 10 friends, only Ginny had parents who were alive and were pure blood. Harry and Susan had guardians who could have taught the aspects of pure blood politics, but neither of them wanted anything to do with that. Sirius kicked himself out of his family rather than towing the same line, while Amelia was from a family that was similar to the Potters in that they were more tolerant to others, if not welcoming. In short, none of the 10 students were exposed to the other side of things and were more than eager to hear from the 2 Slytherins. "What do you mean?" asked an intrigued Neville. Even though the Longbottoms did not have any members who were not pure blood, they did not have any prejudice against Muggleborns too. They were proud of the traditions that were handed down from father to son and from mother to daughter, but these days his cousins, aunts, and uncles did not really follow the age old traditions unless absolutely necessary. Even though the Longbottoms were some of the most liberal when it came to accepting other cultures or bloodlines, Neville knew that even a decade ago, having a dark-skinned non-British pure blood as a prospective lady of the house was not really welcome in his house, but now, his extended family was proud of Padma Patil. It was a long time away, but his grandmother was looking forward to pass the reins to his girlfriend. There was even a talk of a betrothal contract similar to the one that Harry had with Hermione. People looked to the others more for economic or political gain and not out of a sense of tradition or values, Daphne supplied. Of course, Harry interjected with a hint of sarcasm, their views changed to suit their needs. Do whatever it takes to survive, I suppose. That revelation was quite surprising to Harry and Hermione. They always thought that the pure-bloods hated the Muggleborns and half-bloods regardless of the family they were from. It seems that they were more opportunistic than being rigid in their views. The others were naturally not privy to the thoughts of the teenaged couple, and so Tracy continued unheeded. I am sorry to bring this up, Ginny, but the Weasleys are not considered to be elite even though they are all pure bloods through generations, as far as I know. She cast an enquiring glance towards the redhead. Ginny chose to ignore the question. She knew that there were no Muggleborns in their large family, but there were a couple of half-bloods. Instead, she retorted with venom in her voice, that is because we are considered as blood traitors due to our association with Muggleborns. Tracy scowled briefly at the hostility in Ginny's voice. She could somehow sympathize with the redhead. The Davies family was only accepted in the elite society due to their strong connection to trade, something which the Weasley family was sorely lacking. The head of the family was indeed a ministry employee, but he was shunted to a department that was just above a joke. Mr. Weasley might have enjoyed working in the Muggle artifact office, but to everyone who mattered that department was nothing but a way to get rid of troublesome employees. Tracy had to agree that the mistrust and the anger felt by Ginny Weasley was not entirely wrong. Just it was misdirected, and so she hastened to correct her. If that was the case, then the families like Potter, Longbottom, and a few others would have been ostracized, especially the Potters, as they are known to marry Muggleborns. Yes, Harry interjected, I found out that it is pretty much a Potter tradition to marry for love. More often than not, the lady of the house ends up being a Muggleborn due to the simple fact that almost all pure blood marriages are by contract. Thank you for that, Harry. Daphne gave a small smile. Tracy only bobbed her head in acknowledgement before continuing. Even before they became famous for playing a part in defeating you know who, the Potters had a clout that was nearly equal to that of the Hogwarts founders. They were even rumored to be direct descendants of Godric Gryffindor. Both Tracy and Daphne looked at the boy who lived for a confirmation of the news. They knew that Harry claimed his head of house status, and that would mean access to all the information about his family. However, they were disappointed as Harry refused to divulge that information. Of the group currently with him, only his betrothed Hermione and Neville, who would have been the heir to Gryffindor family in lieu of Harry, knew the truth of the matter. Daphne pouted comically but accepted his decision. She brought the discussion back to where they started. So you see, it is not the association with pure bloods that actually defines your status, but it is the vibrancy, the charisma, and the wealth that you have that defines the circle that you move in. That's so unfair, Ginny groused. Her boyfriend Michael was quick to placate her sour mood. We all care for you, Ginny. All those who matter to you see the goodness in you and your family. Thanks, Michael. Ginny offered a small smile, but this is nothing new. I did not realize it before, but last year, my father got into a fight with Mr. Malfoy at the bookstore. My father put in some laws to try and ban the use of Muggle objects that have been charmed for harming others. Apparently, Mr. Malfoy was the one who forced the Wizengamot to repeal the law. Susan sighed. Yeah, my aunt was also very angry. I think it was the first time she openly bad-mouthed someone with a great influence with the minister. She admitted that she would have liked a grown-up Harry Potter or any other Potter to represent the good side. Tracy agreed with that emotion. Yes, Harry may have been in the limelight as the boy who lived, but even if that did not happen, his wealth and clout would have made him a respected member of the pure blood society even though his mum was Muggleborn. He would have been the perfect deterrent for people like Malfoy. Now that Hermione is outed as the next Lady Potter, people trying to gain her favor would even treat her like a pure blood. If she was not betrothed to Harry, her opinions would never have been considered, but now whatever she does will be like a miracle, Hannah opined with a sly grin. Yeah, not to mention her contribution to harmony and magics. She is a celebrity, Susan teased. Harry and Hermione groaned audibly at the thought of escaping the idol worship. Hermione knew that Harry was never comfortable with the moniker the adoring public has given him, and now she was also going to face her own share of limelight, something that both of them could do without. While others chuckled or laughed out loud at their unwanted adulations, Colin and Luna were silent. Colin, a Muggle-born himself, was stunned at the revelations about the darker side of the wizarding world. He knew that discrimination was ever present, but the thought of such a thing in a very limited society was not so palatable to the young wizard. Still, he resolved to do the best he could. There were people like Lily Potter, Hermione Granger, and even Harry Potter who came into the magical world being Muggle-raised and succeeded. Yes, they were probably helped partly by their fame in the case of Harry and partly by associating with great names in the case of Hermione and Lily Potter. But the underlying fact, though, was that they made the best of the opportunities given to them, and he was willing to do so too. Colin tightened his arm around his best friend Luna's shoulder. A pure blood witch, maybe she could help me out, were the thoughts going through his mind. Luna, on the other hand, was trying to understand why the two Slytherins were soliciting Harry and Hermione's favor. It was obvious that they were here for Harry. Yes, either Susan or she could have been the reason why they joined the group, as they were the two with the most influence after Harry. Susan, due to her connection to the head of DMLE and Lord Black, had the greater influence between the two of them, but until Fudge was in power, Lady Amelia Black could do nothing major to upset the balance of power. The Lovegood family, while being pure-blooded, neither had he political connections, nor the wealth to really have a say in the current affairs. It was their father's paper that might hold some interest to the two Slytherins, but Luna had her doubts. No, it was Harry they were trying to get closer to, and Luna had only to find the reason why. She could not risk not knowing and put her friends in danger. Luna's musings were cut short by Hermione, who was reluctant to admit defeat when it came to pointing out what she perceived as mistakes in the Pure Blood Society. But this reluctance to add new genes to the Wizarding Society is causing changes that are becoming more and more evident. Marrying within a few families over generations is known to cause diseases that are well documented. Even if they are distant cousins, inbreeding can cause mental illness, physical deformities, or in some cases even death. Hermione Ginny interrupted her rant with a gentle voice. We really do not see such incidents in the wizarding world. That is partly because inbreeding to such an extent does not occur, Luna supplied. All the pure bloods around the table agreed instantly to Luna's assertions. Hannah knew quite a bit about it, as her mother is a healer, and so she was able to answer. It is generally known that the worst-case scenario was with the Gaunt family. They were supposedly the last of the descendants of Salazar Slytherin, and to preserve their bloodline, they forced even siblings to marry. I've also heard from my grandmother that magic usually takes care of any deformities in physical appearance. Unless it is from a curse or a particularly vile potion, there will be no lasting damage, at least to the extent of erasing a family line. Magic has a way to ensure the continuity of a family line, Neville added his two nuts. And that is also why old houses generally go for betrothals. It is a way of looking for a girl from an outside and unrelated family, kind of reserving that particular line, if you will, Susan added. Huh, Harry exclaimed in surprise. I thought that they were to formulate alliances for economic advantage. Yeah, that too, Tracy agreed. Daphne, however, had more to add. The original intention was to actually preserve family lines and to prevent inbreeding, as you say. However, these days it's mainly for economic and political advantage. What will happen if the couple are the last of their respective families? Hermione asked, genuinely curious. If such a thing happens, then the groom would take the names of both the houses and pass it on to his children. If they have two sons, then they will be named as heirs to each of the houses. If they have one son and one daughter, the son would become the heir to the major house, while the daughter's firstborn son would take up the name of the second house. Daphne tried to deconvolute the mess that was the inheritance laws of a pure blood family. The more influence a house has, the murkier the actual practice becomes. That's the other thing I noticed. Hermione mused. More often than not, the major families have only one child, be it a girl or a boy. If there is a need for preserving the family line, then why do they not have more than one child? Do you know if there are complications in childbirth in these families, Hannah? Harry asked. That's another sign of marrying among close relations, complications during pregnancy or childbirth, and normally they cannot have more than one child or two at the most. Hannah rejected the idea vehemently while Tracy smirked. Less number of children has got nothing to do with ability to have children in these cases. It is only the lack of willingness to have more children. Seeing the still confused looks on Harry and Hermione, Daphne elaborated, pure blood society places more value on appearances than substance. This extends to having children too. In most societies, having children is considered to be a sign of prosperity, but it is quite the opposite in the wizarding world's elite. To them, more number of children means the more desperate you are for earning money. It was unspoken, but everyone around the table could sense that Ginny's family was being used as an example. It was well known that the Weasleys were one of the very few families that had more than 2 children. Having more than one child itself was apparently considered to be odd by the misguided elite pure bloods. Thankfully, there were a few among the more liberal pure bloods like the Potters, Longbottoms, Bones, and others who considered children to be a boon from the Lord above. Unfortunately, they were also the ones targeted by the more orthodox pure bloods on charges of corrupting the wizarding world. Not to mention the vanity of the women in those families, Luna added slyly. You mean to say that they stop having children just to preserve their looks? Ginny asked incredulously. She had the example of their mother, who was not slim in figure by any stretch of imagination, but she loved her children, something that was difficult to perceive in, say, Mrs. Malfoy. She suppressed the involuntary shudder that ran through her. It's just not vanity, Tracy protested weakly. Even she knew that there was truth in what Luna was saying. The hostess plays a very important role. She is the one that organizes dinners and parties where many important decisions regarding the future of their society are taken. She has to represent and showcase her family's wealth and beauty to attract potential suitors to her son or daughter. It also helps when older men are easily swayed by a beautiful woman who can display her assets to advantage. Hannah grumbled, a little offended at the idea of women being paraded as eye candy to pay verted old men. There are exceptions too, of course. Daphne supplied. Tracy and I have brothers or sisters. The women in our family are respected far more than what a lady of a wealthy pure blood family is given. Harry and Hermione exchanged shocked glances. It almost resembles the Regency time, Harry commented. Everyone around the table agreed to the comment non-verbally, and only Daphne had something to add to that with a shrug of her dainty shoulders. It's just a way of life. Surely there are such people in the Muggle world too. Yes, Hermione sighed. The non-magical world is not perfect too. However, since it is so large, the faults are very easily masked. Harry had a very different view to all of this. I think that the statute of secrecy is also making things difficult for the wizarding world. Chuckling at the bewildered stares of his fellow classmates, Harry elaborated, the penalty of revealing the secret of the magical world is quite high, and so half-bloods and muggleborns fear revealing their status to their relatives. This in turn drives a wedge between the families or friends that is very hard to fill in. Eventually, the witch or wizard is forced to lose all contact with their non-magical roots. Hermione caught on quickly and put in the drawbacks to the wizarding world due to such a division. With no muggleborns or half-bloods keeping in touch, there is no influence of the non-magical world on the wizarding world at all. That also means more isolation between the two worlds. Yes, Hannah agreed, while the others nodded their heads in agreement. The only contact between the two worlds now are the squibs that get the food and other necessities from the Muggle world, Luna added. A pity, really. Harry agreed, but added a caveat with a sardonic smile. Besides, the less number of people that are aware of the magical world, the greater is the chance for maintaining secrecy. Hermione snorted. That is a twisted way of looking at the situation. I am not sure that I like the way of ensuring the continued secrecy, Colin observed. It was the first time he voiced an opinion since the talk about the different classes of the wizarding world started. He, being a muggleborn, had the most to lose if the pure bloods had uninhibited control at the top of the ladder in the magical world. He dearly hoped that Harry and Hermione could make a difference, especially as they have quite a few influential people with them. Maybe, Daphne argued, but you have to admit that whatever was done did ensure the continuity of the wizarding world. Susan snorted. Yeah, continued supremacy of the pure bloods, you mean? There is no problem if one section of a society is superior, Neville interjected to the surprise of his friends. He continued undeterred, but to try and beat or eliminate others into submission is not acceptable. We need a change. He looked pointedly at Harry. Everyone around the table knew that Harry would one day be the headmaster of Hogwarts, a place that has a central role in molding the children into adults of tomorrow. Change has to occur right at the start so that the dream of a peaceful world is achieved with little trouble. Tracy tried to defend the pure blood families. She could not, however, prevent the slight guilt from coloring her voice. Not all pure bloods want the destruction of the others. A large numbers want to live their lives in peace with their families. Yes, they may not want to mingle with muggles, but they also do not support their persecution. More often than not, it is ignorance of the ways of the muggles that keep them apart, Daphne interjected. Luna had to agree with their assessment. They are essentially correct. Old pure blood families are so entrenched in their ways that they do not care what others, including other races like goblins or house elves even, think about them. Families like the Potters, Longbottoms, Avery at one time did not care for the Muggle world, nor did they interact with them. This was a very long time ago. It was only when the number of Muggleborn in attendance to Hogwarts increased did most of them began to take interest in Muggles. How did you know all of this, Luna? Colin asked, amazed at the depth of history that the blonde-haired second year knew. Luna just shrugged. My father is a newspaper editor, she shrugged. Besides, my unique ability demands me to know the events of the past properly in order to make an informed decision. Yes, everyone thought. The ability to read the repercussions of one action and then tie it to its logical cause and conclusion does keep one on their toes. Only a few incredibly lucky ones knew that the future was not set in stone, and as a pebble can cause huge ripples, so can a seemingly inconsequential action cause massive changes in the timeline. The actions of two teenagers and their caretakers was indeed going to make a big impact on the future, and Luna was happy that she was going to get a front seat view of the action. That was also keeping her on her toes, as she had to alert her friends if she did indeed see something drastic that was detrimental to the peace of their world. If that was so, then why were there wars in the name of blood? Ginny voiced her confusion. Dark lords like Grindelwald, Lord Voldemort did try and eliminate those they considered lower than themselves, and more often than not, Muggles and Muggleborns bore the brunt of the conflict. Difficult to say. Daphne shrugged, with Tracy, Neville, and even Hermione agreeing with her. Harry took up the explanation. History has many examples where someone who can influence the masses brings about a great change. The change could either be for the good or for worse, it's mostly a matter of opinion. One man's food is another's poison. We have seen many examples with Hitler, Genghis Khan, Mohandas, Mahatma, Gandhi, and many others. In the present world, a few in power impose their will on the others through either intimidation or the new power, money, Luna added in Harry's support. There should always be an opposing view or ideals to keep those that have power honest. Even if two people are working toward the same goals, they very rarely agree on the minutiae, Harry elaborated. If there is no opposition to an idea, however good or needed that idea may be, the practice of the idea could be very easy to corrupt. Hermione understood what Harry and Luna were trying to drive home. Even if others do not want to oppose and just toe the line with the masses, they can lose big time. There is no neutrality in any war, she finished sagely. Tracy gave a unique perspective of what Harry, Hermione, and Luna were alluding to. In the wizarding world, the pure bloods will only take a stand when their entire existence is threatened. Grindelwald was quickly subdued because he only wanted power. He wanted nothing to do with the society or with the people. He was indiscriminate, willing to kill even the pure bloods for his gain. When their very lives were threatened, they banded together to take him out, Luna agreed. But, you know who was different. His pure blood supremacy rhetoric appealed to the select few, and they were willing to support him. It also happened that they had the money to threaten, cajole, or buy out the neutrals and amass support. Daphne took up the narrative. This was all so new to not only Harry and Hermione, but also to Ginny, Colin, Susan, Hannah, Neville, Padma, and Michael, and they were hooked. Those with power, either economic or political, were willing to remove all threats to their way of thinking, namely Muggleborns. And when old families that tried to oppose, they were eliminated too, Susan added with a sigh. Tracy commiserated with the redhead, but had a pertinent point to add. Yes, the entire family was almost always wiped out, but not the heirs. We have quite a few examples in this group only. Neville, Susan, and then there are others like Natalie McKinnock in Ravenclaw, Blaise Zabini in Slytherin. The heirs were pretty much left alone so that they can carry on their family lines. Daphne was interrupted by a sarcastic Harry, and being naive, they can be easily molded to their way of thinking. If continuing a line, especially an old family, was important, then why was Harry targeted? Hermione had a hint of anger in her voice. No one had an answer to that, but after a moment of silence, Daphne ventured, it was not the other pure blood houses that wanted to eliminate Harry. To illustrate her point, Daphne turned to Neville. I apologize, Mr. Longbottom. My words may hurt you. She took a deep breath before proceeding. The Longbottoms were attacked by a group of pure bloods, the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. Again she was interrupted, but this time by Hermione, but Harry was targeted by Voldemort himself. Ignoring the flinches from Daphne and Tracy, she laid her head on Harry's shoulder and continued with a sigh. Who knows what was going on in his head at that time? Maybe Harry was a special case Hannah tried. Or maybe it was foretold that he would be the one that would destroy the evil once and for all. Which was why Voldemort tried to attack him, Luna added with a mischievous grin. Everyone around the table gaped at the blonde. Sometimes it was difficult to know if Luna was trying to be serious or was channeling her ability. The two Slytherins did not know about Luna's ability to see into the possibilities that the future might bring. While the others looked at Luna with honest confusion, Tracy and Daphne were trying their best not to think bad about the second-year Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Harry and Hermione exchanged a meaningful glance. While most of the world believed that Lord Voldemort was dead, they knew better. The couple, along with their guardians and a few trusted friends, were battling against odds to collect and destroy the monstrosities known as Horcruxes and get rid of Voldemort. The teenaged couple also had an inclination that what Luna said may very well be true. There had to be a reason why, of everyone else in the British wizarding world, the feared Dark Lord chose Harry, why the two were inexplicably linked due to the presence of a piece of Voldemort's soul inside Harry, a Horcrux that was forcibly removed due to the strength of Harry's will. A pall of silence descended on the group as they tried to assimilate all that was discussed. While it might be nothing more than an interesting debate to most of them, the revelations made by Tracy and Daphne held deeper meaning to Harry, Neville, and Susan. The three of them were meant to take up the leadership of their respective houses, while in Harry's case, he was already the head of House Potter. For them, learning the view of someone from a pure blood house, and the justifications put forward regarding their way of life, was of utmost importance. While this was going on, Hermione was getting increasingly flustered. She could not understand how it was possible that magic was an answer to everything. Did it imply that a wizard or a witch was meant to be an evolved form of all humans? It sounded a little too good to be true. If that was indeed the case, then there should be no imperfections in the pure blood families. She also knew that it was far from the truth. What about the squibs then? They are mostly in pure blood families, she asked. I hate to burst your bubble, Hermione, but there is no evidence that squibs are born only in pure blood families. My mum told me that the only reason that squibs are born is if the witch had trauma during pregnancy, Hannah supplied. The bushy-haired witch's shoulders sagged. It did indeed look as if magic made humans more evolved than their non-magical counterparts. All hope was lost for Hermione. It looked as if the pure blood way of life was superior to others. It left a bad taste in her mouth, but the carefully orchestrated methods to conserve family lines seemed to provide all the results they needed. Hermione was ready to accept defeat, but then Harry came to her rescue. If the pure blood way of life was really superior, then why was the number of Muggleborns increasing? Everyone was confused as to what Harry was trying to say, and so he obliged. If the pure blood way of life was indeed superior and was enough to maintain the families, then there would be no new magicals coming in. No more Muggleborns. Instead, every year there is a steady increase in the number of Muggleborns coming into the magical world. Why is that? That is because magic is ensuring the continuity of magic. Hermione threw the words back at Tracy and Daphne, who were unconsciously trying to project the supremacy of the pure bloods. No society can live in isolation, especially when the society is as small as the British magical world, Harry finished. The words struck a chord with Tracy and Daphne, who had a glimpse into a new side of the age-old argument as to why large numbers of old families were extinct. If what the pure bloods believed were true, then the four families that founded Hogwarts should have been represented in these times, but they were not. Only Gryffindor was represented by two newer families in Potter and Longbottom, while Slytherin was presumably represented by Lord Voldemort. No one knew what the Dark Lord's real name was and if he was indeed a descendant of Slytherin. On the other hand, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff families were nowhere to be found. It was a very solemn group of people that left the discussion. In addition to the food laid out on the table, there was also a lot of food for thought. Days turned into weeks and it was the beginning of March in the Scottish Highlands, home to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Time seemed to flow for Harry and Hermione as they immersed themselves in not only teaching the few students who genuinely wanted to learn from them about the cultures of the other magical countries, but also learning about the fascinating cultures themselves. They were also busy in communicating with Professor Musser and finalizing the manuscript about the werewolf infliction. As they suspected, the number of students who actually wanted to learn something new were very few. Initially, over 50 students attended the teenage couples class about world magic. Now, after about 2 months, less than half were left. The only additions were Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. Rest of the student body and staff had their share of amusement for the first few days and were now willing to leave Harry and Hermione to their own devices. Classes continued to be boring to the duo and they only took to attending runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures. While it could be said that the three professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, who were closer to the couple than most others, would have been bothered by their absence in the core classes, they however did not object. Harry and Hermione were already at the level of those students who were ready to take their owls, and in some cases could even be considered as masters. More importantly, the professors could say nothing as the overall average of the entire third year was higher than the previous years. In some cases, the first and second years were threatening to set new benchmarks. The only change between this year and the others was that this year, the younger students were being taken care of by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, and for that, if the two of them skipped a few classes, who were they to object? But apart from all the achievements in academics, there was one profound change that was impossible to ignore. That was the dramatic change in the relations between the four houses of Hogwarts. It was said that during the time of the four founders, there were no houses. Instead, it was one house, Hogwarts, with four families living within it. Granted, the number of students at that time was very less, but still, the division by the students' personality existed. Only during the last 500 years or so did the four families turn into four houses and saw increased animosity among them, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. Quite a few of the headmasters tried to bridge the gap, but it almost always looked like a mountain too high to climb and the task was given up as hopeless. But now it looked as if Hogwarts could again become one house. To think that it all started with a group of 10 children. Harry Potter was the obvious catalyst, but the other 9 played no less important part. Students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw houses were never confrontational, but at the same time were not willing to forego the security offered by sticking to their comfort zone within their respective houses. They generally tended to stay away from the limelight, preferring to work behind the scenes, a good thing to do if there was a strong leader, and now it looked as if they found one in the young green-eyed Harry Potter. The cause for great hope, however, was the changes in the Slytherin house. Of all the students, those in the years 3 and 4 were usually the most vocal. The 5th to 7th years were more focused on their exams, while the 1st and 2nd years still looked around Hogwarts with wonder and not a little trepidation. It was this group of Slytherins that were firmly behind Harry, in addition to half of the 3rd and 4th years. It all started with 2 young women and included all the children who had no direct link to any of the Death Eaters. Most of them were in awe of Harry and wanted to bask in the reflected glory, but a few were genuinely looking forward for the change that could bring everlasting peace. The inclusion of Tracy and Daphne brought a much-needed outsider view to their debates and understanding. For the first 2 months, both of them felt like a part of the long-established group of 10 friends, bringing up the number to a dozen. Their insights into the pure-blood mentality added a much-needed perspective into the traditions of the wizarding world and helped the newer heads of Houses Potter, Bones and the prospective head of House Longbottom to grow into their roles. However, as time went by, Harry and the others noticed that Daphne was growing increasingly agitated. Her jovial mood, which was sporadic in itself, was now totally gone. Even Tracy, her best friend, did not know what the reason was, which in itself put Harry and Hermione on edge. The couple began to pay increased attention to the girl's movements on the charmed map of Hogwarts in their office and found that she was followed almost everywhere, stalked even, by Theodore Nott. "Do you think that he is behaving like Ginny?" Hermione teased her boyfriend. Ginny had this infatuation with the boy who lived, which probably was amplified by the influence of the Diary Horcrux, during the early part of her stay at Hogwarts. Thankfully, the timely intervention from Harry and Hermione not only got rid of the stalker-ish tendencies but also saved Ginny's life. Harry simply rolled his eyes. I would have believed that if Nott was not acting brash. When did anything stop him from acting on what he wanted? Even though it might be uncomfortable for Daphne, I would want him to make overt passes at her than being in the shadows. Do you think that he is harassing her? I hope not, Harry said sincerely. But it does look like it, he sighed. A few days later, the couple got a torn page from a book concealed in another book that they borrowed from Daphne. Despite Hermione's indignation about defacing it, they were curious, especially as the page had nothing of significance. Hermione was running her hands over the page in an absent-minded gesture, as if she was trying to come to terms with the fact that someone as dedicated to learning as Daphne could tear a page out of a book. Suddenly her eyes widened. Something is here, Harry, she exclaimed, running her fingers again over the area which was pockmarked. Is that Braille? Harry questioned after mimicking Hermione's movements on the page. A couple of trips from Hedwig later, the note was deciphered with the help from the Grangers, to reveal a message that was as ominous as it was short: help me. Though we at the Quibbler have often been accused of publishing notions without any evidence to back our claims, this one is based on irrefutable evidence. In an exclusive interview before the official launch of their new book, Malady of the Were, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger shed some much-needed light on the very real problem of werewolf transformation. The book was a result of evidence-based research by the famous duo from Harmony and Magics, with help from a Professor Musser of Boston, in the United States, and our own Hogwarts ex-professor Remus Lupin. The book addresses the reason why a werewolf transforms under the light of a full moon and also how the disease is contracted through the bite of a transformed werewolf. Yes, dear readers, you read it right. The so-called curse of being a werewolf is neither a curse nor it is brought upon by the wrath of the gods. It is a disease, plain and simple, said Professor Minerva McGonagall. The deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was intimately associated with the study as an unbiased reviewer of the work. With the help of Lily Potter Foundation and many werewolves here in Britain, the team from Harmony and Magics worked wonders to not only understand the malady but also to try and mitigate the disease. The book is meant to provide the reader with hard facts gleaned by many hours of dedicated work and gives a point-by-point rebuttal of many of the myths associated with lycanthropy. Potions master Severus Snape was ecstatic after reading the book. The normally stoic man was proud of his students. Now that we know what to look for, we may be able to invent a cure. We at the Quibbler came to know that Harmony and Magics, founded by Harry Potter and his betrothed Hermione Granger, were already working with Professor Snape in attempting a cure to the debilitating disease. They even succeeded in bringing about a modification of the existing Wolfsbane potion, aptly named Harmonian Modification, to reduce the pain and the muscle damage associated with the forced transformation in werewolves. Though this potion does not cure the disease, it at the very least takes away the trauma. The Lily Potter Foundation came forward to buy the modified potion from Harmony and Magics, and distribute it to all needy werewolves free of cost. A spokesperson for the foundation, Dr. Emma Granger, urged all the werewolves in the United Kingdom to contact the foundation to set up a reliable and discreet method for easy delivery. Details can be obtained by contacting the Lily Potter Foundation's office in central London. The two teens, since their arrival in the wizarding world just 2 years ago, made dramatic changes in the way we wizards and witches understand magic and also worked relentlessly in making the lives of our Auror force safer through their inventions. Speaking to the two teens, we were humbled by the sincerity in their efforts to make the lives of everyday witches and wizards that much easier and safer. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, he scowled at me when I used the moniker, had this to say at the apparent lack of a miracle cure to the werewolf disease. There are many diseases in the non-magical world that cannot be cured, but with proper medication and timely management the affected individuals continue to live a healthy life. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her age, who was also instrumental in the success of the potion modification, was more pragmatic. We will always strive for a cure, but if this is the next best thing we will take it. The Lily Potter Foundation is currently accepting donations. These acts of charity are exempt from taxes under Rule 292 Clause C of the British Magical Law. So how much has been done with the modification of the Wolfsbane potion? Susan asked, watching Neville fold the quibbler back after reading the article out loud. It's ready actually, Hermione supplied. Harry continued from where his girlfriend led off. It was the very first potion that we tried to modify, since we had an interest due to Remus. Everyone agreed to that. Not only was Remus Lupin a part of Harmonian Magics, but he was also the best professor for defense against the dark arts and was universally liked. He was also a good friend to Harry's parents, and so it was no surprise that Harry and Hermione would try to help him. The chemistry lab that the pair set up in the castle attracted quite a few tourists. The slowly whirling bottle with the condenser to collect the distillate, and the process of separating the complex potion into much simpler ingredients was fascinating to the students of the school. Harry and Hermione, with the help of Professor Snape, managed to conduct an impromptu workshop on the basics of non-magical sciences with emphasis on chemistry and its role in medicine. Even the pure bloods had to acknowledge the glaring commonalities between potion making and chemistry. Unfortunately, the couple did not have any of the modern-day equipment which could actually analyze the components of the potions and find their non-magical counterparts, if any. That would undoubtedly have silenced even a hardened critic. Starting with baby steps, the vibrant couple concentrated on lessening the effects of the transformation into a werewolf has on the human body, unknowing that they would eventually have to settle for that in their quest to rid the disease. The logical choice was the pain relief potion, but it was a disaster when they tried to mix it with the Wolfsbane potion. The active ingredient from the pain relief potion was incompatible to the extreme with the Wolfsbane potion. Thankfully, the couple was competent enough in brewing potions, and they had Snape helping them too, that they recognized the dangers and stopped the brewing before the cauldron blew. Even though Professor Snape had a vast experience with potion brewing and development of new potions, the idea of dividing a potion into its components and adding them to complete potions, either during the brewing process or after, was intriguing to him. He was clearly out of his depth at the novel concept, and therefore it was left mostly to trial and error, and that was what Harry and Hermione did. As luck would have it, they found the right mixture in a potion that was as complicated as Wolfsbane and Veritaserum, the potion to regrow bones, Skelegro. The couple was now writing up the paper that described the entire process of making the Harmonian modification to the Wolfsbane potion. Even though Professor Snape was acknowledged as an expert potion maker, his fame did not go beyond England, and in there too he was mistrusted to a large extent due to his connection with the Death Eaters. Hopefully, now that Harry and Hermione with the help of the professor managed to achieve a major breakthrough, the animosity against the man would lessen. Snape came clean to Harry regarding his role in learning part of the prophecy which led the Dark Lord to target the Potters. Initially Harry was angry, but it lasted as long as the time it took Severus Snape to tell him that he went to Dumbledore and that led to the Potters hiding under a Fidelius charm. Harry had to accept that it was the inherent problem with the charm and a bad decision regarding the choice of Secret Keeper that killed James and Lily Potter, not Snape. If he could not be angry at Sirius for abandoning him and going after Peter Pettigrew rather than raising him, then he could not be angry at Snape. His actions, though, were faulty. He more than made up for his mistake by alerting Dumbledore. Harry did the best thing he could do. He forgave Severus Snape. The group of 10 students around Harry and Hermione who were listening to the tale were surprised, I never imagined that a potion used to growing bones would work, Hannah exclaimed. What were you looking for? Luna inquired. Hermione smirked appreciatively at the diminutive blonde Ravenclaw. We wanted a pain reliever with muscle relaxant and if possible tissue regeneration. Hannah mused out loud. It's not that far-fetched actually. The blonde Hufflepuff wanted to follow the path of her mother and train to be a healer and so was actually quite good at the theory behind the healing process. She was not accomplished enough to actually apply her knowledge practically, but her grasp of basics was many years ahead of the rest of her classmates, even Harry and Hermione, something that she was quite proud of. Seeing the bewildered looks on their friends, Harry elaborated, knitting broken bones is quite easy, requiring only pain relief. However, while regrowing bones, a plethora of changes take place. The muscle and skin around the growing bone need to relax and stretch, Hannah interjected enthusiastically, unable to contain her excitement much to the amusement of her friends. Ignoring the snickers, she plowed on. The tissue around the bone has to regenerate and muscle has to form new connections. Unfortunately, the one thing that Skelegro cannot give is relief from pain. And you cannot give a pain relief potion along with Skelegro, Tracy agreed. Why? Colin asked in an honest attempt to understand. When Hannah did not venture an answer, Hermione took it upon herself to answer. Numbing pain means that the nerves that are present in that area are repressed, essentially put to sleep, so as to not receive sensations. If that happens when the nerves need to attach to the growing bone, then the proper connections are not formed, leaving the entire arm without the proper nervous system. Colin shuddered at the thought of a dead limb. He heard about phantom pains that occur in an amputated limb. Even though the limb is not present, the nervous connections are still wired in the brain and they act up suddenly, giving the sensation of a pain in the absent limb. He briefly wondered how it would be to not have any nervous connection to a limb that is present, and realized that the brain may go haywire trying to connect what it was seeing but not feeling. We tested it out in a few volunteers without any problem. Harry broke into his musings. Hermione snorted at that. Poor Remus. She exclaimed. He had to undergo the transformation for 3 consecutive days and then brave a full moon transformation as well. But it worked. Harry crowed. Everyone looked in confusion at that. Wait a minute. Neville interjected. What do you mean Remus was able to transform for 3 consecutive days? Oh, I guess we forgot to tell you. We were able to identify and prove that the reflected radiation from a full moon is what causes the werewolf transformation, Hermione explained. Michael opened his mouth to ask for details but then decided that it would probably fly past him. It's too complicated for us to understand, isn't it? Yeah, Harry agreed. Suffice to say that the surface of the moon contains a special blend of minerals that is not found on Earth, and at full moon, the reflected light contains a high amount of a unique radiation that it affects the transformation. The explanation was enough for the group and they believed that it was quite possible. If Harry and Hermione said that was what happened on a full moon night, then it was what happened on a full moon night, period. The group of friends knew that the book about the werewolves was already available, but it was not so popular. In a sense it was quite expected, as the magical society in England was averse to change, and Harry and Hermione's book, Malady of the Were, was preaching something new, that a witch or a wizard having a disease were werewolves. It would take some time for that bit of fact to be accepted, but the name Harry Potter and the support of Hogwarts staff in the form of McGonagall and Snape gave it some legitimacy, not that it was needed, as the words of the boy who lived were the next thing to gospel. It was eye-opening to learn that the affliction was similar to a disease that was quite commonly known in the Muggle world, causing loss of memory or loss of motor function in old age. Moreover, it was quite common in animals in the Muggle world, and there is an active search going on for finding a cure. The magical world never bothered about the plight of a werewolf, classing them as feral beasts, and not allowing them to work for their living. They were not ready to accept that their discrimination was driving the wedge further. But now something that they could not ignore was compelling them to stop and take a look. The boy who lived and his Muggle-born betrothed were trying to bring, if not a cure, at least a modicum of respectability to the werewolves. Radiation like that of the sun can be shielded, right? Hannah asked. Yes, Hermione agreed. There are creams that people use on their skin that can block out the sun's rays. They are called sunscreen or sunblock. Harry took up the explanation. We tried to mix the active ingredients, titanium dioxide and zinc oxide, first into the wolfsbane potion, but it failed spectacularly. Even the modified wolfsbane did not survive. Everything precipitates out, forming a muddy brown and sticky sludge. But don't we use the sunblock on our skin? Colin ventured. Exactly. Harry clapped the younger Gryffindor sitting close to him around the table. He had to reach around Luna and Hermione, but he wanted to encourage the scientific thinking in him. We tried to mix both the chemicals in the burn salve. Hermione was interrupted when Susan blurted out, "Why that one specifically?" Instead of answering, Hermione looked at the aspiring healer and Hannah obliged, "Hearing about it and from the little I read from the book, I believe sun's radiation causes itching and in severe cases even burns." It was half stated and she looked at Hermione for confirmation. And getting it, she explained how the burn salve is also used to soothe itches and burns caused by spell fire if not direct flame. After the explanation, it did not take the group to understand why Harry and Hermione chose that particular salve. Even then we found out that the concoction still precipitates out. However, we found a particular binder that may help us. Even if the binder would not do its job, and since it is a salve and not a potion, it would work, Harry explained. They wanted to name it simply as Moon Block, but it was not catchy enough for Sirius, and so they settled on Moonshine Screen. Hermione added to the explanation, "We were hoping that when the potion is evaporated to form into a salve, the precipitate, if it forms, gets evenly mixed in the paste. But the mixture has to retain its properties, doesn't it?" Luna asked. Hermione sighed, "Yes, that is there." Harry had more to add. "Then again, it may not make much difference. The sunscreen lotion or gel has just a binder along with the chemicals, so even if the entire thing forms a precipitate, it may still work. So all one has to do is to apply it to the skin and block the moon's effect," Tracy ventured. "Hopefully that is enough to prevent or at least ease the transformation," Ginny said with genuine sympathy. She really liked the soft-spoken Remus Lupin and she was praying that whatever concoction it was, it would help him. "It will still take some time for us to come up with it, but hopefully would be successful," Harry mused. Silence fell on the group as they simply tried to assimilate all that was discussed on that day. Suddenly a subdued growl was heard, but it was still loud in the silence. It originated from Neville's stomach. Everyone inside the library erupted in laughter at the embarrassed boy, with even some of those who were about to leave for dinner and passing near the table the group was on, joining in. Daphne, who was silent most of the evening, suddenly straightened. "Harry," she called, gaining the attention of the raven-haired wizard who was busy packing his bags. She caught his eye and with a slight nod of her head, passed a velvet box which looked obviously like a box containing jewelry. "This is the one that you asked me about. My father sent it to me just today." Ignoring the slight tension in Hermione beside him, Harry opened the box to spy a brooch which was shaped like the very top of a peacock's tail feather, the indigo-colored eye surrounded by green tendrils that fanned out in the shape of a crescent moon. "It's beautiful," Harry murmured. He reached out to touch the gem with his right hand. There was a spark and a flash of light between the gem and his middle finger bearing the Potter ring. Harry felt only darkness and heard the cries of alarm from his friends. Thankfully, Hermione caught him before he could hit the floor before he lost consciousness. "It has to be that knot. It has to be," Sirius exclaimed, waving his arms about while pacing the floor in front of the fireplace in the sitting room of the newly refurbished 12 Grimmauld Place, the seat of House Black. Why would he send his son to stalk Miss Greengrass otherwise, he ranted. They planned for the eventuality and, according to Harry and Hermione, executed it to perfection. Even their close friends were terrified, until the two eventually took them into confidence. Still, it was nerve-wracking for the adults, as anything could have gone wrong and even the smallest surprise could have had dire consequences to not only Harry but also to the one they were desperately trying to protect. On the other side of the room, sipping his coffee, sat Remus along with Dora, while Amelia was desperately trying to keep her emotions in control. Remus sighed heavily, which drew the attention of Lord and Lady Black. The werewolf was quite happy with his life. His work as the operations manager with Harmony and Magics agreed with him, while his growing relationship with Dora brought a smile to his face. So to hear him sigh and to see him exchange worried looks with the Metamorphagus alarmed not only Sirius but also Amelia. "Moony," he growled. There was enough warning in that one word that Remus knew to spill the beans. Exchanging another look with Dora and taking a fortifying breath, Remus spoke. No, not. He could not help the small grin on his face but instantly sobered. It's McNair. Seeing the startled looks of the blacks, he amended, at least I think he is the one. With help from an equally fidgety Dora, Remus explained about Pierre's investigations and how McNair's name came up repeatedly. Word from his ears on the ground, the werewolves that were now loyal to Remus and in extension, to Harry, told about the whispers among those on the other side of the law, all of which pointed to the increasing influence of the man in the ranks of the beleaguered Death Eaters. They were being readied, for what Remus could only guess, but it looked as if McNair knew something or was planning something, and all the Death Eaters in hiding were ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. It certainly did not provide comfort to the head of DMLE and to the Lord Black. After his explanation, Remus looked at the face of his one living best friend and saw the reddening, indicating an imminent explosion, and he was not disappointed. What the hell, Remus? You knew that there was an imminent threat to us and you did not inform us. Sirius screamed. Amelia immediately went to his side and laid a calming hand on his shoulder. She was angry too, but her years of experience and training helped her calm down and analyze the situation. Amelia realized that more than being angry, she was terrified that they could have lost everything and everyone in one moment. That thought itself brought clarity to her. If she was this worried after the fact, she could imagine how anxious and how flustered she would have been if she had even a hint of approaching danger the day before their wedding. Amelia knew, or rather hoped, why Remus and Dora did not tell them about the attackers on the street that day before Christmas. Years of dealing with a moody and angry Sirius gave Remus the skill for the perfect approach to calm the man down. With a tone that betrayed nothing about his feelings, Remus answered in a bland tone, "We did not tell you because we knew how you will react." Remus trailed off purposefully to give a chance for Sirius to retort, but before he could gather steam, Remus derailed him again. Just like this, he reminded him. Dora and Amelia could see Sirius' shoulders sagging a little bit and marveled at the skillful handling. Besides, it was the time for your wedding. You did not need this trivial matter to worry over. Trivial? Sirius shot back with wide eyes. You call going into an ambush trivial? He was quickly cut off by Remus. Yes, it was trivial, he emphasized. We had it all in control. Besides, if you knew, Harry and Hermione would know. They are always a few steps ahead of us, he added with a rueful grin. Sirius had to admit that Remus was right. The teenaged couple always had a nose for sniffing out trouble, and if one of them would act anything but normal, they would hound the person to drag every detail out of them. The Lord Black had to admit, he would never have kept the matter a secret away from Harry and Hermione. They would have done anything to keep us safe, even put their very lives at risk. Remus had a faraway look filled with guilt. It was not their battle, and it should never have been. A solemn silence took over the parlor, something that Amelia relished. She was even contemplating asking Remus for tips to tame her husband. Sirius had been a lot easier to handle when they were dating back at Hogwarts and just after he graduated. But the burden of being an emotionless head of the House Black and the horrors of Azkaban changed him. Amelia managed to bring most of the Sirius of young back, but he still had moments where even she could not handle him and was best left to come out of his funk by himself. Running a hand on her barely visible belly bump, she hoped that the coming child will abolish the black mood of the Lord Black, forever. Dora broke the silence with a soft tone, pleading for him to understand. It was for the best that you and Amelia were not aware, Sirius. We were there, making sure that nothing went wrong, and besides, Pierre was there too with the oars. His family too was in danger. Before Sirius could say something, Amelia interjected, I wasn't the head of DMLE, I should have been told. She saw that her outburst startled Sirius and diverted his attention to her health instead, bringing her husband back to an even keel from his outrage. No one could say that the new Lady Black was not a fast learner. The DMLE was represented by your head oarer, Amelia, Dora supplied helpfully. Shaq was there. Amelia asked in surprise, and getting a nod in acknowledgement, she hissed, and he did not tell me. He was asked not to. Remus told them bluntly, and before they could protest, delivered the final nail. As the officer in charge of the operation and also the senior most official on site, Pierre had command of the Auror force, even if they were British. Amelia had to admit that based on the operation and the situation, a sufficiently high-ranked ministry official can take command. Moreover, most of the attacking force on that day were French mercenaries, and that meant that Pierre, as the representative of the French ministry, had precedence over even English oars. She could not find any fault in the planning, as the arresting oars were from England. However, that did not satisfy Sirius, as he continued to grumble about putting his charges in danger and other similar sentiments. Those around Lord Black knew that he was just venting his frustration, as there was nothing he could do now about the event that happened nearly 3 months ago. That was the way Sirius was. He was fiercely loyal, but at the same time was a little immature too. He was unwilling to understand that there were some things that he could do nothing about, and this was one of those things. Rather than accept the fact, he was grating on Remus' nerves. "Do you not trust me to keep my family safe, Padfoot?" he cried in exasperation and a hint of anger. Family. That gave Sirius pause. Whatever they were doing was for them only. He was the only one alive that knew the fact that Remus never considered himself as a part of a family after his parents' deaths. It was in the same attack that he was turned into a werewolf. He did not want to bear the disappointment of a rejection based on what he turned into on a full moon night. He was deathly afraid of the moon and what it meant for him. To never have a family. True, he became close to James, Peter, and himself, but they were friends and not family. Remus was not only smart and frighteningly loyal, he was also very brave, sometimes up to the point of being foolhardy. All that was due to his lack of self-worth. Now it seemed like Remus was finally accepting that he could have a family and was even forming one. He was perpetually happy. The cloud of despair that always accompanied the man was nowhere to be seen these days. Remus was openly acknowledging the sense of belonging and that he was willing to give them his chance to be a family, and Sirius would never take that away from the man. It looked like he was willing to take a proactive stand against those who threatened his family, and Sirius owed at least that much to his best friend, one who lost as much as himself, if not more. They were now building a family, and they would be damned if anyone would come in their way, least of all the Death Eaters. "I am sorry, my friend," Sirius apologized. He walked over to the werewolf and embraced him tightly, almost lifting the man from the floor, much to the amusement of Amelia and Dora. The resumption of normalcy allowed everyone in the room to get back to their refreshments and mull over things that they learnt during the heated discussion. "What happened to Miss Greengrass?" Dora asked, breaking the comfortable silence. Amelia, who was now leaning into a seated Sirius, answered her. "Officially, the entire family has been arrested on charges of conspiring to harm the head of an ancient and noble house. Unofficially, they are on an all-expense-paid holiday, somewhere south of Spain," Sirius offered. Remus gently grasped Dora's hand to gain her attention. The Greengrass family were mostly neutral in the last war. They did not raise their voice against the Death Eaters, but at the same time did not officially help the good side. They preferred to keep quiet and go on with their lives, but now that both the girls were threatened, Lord Greengrass had to take a stand, either for or against Harry. He was brave enough to choose to side with Harry. And you know Harry and Hermione. Once they allow you into their family, they would do anything to keep you safe, Amelia concluded. The Greengrass family has some friends near Ibiza, and we used the cover of them being arrested to spirit them away to meet them. Both Lord and Lady Greengrass will stay there while the two girls will be back to school after we find that they were just carrying out orders, Sirius finished. "That's a good plan," Dora agreed. "While it will appear that those responsible for harming Harry are being arrested, it will also give the family a chance to be away from danger, especially the girls." That was the plan. In the letter written in Braille that Harry received from Daphne Greengrass, Lord Greengrass pledged to support the houses Black and Potter, both when it came to legislations or through trade. He wanted protection for his family. The protection meant that the one who was threatening the family had to be neutralized. Unfortunately for Sirius, Lord Greengrass was forced to swear a magical oath to keep the name of the person giving him the tainted brooch a secret. Dora had something else bugging her. How did Harry escape without any problem and still keep up the ruse? I mean, he had to handle the brooch to make it convincing. Sirius just smirked and tapped the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, further adding to Dora's confusion. Amelia rolled her eyes at her husband's antics. "The ring that a lord and a lady of an ancient and noble house wears is not an ornament, Dora. It has magic imbued in it from generations, making it a very effective sink for magic. More often than not, they are enchanted to protect the wearers. Blacks, being who they are, actually enchanted the ring to retaliate against hostile intentions. If I have to duel in a friendly match, I will have to consciously let my magic know that I do not want to harm my opponent. Otherwise, my ring can kill you. Sirius was all serious when he said that. Taking the opportunity, Remus butted in. James told us that the head of House Ring for House Potter was actually enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The ring used to be for Gryffindor House, but when the last daughter of that house married into Potter line, the ring also transferred allegiance. It has one of the best protections you can imagine. I am sure that Hermione's betrothal ring also has impressive protections. It was granted to her by Harry's magic after all, Amelia concluded. The appearance of the ring on Hermione's finger at the same time that Harry got the head of House Ring meant that not just Harry but Potter House magic itself considered Hermione to be a worthy Lady Potter. Yeah, no doubt about that, Remus concurred. I believe that Hogwarts also provided sufficient protection, Remus half stated while looking at Sirius. Sirius nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, Hogwarts provided a shield around the group and also around the brooch itself. It was not needed though, as Harry's ring neutralized the curse even before he touched the brooch. I did not think that Hermione had it in her. She put on a masterful performance after subtly casting the sleeping charm on Harry, Amelia sniggered. The four of them had a hearty laugh at the poor boy's expense. Silence reigned for a few minutes after that, only broken by Dora. McNair has to go, but how? Amelia whipped her head towards the young woman. She was an Auror before joining Harmonian Magics, and hearing about assassinating a man was shocking to the head of DMLE, Dora. She hissed. Before Amelia can continue, Dora interrupted her with a raised hand. Think about it, Amelia. Dora began her argument, which to her own surprise was rock solid. We know that Tom Riddle prepared himself to survive against all odds. He planned it ahead of time so that he can be reborn in case he somehow lost his body. We can also speculate that at least some of his followers knew about his plan. Severus knew. The timing could either be purely coincidental or the pieces came together at this time. I do not know. What I do know is that after all these years of peace, the Death Eaters are mobilizing. The head of DMLE could not refute the logic of the younger woman's tirade. 2 years ago it was Voldemort himself attacking Harry in the form of a wraith hitchhiking on a professor at Hogwarts. The next year it was Lucius Malfoy and his diary Horcrux, both to spread terror within the walls and also to regain a body, and this year it was McNair. Whether it was coincidental or not, all of the attacks targeted Harry and by extension Hermione and Susan too. Losing the last of her family and 2 members of her new family was not something that Amelia was prepared to allow. Her morals and her ethics as a law officer be damned. When those in power were willing to put the burden of fighting a bloodthirst megalomaniac on a preteen, then she was going to cross the line between justice and revenge to keep her family safe. Finally, admitting defeat, Amelia turned to her husband. I do not need to know what you want to do. Just please don't get caught. I would hate to arrest my own husband. Sirius drew her into a hug while running his hand over their growing child inside her. I am a marauder, he smirked. We don't do getting caught. Even when they were arguing about the culpability of McNair, Sirius was already planning. He knew someone who could take care of the problem for him discreetly. It would be a very nice gift to Harry and Hermione for Easter. Maybe even the Greengrass family would appreciate it. It was lucky that the kids would not be coming home for the short holiday, due to their commitment to perfect the moonshine screen during that time. With Harry being the apparent target of a cursed object and out of circulation, and added to that, Hermione and Susan being in the presence of a multitude of witnesses, no one would even try to blame their family. As for him, he would not be seen with the man who was going to take care of the problem for him. At least no one in England would see him. A few days before Easter, a man dressed in a stylish leather jacket with matching leather pants was rifling through the safe in a mansion that was home to Walden McNair. Being a professional curse breaker, bypassing the wards of the house without bringing them down was easy for the man. Hitting the head of the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures with an asphyxiation curse was also easy to one who was willing to kill a man who could pose a great danger if left alive. Neutralizing the blood-based ward protecting the contents of the safe was child's play. He pocketed the gold and other artifacts, some of which were obviously cursed. He did tell me that I could help myself with anything valuable, the man mused in his Italian accent from southern Switzerland. In a bottomless bag in the same safe, he came across many detailed documents dealing with deeds, promissory notes, or just plain blackmail material. There was enough in it to incriminate even the Minister of Magic. The bag was carefully sealed in another pocket of his greatcoat. This was the mother lode that his friend the Lord Black wanted and was going to be extra careful with keeping it safe before dropping it off in a secure drop site in France. Finishing with the safe, the man took his time wandering the mansion. Since Walden McNair lived alone, there was no one to challenge him and the man took full advantage. In the basement he found another stash that was worth more than its weight in gold. Rare potion ingredients, meaning illegal ingredients, were stocked as if preparing for some eventuality, and if he was a betting man it was for the return of Lord Voldemort and for the inevitable war. The man identified most of the ingredients and wanted nothing to do with them. He was a curse breaker and an enchanter, not a potions master. Besides, he did not want to get caught with them or selling them. No, the DMLE could have them. He only had to point them to the stocked ingredients. With his job done, the man left the house the way he came, leaving no trace of him being there. Only those that knew him could even find the smallest trace of magic he used to bypass the protective wards. For others, the only evidence of him being in the house would be the cold corpse of the man who would in time have become the right-hand man to a resurrected Lord Voldemort. Lord Black felt that with the help of his wife and a few friends in Severus Snape, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and not to mention, Harry and Hermione, managed to do his part in reducing the impact the Death Eaters would have when Voldemort returned. Everyone associated with the two teens knew that the Dark Lord would return, as evidenced by the presence of multiple Horcruxes. It was only the timing of which they were unsure of. It did seem that the forces against peace and stability were beginning to stir. If he had to resort to subterfuge and even assassinations to keep his family safe, he would not bat an eye. It was one of the Horcruxes that aided Lord Black in his attempts to reduce the numbers that made up the Death Eaters. Armed with the very first soul container that Lord Voldemort made, a diary, and the ready assistance of Potions Master Snape, the group got rid of more than 24 Death Eaters. Following Dumbledore's oft-used phrase of second chances, Sirius gave the low-level Death Eaters a chance to convert their behavior to that of what was acceptable by polite society. What was initially dismissed as a wistful thinking of two teenagers turned out to be a major boost to the light side, converting almost all the fringe Death Eaters to law-abiding citizens. Yes, those that swore to give up their previous lawless lives, either willingly or by cajoling, were small fry when it came to the crimes they committed. However, they were the supply chain that kept Lord Voldemort full to the brim with not only money but also rare and valuable material for his warmongering. They were the ones who traded in potion ingredients, enchanted objects, bullion, or even foodstuffs, with most of the goods going to the Death Eaters during the height of the strife. After Sirius intervened, the low-level Death Eaters still traded in the same things but were now supplying them to the general population. The happy effect of this was that there was no dearth of essential items, business was booming, and a general feeling of well-being began to permeate all through the British wizarding world. There were only a very few who were disgruntled by the turn of the general mood, and they were mostly the elite families of the magical world. Their interest was not only in the lost revenue due to the black market on some of the exotic goods, but also due to their belief in pure blood supremacy, meaning someone who Harry and Hermione had no interest in. Harry was of the opinion, and the others shared it, that as long as the traditionalistic pure bloods did not cause trouble to the general public or interfered with their or their friends' lives, they were prepared to let them live and stew in their own beliefs. Though most of them were content to glower at the Muggle-born and at Muggles, a few took drastic action against the perceived intrusion of unworthy people into the magical world, becoming followers of terrorists like Grindelwald and Voldemort. The current generation also had its share of such people, and the only Death Eaters that were left alone for the time being were those of the inner circle, meaning the ones with the most power, be it political or economic, and virtually untouchable by legal means. They could use the diary Horcrux to lure the 15 or so of Voldemort's most trusted members, but binding them to an oath would be very difficult. People like Lucius Malfoy would never choose to bend to the will of either Sirius or Amelia, and definitely not to Harry. For such people there was only one way, and that was extermination. But getting away with it was the problem, forcing the group to be patient and wait for any slip-ups. Lord Black swore to do everything in his power to keep the Death Eaters under control. He owed it not only to his godson but also to his heir that was growing in his wife. If the magical world benefited by his actions, so be it. Unfortunately for him, he could not find a way to get rid of the Inner Circle Death Eaters without endangering his and his family's lives or getting caught. Now when McNair made the first move, Sirius grabbed the opportunity with both hands. He could not indict most of the Inner Circle members on criminal charges, but he could at least put Theodore Nott Sr. in a bind on being an accessory to murder the head of a noble and ancient house. Sirius was sure that he could at least ruin Nott financially. If they were lucky, he could even get Mr. Nott arrested, and if they were extremely lucky, the other Death Eaters may also be implicated by Nott. Sirius, however, felt that he would be satisfied if they could get Nott arrested and the other members financially ruined. He had the evidence in his hands, evidence that was collected from McNair's house. All that he needed was to draw attention to it. As soon as the last Wizengamot session before the Easter break began, Sirius stood, "My dear lords and ladies of the Wizengamot," his deep baritone voice, which he actively tried to cultivate, forced everyone to pay attention to the head of House Black. Though the members saw the House Black with a lot of distrust, the alliance between four influential houses, Black, Potter, Bones and Longbottom, forced most of them to take a second look at Sirius Black. The mistrust was slowly eroding, but Sirius knew that it was still a long way before everyone would accept that the House Black did indeed take a turn for the better. If only they could crow their achievement of ridding the British wizarding world of most of the Death Eaters, Sirius was sure that House Black would be the new best friend. Unfortunately, that would not be the case, and so he would have to strive the hard way to achieve it. The first step was going to be today and now. The houses of Black and Potter seek to censure House Nott for their actions against the head of House Potter, Sirius demanded. There was absolute silence in the chamber after that statement. It was almost as if the members forgot to even breathe. That lasted for a few seconds, but then the entire house erupted. It began with protestations against the extreme measure against a house and slowly degraded into accusations against bitter enemies or against those who were not allies, and finally against bigotry. After dropping the proverbial bomb, Sirius sat back to observe the pandemonium. He could not have planned better if he was in a mood for some Marauder-style mischief. This, however, was not an attempt to cause needless bickering. Harry was attacked, and though it was handled very well, it was still an attempt by the followers of Lord Voldemort. Harry's friends and family knew that there would be more attempts against his life, probably culminating in the resurgence of the pure blood supremacy. There are distinct signs for the rebirth of the Dark Lord too, and Sirius vowed to do his best to undermine that. They had to send a strong message that they were not pushovers, and if something like that happens, they would not just push back but bury them under. The protests against Sirius and even Harry were mostly voiced by the members of the Inner Circle of the Death Eaters. Even the usually stoic Crabbe and Goyle were using their enormous girth to lend power to their voice in abusing the more neutral members and the firm supporters of progress. Sirius was surprised to see that Lucius Malfoy was curiously silent. Yes, the man was always careful to guard his emotions in public, but Sirius' attempt to censure Theodore Nott and his house could very well impact the rest of the Death Eaters too. Perhaps it was this realization that prompted the head of the noble House Malfoy to wear a contemplative look. The staunch purebloods actually looked torn between indignation that such a house was being censured and recognition that the one who proposed such a measure was the lord of an ancient and most noble house and was representing another such house. They were proud of their traditions, and Sirius Black just used one such tradition to demand justice. Whether it was justifiable or not was to be seen. The call to censure a house was just below the call for a blood feud. If House Potter and by proxy House Black and House Bones did not get due justice from the Wizengamot, they have every right to call for a feud against House Nott. Dumbledore, as the chief warlock presiding over the meeting, tried frantically to restore order in the house, all the while furiously thinking about the implications of such a move by Sirius. The aged wizard was sure that Harry would never condone such a move. It had to be a result of Sirius' grudge against the Death Eaters who were pardoned while he was incarcerated in Azkaban. Yes, it had to be that. Otherwise, the only option left was to really believe that not did indeed cause House Potter and House Black, especially Harry Potter, serious harm. Such a line of thinking was inexcusable to Dumbledore, just because of the fact that he, in his position as the chief warlock, was involved in, if not instrumental in, freeing those who had the dark mark without due trial. Though he knew at that time that the Death Eaters caught were indeed guilty of war crimes, such a spate of arrests would have seriously crippled the society. That was the reason why he easily accepted the plea of being under the imperious curse, and why he advocated giving the Death Eaters a second chance. Barring a few incidents, which he turned a blind eye to, Dumbledore would like to think that his move was largely successful. Now it seemed that Sirius was intent on getting his pound of flesh, and where Sirius would go so would House Potter, House Bones and possibly even House Longbottom. Dumbledore could not allow that. After order was restored in the chamber, the chief warlock peered at Lord Black from above his half-moon spectacles. The intensity of his gaze might have phased the Sirius Black of his youth, but now Lord Black went through a very hard life. Now he had something to fight for, and so Sirius met Dumbledore's gaze unflinching. The aged wizard was taken aback by the defiance in Sirius, not willing to show his reaction. Dumbledore cleared his throat before asking, "Don't you think that it is a bit extreme, Lord Black?" Sirius quirked his eyebrow at that. He was very, as he realized that Dumbledore was going to be against any move that would go against his pet project of reforming Death Eaters. Sirius could not afford that. He was surprised that the man did not suspect the resumption of Death Eater activity, which was evident if someone wanted to look at it without prejudice. It would probably take something monumental to shake Dumbledore from his perch, something that Sirius was not willing to allow. Anything that would be started by the Death Eaters would put Harry and his burgeoning family in the line of fire, and they were all determined not to let that happen. My godson was at death's door a few days back, Chief Warlock, attacked inside Hogwarts no less. Harry Potter is important to the magical population as not only the boy who lived, but he is also the last of the ancient and most noble House of Potter. This is a case of not only getting rid of the one who defeated the Dark Lord but also to end a family that is very popular. Lord Black's rhetoric was met with thunderous applause. Not only those who were known to represent the light side but the traditionalists also showed their support by thumping the desks in front of them. To those who were steeped in tradition, losing a family line was not a good thing, and losing a family like the Potters was blasphemy. The Potter family were well known not only for their contribution to building the magical world, rumored to be from the time of Godric Gryffindor, but also for their generosity, a trait which the newest lord of the house was continuing in a brilliant fashion. They were willing to lend their support to House Potter, provided the allegations were true. Recognizing the futility of antagonizing the enormous support that Sirius had gathered in a few moments, the chief warlock tried the next best tactic: either delay or derail the entire process. It is one thing to blame someone, Lord Black, and a totally different thing to prove it, he challenged. That was the weakest point in their argument, but if things went their way, that would also become their strong point. So, keeping his fingers crossed, Sirius launched into a monologue filled with a few facts and a lot of conjecture of how not Senior and Junior were responsible for the attack on Harry. Amelia could have laughed out loud from her seat beside her husband. He would be a great storyteller for their children, but hopefully this story would also give her the chance to open the can of worms that they got hold of from McNair's house. True to their prediction, Dumbledore gave Amelia the chance. Trying to hide his annoyance at the childish antics, the relief at a chance to dismiss the plea with minimal effort, and his merriment at the way that Sirius was acting, the chief warlock addressed Lord Black. "The evidence that you have presented this august body is circumstantial at best. As such, I cannot allow this to go any further, Lord Black. I have no recourse but to dismiss your plea for censure against House." Not with that, Dumbledore lifted the gravel to signal the end of discussion on that particular topic. But before he could bring it down, Sirius hissed, "That was the reason why I am seeking a motion of censure from this body. If there was sufficient evidence, I would be declaring a blood feud." The chamber was thrown into uproar again, and Dumbledore had a very hard time restoring order. Taking the chance, Amelia rose to her feet. "If I may, Chief Warlock." Dumbledore sighed in annoyance, but he had a duty to do. "The chair recognizes Lady Black, proxy to House Bones." "Forgive me, Chief Warlock. Amelia apologized with a straight face even though she was doing a happy dance in her mind. I stand before you not as a representative of either House Black or House Bones, but in my capacity of the head of DMLE. There were a few sharp intakes of breath that were heard from the members inside the Wizengamot. While Nott and his friends looked on apprehensively, there was a great deal of curiosity among the other members. It was evident that there was some level of information exchange between the head of DMLE and Lord Black. However, no one could question it. Not only was Lord Black a member of the Wizengamot and so could demand sensitive information that pertained to his and his family's safety from any of the departments in the ministry, but his wife could not hide any information from her head of house even if she tried. It was a masterful stroke indeed. Dumbledore swallowed a lump that formed in his throat and intoned. The chair recognized the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Amelia sketched a short bow. She shuffled some papers and making a few copies of the short stack of parchment in front of her, she passed them to Dumbledore, Minister Fudge and the scribe who was to record all the matters that take place in the sessions. After the unforeseen death of the head of the Department for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, Walden McNair, we were able to gather incriminating evidence from his residence. Quite a few members who had nefarious deals with the deceased wizard began sweating. They knew the extent of their involvement with him, especially in dealing with illegal magical animal parts, and hoped that Madame Black was feeling charitable against them. Gesturing towards the sheets, she continued, as you can see, these documents throw suspicion on both McNair and Nott of conspiring to cause harm to Harry Potter. In addition, there are details of financial deals between the two around that day that also point towards their involvement. She went on to elaborate that Nott and McNair never saw eye to eye and suddenly they were conducting deals that needed tens of thousands of galleons, money that Nott was happy to supply to McNair. The evidence against Mr. Nott was flimsy at best but added to the suspicious actions of Nott Jr. His harassment of both the daughters of Lord Greengrass, and the rapidity with which the news of Harry Potter's injury was sent to his father, all of which can be attributed to a pointed interest towards the boy who lived. If you chose to believe the facts, there was enough of them to warrant at least a thorough investigation, something which neither Dumbledore nor the Minister Fudge were ready to grant at this juncture. Dumbledore in fact knew that there was more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Nott's guilt, considering that Sirius was imprisoned with even less, or at least warrant a trial. However, he was loath to grant Madame Black's desire of having a Veritaserum trial. Dumbledore knew from Severus Snape that Mr. Nott was indeed a Death Eater but at the same time was wary of inciting any action against him. He was afraid that moving against any of the Inner Circle members would undoubtedly unite them. No, Dumbledore was convinced that the best way to ensure peace for eternity was to get rid of Voldemort and then allow the Death Eaters to integrate into the society. Another motive was their not insubstantial wealth. Dumbledore did not want that money to go into funding Voldemort and was unwilling to move against them for fear of hastening the Death Eaters' move towards resurrecting Voldemort. He had to squash the attempts to indict N.R. Nott. As intriguing as your tale is, Madam Director, there is insufficient evidence to carry out any investigation against Mr. Nott. Minister Fudge thought that it was time for him to assert his superiority as the head of the magical government. Yes, Madam Black. Please refrain from trying to pull respectable people into conspiracies where they do not belong. For all you know, the evidence you found could have been planted to defame a respectable ministry employee and his good friend. Amelia was seething inside. During their discussions, Sirius, Remus, and the rest of the group felt that the minister would not allow the trial, but seeing that Dumbledore was also against it rankled her. She happened to glance towards Mr. Nott and the smug smile on his face infuriated her. There is enough evidence to warrant a trial by Veritaserum, she shot back. That was the crux of the matter, and quite a few muttered voices of agreement could be heard. They had the means to ascertain if someone was guilty of a crime, but, unfortunately, we cannot set a precedence, Madam Black. Using the truth serum for each and every simple thing is not a good idea. Not only would it be a gross violation of privacy, but it would also lead to petty quarrels among the population, something which we do not want. Dumbledore played the role of the eternal peace-loving wizard to the hilt, and it would have been bought but for an aged wizard voicing his protest. What are you playing at, Dumbledore? Xavier Ollivander shouted. There is a motive and a clear intent to do harm. The DMLE is correct in requesting a trial. Xavier was the head of the house and father to the current official, wand maker who was responsible for supplying wands to the entire wizarding population of Britain. Though they were never acknowledged as an ancient or noble house, House Ollivander held an honorary seat in the Wizengamot due to their enormous contribution to the society. Xavier Ollivander was a classmate to Dumbledore, and he was not happy with not just the current regimen but with the chief warlock too. He was against many of the restrictive policies adopted by the ministry, chief of them being the trace that was put on the wands of underage magicals and the restrictions imposed on Muggle-born students for learning magic during the holidays. Dumbledore cringed internally at the accusation of his former classmate, and he had to admit at least to himself that he was right. He was thankful than never before that House Ollivander did not have voting rights, otherwise they could turn the tide just due to their popularity and respect they garnered as the best wand makers. Even in the last war, honorable members of the society were not tried under veritaserum only due to a suspicion of wrongdoings Dumbledore tried to justify. Again, something that you insisted, someone yelled from the back of the room. Mutterings of agreement and counter-arguments began to fan again, and the meeting threatened to spiral out of control. Amelia was desperate to get the discussion back on track, and even though she was disheartened to know that they might not get a chance to question Mr. Knott, she was at least hopeful that enough chance would be given to discuss the matter, giving her a chance to change popular opinion. Desperate to think of a way to focus attention back on the topic of discussion, Amelia was suddenly surprised by Lord Greengrass. He gave a meaningful nod of his head, bringing a smile to her face. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was quite content to let the argument flare up. If it would give him time to put up a valid defense of his policy, all the better. However, it was not to be. Chief Warlock, I have not finished presenting my case. I request you to maintain decorum in the chamber, Amelia gritted out. The shock of the head of DMLE admonishing the wise and powerful Albus Dumbledore quietened tongues quicker than anything else could. If the members felt as if they were nothing more than school children facing an irate teacher after being caught cutting classes, they concealed it very well. Amelia cleared her throat at the slightly uncomfortable sight of a couple hundred gazes riveted towards her. She gathered her breath and opened with, "Many of you do not know this, but it was Lord Greengrass' daughter who was forced to deliver the cursed object to Harry Potter. The entire family was held hostage and then threatened with severe consequences if she did not carry out the task." She continued to elaborate to the shocked audience in the broadest of terms all that happened on that night, without naming who was actually entrusted with the cursed object. If the members guessed who it was, then there was nothing they could do. After all, Lord Greengrass had only one daughter attending Hogwarts. It was not just in front of a few school children. Amelia continued to squash all possible loopholes. She was sure that the august body would never consider the evidence given by school children, though one of them was the betrothed of Harry Potter himself. Madame Septima Vector, professor of arithmancy, was also present at that time, and she was the one who acted immediately to contain the cursed object from harming any of the others. There was no reason to tell the Wizengamot that Harry's ring effectively neutralized the curse even before he could touch it. It was good to scare the old guys once in a while. Shouts of outrage were once again heard all through the chamber, silencing Amelia, but for her it was good news. She could also corroborate the fact that Mr. Knott Jr. was seen at the site reacting with happiness at the sight of an injured Harry Potter and immediately rushing away to send word to his father. No, it cannot be true, Fudge blustered. Amelia had the perfect counter. Lord Greengrass is willing to testify, and I will give a chance for Mr. Knott to testify too. Fudge turned pale at that. Though he knew that Mr. Knott could do no wrong, he was not going to risk a trial under an oath or veritaserum. Things could come out into the open that would be detrimental for his continuing in the office. He suddenly brightened. There was a perfect excuse. Even if it was true, Mr. Knott could have been forced to do it under the Imperious Curse. Sitting a little behind the minister, Lucius Malfoy had to restrain himself from smacking his head on the desk before him. The excuse of Imperious Curse was like opening a can of worms, and he was sure that the head of the DMLE would pounce on the fact and actually use it as an excuse to demand a trial for all of those who pleaded the same excuse after the last war. Mr. Malfoy began to seriously consider if it was worthwhile for him to continue bribing the minister. He would have been gratified to know that the thoughts of Albus Dumbledore were not that different from his, except that in the case of the chief warlock the bribes were more in the form of advice and subtle manipulations to get things done his way rather than money. Amelia gave the audience a sardonic smile. Very convenient, is it not? The imperious curse, she asked rhetorically. And that was the reason why I request a veritaserum trial, she demanded with fire. Fudge again tried to mumble and deny the requirement of putting a respectable member of the society under such scrutiny. He was, however, forced to quieten down when a few members raised their voice against him, giving the example of Sirius and how the real culprit, Peter Pettigrew, could have been captured if there was a trial. During all of this, Sirius was content to watch the proceedings with a smile. He lighted the fire, and now he found that there was no need to fan the flames, all was good in his books. Meanwhile, Lord Greengrass was getting angry every moment. Finally his patience ended and he snapped. You are willing to accept the word of the head of a noble house without any evidence, but you are unwilling to even allow me, the head of an ancient and noble house, to testify under veritaserum. He questioned with venom in his voice. Shouts of "Hear, hear" thundered immediately, interspersed with indignation at the injustice, and a particularly loud shout demanding, What do you have to hide, minister? Fudge tried his best to deny that he had anything to hide or that he was biased against Lord Greengrass. He was only doing his duty as the Minister of Magic to ensure justice for all. Most of those who did not support the Death Eaters were very vocal in admonishing the minister. All during the din, the more neutral faction were slowly changing their opinion on their long-standing neutrality. If someone like Lord Greengrass, known for his staunch neutrality and for his ancestry and wealth, could be threatened, then there probably was no point in remaining neutral. Maybe they would be safer by giving their support to the light side. After all, if Lord Potter, the boy who lived with his muggle-born betrothed, was actively involved, then there could be nothing wrong with such an alliance. Lord Greengrass was disgusted by the blatant favoritism shown by the minister. It was not based on any principle or feeling of friendship, it was solely based on the money lining his pockets. He called for attention by firing a loud cracker and raising his wand, intoned, I, Lord Richard Greengrass, head of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass, move for a no-confidence motion against Minister Cornelius Fudge. The shocked silence that accompanied the declaration was shattered by two voices simultaneously seconding the motion. Dumbledore sighed heavily. It was out of his hands now. With a rueful shake of his head he went with the prescribed procedure. Please be recognized, he called to those who seconded the motion. First to stand was a formidable-looking Lady Augusta, I, Lady Augusta Longbottom, regent to the ancient and most noble house Longbottom. Following her was none other than Amelia, I, Lady Amelia Blackney Bones, proxy to ancient and most noble house Bones. Dumbledore banged the gravel, signaling the acceptance of the motion. Accepted, he intoned, much to the horror of Minister Fudge. The chief warlock banged the gravel again. The house will assemble after a recess of half an hour for refreshments. The motion will be discussed first thing after reconvening. As Sirius walked around the antechamber, accepting congratulations on the safe recovery of Harry Potter, commiserations to the pain they went through, and requests for private audience to discuss matters of some sensitivity, he could not help but feel that a change was coming to the wizarding world. He was a little surprised that most of the hitherto neutral members were ready to seek an alliance with his house and House Potter. They finally recognized that nothing was going to be given to them and they have to fight for even peace, and thankfully that was half the battle won. He was happy to oblige not only from him but also from his godson's side. Yes, Sirius Black was happy. While Sirius was happy to peddle the good name of the faction that was willing to do something proactive against the Death Eaters, Amelia and Augusta began to discuss the implications of a no-confidence motion among themselves. They gave their vocal support to the motion immediately, as they knew that Minister Fudge had to go, but they also knew that the motion was not going to be passed, at least with a majority vote that was needed. I know that the motion has been accepted for discussion, but it is very much possible that it will not succeed. Madame Longbottom expressed her view, gathering the attention of a few lingering members. Amelia chose not to mince her words. Yes, Malfoy will ensure that the minister's supporters are kept happy with gold. That garnered the attention of a few of the skeptical members, or those who were open to believe that the minister was corrupt and needed to hear a voice of reason. If the head of DMLE was willing to accuse a respected member of the wizarding world and the minister, in public no less, there must be a grain of truth. In a very uncharacteristic gesture for her, Madame Longbottom shrugged her shoulder. Just as well, she retorted. Even if we cannot get the desired result, we can always hope that the Pounce would drain his coffers. The older members who knew the Stoic Witch were surprised and not a little shocked at that comment. They knew that she and her grandson suffered a lot at the hands of the Death Eaters, and now that she was including the Malfoy patriarch in that crowd gave them pause. Most of the older houses remained neutral throughout the various conflicts that plagued the wizarding world. Their philosophy of live and let live seemed to work quite well, and besides they had enough money to buy their neutrality if needed. Now with new light being shed on the activities of not only those who pleaded the imperious curse to get away from a just trial, but also on the minister's penchant to take bribes from the same people, it began dawning on them that they were certain to be Death Eaters after all. Why should they fear a trial under truth serum? Yes, there was a great chance for leaking house secrets, but if the questions were carefully worded and administered under a jury, then it was a great way to determine their guilt or innocence once and for all. Their hesitancy began ringing warning bells in the members of the neutral faction, and they were that much closer to ally with the boy who lived, who was doing his best to bring change and, most importantly, equality to the population. Unaware of the great change that was being wrought right in their midst, Amelia was ready to throw in a snarky comment but was prevented from doing so as Lord Richard Greengrass joined them. Madam Longbottom, Madam Black, he gave a short bow to the two women. I thank you very much for supporting my motion. Augusta waved his thanks off. Of course we would, Lord Greengrass. It was long due. She trailed, uncomfortable to squash his hopes too soon. The head of DMLE did not have such scruples. Regrettably, this is not the best time, however disgusted I am by fudge. Lord Greengrass' eyes narrowed, whether in annoyance, anger, or in confusion, no one who watched the scene could tell. Before he could say anything he could regret, Madame Longbottom sensed the disquiet in him and soothed it with a gentle word. Even if we were to win the motion, which I doubt with Malfoy's gold being liberally sprinkled, we cannot afford any negative publicity. As it is, we will be under intense scrutiny of the whole world for the next few months. Richard Greengrass instantly understood. With the Quidditch World Cup coming up, he trailed off in thought. Both the ladies nodded their heads in agreement while Amelia elaborated. The World Cup is about 4 months away, and it would take almost the same time for a new minister to take charge. Though we do not need him for the preparations, it would do us no good not to have a minister of magic to start off proceedings. Lord Greengrass accepted the truth of that with a resigned sigh. So we just have to accept our fate. If only I had some evidence to tie Mr. Knott to the attack on Harry. Amelia let out a frustrated growl. Lord Greengrass looked sharply at the head of DMLE and, taking the arms of both the ladies, began to lead them away from the prying eyes and inquisitive ears of the fellow members of the Wizengamot. They were quickly joined in a nice nook by Sirius, who greeted Richard affably and extended the support of both House Black and House Potter. But he continued, probably not the best time. He was amused when Lord Greengrass finished the words in tandem with him. They shared a quiet chuckle before turning serious. Richard passed a shrunken package to Amelia. This contains evidence of the connection you were seeking. Amelia's eyes widened at that. While Sirius was looking a little confused, Augusta wore a broad smile and thanked the head of House Greengrass. Richard elaborated for Sirius' benefit. One of my vassals was the one who crafted the cursed object that was delivered to young Lord Potter. Sirius' jaw tightened at the news but calmed down immediately when he realized that Lord Greengrass was only helping them. He did not know who it was meant for, otherwise he would never have gone with the crafting, Richard explained, stricken by the fact that Sirius was angry, and rightfully so. Thankfully he also saw that the others were also understanding, and so continued, it has not only the details of the curse that was used but also the receipt for the payment he received from Mr. Knott. He sighed before drawing a vial out of a pocket. I hope not to use this, but he gave me permission to do so if needed. Amelia was giddy as a school girl, as that. She did not need to elaborate, as Richard himself provided the answer, his memory of the event, and passed it to the head of DMLE. He eyed the vial warily and pleaded with both the Lord and Lady Black, I fear for his life if this comes out in the open. Sirius laid a hand on Lord Greengrass' shoulder. You need not worry, sir. I personally assure of his safety. If it comes to that, he could be taken into custody just like you were. Richard Greengrass smiled broadly. His friend could definitely spend a few months away from the British magical world on a remote island, courtesy of Lord Black. He would have all the time in the world to experiment on enchanting more objects and live without fear until the storm blows out. Yes, he would certainly enjoy that. Lord Greengrass graciously accepted Sirius' offer. Amelia, however, did not need to bring the incriminating evidence to light. As soon as the session resumed, Minister Fudge stood up and gave leave for the DMLE to question Mr. Not under the influence of Veritaserum. I am sure of his innocence and this would end the speculation once and for all, the minister declared. During the break, his best friend Lucius Malfoy pointed out certain facts, especially the one where he would be faced with humiliation if the Wizengamot voted in favor of the no-confidence motion. Mr. Malfoy also graciously pointed out that even if Mr. Not was indeed guilty, the minister could always win the accolades of doing the brave thing. Lucius Malfoy on the other hand knew that Theodore Not Sr. was indeed guilty, however he could not allow a Veritaserum trial. He knew that quite a few undeniable truths would see the light of the day if it was carried out. It was a whole lot better and economical too if Mr. Not was sacrificed for the good of his master, Lord Voldemort. Theodore Not Sr. could not believe what was going on. He saw the grim faces of both the minister and Lucius Malfoy and immediately knew that the blonde aristocrat was willing to give him up. He knew that Malfoy was a very slippery snake and he could very well be doing all of this to help their master when he would come back to life. But that did not mean he was willing to take the fall. No, he would take out his master's enemy with him. Not's wand flashed into his hand and pointing it at the head of DMLE, he was ready to cast the killing curse. As fast as he imagined he was, Amelia herself, her husband Sirius Black and even the chief warlock Dumbledore were faster. 3 jets of stunners hit the wizard who was blasted out of his seat due to the force of the spells and crumpled onto the desk behind him. Thankfully, all the furniture in the chamber were lined with cushioning charms in order to not only preserve them and also help the old bones from breaking following an inadvertent hit, but also not to allow them to be used as a weapon. Thankfully, Amelia had the foresight to station Aurors within easy distance of the Wizengamot chamber and within a few moments of the commotion, Senior Auror Shacklebolt dashed into the chamber with his team of 4 junior Aurors. He was immediately greeted by a grim-faced head of DMLE and the blanched face of Minister Fudge. The senior Auror could have laughed out loud at the starched whiteness of the minister, but he had a duty to do. Shacklebolt was a firm believer of equality to all and that for peace to reign, the unruly elements have to be duly dealt with. With that in mind, he joined Dumbledore's Order of Phoenix during the last war. After the defeat of Lord Voldemort and the disbanding of the Order, he was satisfied about doing his duty. However, the way that most of the Death Eaters got away with a mere slap on the wrist, and the way that the signs of increased violence by the same members of the wizarding world were being ignored, gave a boost to the seed of mistrust that was planted in his mind about the way Sirius Black was incarcerated and how Dumbledore chose to ignore the blatant miscarriage of justice. Now, hope began to take root in his heart again. He observed the subtle maneuvering that was taking place against Dumbledore's actions and how almost all the light side was congregating under the banner of Lord Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The drastic reduction in illegal activities by the fringe Death Eaters and a sudden change in their attitude and their strict adherence to the laws of the land was also obvious, and Shacklebolt was sure that it could be attributed to the same people with Lord Potter. How could it not be, with his boss firmly behind the young lord? If his boss was to move away from being the head of DMLE, either due to her pregnancy or due to being the next Minister of Magic, the department could once again go down the proverbial drain. He could not see that happening, and so he vowed, once again, to do his job to the best of his abilities so that he could become the head of DMLE if needed and continue the legacy of Amelia Bones Black. While Mr. Not was being administered field treatment by Shacklebolt, Mr. Ollivander found another avenue to vent his spleen against the chief warlock, and that was the reason why I requested that wands be banned from this chamber. Did you even hear my reasons? No, he jeered sarcastically. The great and mighty Albus Dumbledore could never be wrong. His neighbor might have wondered about voting because he replied, there could be many ways by which voting can be done. Though he did not have an opinion about how it could be done, one member behind him offered, we all could use our head of house rings. Further comments over the topic were silenced as Mr. Not was revived, and then chained to the interrogation chair in the center of the chamber. Amelia was glad to leave the questioning to Shacklebolt under the influence of Veritaserum, who quickly ascertained Mr. Not's guilt in not only the assault of Lord Potter but also in threatening the Greengrass family, especially the daughters of that house. Amelia wanted to use the opportunity to get more information, possibly even something that would help them removing Fudge, but before she could even try to ask any more questions, the chief warlock banged the gravel effectively and magically put a stop to the interrogation. Court scribe, please record that Mr. Knott was found guilty of all charges under veritaserum questioning. Voting may now begin on the punishment for his crimes. All in favor of 5 years in Azkaban, please light your wands green, and those who oppose, red. Dumbledore raised his own lighted wand, which was green. Amelia, Sirius, and Augusta were dismayed and immediately began to think of ways to counter the voting and increase the sentence. Casting their eyes around the chamber, they were pleased to see that only a few members lighted them green. A few of the Death Eaters, and especially Malafie, were glad to take the opportunity for a very lenient sentence against one of their own. However, there were still fewer members who were against the sentence. There was no majority on either side, creating confusion among the Treasury benches. Did it mean that the sentence was too harsh, or did it mean that Mr. Knott was not guilty? None of them could decide, and even Dumbledore was too surprised to speak. Unfortunately, there was no option for members to voice their opinion, and so the silence continued while the court officials tried to sort out the impasse. Sensing, or rather, hoping that the members wanted a harsher punishment for attempting to kill the head of an ancient and most noble house, and not to mention the one who vanquished the Dark Lord Voldemort, Amelia stood and addressed Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, may I suggest a life imprisonment? The head of DMLE could see the surprise on his face and also observed that a few of the members immediately lit their wands in opposition to her suggestion. However, she could not stop the smug smile on her face when she saw the overwhelming majority who supported her. It was not unanimous, but definitely a majority, and the punishment was carried. No one mentioned that the voting was not actually called by the chief warlock and legally should not be allowed. But the magic of the chamber took into account the clear intent of the majority and sanctioned the punishment, much to the relief of not only those who considered themselves a part of Harry's family but also those who wanted to align themselves with him. Time passed quickly, and the end of the year train ride, to Harry and Hermione, was a time of introspection, as it usually was. Hermione situated herself in his lap, an action that was mirrored by Padma, Luna, and Ginny, much to the amusement and some mock jealousy from the other girls who did not have such a deluxe seat. Sitting with all their friends in a seriously cramped compartment on the Hogwarts Express, Harry turned his thoughts to the past school year. It was strangely a very normal year for them, without any mysteries or any dangers they had to face, unlike the first 2 years of their stay at Hogwarts. If you can say that teaching students older than themselves and taking on a problem that was seemingly impossible to solve, all the while developing a new method for improving potions, then yes, Harry and Hermione could say that they had a pretty normal year as students. The novel experience of leading a study session at the beginning of the year was replaced by the much-needed experience of teaching a class. The move to introduce new and unconventional classes at Hogwarts was a huge hit. Teaching the long-forgotten magic of the Druids, of the Native Americans, and many of the older tribes scattered around the world as part of their world magic class gave them not only a chance to understand the nuances of being a teacher, but also immense satisfaction about doing their part in fostering better relations with other magshals around the world. Being initially started due to the interest expressed by their friends, it spread to become a full-fledged class, without any grading though. The tremendous response to the unofficial lessons prompted the couple to think of introducing many other classes in arts, music, and even sports and physical education. The couple knew that Dumbledore would object strenuously to the plan. The headmaster considered himself to be the lord over the domain of Hogwarts, and Harry and Hermione were content to let him think that, for now at least, they had the bigger threat of Voldemort to take care of first. They knew that Dumbledore was not happy with them, especially Harry. Thankfully, any move that the headmaster might make against Harry was effectively countered by 3 of his staunch supporters among the faculty. The 3 professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, were well-known supporters of Dumbledore, but being utterly disillusioned by the policies of the old wizard, they turned to the young man who did more for improving it in the 2 years that he was in the magical world than Dumbledore did in the 10 years following the war. The attack on one of their own enraged the 3 professors, and especially as the ones who purportedly masterminded the attack and who was instrumental in carrying out the attack were vetted by the headmaster. It was he who easily accepted the flimsy excuse of being under the imperious curse, and was willing to give the Death Eaters a second chance. The aged wizard did not even consider the counsel of Snape, who was a Death Eater himself, before turning a new leaf. Ignoring his advice for at least some form of punishment, the Death Eaters were not even given a slap on the wrist. Now, that decision could have seriously harmed Harry Potter. They knew that Harry was never in danger and took adequate precautions, and he had even the castle behind him, but they shuddered to think the consequences to someone who was not protected in such a way. Naturally, they threw their support behind the brilliant young lord and his equally beautiful betrothed, hoping that they would lead them to a new age of peace and equality, and yearning to be part of the group that was the one in a position to bring about such a change. For Harry, it was having a family that was ready to take his troubles upon themselves, made all the difference to him. Sure, he always had Hermione with him, but having an adult seemingly guarding his back was a different but nice feeling. He would have probably went through his life just like any other celebrity, enjoying the perks and probably making his life that bit easier, but having Hermione and the others with him gave him the impetus to do his part in making the wizarding world a better place to live in, starting with removing the threat of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Harry may consider himself as part of a group, but for the members of that group, he was the leader, the driving force that made all the troubles they faced or could face worthwhile. Dumbledore might grumble about the popularity Harry was garnering. People like Malfoy Sr. and Jr. might sneer that it was nothing more than an attempt at gaining more popularity, but those who knew Harry and Hermione the best knew that it was in the very nature of the two to care for their family and friends. The couple might consider their attempt at finding a cure to werewolves a failure. However, for the numerous wizards and witches who suffer the problem or face the threat of a rogue werewolf, the Harmonian modification of the Wolfsbane was a great gift. Added to that, the support from the Lily Potter Foundation meant that most of the werewolves in Britain were firmly behind the boy who lived. The leaders of the magical world may not admit it, but the major reason for the unrest involving the werewolves was the lack of any meaningful employment, and to a smaller degree the pain of transformation, and the ostracization associated with it. The teenaged couple effectively ended it, and barring a few die-hard supporters of Lord Voldemort like Greyback, the majority were able to embrace the chance for a normal life. Their research paper on the modification introduced a novel way of improving potions, and the potioneers all over the world were enthralled by the idea of mixing and matching components of existing potions or even a few non-magical ingredients, to develop new cures for ailments that did not have any answer in the magical world. They of course credited the development to Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, a courtesy that the young couple were embarrassed of. Bowing to the enormous pressure, they were now drafting the first edition of a comprehensive review of the properties of the various components normally found in the potions, and those that they tried. It also had easy tricks to make better potions without ruining it, courtesy of Potion Master Snape. Academics aside, they were also able to get rid of most of the Death Eater funding and make new friends and a few powerful allies. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davies became fast friends, and the group of 10 close friends expanded to a dozen. Harry and Hermione were looking forward to welcome Daphne's sister, Astoria, to the group. Though she was not slated to be selected as part of Harry and Hermione's initiative to mentor two incoming first years, one from the Muggle world and one from the magical world, like they did for Colin and Luna, Astoria was after all a sister of one of their group members and so was naturally accorded a preferred status. They hoped that the new first years who will be chosen under the scholarship scheme would be as affable as those that were chosen the 2 previous years. Overall, Harry and Hermione felt glad that they had a year that was comparatively free of danger to their very lives. But they also had the nagging feeling that their lives would not remain so for much longer. All the signs pointed to the increased threat to Harry. Disturbed from his musings, Harry took a look around the compartment. They were cramped for space, but each one of the 12 friends were happy to be sharing the space. He was surprised by the silence and realized that it was the lack of any activity in the compartment that drew him from his internal monologue. Harry caught the unwavering gaze of the smallest member of their group. Luna was staring at him with unblinking eyes. Luna always hated the fact that whenever she had a vision, it was never of a happy event. It was heartbreaking to see the future in such a turmoil, but now she had friends. Friends who were doing their best to change that morbid future, and so she had to exert herself. "Promise me something, my dear brother," she pleaded with her eyes wide, tears threatening to spill out. Harry was startled by the emotion shown by the young blonde. He swallowed hard, his own emotions threatening to go haywire. He never had someone call him a brother, and coming from Luna seemed somehow fitting, even filling an unacknowledged void in his heart. Please, Harry, she reminded him. Harry could do nothing but nod his head in acquiescence. Taking that as her cue, Luna begged, whatever you have to do, please do it and end the war in the coming year, Harry. Everyone in the compartment was stunned. None of them knew about the Horcruxes and so were unaware that Lord Voldemort was definitely alive. They knew about Luna's ability to see into the future possibilities and so were shocked to hear that not only was the Dark Lord alive but his threat was very close at hand. Harry exchanged a worried glance with Hermione. Sure, they knew that Lord Voldemort was not dead and that they, especially Harry, was bound to face him again, but they always thought that they had enough time to enjoy their lives. Hearing that they did not have the luxury of time, the couple were seriously thinking about moving their timeline up. They were as prepared as they could be. Knowing about the prophecy that linked Harry to the Dark Lord gave them an advantage, and Harry with Hermione by his side worked hard to prepare themselves. It took them by surprise to find that Professor Trelawney gave that prophecy, but having the head of DMLE on their side gave Harry the opportunity to retrieve, listen, and destroy the orb. The chilling realization that his fate was inexplicably tied with the worst wizard of all time drove Harry and Hermione to increase their training. They could never be sure that they were ready, but they would do their best to be ready. Physical training, dueling, fighting against overwhelming odds, and animagus meditation were crammed into their daily schedule despite the heavy work they were handling. They held off destroying the Horcruxes, hoping for a way to use them in identifying and locating any other Horcrux that they might have missed, but now it may be time to destroy whatever they had and also to increase their efforts to locate the rest of them. By now Luna was sobbing uncontrollably and Colin was unable to soothe her ache. Hermione slid off Harry's lap and engulfed the smaller girl in her arms. Harry guided Luna onto his lap, and with both Harry and Hermione supporting her, Luna regained some of her equilibrium. I will do my best, Luna. Harry tried to comfort her. Luna shook her head from within the confines of the hug. No, Harry, that is not enough. You should not give him any time to gather his followers. He is destined to rise again next year, and you should destroy him once and for all as soon as that event happens. If not, countless will die, including your family. She broke down again. Harry was stunned at the revelation, but slowly it was replaced by anger. No one would hurt his family or his friends, and in Hermione's soothing embrace, his anger turned into fierce determination. He would move mountains to keep his friends safe, and if he had to push himself to the limit, he would do so. I promise you, dear sister. I will not allow him to wreak havoc on our world. We will take him down, Harry vowed. The swanky emerald green Land Rover County LWB streaked towards Oxford, carrying two teenagers who were excited to be back among their family. It was a very different year for them at Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione felt that the school year could have gone a lot better in terms of their academic activities, but the respite from danger was very welcome. Leaning back onto the seat, Harry began asking his godfather, who was sitting on the other side of Hermione and sharing the back seat with the teenagers, about the events he missed. So, the no-confidence motion against the minister was defeated. Harry broached the subject. Well, Sirius dithered. Hermione huffed and rolled her eyes before responding. Okay, we will not hurt your manly pride. Everyone chuckled at that, Sirius including. I will only say that the no-confidence motion was let go. Thank you, dear lady. The Lord Black beamed, earning some eye rolls and even the characteristic gesture that was meant to say, he lost his marbles, from Harry. Sirius continued, we could have pushed for removing the minister and would have won for sure, but we felt that doing that was more harm than good at the current time. I guess that decision was based on Amelia's condition rather than anything else, Dan opined from the driving seat. Yes, they could have had a driver for Lord Potter's newest acquisition in non-magical, but the elder Grangers wanted to be there to welcome the teenagers home, and Dan would not mind driving a brand new Range Rover to do that. Everyone in the car knew that Amelia would have been in the spotlight regardless. Their plan to eliminate the remaining Inner Circle Death Eaters would have meant exposing her to draw the public's eye and also the judiciary's attention away from Harry and company. Yes, Lord Black agreed easily. Amelia is not only the perfect choice for the next minister, she is also the logical choice. That made little sense, Emma mused. Sirius can understand the Granger's dilemma. Unlike the non-magical way of electing their representatives, the magical world relies on people who are already in positions of power to elect the Minister of Magic. Moreover, it is only someone who is already a part of the ministry or the Wizengamot can be elevated to the highest position. That is the reason why people like Lucius Malfoy always found a way to control the outcome of such appointments. Amelia is well respected, and being the head of the DMLE means she knows the ins and outs of the entire ministry. Added to that, her job demands that she have an ear to the ground and know what is going on within the ministry itself. Added to that, the popularity she enjoys is an honest and straightforward witch, and that makes her the logical and perfect choice. Her present condition was the only reason that you all were hesitant to push for the removal of Minister Fudge. I take it, Dan eyed the Lord Black speculatively in the rear view mirror. Sirius nodded his head in affirmative. I am not ashamed to say that I thought only about the safety of my family. Hermione gave him a sideways hug while Dan and Emma commiserated with the sentiment. Sirius heaved a heavy sigh. Amelia did not take it very well. His eyes became unfocused as he concentrated on that day. She was furious that I doubted her ability to take care of herself. She did not say it out loud, but I think she was also angry that I was going to put my family first rather than her duty in doing the right thing. Seeing the worried looks on the teenagers, he hastened to placate them. Oh, don't think for 1 minute that she was also not worried about the child. She was terrified, in fact. Her insecurities and probably her own agreement to the situation pushed her to the argument with me. Harry looked thoroughly confused. Why would Amelia be angry at Sirius when she knew that he was only trying to protect her? Hermione must have sensed the confusion in him and barely suppressed a laugh at that. She patted his hand in sympathy. It's a parent thing, Harry. They always want to appear strong even though all they want to do is to curl up in a corner and cry. The only other way to cope with that is having a strong husband by your side who can bear the mood swings. Must have been a hard time for her, Harry mused. It makes me wonder how hard it must have been when she was all alone during the years that you were imprisoned. Sirius knew how hard it was for her. They had their heart-to-heart talk during which the innermost secrets and their innermost fears were brought out into the open. While Sirius had a very tough time in Azkaban physically and mentally, he had the knowledge of his innocence to spur him on. Amelia did not have that luxury. She believed in her heart that Sirius was innocent but still could do nothing to get him free. The then head Auror had only Susan for comfort and also as a distraction, and so threw herself in her work with a zest that was unheard of. Thankfully, common sense prevailed. Sirius broke into their thoughts. Not only was the World Cup coming, but the heir to House Black too. Augusta was a big help too. She is the other one that would make a good minister, Hermione mused. Agreed, Sirius and Harry voiced simultaneously, and Sirius continued. In her own words, Lady Longbottom is unsuitable due to her age and her reluctance to put herself under the public eye. Moreover, we have gained momentum against the forces of evil and need to push. That is why we need Amelia. Augusta may look intimidating, but she does not have the battle tactics that are needed now. We may not be at war, but we need tactics that would end the war, Harry whispered deep in thought. Here Sirius looked at Harry with a gleam in his eye and continued, and with everyone clamoring to be in the good books of the boy who lived. Harry groaned out loud enough to interrupt Sirius' monologue. However, instead of the sarcastic comment or of teasing words that were expected, Lord Black was in session. There is a genuine understanding, Harry. His tone garnered the attention of even Dan, who was doing an admirable job of keeping his eyes on the road and on the conversation happening behind him too. People, especially the pure bloods who value traditions more than anything else, have begun to realize that the Death Eaters or their philosophy is actually causing damage to the age-old traditions. Sirius gazed out of the window collecting his thoughts, and the others gave him the time needed, and he continued. They are afraid that an unborn child may have to be the head of two very illustrious pure blood houses. What do you mean? Harry interrupted, while at the same time Hermione asked, which houses do you mean? Sirius gave a wry grin. Houses Black and Bones. Everyone knew that Susan was the head of House Bones, and she was the only member of that house, with Amelia becoming the Lady Black. Most of the ancient and noble houses were indeed in dire straits when it came to the numbers inhabiting them. Most of the old men now realize that the total number of pure bloods has gone down dramatically. Many of the older houses have either one or two children at the most, and with the Death Eaters beginning to get active again, they are worried that many of the ancient and noble houses would be wiped out. Sirius sighed. They may not believe that allowing more freedom to Muggle-borns is the answer, but they do acknowledge that allowing more freedom to Voldemort or his supporters is not the right thing to do. Oh, Emma was surprised. Do they believe that Voldemort can still return? Dumbledore has been trumpeting the fact for so many years. They believe that it is given, Sirius retorted a little harshly. Anger at the aged wizard for his mistakes still rankled him, and then realizing his heightened emotions, he offered an apologetic smile to the Granger matriarch and softened his words. After McNair, a lot of them approached us and we did our best to turn the tide of public opinion towards our side. They now understand that change is needed and it could still be achieved without sacrificing their cherished values. Instead, it may actually be a good thing to apprise the Muggle-borns of the reasons why certain things are done the way they are being done by the pure bloods. Who knows, there may be a few converts to their way of life. So we have the support of most of the community now. Harry mused. Hermione interjected with her own comment, and hopefully for the right reasons too. Though Harry and Hermione detested the pure blood way of demeaning the others to promote their own image, their support was indeed welcome. They would accept the support and take that as a way to try and instill values that are closer to their heart. The two teenagers hoped that what Sirius said about a genuine change in the thinking was true, and the traditional purebloods were really looking forward to an alliance with the Muggle-born lady of House Potter. Their behavior towards Hermione would give the couple a very good handle regarding her acceptance. And if the grumpy old Potts still thought that they were better than his brilliant wife, then Harry would have a lot of work on his hands to bring about a change, or simply blow them off as inconsequential and steamroll the wizarding world into submission. They had to bring about a change in the way the traditionalists felt about Muggles and Muggle-borns in general, otherwise the tentative alliance would not survive, and Harry was unwilling to lose the chance to cut out the Death Eaters' support and bring about peace. He was ready to lay aside his own prejudices and take a chance. During this time, the SUV entered the neighborhood that Hermione grew up in and Harry came to love. He was surprised to see quite a few people either standing at the gate or peeking from inside their houses as their transportation went by. It reminded eerily of his Aunt Petunia's tendency to strain her neck over the fence to look into the adjacent house. Seeing the perplexed look on the young man's face, Emma turned to him and with a mischievous smile gave him a clear indication of what was causing the peculiar behavior of their neighbors. "Welcome home, Lord Potter." Harry's predictable groan of mortification was joined by hearty laughter of the others. Though it could come out as cruel to laugh at someone's predicament, Harry knew that his family was only trying to get him out of his reticence when it came to his fame. Harry knew that his fame was a given in the magical world, but he was also learning that the tag of a lord also brought its own notoriety in the non-magical world. He just had to grin and bear it. Hopefully, his discomfort would be a thing of the past with constant exposure. Besides, he had Hermione by his side, and that would make anything bearable. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, the onlookers were granted the first glimpse of the young peer who graced their upscale yet not so popular community. All the young girls decided that he was dashing, even though he was dressed only in jeans and a simple shirt, obviously due to his traveling from school. The mothers of said girls saw the sparkle in their child's eyes and decided that he was very well suited for their girls. Harry took only a second to stretch his legs and then turned back to lend a hand to Hermione. Not that she needed, but he was on display, and so he wanted to show everyone in no uncertain terms that he was to be left alone. He could almost feel 1,000 eyes boring into his back, but he just shrugged off the feeling as he would do in the magical world. The young girls watching the scene could not suppress the sudden surge of jealousy as a young beautiful woman was assisted out of the SUV, and tough there was no obvious display of affection. The connection between the two was tangible. It has to be, the mothers gave their grudging approval, and any girl who won the right to be with the young lord could not be anything but beautiful and very worthy of his regard. Then just like that, the features of the young woman registered in their minds, and all the girls who fancied themselves to be the object of Lord Potter's affections were stunned into immobility. Many jaws dropped in astonishment. They could never imagine that bookworm with a lord, let alone be acknowledged as beautiful even in their dreams. But there she was, the mousy bookworm know-it-all Hermione Granger, beaming and looking absolutely radiant on the arm of Lord Harry Potter. What has the world come to? Just 10 days into the summer holidays heralded the arrival of Canopus James Black. With serious consideration to protecting their privacy, especially Harry's, but at the same time to wring out even the last bit of mileage in solidifying the changing impressions of the majority of the neutral pure blood population, Sirius set out to introduce his son by throwing a party. In terms of the air of House Black being the center of attraction, the party turned out to be a disaster. However, the attendance to the party was nothing to worry about. A lot of those uninvited came to the party riding on the coattails of those who were invited and claimed an acquaintance too. The more traditional and neutral houses saw the occasion as a brilliant opportunity to show their allegiance to Harry Potter. All in all, it was chaos personified. A party that was meant to entertain 25 people at the most was stretched to 100 people, with not only the heads of houses present but their heirs, also clamoring for their share of spotlight. Harry and Hermione found that it was actually easier for them to interact with the next generation rather than their fathers. Most of the heirs were teenagers or were in their early 20s, and though they were under strict regulation by their fathers, they could at least listen to Harry and Hermione's views without a preformed opinion. Minds were not changed overnight, but the group felt that progress was made, and that was enough for now. Sirius and Amelia were of the opinion that cutting off support to Voldemort was of essence, while Harry and Hermione along with Susan and Neville felt that active denouncement of Voldemort's policies was needed. Those who were neutral in the previous conflict against Voldemort were strictly neutral to both for and against the Dark Lord. Their stand actually made things difficult for the light side, as it gave an impetus to the Death Eaters to take their silence as support. For the forces led by Dumbledore, though, active support was needed for eliminating the pure blood philosophy and not just non-compliance to the Death Eaters and Voldemort's dictates. This neutrality was actually considered to be a moral win to the pure blood way of life, and the Death Eater philosophy thus demoralized those fighting the good fight. It was conveniently forgotten by the neutral faction that they may not be allowed to stay neutral if Lord Voldemort was able to overcome the resistance offered by the light side against him and his Death Eaters. This argument, made with conviction and with examples from history of earlier wars, turned the tide very easily in favor of compliance with the wishes of the faction that, in every sense, was now led by Harry and Hermione. With most of the heads of the various houses requesting the formalization of an alliance, Sirius was hard-pressed to state his objections against such an alliance. Our main intention is to prevent war that stopped any and all protests. Making alliances and taking sides means that we are trying to wage a war that we do not want. No one could protest that. The last war against Lord Voldemort was a very bitter experience, with quite a lot of them losing family members. However, the talk of not forming an alliance did not sit well with them. They wanted a benefit by aligning themselves with the boy who lived, and the resurrected and very much light House Black. Most importantly, they wanted protection. Our goal is to make our society better, Amelia continued where Sirius led off. She knew that the thoughts they were proposing were radical to those who were struck in the olden days, but it was to be done if they were to prevent anyone from taking the place of Voldemort. Please take time off your daily hours to do good to the society. It could be a very simple thing as extending a friendly hand to the unfortunate in our society. Harry internally scoffed at the mild look of distaste on the faces of the older men. However, he also noticed that the younger generation were warming up to the idea. You need not embrace them, Harry interjected. Do your best to make their lives comfortable, by being free with your money, or maybe employ the worthy. We are reaching out to werewolves, Sirius continued. Everyone knew the good that the Lily Potter Foundation was doing, and Sirius did not know, but by bringing up the foundation at that moment, he greatly increased the contributions that would flow in. Relations with the goblins are becoming friendlier. With most of the obvious threats being neutralized, we should take care not to alienate our own members of the society. Amelia delivered the final blow. If everyone is happy, there can be no chance for any terrorists from rising. No more Death Eaters or Dark Lords. If to achieve that, I have to expend more gold by employing people even if I have no need, I am willing to do that. Lord Greengrass added his voice of support to the idea. Most of the old houses were blessed with enough income that they need not be stingy in their spending, and spend they do but in frivolities. Now that it looked as if hostilities with the Death Eaters were being taken care of, they need not worry about losing trade and thus income. If it would take allowing some Muggle-borns into their employ for assuring a future where peace would last, there was no harm in that, was there? It was certainly a blow to their pride, but they may actually save a lot of money by underpaying them if needed. Besides, as Harry Potter said, they need not embrace them, just tolerate them, and who knows, they might even end up being called liberal masters. They would later realize that the Muggle-borns brought new ideas with them and actually increased their profits. That's it. Someone questioned. Those who have committed crimes should be punished, they should not be left to roam free. I agree. Amelia took the wind of his sails, not for revenge or for any other purpose than to prevent them from committing the crime again. Murmurs of both assent and dissent continued for some time before they were stilled by Amelia's voice. Violence always results in more violence. We think that we are doling out justice by waging a war, but to the others it would seem like oppression. War or conflict are never an answer to everlasting peace. Looking at each one of the listeners in their eyes, Amelia continued, our main reason to avoid conflict is not because we are afraid to face the enemy, but because we are afraid for our family. You are not looking at the damage it could cause to your own families. War and death does not discriminate between friend and foe. We do not want to lose our friends due to war. Seeing that his wife was overcome with emotion, Sirius took up the speech. We are only recovering from the last war. Imagine how much damage it could do to the society if there was another war. Several ancient houses are under threat of extinction. We are trying to avoid that. Harry spoke up with conviction. Those who are in the wrong will be punished, or they will be made to repent their sins. Never fear. Without naming anyone, Sirius and Amelia talked about their success in converting a good number of low-level Death Eaters to give up their evil ways and contribute to the society. They were now citizens who are out in the open and respected. Many of those present were even trading with them. Oh, that was you. There were quite a few surprised exclamations following that declaration. Yes, the idea was hatched by my godson and his betrothed. Sirius could not help but beam in pride. It was executed by my wife and I with help from a few of our friends. People like Nathaniel Isaacs, Martin Brundle, and others who were captured through their dark mark, and converted forcefully, resented the intrusion into their lives by those who wanted to rub their way of life onto them, initially. They tried to fight it, even when they knew that the oath bound them. They tried their best to defy the light side, but they were relentlessly reeled in. Now they were thankfully that they were given a chance to change their ways. Hearing the voices in the room, they were sure that if they were not under the protection of Lords Black and Potter, their life was forfeit. Now they could hold their heads high and say that they did not want anything to do with the Dark Lord, and for that they were thankful. Hearing about the continued contribution of Harry Potter to their peaceful living, quite a few of those in attendance wanted a deeper alliance with the boy who lived. Those with eligible daughters tried to push a much deeper alliance with Harry. Even though everyone knew that Hermione was betrothed to the Lord Potter, some of the fathers did not give up hope. No one could interfere with a betrothal involving a lord of an ancient and noble house, but they could always entice the young man with the beauty of their daughters and the dowry that they could bring. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Within a few minutes of being in the teenager's presence, all aspiring father-in-laws came to know one pertinent fact. Hermione Granger could as well have been the Lady Potter. Only the lack of a wedding ring reminded everyone present that Harry and Hermione were not married, otherwise they behaved as in sync as an old married couple. Their chemistry was stronger than that of the Lord and Lady Black, something which was not lost upon all those present there. Though initially angry at the way that many of the heads of houses were pushing for a marriage contract for their daughters at him, with time Harry was amused that the old guys were bending over backwards to get on the good side of Hermione. That almost all of them considered themselves to be superior than the Muggle-born Lady Potter to be, was even more amusing to the Lord Potter. They may not acknowledge that Hermione Granger was superior or even equal to them, but they surely were going out of their way to accommodate her views. With Harry no longer on the marriage mart, the next target was Neville Longbottom, who was in attendance representing the alliance that existed and continued to exist between houses Potter and Longbottom. Neville did the only thing he could do and hid behind the skirts of the absent Padma Patil. Lady Augusta Longbottom was surprised at that declaration. She knew that her grandson was good friends with the Patil heir, but hearing that the friendship turned into adoration and affection, was a soothing balm to the old lady. She was afraid that the Longbottom heir would turn into a meek and pliable individual, but the friendship of Lord Potter and the closely knit group brought Neville out of the self-imposed shell. The fact that Neville's feelings for the Pottle heir may have played a larger role in the transformation of the shy young man was not lost on Augusta, and before the night was out, she was determined to talk to Samuel Pottle to get a betrothal contract for her grandson and Padma. Yes, some might say that she was forming an alliance that was beneath their status as one of the ancient and noble house, but for her, the happiness of Neville was of essence, and she was not foolish enough to deny him that with Padma Pottle, if she was truly the one that her grandson wanted. Then again, there was a great chance that by the end of dinner, most of the neutrals and traditional pure-bloods may themselves be aligning with the ancient and noble houses of Black, Bones, Longbottom, and Potter, if not a formal alliance, at least in principle. There may not be a dissident voice left in the near future against any action that the four houses may take. With the two young men out of the reckoning for a marriage alliance, the focus turned to the other eligible young lady apart from Hermione, Susan Bones, the head of House Bones. She was good-looking, with a voluptuous figure belying her young age. Her fiery red hair framing a face that was more apt to laugh than frown made her even more attractive. To top it all, she had a genuinely good sense and a caring nature. All plus points in her favor, and the biggest being her position as the head of house to an ancient and noble house. Being close friends with the man who was more or less going to change the face of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, was not too shabby either. Susan was mortified to learn that she was now the target of matchmaking. She knew that she had to marry in order to preserve their family name, but never thought that she would have to choose this earlier in this way, in front of a whole crowd of people. Finally, she learnt that the decision was pretty much taken out of her hand. Her father apparently wished her to marry a son of his old friend, Lord Wyeth. It was not the last wish of the late Lord Bones, but it was his fondest wish, and Susan was reluctant to deny it immediately without due cause. Jason Wyeth, the second son of the late Lord Wyeth, was everything that you could expect of a man who was raised to think himself superior to others. However, one redeeming factor in favor of the young man was his willingness to stand for his principles. This had the unique consequence of alienating him from both the light side as well as the Death Eaters and their sympathizers. Currently, he was adamant for preserving the pure blood culture, but Susan and her family hoped that he could be converted to strive for the general good of the wizarding world. His general reserve, developed due to failed friendships, also meant that he did not have many friends, let alone a girlfriend. He found his barriers breaking that night, where he was forced to acknowledge that the Muggle-born Lady Potter to be was far superior to himself, not because of her birth or consequence but just by her behavior. It was this realization that humbled him, and with most of the party comprising of people who were either equal to him or in some cases superior, Jason had no choice but to try and be agreeable. What brought on this realization? It could be construed as an innocuous comment by Jason. He was not really trying to defend the Death Eaters, but his comment of people like Lucius Malfoy being under the Imperious Curse rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, especially Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Controlling a person's will is not an easy task, even with magic, Harry interjected during Jason's passionate defense of the head of House Malfoy. Your innate magic rebels at every attempt by an outside influence to control you. By now, quite a few people began drifting towards their group, wishing to either know the truth of the saga or just out of curiosity about the topic of discussion. Jason, however, looked as if he did not understand anything that Harry was talking about. Originally, Harry simply wanted to brush him off. Jason's superiority complex completely put him off any friendship with the young man. However, the thought that Susan may very well have to spend a lifetime with him, and the inclination that Jason was innately a good guy but without a clear understanding of the world in general, stilled him. When someone is casting an Imperious Curse, they are basically using their magic to infuse your mind and take control over certain actions. Harry was interrupted by someone in the crowd of eavesdroppers determined to know how two teenagers could know about one of the unforgivable curses. It was almost as if they were insinuating that they might very well have been dabbling in the dark arts. Before Harry could counter it, Susan piped up, "They are Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, and nothing is hidden from them if they are truly determined to know." Laughter erupted from those of the party that were close to the two teens, though the others could not share the amusement. they at least had to acknowledge to themselves that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger do indeed get what they want. Hermione was quite willing to let her betrothed take the center stage, and so it was Harry who offered the rebuttal. Arithmancy is a very fascinating subject. We dissected the spell formula into its components and came to the conclusion that the caster will have to keep on imposing his magic onto the victim for the curse to be maintained. You mean to say that the caster of the curse will have to keep on casting the curse? Amelia questioned. In a nutshell, yes, Harry agreed, but then amended his statement. There is no need to actually keep casting the curse, but you will have to keep on using your magic to enforce your will on the victim. Lord Greengrass was contemplative. That would be a very big drain on one's magic. Harry agreed with a nod of his head and continued the explanation. There is no turning on or off switch. The victim is under the curse throughout the period that the caster wants. Unlike popular belief, you cannot get the victim to do certain acts by issuing a command. The will of the caster has to be maintained always. Hermione interjected this time to give Harry some respite. The victim also has to at least want to do the task that the caster of the curse commanded to do. If you are strictly against it, your magic will fight the curse. The caster will have to use a lot of power to counter your own magic. Harry continued with a sly grin. So, if someone tells you that they were under the mind control curse, you can very well say that they were weak-willed. Quite a few of the listeners fidgeted at the thought of how really strong-willed were they. Would they also succumb to the curse easily if someone was to come and get their help to increase the influence of the traditionalists in the magical world, using the imperious curse? They naturally wanted greater influence over the Muggle-borns, and so would they also be very easy to control? A lot of them did not like the answers that they were forced to confront. No one wanted to be controlled by another, but it seemed that their own perceived superiority over the others may itself be detrimental to their own lives. Would they also be a cause for anarchy if another Dark Lord was to come up to them and offer them supremacy over the Muggles and Muggle-borns? The possible answer to that was not palatable to almost all of those that were congregated under the roof of House Black. That thought more than anything else made up the minds of the listeners. They would take the words of Harry Potter from earlier in the night to heed. There may not be any alliance, but there will be a collective effort to make their world a better place to live in. If Harry and Hermione were privy to the fact that they were changing the outlook of most of the heads of houses that came to bless Canopus James Black, they would have been gratified that the effort they put in was worth it. However, that was not the case, and so Harry concluded his lecture with, I hope you now understand the enormous difficulty of maintaining someone under the mind control curse for any extended periods of time. I seriously doubt that even Merlin himself would have had the enormous magical power to do that. Not to mention the extreme control needed to give 20 different tasks to 20 different wizards with reasonable magic power themselves. If you think that the Dark Lord had that power, then you are delusional. Harry hated not being able to call the enemy of the wizarding world by his actual name, but even he was able to recognize the need to let go of at least some of his pride if it brought bigger dividends. The result of his passionate speech was a dramatic drop in sympathy for those who made up the inner circle of Voldemort's Death Eaters. Moreover, there was a polar shift in the stand of the houses who were known to be the most orthodox and demanded strict adherence to the traditions of the magical world. They would not turn into Muggle lovers overnight, but there would be a palpable drop in their hostility against the Muggle-borns entering the wizarding world, but more importantly they would recognize the Death Eaters for what they truly were. The night turned out to be a success to a few members of their family too. Everyone agreed that Jason Wyeth was a pompous prat, but he was slowly redeeming himself in their eyes. After a furious discussion with her aunt, Susan finally agreed that she would give their betrothal a chance as Jason was willing to change his attitude. Besides, he was a good guy and Susan found out that he could be quite a romantic when the mood was right. Augusta Longbottom could not wipe the smile off her face since the time she learnt about the deeper feelings her grandson had towards the exotic Indian beauty, Padma. She would rush to meet the head of House Pottle the next day itself, and before the end of the month, both Susan and Neville would be announcing their betrothals. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.